Chapter 204. Silver Moon Island, Silver Moon Sea, at the large plaza. The plaza was a large lawn. After the various zither players exchanged some pleasantries, they sat down cross-legged on the lawn and looked at the small thatched cottage not far away. Guhai's group also found a place to sit down. One zither player after another entered the large, grassy plaza. "They're here." Long Wanqing frowned. "Oh." Gu Hai, Venerable Lu Nian, and Shangguan Hen looked over with a frown. They saw City Lord He Shikong enter the plaza. However, young Master and Enfang Mingho, who carried a golden saber on his back, were beside He Shikong. Young Master and is at the side. He will interact with City Lord He later. Venerable Lu Nian said softly. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far away, young Master and the other two entered and immediately saw Gu Hai's group. When young Master and saw Gu Hai, depression flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly. "Is young Master and's zither Dao very strong as well?" Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. "Not at all. He is qualified to come because of his identity as the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. City Lord, he is also here because of his identity. He might be able to play the zither, but it will definitely be very weak," Long Wanqing said, shaking her head. Gu Hai nodded. City Lord He, young Master and the others took their seats. Fewer people entered after them. At this moment, a white-clad man slowly walked over. "Mr. Good is already here? Greetings, Mr. Good," the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai immediately recognized this person. This was Sima Changkong, the first person to buy his piano. "So it is Mr. Sima," Gu Hai said with a faint smile. "Greetings, Hall Master Long, greetings, Venerable Lu Nian. Long time no see." Sima Changkong said with a faint smile. "You are." Long Wanqing felt slightly confused. Venerable Lu Nian's expression suddenly changed. "It's you, Sima Changkong?" "Venerable Lu Nian, I am on official business. I hope that you will not reveal my identity," Sima Changkong said with a smile as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, he nodded. "Then I'll go over there first. Good luck to all of you." Sima Changkong smiled. "All right." Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After Sima Changkong walked away, Long Wanqing asked curiously, "Huh? Master Lu Nian, do you know Mr. Sima?" Venerable Lu Nian frowned slightly and said, "The person who nearly became the top scorer in the previous exam. Meet the champion of the Deqian Celestial Empire?" Long Wanqing asked in surprise. "Just a little." Back then, his writing suppressed all the other examinees. All the examiners thought that he would definitely become the top scorer in that exam. Unfortunately, he wrote something during the palace examination which angered His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness chased him out of the examination hall. Hence, he did not become the top scorer in the end, Venerable Lu Nian explained. "Huh." However, he was still a provincial scholar. Although he was chased out of the examination hall, he still holds a position in the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, he is not as impressive as the top scorer. He is not someone to be trifled with, Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Sima Changkong, who was not far away. He nearly became the Deqian Celestial Empire's top scorer. Just as Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian, he suddenly felt a murderous intent envelop him. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Fairy One sitting in a corner not far away. She was looking at him coldly, as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Fairy One." Gu Hai smiled faintly in that direction. Xiao Chen's friendly smile turned into mockery in Fairy One's eyes. Humph. Guhai, I will teach you a lesson. I will expose you. Liar. You do not have the state of the Zither Tao, yet you are still pretending. Liar. Humph. Fairy 1 muttered to herself. Clang. A soft sound suddenly came from the small thatched cottage not far away. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned solemn. They stopped talking and looked at the nearby thatched cottage. Fellow Taoists who are not here to participate in the Zither Importation Conference, the Silver Moon Sea will be sealed off soon. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to leave for a while. The seal will only be lifted after the Zither Importation Conference ends. An aged voice came from the thatched cottage. This voice immediately spread to the surroundings of Silver Moon Island. Then, it quickly spread throughout the Silver Moon Sea. At this moment, many cultivators were watching from the surrounding islands around Silver Moon Island. When they heard the old manor lord's voice, they all frowned. Then determination flashed in their eyes, unwilling to leave. Creak! The door of the thatched cottage slowly opened. From inside, an old man in white slowly walked out. He walked very slowly. His face was covered with age spots, and his hair was withered. Yun Mo immediately went forward and supported the old man. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. All the Zither players said respectfully. The old Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa, supported by Yun Mo, the old Manor Lord walked to the door. Quietly, he slowly sat down cross-legged on the lawn. He stroked a guqin that was about to decay in his hand. After looking at the surrounding people, he suddenly saw Guhai and recognized him with one glance. Mr. Good, I like your cannon very much. The old manor lord looked at Guhai and smiled. Guhai is ashamed, as long as the manor lord likes it. Guhai said with a smile. I am old, so I like to listen to different tunes. Ha ha! The old manor lord smiled slightly. Everyone quieted down. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa sat beside the old manor lord. The old manor lord looked at the people around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm old, and my time is almost up. After this guqin conference, I may pass away. I have a request for all of you. Go ahead, Manor Lord. Everyone said one after another. This is the young Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. He is the descendant of Mr. Silver Moon's bloodline. When I am gone, I hope all of you can take care of him. When I am about to pass away, I can't let go of Yun Mo sigh. The old Manor Lord sighed, slightly. Manor Lord, you will be fine. Yun Mo's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. Rest assured, Manor Lord, as long as the young Manor Lord doesn't give up, we will do our best to help you. Rest assured, Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord Yun Mo's business is our business. Everyone nodded. The old Manor Lord smiled and nodded. All right. I invited all of you here today to decide the ownership of the last sky grade zither of Silver Moon Villa, Gauchen. Gauchen is one of Mr. Silver Moon's best works. I am useless in this life, and I can't make a sky grade zither. However, the young Manor Lord Yun Mo is different. Although he is not as good at music, he is better than me at making zither. Maybe one day, he can reach Mr. Silver Moon's level and make another sky grade zither. Oh, the eyes of the zither around suddenly lit up. Yun Mo? Previously, no one paid attention to him. Under the glory of the old Manor Lord, Yun Mo was very dim. However, if he could make a sky grade zither, it would be different. Today, it was fine if they got the Gauchen. If they couldn't get it, if they befriended Yun Mo, would they? Don't worry, Manor Lord. With us here, no one will bully Silver Moon Villa. Yes, if young Manor Lord Yun Mo needs anything, just call me. Everyone looked at Yun Mo with fervent gazes. However, Yun Mo didn't look at anyone. Instead, he looked at the old manor lord with red eyes. The old manor lord looked at the 600 zither around him and smiled. Some of you are from the Deqian Celestial Empire, and some are from other places. You all came for Gauchen, so I won't waste any more time. It's time for Gauchen to meet you all. After the old manor lord finished speaking, the disciples of Silver Moon Villa quickly stood up and waved their hands. They opened the thatched hut instantly. They placed the dismantled hut not far away, revealing a round altar in the middle. The altar was placed in the thatched hut. A sky-grade zither. Where is Gauchen? Some of the zither asked blankly. A faint blue light was shining on the altar not far away. The blue light surged into a man in purple on the altar. The man in purple had a jade-like face. He looked like an ordinary young man. His eyebrows were raised, and he had an extraordinary murderous aura. In between his eyebrows, there was a golden birthmark shaped like a sky thunder. The murderous aura in between his eyebrows was even more threatening. Light breathing sounds came from the man in purple. He sat there quietly, as if he was adjusting his breath or sleeping. He didn't move. Apart from this man in purple, there was nothing else. Where is the sky-grade zither? Where is Gauchen? Everyone looked at the old manor lord blankly. The old manor lord smiled and said, "This is the sky-grade zither made by Mr. Silvermoon, Gauchen." Huh. All the cultivators were slightly stunned. What do you mean? Where is the zither? Why don't I see it? Yes, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this zither transparent? Could it be transparent in front of the man in purple? Everyone was at a loss. Not far away, Fairy One, Sima Chongkong, and the other zither were extremely quiet. They stared at the man in purple in front of them. This is Gauchen? Sima Chongkong said in shock. Where? Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. It's him. This man in purple is Gauchen? Sima Chongkong said in shock. Everyone was stunned. This person is a zither? Is this a joke? That's right. This is the sky-grade zither, Gauchen, that Mr. Silvermoon said he made. This is its appearance. Solemnly, the old manor lord said, making a person Mr. Silvermoon made. The zither Tao can create souls. Is Mr. Silvermoon trying to create a person? Someone asked in shock. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The old manor lord smiled and said, "It's not a person yet. It's just a sky-grade zither. This is its appearance. However, as you said, it has a soul. It's just temporarily separated. When the soul is poured in, it will be the time to unseal this sky-grade zither." Everyone suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai looked at the man in purple who was adjusting his breath on the altar. How could he have thought that it was a zither? Gauchen? Gu Hai had thought of many forms before, but he never thought that Gauchen would look like this. It was actually in the shape of a person? Is this still a zither? Chapter 205. The human-shaped zither, the Gauchen. Is this a heaven-grade zither? However, how does it work? The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has seen it. Wait until I open the sea-sealing barrier. Then I will show you the power of the Gauchen." Oh, the old manor master gently played the nearly decaying zither in his hand. Ding, 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 ding. Silver Moon Island suddenly trembled, and the surrounding seawater surged. Boom. The fog array on Silver Moon Island suddenly left the island and soared into the sky. It turned into a white cloud and flew into the sky. Huh. Everyone showed confused expressions. Isn't this Silver Moon Island's protective array? Why did it leave Silver Moon Island? On the distant island, countless cultivators saw this scene. Without the fog, they could even see Gu Hai and the other zither masters from afar. Ding, ding, ding. The old manor master continued playing the zither. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the fog array high in the sky. Swish, swish. In an instant, it was as if strings of zither strings had appeared and shot to the borders of the Silver Moon Sea, connecting from the sky to the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds came from the surrounding seas. Like the ribs of a huge umbrella, they covered the entire Silver Moon Island. Wung. Between the strings of the zither, streaks of blue energy suddenly appeared and connected into one. From afar, it looked like a huge blue dome covered the entire Silver Moon Island. What a huge array! Is this Silver Moon Island's protective array? A zither array? Many people were shocked. The array formation was so huge that it was even bigger than Silver Moon City's city defense array. Some of the cultivators near it punched. Boom! In an instant, they were knocked back by the sea ceiling barrier and fell into the sea. This is a sound wave barrier? Fairy One said with a slight frown. Sound waves? The group of zither masters goggled. The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is a high-frequency sound wave barrier. It is mainly used to block sound. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuanying state can't break it either. This was left behind by Mr. Silvermoon." Seal the sea? Old Manor Lord, why did you seal the sea? Is it related to displaying Gauchen? Sima Chongkong was confused. The Manor Lord smiled and nodded. Oh, everyone looked at the Old Manor Lord in confusion. Yunmo, Old Manor Lord said indifferently. Yes, Yunmo nodded and walked behind Gauchen. Everyone looked at Yunmo. He saw Yunmo reach out and touch the back of Gauchen's head, as if he was communicating with Gauchen. Buzz. Gauchen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous aura rushed out. Everyone's expression changed. Yunmo looked at everyone, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, the fact that you're able to make it this time means that you're the strongest Guqin masters. Here, I will bind a strand of the Gauchen's intent into your bodies through the Gauchen. Only those who possess the Gauchen's intent will have the qualifications to compete for the Gauchen. Oh, everyone was confused. Gauchen extended his right hand, and 600 zither strings appeared and shot toward all the zither masters. Huh! Everyone's expression changed. Wallalala! The 600 zither strings wrapped around all the zither masters as if they were tied up. What? Everyone's expression turned cold. Buzz. The zither strings that bound everyone suddenly merged into their bodies and disappeared like air. Huh. Everyone was puzzled. What happened just now? This is Gauchen's intent. It has merged with your zither intent and will disappear automatically after 10 days, Yunmo explained. The zither strings that bound us earlier were Gauchen's intent. That was a high-frequency intent, right? A high-frequency vibration that merged with our intent. What are you trying to do? Fairy Wan said, a trace of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Everyone frowned and looked at Yunmo solemnly. Yunmo said, "Everyone, you should know that although I am a zither master, my zither Dao is not very good. However, it is different with Gauchen. Gauchen, create the spirit." Yunmo said solemnly. He sent a thought into Gauchen's body from his fingertip. However, Gauchen showed a ferocious expression. He suddenly spread his arms and pointed them at everyone. Ha! Gauchen shouted. The two claws grabbed at the center, seemingly tearing the void apart. In the void, countless transparent zither strings seemed to appear in an instant. Gauchen grabbed at the center with his claws as though he was plucking the zither strings. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Gauchen plucked the invisible strings, a series of zither sounds rang out. Accompanied by the tinkling sounds, a small spirit suddenly emerged from Gauchen's fingertip. This is a small spirit. Gauchen can create his own spirit, a cultivator said in shock. That small spirit glowed with a blue light. A pair of small transparent wings flapped quickly, giving off crisp sounds as they flapped. The little elf curiously looked at the people around her. She had a kind of confused feeling. Wait, there's another small spirit. 200? 2,000 small spirits. Oh, no, 20,000 small spirits. This is 200,000. 2,000,000. A group of zither players cried out in surprise. When Gauchen plucked the strings of the void zither, more and more small spirits gushed out from his fingertips. They grew in number and size. In the blink of an eye, small spirits were flying around Silver Moon Island. The speed at which the souls were created shocked everyone who saw it. A heaven-grade zither. Was this the effect of a heaven-grade zither? It was definitely not Mo, so it could only be Gauchen. With a wave of his hand, he created 2,000,000 small spirits. The small spirits were flying around in confusion. Slap! The group of zither players reached out to grab them. Strangely, they actually caught them. Even Gu-Hai caught a small spirit in his hand. It was as though he was grabbing a real thing. Gu-Hai was slightly stunned. Aren't spirits illusory? Why? Everyone looked at Mo curiously. You have Gauchen's intent in you, so you can catch the spirits created by Gauchen. As for the cultivators who didn't come to the Zither conference, although they can see them, they can never catch them. Mo explained. I see. Everyone rejoiced. The old manor lord waved his hand, and a small box suddenly appeared in his palm. This small box seals Gauchen's spirit. Whether you can get Gauchen or not depends on you, the old manor lord said. Oh, everyone looked at the box in the old manor lord's hand. The old manor lord slowly opened the box, and a small yellow spirit was sealed in it. At this moment, it seemed to be sleeping. Everyone's eyes lit up. Come out. The old manor lord said. The yellow spirit suddenly woke up. It flapped its wings, and suddenly a beautiful zither sound came from its wings. The sound was ethereal and clear. The zither players were fascinated by the sound. Where am I? The yellow spirit suddenly asked. The 2,000,000 green spirits were still confused, but the yellow spirit already knew how to ask. The zither players widened their eyes. Look carefully. This is Gauchen's spirit. As long as you put a drop of blood into its body and put it back into Gauchen's body, Gauchen will recognize you as its master. The old manor lord explained. It's that simple. Everyone was excited. My sea ceiling barrier is a high-frequency barrier. It can prevent the fairies from flying out of the Silver Moon Ocean. Its range is only so big. Whoever captures and refines the Gauchen's soul first will be the Gauchen's. Now, all of you have a chance. The old manor lord said with a smile. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up, and they became restless. What are you going to do? The yellow spirit saw everyone's expression and was scared. They all want to refine you. What do you think they are going to do? The old manor lord said with a smile. What? Refine me? What should I do? What should I do? The yellow spirit exclaimed. What should I do? Can't you run? The old manor lord said with a smile. That's right. Run. Run quickly. All of you run with me. The yellow fairy suddenly shouted. Boom. On the island, 2,000,000 spirits flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed. They were like sharp arrows and scattered in an instant. What? The Guqin masters jumped up. A few of them even flew into the sky and chased after the spirits. However, there were 2 million of them. How could they find them? How could they find them? Everyone looked at the old manor lord anxiously. How to find them and how to catch them is up to you. Every spirit has a different voice. When Gauchen's spirit wings flapped, I think you all heard it clearly. You are all Guqin masters, so use your ears to listen. You only have 10 days, so I wish you good luck. The old manor lord said with a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a large group of Guqin masters rushed out and chased after the spirits in the distance. Red-crowned crane carriage. Come here, take me to chase them. They went that way. They went that way. Quick, quick, don't follow me. A large number of Guqin masters chased after the spirits. However, there were still some more powerful Guqin masters who stayed behind. These Guqin masters closed their eyes, activated their intent realm, and listened with their ears. They listened to the yellow spirit's voice. Where did it go? Guhai smiled bitterly. How could he play this game? Guhai knew that powerful Guqin masters like Fairy Wanner and the Old Manor Lord could cover the entire Silver Moon Sea with their hearing. It was just that there were too many noises in the sea, so they had to pick out the yellow spirit's voice slowly. Could it be that Gauchen was destined to be out of the picture? Guhai looked at Mayor, who was not far away, young master, and had taken out the flying boat just now. He and Fong Mingho stepped on the flying boat and chased after the spirits in the distance. Mayor, he was alone. Guhai looked at Long Wanqing, and Long Wanqing nodded. The four of them slowly got up and walked toward Mayor. Not far away, Fairy Wanner opened her eyes, and there was anger in her eyes. Humph, Guhai, you embarrass me, so I will also embarrass you. While muttering to herself, Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. Chapter 206. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. As she played, the surrounding Guqin masters suddenly opened their eyes. Even the Old Manor Lord was instantly attracted. God-shaking song. The Old Manor Lord was slightly startled and suddenly laughed. Divine Regret Song? Why is the demoness playing this song? Divine Regret Song. As long as one has the artistic conception of Guqin, they can instantly break free. It only targets those who don't have the artistic conception of Guqin. Everyone here is a Guqin master. Why is she playing this song? I heard that the Divine Regret Song needs to be integrated into one's mind. If one is fully immersed in it, they will regret not shaking others but themselves. Either you die, or I die. While everyone was at a loss, Fairy Wanner played her Guqin while staring at Guhai. Guhai didn't have the artistic conception of Guqin. As long as he was hit by the Divine Regret Song, his mind would immediately shake and he would be out of his wits. Buzz. Long Wanqing was suddenly stunned and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Guhai was the same at this moment. Suddenly, he felt that the world in front of him had changed. He wasn't walking on a lawn just now. At this moment, he seemed to have appeared in the clouds in an instant. There was no one else but him. A shocking force rushed towards Guhai's 3 souls, causing Guhai to be in a daze. Guhai stood still and looked at the countless clouds around him in a daze. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how he came here. He was thinking about what was going on. Ding, ding, ding. A series of intoxicating Guqin sounds rang out, making Guhai feel like he was floating. He really wanted to lie in the clouds and ignore everything. Guhai was hit. The surrounding Guqin masters revealed a trace of doubt. Is the demoness going to deal with Master Gu? Why is Master Gu intoxicated? Does Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? How is that possible? How can Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? You must be kidding. All the Zither masters were confused. At this moment, Fairy Wana revealed a smile. She had finally exposed him. Everyone around them began to doubt Gu Hai's Guqin Dao. This was a feeling of exaltation, a very comfortable feeling. Gu Hai was intoxicated. The sound of the zither shook the soul and rushed straight to the three souls. At this moment, in the space between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly shook and suppressed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was infused with Fairy Wana's artistic conception. With this suppression, an irreversible force rushed back. Boom! Gu Hai woke up instantly. The zither's artistic conception was also instantly annihilated by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Pooh! Fairy Wana felt as if her head had been hit by a huge object, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. One stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. One stared at him in disbelief. What happened just now? Long Wanqing woke up with a start. That was close. Hall Master, are you all right? We tried to wake you up earlier, but you did not wake up, Venerable Lu Nian said worriedly. Venerable Lu Nian turned his head and looked coldly at Fairy Wana, which Venerable Lu Nian was just about to flare up. However, when he turned his head, he saw Fairy Wana spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He did not know what to say. It was rare to see someone scheme against others and end up in such a miserable state. The surrounding Zither masters felt slightly stunned as well. Is this great Master Gu's counterattack? He used the Guqin Dao's artistic conception to strike the witch's artistic conception. He instantly made her vomit blood. Great Master Gu is indeed incredible. The witch overestimates herself. The group of Zither masters looked at Fairy Wana in disdain. Only Fairy Wana understood that it was not the Guqin Dao's artistic conception earlier. Gu Hai did not know how to counterattack. What did you do to me? Fairy Wana spat out blood as she looked at Gu Hai, feeling depressed. Fairy Wana, unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Gu Hai said coldly. This was not the first time Gu Hai had tried to embarrass himself in such a willful manner. Gu Hai was not made of clay and would not allow her to do as she pleased. However, every time Gu Hai saw Fairy Wana's miserable state, he felt speechless. I have yet to take revenge, and you are already in such a miserable state. I feel too embarrassed to do anything. You are the one who is unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. You do not have an artistic conception at all. You are a liar. Fairy Wana felt so wronged that her eyes turned red. This witch is crazy. Even now, she is still saying that great Master Gu does not have an artistic conception. The surrounding Zither masters showed looks of disdain. Fairy Wana felt even more depressed and wronged. Fairy Wana, the old manor lord sighed softly. Fairy Wana turned her head to look at him. The Zither Dao is not just about artistic conception. You cannot compare to Gu Hai. This is a fact, the old manor lord said softly. Although his words were very amiable, in Fairy Wana's ears, it was as if he had stabbed her with a knife. She was already very miserable. Couldn't he say something nice to comfort her? Why did he have to stab her again? What is the meaning of this? Not only did he add a stab, but almost everyone around nodded solemnly, as if they were saying that this stab was right and that it should be done this way. Looking around, everyone was standing on opposite sides. Fairy Wana's grievance was magnified 100 times in an instant. How could a person who did not even have an artistic conception of the Zither make everyone feel that she was inferior to him? Humph! I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fairy Wana felt wronged and angry. She took a step forward and soared into the sky with her Zither, quickly flying away Huh. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Is this demoness brain damaged? It's ridiculous. The old manor lord gave her pointers, but she didn't humbly accept it. She ran away in a fit of anger. Guhai stretched out his right hand. A drop of water appeared in his palm. It was not a drop of water, but a tear of grievance that fell from Fairy Wanner's eyes when she flew into the sky. Guhai caught it. Looking at the drop of tear in his palm, Guhai smiled bitterly. His initial anger had completely dissipated. After Fairy Wanner left, the Zither Masters returned to normal and closed their eyes to search for Gauchen's soul. Guhai and his group continued to walk toward City Lord He, who was not far away. When City Lord He saw Guhai and his group walking over, he frowned slightly and seemed to have guessed their purpose. City Lord He, may I have a word with you? Solemnly Long Wanqing asked Long Wanqing, if you have something to say it here. City Lord He frowned. Long Wanqing flipped her hand, and a golden scroll appeared in her palm. An imperial edict. City Lord He's expression changed. Solemnly, Long Wanqing put away the imperial edict and said, City Lord He, please. After a moment of silence, He Shirkong finally nodded. The crowd walked toward a corner not far away. On the square, Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and watched the crowd leave. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, in the distant sky, young Master and Fong Mingho drove the flying boat to chase the little fairies, but in the end, they found nothing and drove the flying boat back. Oh, wait a minute. Stop the flying boat here. Young Master narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Oh, young Master, and what's wrong? Fong Mingho asked in confusion. He Shirkong? What is he going to do with Guhai and his group? Young Master said coldly, although they were very far away, they could vaguely see He Shirkong and Guhai's group avoiding the surrounding crowd. Walking to a corner, Guhai used spirit stones to set up an ordinary Go array just for soundproofing. After all, everyone here was a Zither Master, and their hearing was extremely powerful. At this moment, they were fully focused on opening up their hearing. If he did not take precautions, it would be tantamount to speaking in front of everyone. He Shirkong was led to a corner by the crowd, and a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. An imperial edict? Ha! Dare I ask Hall Master Long, what is this imperial edict? City Lord, he asked with a frown. His Holiness gave me an imperial edict to thoroughly investigate the case of Long Xiaoya's death, and ask along the way. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Empire should fully cooperate. City Lord, do you want to take a look? Long Wanqing took out the imperial edict again. City Lord, he frowned and finally shook his head, saying, Forget it. I don't think you would dare to falsify an imperial edict. What do you want to ask? Ask away. It's still the question from that day. City Lord, do you have any clues, or even clues about Long Xiaoya's death? Long Wanqing asked solemnly. No, I said that day. No. City Lord, he said firmly. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She thought that City Lord, he would tell the truth now that they were in a different place, and no one was watching them. Why? City Lord, you often went to my mother's Zither recital. My mother treated you as a close friend. Now that your friend is dead, don't you feel sad at all? Didn't you notice anything strange when you saw my mother for the last time? City Lord, Uncle, when I was young, I heard my mother mention you many times. My mother treated you as a close friend. Are you really indifferent to my mother's death? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord, he was struggling, but he still said firmly, I really don't know anything. What about Mr. Huangfu? Guhai suddenly interrupted. City Lord, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Guhai in surprise. However, in an instant, City Lord he suppressed the shock in his heart, and his expression returned to normal. What, Mr. Huangfu? I don't know. Oh. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he had abruptly called out Mr. Huangfu because he wanted to see City Lord He's reaction. Sure enough, City Lord He knew a little about Long Wanqing's death, and this Mr. Huangfu was also a key person. Mr. Huangfu, City Lord He doesn't know? You attended my mother's zither recital many times with you in the past. Long Wanqing said anxiously. I don't know. I don't know him. City Lord he rejected immediately. City Lord this ritual array is soundproof. What do you know? Can you tell me? No one knows. My mother died very miserably. I really want to take revenge for my mother. Now, only you know a little. Please, okay? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord his tone turned resolute. Eventually, he shook his head and said, I really don't know. You are asking the wrong person. Long Wanqing felt despair. Venerable Lu Nian also showed an unsightly expression. Shangguan Hen stood at the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings. All right. Since you don't know, then City Lord, he can give me a guarantee. Give us a guarantee according to His Holiness's imperial edict, Guhai said with a frown. Huh, a guarantee? City Lord he felt slightly stunned. Whoosh! As Guhai extended his hand, he took out a table with a flip of his hand. There was a brush, ink, and a golden silk cloth on it. What are you doing? City Lord he asked sullenly. The imperial edict is here. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty is to cooperate fully with the investigation. City Lord since you insist that you don't know, please write it down and stamp it with your official seal. We will make a record. If His Holiness asks, we can hand it over to His Holiness, Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing, but they did not stop him. City Lord he showed a confused expression. City Lord please cooperate. You don't want the Hall Master to write another imperial edict, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. City Lord he showed a complicated expression. However, he still nodded and said, So be it. It's nothing much. I don't know. I just don't know. City Lord he reached out and grabbed the brush on the table. Then he started writing. He wrote that he did not know anything about Long Xiaoya's death. His tone was extremely resolute. After City Lord he finished writing. He remained silent for a while. At the very end, he took out his official seal and pressed it on the scroll. Clap! When the official seal pressed down, it left behind an image of the official seal. The image gave off a faint golden light. Is this fine? City Lord he asked sullenly. It's fine. Gu Hai smiled faintly and carefully put away the golden silk scroll. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, City Lord he said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen, who was not far away. Shangguan Hen glanced at the sky and nodded gently. Then he gave Gu Hai a look. City Lord how much do you know about the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence treats the wise with respect. They place great importance on their guests. Is that true? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Huh. City Lord he felt slightly stunned. City Lord he looked at Gu Hai in surprise. What does Gu Hai mean? Could it be that he wants to join the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? At the side, Long Wanqing's expression changed, revealing an anxious expression. Suddenly, Venerable Lu Nian pulled Long Wanqing back. Long Wanqing turned her head to look. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Her earlier anxiety immediately calmed down. City Lord he did not know what Venerable Lu Nian meant, but he just said it casually. However, Gu Hai seemed to be unwilling to let go of City Lord He. Then, Gu Hai asked for more details. The conversation lasted for a long time before ending. City Lord He showed some doubt as he returned to the plaza. Gu Hai, earlier, you... Long Wanqing said out of curiosity. It's nothing. Where's the flying ship? Let's go, Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing took out the flying ship in a daze. The four boarded the flying ship. Shangguan Hen steered the ship, and they quickly soared into the clouds. The moment they entered the clouds, they immediately saw young master and Enfang Mingho. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing. Young master and looked coldly at the nearby Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at young master and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Young master and Gu Hai, clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. I still remember clearly how you targeted my zither pavilion several times. Young master and what great authority. Ha ha ha. What great authority. In the end, Gu Hai's laughter contained a trace of mockery. The two flying ships brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's flying ship flew far away. However, Gu Hai's strange words made young master An's expression turn sullen. What did Gu Hai mean just now? Young master An frowned and looked at Fang Mingho. I don't know, but from his tone, it seems that he wants to take revenge on you. Fang Mingho shook his head. Take revenge on me? Humph, he doesn't deserve it. If not for Mr. Mo coming that day, I would have long let him die, without a burial ground. Young master An said in a cold voice. After that, young master An's flying ship flew back to Silver Moon Island. Although he was stubborn, young master An was still nervous. He had a bad feeling, so he immediately found City Lord He. What did Gu Hai talk about when he was looking for you for so long? Young master An asked. Nothing much. Gu Hai asked about the treatment in the prince's mansion, whether he respected the guests, and what would happen if they joined the prince's mansion. City Lord He explained. However, young master An's mind went blank. He stood there in a daze. Mr. Mo's words from the past still rang in his ears. As long as Gu Hai was willing to join the prince's mansion, Mr. Mo was willing to help him get rid of all his worries. First, he would remove his position as the eldest grandson. Just now, Gu Hai's tone? Oh no, oh no. Young master An's expression changed drastically. Chapter 207. On the flying ship, Gu Hai grabbed the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote and looked at it. Then, he revealed a faint smile and said, All right, it's time to go and fish for dragons. Using this letter of guarantee, what is this for? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Take a look at it again. Gu Hai smiled. Long Wanqing looked at the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote earlier and revealed some doubt. After looking at it for a while, her expression changed, and she sniffed it. This is not ink. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Cuttlefish juice. It is also known as cuttlefish juice, Gu Hai said with a smile. Cuttlefish? Cuttlefish? I heard that some people use cuttlefish juice to write IOUs and borrow money from others. However, after the IOUs are written for a while, the words will vanish. Hence, cuttlefish is also known as cuttlefish, Venerable Lu Nian said with a change in expression. Venerable is very knowledgeable. Indeed, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. The words vanish? You are doing this for the official seal that City Lord He stamped? You filled in the words again. Long Wanqing asked with a change in expression. That's right. Gu Hai said with a nod. However, I heard that the words written in cuttlefish ink take half a year to vanish, Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling suspicious. The words written in cuttlefish ink vanish on their own because the protein in it decomposes and oxidizes. Indeed, it takes half a year. However, I do not need it to decompose and decompose. Hence, I used silk cloth to write the letter of guarantee for City Lord He, and not paper, Gu Hai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a small bucket filled with a transparent liquid with some lotus root fragments in it. This is lotus root juice, which can be used to wash cuttlefish juice. After washing it, just rinse it with clean water and dry it, Gu Hai explained. Lotus root juice and cuttlefish juice. Really? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. After saying that, Long Wanqing started doing it herself. Indeed, after washing with the lotus root juice, the cuttlefish juice was quickly washed clean. Is it really clean? Gu Hai, how did you think of it? Long Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai looked at the clean cloth, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. When I was young, when my clothes were stained with cuttlefish juice, my mother would help me wash them clean like this. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he sighed slightly. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned, showing some curiosity. Gu Hai's mother? Venerable Lu Nian had investigated Gu Hai in 95 Island. However, there was no news of Gu Hai before the age of 30. It was like Gu Hai appeared out of nowhere, exceptionally strange. No one could find out who Gu Hai's parents were. Long Wanqing did not notice this detail. Instead, she carefully washed the silk cloth and dried it, leaving only City Lord He's official seal. Give me the cloth. All right. I've seen City Lord He's handwriting many times. It shouldn't be hard to imitate. Gu Hai said with a smile. Silver Moon Island. Sima Chongkong had been paying attention to Gu Hai's group. Although Long Wanqing quickly put away the imperial edict, Sima Chongkong still saw it. An imperial edict? Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes slightly. Sima Chongkong turned his head and looked at a nearby zither master. Without moving his lips, he sent a voice projection into the other zither master's ears. Send word to keep a close eye on He Shirkong's movements. Also, send people to search for Gu Hai's group and secretly follow them. If anything happens, report to me immediately. That zither master nodded respectfully and slowly left the plaza. Silver Moon Sea, Young Master and Enfang Mingho left Silver Moon Island again. Young Master, and among the zither masters, we have people keeping an eye on He Shirkong. Although there was a soundproof array when they were talking, we have people who are good at lip reading and can see clearly. Besides talking about Long Xiaoya's death, they also talked about Gu Hai's treatment in the mansion. Fang Mingho said, solemnly, I'm not worried about He Shirkong being watched all the time. I'm just worried about Gu Hai. Ha ha. The little thing that I didn't care about before. Now. Young Master and said with a gloomy face. Gu Hai said great power, twice in a disdainful tone. Maybe. Humph, as long as Gu Hai enters the mansion, my power will be completely gone. He's mocking me. Young Master and said with an ugly face. Feng, Mingho was silent for a while. Young Master N's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, his eyes turned cold, and he said, Feng Mingho, help me kill Gu Hai. Kill Gu Hai? Young Master and Mr. Mo told me not to do anything to Gu Hai. Feng Mingho's face changed. Not to do anything to Gu Hai? No, this sea-ceiling bounded domain only lasts for 10 days. That's the only chance. If you kill him quietly, Mr. Mo won't know. Otherwise, once Gu Hai enters the mansion, my status will be gone. I'm the eldest grandson, Young Master and said with a gloomy face. But, no buts. Gu Hai died in Silver Moon Sea because of the Old Heights Lord. It has nothing to do with us. You're my man. If I lose my status, you'll be excluded too. If I'm proud, you're proud. If I'm destroyed, you're destroyed. Grandfather asked you to protect me. If you don't do anything now, I'll be in trouble once Gu Hai gains power. Young Master and said, as he stared at Fong Mingho. Fong Mingho frowned and pondered. Young master and stared at Fong Mingho. After a while, Fong Mingho nodded and said, I can. Of those four, the only one I'm worried about is Venerable Lu Nian. Seeing that Fong Mingho was helping him, young master immediately smiled and said, It's fine. It's still 10 days. There will be a time when I'm alone. We'll go find Gu Hai and think of a way to lure Venerable Lu Nian away. Then we'll deal with Gu Hai. Fong Mingho nodded. Good. Let's go find Gu Hai now. A cold light flashed in young master An's eyes. Silver Moon Island. The people in the square left one after another. The Guqin masters who were listening also seemed to have found their direction and left one after another. Soon, only the Old Heights Lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples were left in the square. Manor Lord, shall we return to the house? Yun Mo asked worriedly. The Old Heights Lord closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about me. Yun Mo, I heard the Guqin masters use their music to attract spirits. It was really nice. I'll just sit here. However, the wind is strong here, Yun Mo said worriedly. It's fine. I'm already on the verge of death. What's there to worry about with the 5 decays of the heavenly being? My lifespan is almost up, and it doesn't matter where I am. Go and do what you need to do. Don't disturb me. I want to continue listening, the Old Heights Lord said, as he shook his head. Yun Mo remained silent for a while before nodding. The Old Heights Lord sat at the very front with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he smiled. His face flushed red, as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Young Manor Lord, the Old Heights Lord's current condition. A Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciple said with an unsightly expression. Everyone could tell that the Old Heights Lord was on the verge of death. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples revealed sad expressions. Then they looked at the young Manor Lord, Yun Mo. Everyone looked at Yun Mo as if they were waiting for his orders. Yun Mo bit his lips, a conflicted look flashing in his eyes. After a while, Yun Mo's eyes settled. A ferocious look flashed on his face as he looked at the surrounding sea and slowly clenched his fists. Then he nodded gently. The surrounding Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples showed joy on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Yun Mo. Yun Mo waved his sleeve, and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples nodded. Then they quietly left and started laying out formations around Silver Moon Island. The Old Heights Lord was engrossed in the pleasant music and did not notice the actions of Yun Mo and the others. However, Yun Mo waited quietly by the Old Heights Lord's side. He used hand signals to instruct the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples. Silver Moon Ocean, South Region, where the dragons guarded, fog shrouded 3 islands in a triangle shape on the surface of the sea. Gu Hai's group had already put away their flying ship. A small boat carried the 4 of them to one of the islands. However, at this moment, the 4's appearances had changed somewhat. Venerable Lu Nian wore a wig, and the 4 wore official robes. Gu Hai had done some makeup on their faces. Gu Hai, your makeup skills are amazing. With just a few strokes, you completely changed them? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It's just a small trick. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Give me that eyelash curler and eyebrow pencil, and that foundation. Long Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror, not daring to recognize her. No problem. Later, I'll get someone to make you the best. Gu Hai smiled. Your Majesty, they discovered us. Shangguan Hen suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot over from the distance. Duo! The sharp arrow nailed itself to the bow of the ship, causing the tail to tremble. Who are you? You are not allowed to come close. A shout suddenly came from the island. Guhai extended his hand and tossed it. Whoosh! A jade box immediately shot into the island. Huh! The people in the distance felt slightly stunned. Clack! A young general on the island immediately caught the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a silk handkerchief with City Lord He's seal. Oh, don't shoot. The City Lord sent them. That young general immediately shouted. The small boat continued heading to the island. There were ritual arrays around the island. However, with this silk handkerchief, no one stopped them. The group easily entered the island. When they reached the island, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Who are you? Why do you look unfamiliar? The young general leading the group asked with a frown. Are you blind? Does Lord Gu of the Prince's residence need to report to you? Go and get your highest ranking official. Shang Wanhen suddenly shouted as he glared at Xiao Chun. Huh. That young general felt stunned. Yes. Although he was scolded, he did not dare to retort. Lord Gu? Which Lord Gu? This young general did not recognize him, but it was enough to know that he came from the prince's residence. Furthermore, Lord Gu wanted to meet the general. Why should I interfere? With the city lord's order to introduce me, what should I worry about? I'll let the general make the decision. Under the escort of the soldiers, Gu Hai's group swaggered onto the island. Along the way, Venerable Lu Nian looked around. How is it? Gu Hai asked in a whisper. There are about 2,000 soldiers. There should not be any powerful characters. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Right. Be careful later. Gu Hai nodded. You have the city lord's order. What are you worried about? Long Wanqing laughed softly. Chapter 208. On another island, Sima Chongkong closed his eyes to capture the sound, but 3 cultivators flew in front of him. How is it? Sima Chongkong opened his eyes. There is no news yet. The 3 cultivators frowned. Continue to investigate. The old village master set the Guqin teaching conference at the Silver Moon Sea. There must be a secret here. If there is nothing on the island, search the seabed. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Chongkong sighed, slightly. Forget it. It seems that I am not fated to attend the Guqin teaching conference. There is no time to search for Gaochen's soul. I have already been here for a day. There are 9 days left. If I can't find anything useful in these 9 days, the clue of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa will be lost. I will search with you. Yes, everyone answered. Silver Moon Sea, Southern District, at the location of the 3 islands. Gu Hai took Mayor He's warrant, and after some persuasion, he successfully took over the 3 islands. The Guqin teaching conference will be held at the Silver Moon Sea. Countless cultivators are running around the surrounding seas. Something will happen here sooner or later. That is why Mayor He asked me to come here and set up a more secretive array to hide this place. Set up the array according to my blueprint. When the array is complete, reward 1 top-grade spirit stone every day, 1 level higher, and the price will increase tenfold. Gu Hai said. Yes. The generals around shouted excitedly. The lowest level soldier was given 1 top-grade spirit stone. A general was given 10 top-grade spirit stones. 3 lieutenant generals were given 100 each. Even the person in charge of this place was very enthusiastic because he would be rewarded 1,000 spirit stones. On the 3 islands, everyone quickly set up the array. They buried a large number of spirit stones for Gu Hai. At the sight of Gu Hai's tide-like spirit stones, many soldiers felt flabbergasted. The mayor had put in a lot of effort this time. How many top-grade spirit stones was this? After a day, millions of top-grade spirit stones were finally buried. Array up! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! all of a sudden, rolling fog gushed out from the 3 islands. In an instant, the fog completely enveloped the 3 islands, including the sea in the middle of the 3 islands. It completely covered the entire area, forming a super grand formation that enveloped everyone. Lord Gu, when will the spirit stones be distributed? Lord Gu, what kind of formation is this? So huge. Lord Gu, please reward him with more spirit stones. The 6,000 soldiers who were ready to receive their rewards looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and Shangguan Hen remained silent for a long time. The 3 of them thought that Gu Hai would clean up the soldiers on the island, but they never thought that Gu Hai would use them to help him bury the spirit stones and set up the array. This was such a huge formation. It took 6,000 soldiers an entire day to set it up. Everyone, thank you for your help. My apologies, Gu Hai said. What? The surrounding generals asked in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, countless cloud beasts charged out of the fog, instantly charging into the 6,000 soldiers. What? You lied to us. Lord Gu, what are you doing? Bastard. Arg. Chaos reigned in the ritual array. For hours later, all 6,000 soldiers were captured. Their cultivations were sealed, and they were locked in a prison on the island. Why? You lied to us. Why does the city lord want to harm us? Does the city lord want to silence us? No, I still have to take care of my elders and children. City lord, please spare me. The imprisoned soldiers screamed in horror, thinking that city lord, he was going to silence them. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers and remained silent for a while. Did I do it too seriously? Even now, these people still have not discovered that we are fakes. Of course, Gu Hai did not explain. He just laid another soundproof ritual array around the soldiers and ignored them. What kind of ritual array is this? Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. A strengthened version of the 28 line pair world ritual array. It contains some elements of the 29 line pair world ritual array. Gu Hai explained. Does this count as setting up the fishing rod and sharpening the hook? Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Indeed. Now, we just lack the bait, Gu Hai said with a smile. Are they here? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen, who was not far away. Your Majesty, I have been paying attention to the sky. They have been here for some time. They are just behind that cloud, Shanghai Hen said with a smile. Oh, everyone looked up at the sky. It's young master and... Long Wanqing said, slightly stunned. That's right. I chatted so much with City Lord he earlier. That should be enough to incite his killing intent, right? Gu Hai smiled. You are not only preparing to bait the dragon, but also bait young master and... Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Hence, I will have to trouble Venerable Lu Nian now. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. However, you are shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence for a snake head. Is it worth it? Venerable Lu Nian frowned. Who said that I shed all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I don't know the situation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned. Then he nodded bitterly. A Buddhist prayer bead turned into a meteor and shot into the clouds. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The Buddhist prayer bead seemed to run into something, crashing back. Who is it? Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly as he soared into the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying boat shot out from the clouds into the distance. Wait here. I'll be right back. Venerable Lu Nian shouted. With a flip of his hand, Venerable Lu Nian took out a flying ship and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 2 flying ships arrived at the horizon. After Venerable Lu Nian left Two figures slowly emerged from the white clouds. They were young Master and Fong Mingho. Venerable Lu Nian is wearing a wig? Huh, do you think that I don't recognize him? Young Master and smiled coldly as he watched the distant, flying ship. Young Master and I keep feeling that everything went too smoothly. We were still preparing to lure Venerable Lu Nian away, but he left on his own, Fong Mingho said with a frown. Don't worry. That flying ship is filled with the men of sacrifice that I raised. Nothing will go wrong. Furthermore, there is a path to heaven, but he did not take it. Instead, he barged in. Come, let's go and capture Gu Hai, young Master An said coldly. What about Long Wanqing? Young Master An's eyes turned cold. She's courting her own death. Humph, she won't have a good ending for going against me. It just so happens that I'm missing a member of the great Qian dynasty's royal family among my female slaves. A female slave? Fong Mingho's expression changed. Clearly, Fong Mingho knew the miserable fates of young Master An's female slaves. There seems to be a new ritual array laid down below, Fong Mingho said worriedly. Break the ritual array with all your might. Today we have to capture Gu Hai. Didn't you say that you could break the ritual array outside the best zither pavilion on this street? You just need time. Furthermore, what kind of powerful ritual array can they lay in one day? Quickly, capture Gu Hai before Venerable Lu Nian returns. Young Master An said seriously. Yes. Fong Mingho nodded. Then he grabbed his golden saber and charged at the ritual array with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! After Fong Mingho charged into the ritual array, the ritual array only surged a little before it stopped moving. Huh! Young Master An felt slightly stunned. Fong Mingho charged into the ritual array with a ferocious aura. Shouldn't it be chaotic? Why is there no movement after going in? After waiting for 15 minutes, there was no movement. After 15 minutes, there was still no movement. After 15 minutes, young Master An grew somewhat impatient. He shouted, Fong Mingho, what are you doing? At this moment, in the ritual array, Fong Mingho was covered in blood. An extremely rough cloud beast general grabbed Fong Mingho's body with both hands. Hegemin raises the cauldron. Roar. That cloud beast general roared loudly. Boundless energy surged out of its palms, crazily squeezing Fong Mingho. Fong Mingho could no longer struggle. His bones creaked. Ah, young Master An, run, run. Fong Mingho screamed in pain. Can't the people outside hear you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. My ritual array is between the 28th and 29th formations. It isolates the inside from the outside. Everything looks normal from the outside. However, this Fong Mingho has some tricks up his sleeve. He nearly got away. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanqing nodded. Shangguan Hen, you have been listening for so long. How is it? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I can already imitate his voice. Shanghai Hen said with a smile. When Shanghai Hen spoke, he directly used Fong Mingho's voice. Shangguan Hen can imitate other people's voices. Long Wanqing looked at Shanghai Hen in surprise. Outside, young Master An was anxious as he looked at the peaceful ritual array. Fong Mingho, what are you doing? Young Master An shouted anxiously. Young Master An, I caught Gu Hai. You can come down now. It's fine. Fong Mingho's voice spread out. Oh, so fast? Ha 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 ha. Young Master An laughed and flew towards the ritual array. Whoosh! Young Master An rushed into the ritual array. 30 minutes later, young Master An was also held in the hand of a cloud beast general, unable to move. Chapter 209. In the Silver Moon Ocean, 68 lazy giant dragons were circling around a large trench under the Three Shapes Islands. The largest black dragon among them was Grimace, who had appeared not long ago. Leader, look, there seems to be a layer of fog between the three islands above, a red dragon said in a low voice. All the dragons looked up at the same time. Is that some kind of formation? He Shirkong is really troublesome. What's the use of getting these useless soldiers to stand guard outside? Can't we do it? A white dragon said disdainfully. Grimace did not mind and climbed down again. Leader, you've been curled up here all this time. Is it uncomfortable? The white dragon looked at Grimace and asked carefully. Uncomfortable. What do you want? Grimace said calmly, I want to eat human flesh. Last time, young master and brought you to North Sea to hunt Xuanwu. We stayed behind to watch. It was so uncomfortable. The white dragon said, aggrieved, humans? Ha! Don't you remember how you were branded with the sin mark? Grimace said coldly, Of course I remember. Didn't I just eat some humans? I did it very secretly. I ate the people of a small town in the Deqian Celestial Empire. I ate them very cleanly. There were definitely no survivors. Humans are the essence of all beasts. They are the best food for the dragon tribe. However, the insidious little dragon reported me and demoted me to a sinful dragon by the dragon prince. I was also demoted to a sinful dragon because I ate humans. Back then, when the dragon tribe did not ally with the Deqian Celestial Empire, didn't we eat humans as we pleased? We are the dragon tribe. It's their good fortune to eat humans. Why can't we eat humans after we allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire? The dragon prince is trying to curry favor with the Deqian Celestial Empire. When did the dragon tribe fall to such a state? The red dragon said with a frown. Yes, but we still eat what we should eat. Are you saying we're sinful dragons? Then we might as well be thoroughly sinful. Last time, I went to a small village near Silver Moon City and ate 800 people. Did no one know? A blue dragon said with a smile. You guys went out to eat people again. Ghostface's expression darkened. When Leader went to the North Sea to eat Xuanwu, I was bored, so... Blue Dragon looked at Ghastly carefully. He Shirkong sends you 1,000 prisoners every month. Isn't that enough? I told you not to act on your own accord. Did you take my words for granted? Grimace said coldly. I also saw you go to eat Xuanwu. The Leader also said that he would bring back some Xuanwu for us to try. But Blue Dragon said in a low voice, Roar. Grimace roared and stomped on the blue dragon with his claws. The blue dragon struggled a few times to no avail under the powerful force. The other dragons did not dare to step forward. Ghostface looked at Blue Dragon with a ferocious expression and said, Do you know how I obtained the sin patterns? In the past, there were 3 black dragons who dared to disobey me. In the end, I ate them all. Do you want me to eat you too? Blue Dragon shuddered. No, I wouldn't dare, Leader. Listen up. We've been in the limelight recently. Don't make things difficult for me. If anyone dares to act rashly, I'll eat them. Grimace said coldly. Yes, the dragons answered. After this storm passes, I'll bring you to a place to eat people. Grimace said coldly. Where? The dragons were pleasantly surprised. When Mr. M.O. sent someone to pass on the order, I asked a few more questions. The one who crushed Blue Dragon with the royal seal last time is called Gu Hai. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands Sea. I've already asked him to help me find out. No matter which island Gu Hai is from in the Thousand Islands Sea, we'll eat everyone on his island. If we can't finish them, I'll destroy the island he's on. Grimace said coldly. Eat them all. Good, leader is wise. You must bring me along this time. I want to eat people too. Leader, bring me along when you eat Guhai's family. The dragons were impatient. Someone's here? Grimace's expression suddenly changed. The dragons fell silent and looked coldly at a man who was sinking into the sea. Fong Mingho? Grimace was surprised. Seeing that it was Fong Mingho, the dragon's guard dropped. Grimace, young master is here. He wants you to go up, Fong Mingho said coldly. Oh, young master is here? Didn't Mr. M.O. say that no one will come looking for us during this time? He wants us to stay in the sea? Grimace frowned. Young master is up there. He has something to discuss. Come up quickly, Fong Mingho said in a low voice. With that, Fong Mingho rushed to the sea. He left. Grimace frowned slightly. Leader, Fong Mingho's attitude seems strange today. A red dragon asked in confusion. Wait here. I'll go take a look, Grimace said in a low voice. Yes, the dragons answered. Grimace rushed out of the sea. There was a large, cloudy ritual array above the sea. The moment Grimace entered the ritual array, 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly fell like meteors, crashing into Grimace. Roar! Grimace roared, showing a ferocious expression as he crashed into the beads. Rumble! Grimace immediately knocked back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Grimace suddenly lost his sense of direction. He did not know where was up or down. After knocking back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads, Grimace's expression changed as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian and Fong Mingho, who were not far away. Fong Mingho, what are you doing? Are you colluding with this monk to harm me? Grimace roared. Fong Mingho smiled bitterly. Grimace, it's not that I want to harm you. If I hadn't tricked you into coming up, young master and would have suffered. Grimace turned his head to look. Not far away, a giant cloud beast general was holding young master and whose eyes were about to burst open. Guhai's group stood at the side, looking coldly at Grimace. You again. Grimace stared coldly at Guhai. Grimace was huge. The moment he entered the ritual array, he occupied a large area. Sindragon Grimace? Guhai smiled faintly. You captured young master, and to threaten me? What are you trying to do? Grimace demanded coldly. Captured young master, and... Sindragon, you got it wrong, right? Young master, and wanted to kill me. I captured him out of self-defense. Furthermore, I did not hurt him. Guhai smiled. Guhai, what are you trying to do? Young master and glared at Guhai. Nothing much. Just don't move. I'm going to take something. I won't hurt you, Guhai said with a faint smile. Won't hurt us? Ha 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 ha. You want to hurt me with just you? Guhai, earlier, I was still thinking about when I should go to the Thousand Islands Sea and eat everyone on your island. Now I've decided. After I eat you, I'll go immediately. I want to eat your entire clan. Grimace said with a ferocious expression. Eat everyone on my island? Guhai narrowed his eyes. I also want to eat you. Roar. Grimace opened his mouth and roared. Then he instantly charged at Guhai. Evil beast. Venerable Lu Nian threw a palm strike. Boom. The manifested palm collided with the huge dragon. The huge dragon swayed, and dark clouds suddenly appeared, filling the ritual array. Roar. As the black dragon roared, it instantly knocked Venerable Lu Nian back. However, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Fong Mingho, why are you still not attacking? Grimace roared. Fong Mingho turned his head to look at Guhai. Fong Mingho, I have no intention of killing you or young masterin. If you dare to attack, I will kill your young master and immediately. Furthermore, you are not a match for me in the ritual array, Guhai said coldly. Fong Mingho's expression froze. Earlier, young master and said that if he dies, you will not be able to live either. Young master and tried to kill me several times. I have already endured until now. This is my limit. Are you trying to challenge my limit again? Gu Hai glared at Fang Mingho. Gu Hai, if you dare to kill young master, and you will not be able to live either. His Highness left a strand of zither intent in young master An's body, even from billions of kilometers away. As long as young master An dies, His Highness will know. Furthermore, he will know who killed young master, and Fang Mingho said coldly, strand of zither intent. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Even from billions of kilometers away, he can know the other party's situation. Can he control the other party? Strand of zither intent. When Li Haoran, the leader of the Shinji battalion, was controlled and killed Long Xiaoya, could it be? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely know. You are dead. You are dead. Young master and also roared. Slap. The ferocious cloud beast general holding young master and moved its thumb and blocked young master An's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Woo, 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 woo. Young master and whimpered angrily. Buzz. Suddenly, another cloud beast general appeared beside Fang Mingho in an instant. All right, I promise you, and young master and will not die, but do not resist. Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho looked at the cloud beast general in front of him. His face fell, but he still nodded. Crack! The cloud beast general suddenly grabbed Fang Mingho and held him in its palm, making him unable to move. Fang Mingho, you coward! Ghost Face roared. You are the coward. Earlier, you were the one who said that you wanted to destroy my island, right? Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiaochen spoke, he pushed off the ground, and another huge cloud beast suddenly appeared. The cloud beast Xiang, you held the halberd and charged into the battle between Venerable Lu Nian and Ghost Face. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might, the cloud beast Xiang you roared. The Fangtian halberd slashed down fiercely, and a gust of cold wind rushed out. Roar! Ghost Face roared. Boom! The dragon horn and the halberd clashed, blocking the halberd. However, Venerable Lu Nian landed a palm strike on Ghost Face's abdomen. Boom! Ghost Face was sent flying backward by the attack. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh! Surging fog instantly covered the entire ritual array. Fang Mingho, young master and Long Wanqing and Shang Wanhen could no longer see the battle clearly. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. 9-star alignment. Dragon roar shatters the heavens. Boom. A loud sound rang out in the fog. A rebound knocked Venerable Lu Nian back. Oh no! Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he tried to charge forward. However, Ghost Face's miserable shriek suddenly came from the fog. What is this? What is this? What evil technique is this? Ghost Face exclaimed. Rumble! Ghost Face triggered the dark clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down at him. Boom, boom, boom. As the lightning bolts struck him, Ghost Face's shrieks intensified. Die, you monster! Ghost Face roared. Venerable Lu Nian quickly charged in. However, he saw the cloud beast Xiang Yu pressing down on Ghost Face's head, preventing him from moving. At this moment, wounds covered Ghost Face's body. Black energy spread out from the wounds. Many skulls quickly gnawed at Ghost Face's body in the black energy. Ghost Face drove the lightning bolts to strike the black energy. However, the skulls in the black energy had already entered his body. More and more places gave off black energy. On the cloud beast Xiang Yu's head, Gu Hai held a bone saber, showing a cold and ferocious expression. Roar. No. Scram. Ghostface roared. Originally, I did not want to kill you. However, if you do not die today, you will be my calamity in the future. Guhai said coldly. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts struck down. Venerable Lu Nian hovered in midair, not knowing whether he should go forward or not. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon's miserable shriek rang out. Although the captured young master and could not see inside, he felt frightened when he heard the miserable shriek. Fang Mingho also showed an extremely unsightly expression. After a while, the fog disappeared. After a while, the surrounding lightning bolts disappeared. Then, the fog slowly scattered. The cloud beast Xiangyu returned with Guhai. Venerable Lu Nian also returned. What Venerable Lu Nian brought back was the skeleton of a huge dragon. Ghostface disappeared, leaving only piles of dragon bones. What did you do to Ghostface? Fang Mingho exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lu Nian, you stay here and watch over Fang Mingho. Leave the rest to me, Gu Hai said seriously. That's fine. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Now that the strongest dragon, Ghostface, was captured, there was no need to worry about the other Sin Dragons. Gu Hai, you really want to kill all the Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. After all, the dragon race was the Deqian's national beast. As the Deqian elite hall master, could she just watch as Gu Hai killed the Sin Dragons? Yes. Determination flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. These Sin Dragons had already crossed Gu Hai's bottom line. Slaughter 9-5 Island. In that case, he needed to guard against accidents. In the end, Long Wanqing sighed softly and nodded. Never mind. They only have themselves to blame. Shangguanhen, you shout. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the ritual array moved slightly, creating a soundproof barrier. Yes, Shangguanhen answered. Young master, and bring the humans to reward us. Come in batches. Red dragons, come up first. Shangguanhen shouted. Although young master uncovered his mouth, he immediately goggled. Is this Ghostface's voice? This person learned it. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, excited roars came from the bottom of the sea. Following that, 4 red dragons excitedly charged out of the sea and were instantly encased by the ritual array. Chapter 210. Silver Moon Sea, on an island. Ding, 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 ding. A series of beautiful zither sounds rang out. It was Fairy Wanner sitting on the grass, playing a tune attentively. As she played, countless flowers bloomed on the grass. The fish on the sea were also attracted and swam towards the island, as if intoxicated by the beautiful music. There were even hundreds of little green fairies flying around the island. When the little fairies heard Fairy Wanner's zither, they suddenly danced and were affected by the music. It was obvious how moving the Fairy Wanner was. Why isn't it here yet? Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of urgency. There were more and more little green fairies around. When there were almost 1,000 of them. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound wave rushed over. Wherever the sound wave passed, all the little green fairies around retreated. It was a yellow fairy that suddenly appeared. Gauchen's soul. Fairy Wanner's eyes lit up. Following the zither sound, she found the direction and chased here. However, this yellow fairy was very cunning. It ran away as soon as it got close. Fairy Wanner couldn't catch it several times. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Humph! You bunch of zithermasters are all trash. You dare to laugh at me? So far, only I have found Gauchen's soul. What right do you have to laugh at me? Because of Gu Hai? Wait until I catch Gauchen's soul. See how I slap your faces. Humph! Fairy Wanner's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yellow fairy flew around Fairy Wanner. After all, fairies were also very fond of music. The zither masters had a very wide range of hearing, and the fairies were naturally not bad. The zither masters were looking for them, and the fairies were also looking for the music. So far, among the 600 zither masters, only the sound of Fairy Wanner's zither attracted them. They all flew around Fairy Wanner together. A little closer, then I'll be able to catch you. A little closer, then you won't be able to escape. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Fairies were souls, so ordinary formations and magic treasures couldn't capture them at all. They could only be caught by hand. Although Gauchen's soul was attracted by the sound of the zither, he was still very wary of Fairy Wanner and kept a certain distance from her. Ding, 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 ding. The Fairy Wanner continued to play her zither. The Fairy Wanner believed that this little yellow fairy would soon be within her reach. Once she got her hands on Gauchen, she would definitely teach Guhai a lesson. Guhai's formation. Young Master and saw that Guhai was no longer as contemptuous as before. Instead, he was emitting cold air from head to toe. 68 giant dragons had all been dealt with by him, not leaving a single one behind, turning into a pile of bones. Fong Mingho looked at Guhai, who had returned with the last dragon bone, and his eyelids twitched violently. It wasn't difficult to see that Guhai was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, that group of giant dragons, such powerful giant dragons, had all died at his hands. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. However, Fong Mingho still vaguely saw two magic treasures of Guhai, a bone knife and a black royal seal. Then there was a formation. All the dragons were killed. Although they were killed one by one, he was still the one who killed them all, right? Young Master, and the trouble you've caused this time is much more than we expected. Fong Mingho smiled bitterly. Guhai flew back and didn't say much. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. 68 giant dragons had been swallowed by the bone knife. The feedback of 1,000th of the power was extremely large. Guhai's face was flushed with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Boom! Xiao Chen gathered the energy in his body and attacked his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The strong energy immediately caused pain in Guhai's body. However, he still did not open any of his orifices. Is it because it is exceptionally difficult to open the 5 orifices when cultivating external techniques? Guhai opened his eyes with a bitter expression. Guhai, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Guhai shook his head and stood up. I'm fine. Indeed, he was fine. It was just that too much energy had accumulated in his body. Guhai was suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Just scatter slowly. Come, let's go down and take a look. Guhai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian looked worriedly at Guhai and nodded. Guhai waved his hand, and a hole opened in the ritual array. Guhai, Long Wanqing, Shang Wanhen, and Venerable Lu Nian entered the hole together. Plop! The group entered the sea. The hole in the ritual array instantly closed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy in Xiao Chen's body gave off surging heat, boiling the seawater around him and causing countless bubbles to appear. Guhai, why are you so hot? Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Guhai. It's fine. I can deal with it. It will be fine after some time, Guhai said with a faint smile. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. Since Guhai was not willing to say, there was nothing she could do. The group continued diving into the deep sea. Inside the ritual array, Fong Mingho let out a long breath and said, All right, they finally left. Huh. Young Master N's mouth was covered by the ferocious cloud beast general. However, he still looked at Fong Mingho in confusion. Young Master N, I will use my full power to struggle free of this monster. Be careful, Fang Mingho said seriously. Young master and looked at Fang Mingho in surprise. This ritual array is too strange. Its power is almost at my limit. Previously, I was able to break free with all my strength. However, Gu Hai was able to do it with ease. If I break free, I will be even more miserable. Now that they are gone, I can break the ritual array. Be careful, Fang Mingho said seriously. Yes, 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 yes. Young master and nodded excitedly. Gu Hai and the group slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and soon arrived at a huge trench. Your Majesty, it's here. I feel the head of the snake. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Oh, the four of them stepped toward the trench. The four of them walked around a long, narrow, and curved aisle and immediately arrived at a huge underwater square. They all stared at the square with wide eyes. On the square, there was a huge emerald green snake head floating. The snake head was 100 feet long. The snake head had long been cut off, but its eyes were filled with a ferocious look. A pair of dark green poisonous fangs stretched out, pressing down on a super huge piece of ice below. A square piece of super hard ice covered the entire square. The snake head was incomparably small when placed on top of it. The snake head's poisonous fangs pressed on the hard ice. The poisonous fangs seemed to be eating the hard ice. The hard ice had already melted by 1/10 and was still melting little by little, and inside the ice there were 1,000,000 bronze soldier dolls standing straight. Terracotta warriors? Gu Hai was slightly startled. What terracotta warriors? Long Wanqing was puzzled. It's not terracotta warriors. It just looks a little like them. The terracotta warriors are clay pottery. It looks a little like bronze. Bronze men wearing armor? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, what's the use of these bronze men? Millions. There are millions of them. Are they exactly the same? Shangguan Hen was puzzled. Look, the bronze man at the front is holding a big flag in his hand. Silver Moon. The two words Silver Moon are written on the flag. Was it made by Mr. Silver Moon and then sealed in this hard ice? These Sin dragons are waiting here just to use the snake head to melt the hard ice. Long Wanqing revealed a confused expression. However, this hard ice does not seem that cold. Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling puzzled. Roar. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen roared and opened his mouth to suck in a deep breath. Rumble. The huge snake had seemed to be pulled, trembling as it slowly floated up. Your Majesty, I'm going to eat. I can't wait. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. Eat. Gu Hai smiled. Don't touch this ice. I'll tell you how to deal with it later. Shangguan Hen looked excitedly at the snake head. Whoosh! A strong force surrounded the 300-meter-long snake head, instantly shrinking it. Then Shangguan Hen swallowed the snake head into his stomach. Huh! Venerable Lu Nian revealed a shocked expression. Venerable Lu Nian had been helping Shangguan Hen find food for the past few days. However, he did not know what the food was for. Now, this 300-meter-long snake head opened its mouth and ate. Shouldn't this snake head be highly poisonous? How can he eat it? Venerable Lu Nian asked worriedly. Boom! Suddenly, veritable essence energy images appeared on the surface of Shangguan Hen's body. They were a tortoise and a snake in the shape of Xuanwu. Xuanwu and the mysterious snake showed ferocious expressions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shangguan Hen sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Green light shone from his body. It seemed like this snake head contained boundless nourishment, helping Shangguan Hen's body undergo a qualitative change. Boom! Suddenly, Shangguan Hen's body shook, and intense ripples spread out from his body. The Yuanying state He broke through to the Yuanying state just like that. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. The water ripples on Shangguan Hen's body looked like his cultivation was still rising. This scene shocked Venerable Lu Nian. However, Gu Hai let out a long sigh as satisfaction flashed in his eyes. At the very least, everything he did earlier was worth it. Gu Hai stood guard for Shangguan Hen. However, Venerable Lu Nian walked over to the hard ice. He looked at the hard ice that sealed the 1,000,000 bronze sculptures in confusion. Hard ice, but there is no cold qi? If the Sin Dragon wants the bronze sculptures inside, why does it not just break through the hard ice? Venerable Lu Nian looked at the hard ice in confusion. Long Wanqing walked over as well. Indeed, there is no cold qi at all. That banner has the word Silver Moon on it. Did Mr. Silver Moon leave it back then? The Bronze Moon Army? Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand and took out a sword. Then he tested the ice. The moment the sword touched the hard ice, ka, 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 ka. Suddenly, a cold qi surged out from the sword. Oh no! Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. That cold qi flowed through the sword and into his body. Ice instantly formed on his right arm. Then it spread to his entire body. Venerable Long Wanqing's expression changed. She extended her hand and threw a palm strike, wanting to shatter the hard ice. Ka, 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 ka. Long Wanqing's manifested palm suddenly froze. This cold qi followed Long Wanqing's veritable essence energy and instantly rushed into Long Wanqing's body. In just an instant, the two turned into ice sculptures. The Yuanying state cultivators could not resist this cold qi at all. What? Gu Hai's expression changed when he turned his head around. Chapter 211. Crack, 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 crack. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian instantly froze into ice sculptures. Gu Hai's expression changed. It was too late for him to save them. Ice sculptures? They will shatter at the slightest touch, right? Gu Hai did not dare to touch them. Furthermore, even with Venerable Lu Nian's cultivation, he could not block this cold qi. He instantly froze into an ice sculpture. No wonder the group of dragons could not do anything even though they had been guarding this place. It turns out that this huge ice has such strong cold qi. I just told them not to touch them and to wait for me. Shangguan Hen's bitter laughter suddenly rang out. Shangguan Hen, are you all right? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I have already reached the Yuanying state. Furthermore, I can already use some divine power. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. However, Gu Hai could not feel happy. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian were sealed in ice. Do you know what happened? Your Majesty, rest assured. They are fine. They will be fine for 2 or 3 days, Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. To think that he could still smile at this moment. Your Majesty, this ice is not ordinary ice. It is a dead water deity, Shangguan Hen explained. A dead water deity? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, a divine runic spirit, a deity. This is the deity of a water-type spirit beast race. However, this race went extinct, but their deity remained, waiting for time to wear it down before finally turning to dust. The extinction of this spirit beast race also means that this deity no longer has any consciousness and has turned into a treasure, Shangguan Hen explained. Treasure? Yes, ordinary people can't touch it. That's because even though this god is dead, it contains the boundless resentment of the entire race. The water god even expressed this resentment with ice. That's why even though it looks like a block of ice, it doesn't have much cold air. The surrounding seawater is also not sealed in ice, Shangguanhen explained. God, is it useful to you? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Yes, I also have the god of race. Only the supreme beings of each race can understand what this is. However, this item is even more useful to the emperor. I have already obtained the head of the snake, so your majesty can take it, Shangguanhen said with a smile. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. Solemnly, Shangguanhen said, use this spirit to refine the kidney acupoint and form the water deity palace. In the future, the nascent soul formed by the emperor's water acupoint will be much stronger than the nascent souls of others. The water element spells will definitely be much better than others. The kidney belongs to the water attribute. Using this to break through the kidney aperture, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Previously, he had swallowed a group of giant dragons. At this moment, his body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was unable to open his 5 orifices. Moreover, how big was this piece of ice? Millions of bronze people were enveloped in it. Solemnly, Shangguanhen said, Your Majesty, this is not the way to accept a god. Moreover, this kind of dead god, even if it is dead, instinctively wants to have a place to live. A person's kidney is the best place. Let me help you. Your Majesty, swallow it into your kidney. It can help you open your kidney aperture and open up the water deity palace. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shangguanhen closed his eyes. Suddenly, a green light appeared between his eyebrows. He pointed his finger. Wong. A light circle appeared between his eyebrows and rushed towards the huge ice. Walala! As soon as the light circle touched the ice, ripples suddenly appeared on the ice, like water ripples. Slowly, the ripples moved, revealing a dark blue energy ball inside. Your Majesty, this is the essence of a god. It will not freeze people. Absorb it into your body and drive it into your kidney with your mind. It will open up your kidney aperture by itself. Shangguanhen shouted. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and opened his mouth to suck. Hualong. Suddenly, the dark blue thread-like energy was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Ka. Gu Hai's body was instantly covered in frost. Not daring to hesitate, Gu Hai directed the energy to his kidney with his mind. Wong. Boom. Suddenly, a super loud sound was heard. The dark blue energy suddenly rushed out of the kidney aperture. A huge space similar to the Dantian was instantly revealed in front of Gu Hai. Walala! Suddenly, the dark blue energy rushed into the space, and a large amount of cold air instantly wrapped Gu Hai's kidney aperture. Gu Hai's kidney turned into a water blue color. Phew! All the cold air in the body was poured into Gu Hai's body. The cold air in Gu Hai's body suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai opened his mouth to suck, and the huge ice quickly disappeared. Shangguanhen had already retreated to the side to protect Gu Hai. Waves of water god power poured into the kidney aperture, strengthening Gu Hai's kidney and creating a water god palace. Rumble! The ice strangely turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. On the sea, Gu Hai set up a large array. Ha! Fong Mingho shouted. Boom! The cloud beast that was squeezing Fong Mingho suddenly exploded. Young master, and be careful! Fong Mingho hit the cloud beast that was holding young master, and boom! The ferocious cloud beast exploded into pieces as well. Phew! Finally out. Fong Mingho, quick, break the array and take me out of here. Young master, and said with a hint of horror. After all, the scene of Gu Hai slaying the dragon was still fresh in his mind. Boom! Fong Mingho stretched out his hand and hit the clouds not far away. Kaboom! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the array. Young master and come out with me. I saw Gu Hai activating the array here. I opened a crack. I don't know how long it can hold. Fong Mingho shouted. As he said, he pulled young master and out of the crack. Phew! The moment they flew out of the crack suddenly closed again. The two escaped from the array and stood on the sea, looking at the array in front of them in horror. The sea was calm, and an inconspicuous cloud array shrouded it. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying killing intent hidden under this array? Let's go, Fong Mingho, let's get out of here immediately. Young master and said in shock. No, young master and wait, I'll go down and take a look. Fong Mingho narrowed his eyes and shook his head. After that, Fong Mingho's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and he dived into the sea. On an island in the distance, hundreds of gray-robed men gathered here, led by Sima Chongkong. Sir, look, it's that cloud array. Someone shouted. Oh, those two people. Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. Fong Mingho and young masterin, they're out of the array? Something happened inside. The gray-robed man who was monitoring here said in surprise. Fong Mingho bypassed the array and entered the sea again. Fong Mingho's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He went straight to the bottom of the sea and soon reached the trench. He took out a long knife and carefully approached it. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from the depths of the trench. Soon, Fong Mingho reached the depths and saw the scene inside. Fong Mingho had seen the ice inside more than once, but now half of the ice had disappeared. Moreover, the ice seemed to have turned into energy and was pouring into Gu Hai's mouth. How is this possible? Isn't this ice certain death? Fong Mingho said in surprise. Venerable Lu Nian and Long Wanqing were frozen, and only that Shangguan Hen was left, that golden core cultivator. A ferocious look flashed in Fong Mingho's eyes. This is a good opportunity. Who is it? Shangguan Hen suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned around. Fong Mingho did not hesitate. He grabbed his long knife and charged over. He slashed with his long knife and a golden knife aura shot at Shangguan Hen. Boom! The knife aura was ferocious, and ordinary golden core cultivators could not block it. Fong Mingho firmly believed that this knife aura would kill Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen glared at Fong Mingho and shouted coldly. The mystic snake's 100 changes press forward with indomitable will. Buzz! An emerald light ring suddenly appeared on Fong Mingho's forehead. The moment the light ring appeared, it turned into a transparent green snake that was 100 feet long. The moment the green snake appeared, the surrounding sea was instantly dyed green. Then it collided with the golden knife aura. TSS, 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 TSS. The golden knife aura sizzled as it corroded at a strange speed. The green snake shrunk slightly, but it instantly arrived before Fong Mingho. What? Fong Mingho's expression changed as he struck with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the green snake exploded. Fong Mingho retreated in horror. Bang! The terrified Fong Mingho instantly retreated from the sea. Fong Mingho, what's wrong with you? Why is your entire body green? Young masterin said in shock. Young masterin, let's go. Ah! Pustules quickly grew on Fong Mingho's face as he cried out in horror. Whoosh! He pulled young masterin and shot toward the horizon. Puff! Puff! Fong Mingho spat out blood as he flew. His face was filled with horror. You're poisoned? What kind of poison is that? It's so strong that you can't even withstand it with your cultivation base. Young masterin said in horror. Let's go, let's go. Fong Mingho fainted in horror. Young Master shuddered and quickly fled into the distance with Fong Ming Ho. In the distance, Sima Chongkong and the others looked at the two fleeing people in shock. "My lord, should we chase after them?" Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No, it's useless even if we chase after them. What's at the bottom of the sea?" Fong Ming Ho is in the five nascent soul realm. He just went down for a while, and he escaped in such a tragic manner. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Shang Guanhen watched Fong Ming Ho leave and said coldly, "Run. It's useless. I can already use a trace of my divine power. I'm the only one in the world who can cure you of my divine snake poison." Shang Guanhen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai again. To protect Gu Hai, at this moment, the rolling ice turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. There was only 1/10 of the endless ice left. Gu Hai sank his consciousness into the kidney aperture space. It was a small space like the Dantian, except that the Dantian contained the chi of spiritual progenitor, which was purple. As for this quasi-Dantian, it was blue, ice blue, and water blue. The kidney aperture has been opened. The second level of the Khanate realm. Gu Hai was excited. Kaboom! The rolling ice completely merged with the kidney aperture. At this moment, Gu Hai could see that his kidney was emitting a faint blue light, if it wasn't wrapped in flesh and blood. His kidney essence was overflowing, as if it contained endless vitality. Gu Hai's lower body was also very firm at this moment. There seemed to be an inexhaustible energy in his body. Boom! After the kidney aperture opened, the energy that Xiao Chen consumed earlier seemed to have found a place to flow, gushing into the kidney aperture like a long river. The moment the energy entered the kidney aperture, it seemed to be modified by the ice energy in the kidney aperture, turning into clumps of aqua blue veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy gathered in the center, looking like a ball of liquid. The cold qi in Long Wan Qing and Venerable Lu Nian's bodies also entered Gu Hai's body. The two froze for a moment before jolting to their senses. What happened earlier? Long Wan Qing asked in confusion, seeming to shiver from the cold. "The ice broke? How did you do it?" Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Shang Guanhen looked at the two and smiled faintly. He did not explain, continuing to protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the two noticed Gu Hai. Gu Hai's entire body gave off a faint blue light. The earlier flush on his face slowly faded. "Gu Hai is breaking through?" Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the bottom of the sea. Without the ice, 1,000,000 bronze men were exposed to the sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The banner with the word "Silver Moon" in front of the bronze men suddenly fluttered. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze man holding the banner trembled slightly and gave off a buzzing sound. OM, OM, OM. These buzzing sounds seemed to be contagious, quickly spreading to the other bronze men. Soon, 1,000,000 bronze men trembled together. "This is," everyone exclaimed in shock. 1,000,000 spirits flew around the vast Silver Moon Sea. They flew extremely fast. However, just as the bronze man holding Gu Hai trembled, the 1,000,000 spirits suddenly paused at the same time. It seemed like they heard something. Ding, 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 ding. The 1,000,000 spirits suddenly went crazy. They flapped their wings and quickly flew towards the Silver Moon Sea, towards the bronze men, where Gu Hai was. On an island, the fairy wanner kept playing music to attract the spirits. The yellow spirit was getting closer and closer to the fairy wanner. Furthermore, it slowly closed its eyes and started dancing. The fairy wanner felt her heart beating strongly. She reached out with her left hand. Her left hand reached for the yellow spirit, while her right hand continued playing the zither. Just a little more. She touched it. Her fingertips touched it. Success. I'm going to grab Gauchen's soul. Buzz. Just as they were about to grab the Gauchen's soul, a buzzing sound rang out. Almost all of the little spirits were slightly stunned. Huh, what's that sound? The yellow spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Let me go first. Let me go first. The yellow spirit suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. It flapped its wings and quickly flew in the direction of the South Sea. What? Don't run. The fairy Wana staggered and did not grab it. Gauchen's soul flew away when it was in her hands. Not only the yellow spirit, but all the green spirits around also flew away quickly. All of them were ecstatic and flew towards the Silver Moon Sea. No, who ruined my good deed? Bastard. The fairy Wanner jumped up in exasperation. Whoosh! Hugging the zither, the fairy Wanner chased after it. Seeing Gauchen's soul fly further and further away, the fairy Wanner felt her heart bleeding. Who was it? Who? The fairy Wanner wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 2:12. Stop! Don't run! Fairy Wanner shouted anxiously. Fairy Wanner took out the flying boat and started to chase after the little yellow fairy. However, the little fairy was too fast. There was no wind resistance in her soul form. She was getting faster and faster. Fairy Wanner's face was filled with worry. There were about 2 million fairies. Now that they were moving crazily, they attracted the attention of some people. Many Qin masters also heard this strange, buzzing sound and quickly followed the little fairy in flying. Silver Moon Island. The old manor lord suddenly smiled. You found it? That's good. The Silver Moon Army? The Silver Moon Army that Mr. Silver Moon left behind. I can't believe I still have the chance to see it when I'm dying. I have no regrets in this life. Yun Mo kept the old manor lord company while directing the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa with his hand gestures. Manor lord, what's the Silver Moon Army? Yun Mo asked curiously. The old manor lord's face was getting paler and paler. He was at the end of his lifespan, and his body was emitting a foul smell. However, Yun Mo did not mind at all. In the past, before the Deqian Celestial Empire, Mr. Silver Moon also made a batch of Guqin figurines. They were used to protect the Silver Moon Villa. The old manor lord said softly, Guqin figurines? Yun Mo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. What level are the Guqin figurines? Yun Mo asked seriously. Peak nascent soul stage. There were 1 million of them. The old manor lord said proudly. What, 1 million Guqin figurines? All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. This. Yun Mo said in surprise. Just like Gauchen. If the Silver Moon Villa was strong, it would be a great treasure. However, the Silver Moon Villa is weak, and it can only be a disaster. A disaster. The old manor lord said with a bitter smile. Manor lord, is that why my great-grandfather decided to move the Silver Moon Villa away from this sea? Yun Mo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. You can say that. They are powerful. Let them take it. Just don't involve you. Let Liu Yang of Gojoseon take it. If something goes wrong, my Silver Moon Villa will still be implicated. That's why I held the Guqin recital conference here. In addition to the people of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon, there will also be officials from the imperial capital. I've already done this. Even if the officials from the imperial capital can't find them, they can't blame my Silver Moon Villa. Now, I don't have to worry anymore. They found it. Ha, they found it. Yun Mo fell silent. Yun Mo, did you see that? if you can't strengthen yourself, the things in your home will be taken away by these tyrants, one by one. If you are still weak, you will lose even more. In the future, you won't even be able to protect your lover. You have Mr. Silvermoon's bloodline, and you have great comprehension when it comes to zither. You have to put your heart into it. I won't be by your side in the future, so you have to work hard. The old manor lord held Yunmo's hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Manor lord, you will be fine. You will be fine." Yunmo's eyes reddened. When Yunmo was young, after his parents mysteriously died, the old manor lord single-handedly raised him. The old manor lord was the person closest to him. Now, the old manor lord was on the verge of death. Could Yunmo let him die? Yunmo had a way. He had a way. At the bottom of the sea where Guhai was, the bronze men were currently vibrating, forming a sound Tao boundary that slowly expanded outwards. Crack, 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 crack. This high-frequency sound wave crushed the huge rocks at the bottom of the sea into powder. Quick, quick, retreat. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. But what about Guhai? Long Wanqing said, anxiously. At the kidney orifice in Guhai's body, rumble. Soon, nearly all the energy from the dragon's feedback flowed into the kidney orifice, turning into aqua blue energy that condensed into a blue sphere of veritable essence energy. A blue ice dragon image swam slowly within the veritable essence energy sphere. Golden, true dragon core cultivation technique. Buzz. The blue dragon led the water-type veritable essence energy as it circulated through Yunmo's meridians. The purple dragon led the mother spiritual veritable essence energy in Yunmo's dantian as it circulated through Yunmo's meridians as well. The two forces were clearly separated and were incompatible. It was like water and oil mixed together, but they were still separated. As the two energies circulated in Yunmo's body, Yunmo's strength seemed to increase exponentially in an instant. The third layer of the golden core, realm. Guhai's eyes lit up as he opened them. Your Majesty, quickly leave this place. Guhai, quick. You finally woke up. Long Wanqing grabbed Guhai and retreated. Buzz. The sound waves surged towards Guhai, quickly crushing the rocks under Guhai's feet. Guhai's expression changed as he immediately moved back. What's going on? Guhai asked in surprise. Qin terracotta soldiers. It's Qin terracotta soldiers. Venerable Lu Nian said with a sullen expression. Qin terracotta soldiers? What are the zither figurines? Guhai exclaimed in shock as he moved back. Zither figurines are war puppets, killing machines. Controlling the zither figurines to fight using zither music, these zither figurines are impervious to weapons and are made of bronze. I wonder how strong they are. Venerable Lu Nian said worriedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze figurines trembled. Suddenly, an azure-colored light shot over from the distance. Is that a spirit? An azure-colored spirit? Long Wanqing said, while goggling. Whoosh! However, that spirit suddenly shot into one of the bronze figurines, entering the interior in a flash. Buzz! Suddenly, that bronze figurine's eyes glowed red. Then, it twisted its neck. It moved. It moved. It came back to life. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Yes, it came back to life. This is a shell. The spirit found a shell and can live for a longer time. Venerable Lu Nian said. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of azure-colored light shot down from the distance and entered the many zither figurines. However, Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. These zither figurines attracted the spirit here. Whoosh! Guhai turned his head and charged into his ritual array at his fastest speed. At the same time, Some of the cultivators surrounding Gu Hai on the sea immediately goggled. They saw many spirits shooting over from the distance, looking like a meteor shower as they fell into Gu Hai's ritual array and into the sea below. What? This is? Sima Chongkong flew into the air, looking at this mysterious phenomenon in shock. My lord, it must be that ritual array. The buzzing sounds coming from the ritual array attracted the spirits. There are so many spirits. More and more spirits. Could it be that all the spirits in the Silver Moon Sea are here? What is happening under that ritual array? Everyone exclaimed. Whoosh! Stop, stop! You are mine! Fairy Wanner's anxious shout came from afar. Fairy Wanner? Many people looked over curiously. They saw Fairy Wanner chasing after a yellow stream of light. That is Gaochen's spirit? Sima Chongkong's expression changed. However, the yellow stream of light was too fast, so fast that Sima Chongkong couldn't stop it in time. It instantly rushed into Gu Hai's ritual array and headed for the deep sea. Spirits could pass through physical bodies, so naturally they could pass through ritual arrays. The yellow spirit heard the bronze man's voice and saw Gu Hai's ritual array. However, it didn't take it seriously and wanted to pass through it in an instant, just as it rushed into the ritual array. Slap! All of a sudden, the little yellow fairy's figure paused and stopped. The little spirit's eyes widened. What was going on? However, it saw that it was being held in someone's hand. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was holding the yellow spirit with one hand. When he saw the spirits coming, he knew that his chance had come. He quickly rushed into the ritual array and waited. As expected, he saw a yellow light shoot over. Without hesitation, he used the ritual array to appear at the spot where the yellow light passed through. Gu Hai grabbed the yellow spirit. Gaochen's spirit? It's so easy to get. Gu Hai stared blankly. Speaking of which, Gu Hai really didn't expect to catch it. His Guqin Dao was a lie, and there was no chance for him to find the yellow spirit. Hence, he didn't have any hopes from the start. That was why he came to help Shangguan Hen find the snake head. However, everything was so strange. Gaochen's spirit suddenly flew into his hands. Let me go, you bad guy, let me go. Gaochen's spirit shouted anxiously. If I don't accept a gift from heaven, I will be punished. Do you think I will let you go? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed excitedly. The yellow spirit stared at Gu Hai with its eyes wide open. Suddenly it spat. Spit, let me go, or I will curse your whole family. Gu Hai was speechless. How could Gu Hai expect that this little spirit could spit? And curse? Did he catch the wrong spirit? Was this really Gaochen's spirit? Little brat, do you know who I am? Let me go, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Spit. The yellow spirit spat again. Spit, 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 spit. Gu Hai's face darkened. This little spirit wasn't so shameless when he was at Silver Moon Island. Why did it suddenly become like this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of green light shot into the bronze figures. The little spirits from all over Silver Moon Island rushed into the bronze figures. The bronze figures slowly came to life. You idiot, let go of me quickly. It's gone, it's almost gone. The yellow spirit showed a desperate expression. It's over, it's over. My life is in the hands of a scourge like you. Son of a B asterisk, TCH. Let me go. Woo-woo. I curse you, curse your son to not have a D asterisk CK. The yellow spirit cursed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned pale. Was this guy Gaochen's spirit? Chapter 2:13. Damn. Big brother. Master, I beg you, let me go. There aren't many Guqin figurines left, and they'll all be snatched away soon. You're my master, okay? The yellow little fairy finally gave in. After nagging for a long time, Gu Hai was completely at a loss. This guy was definitely not Gaochen's soul. This was clearly a hooligan, scoundrel, spineless, and thick-skinned. Could this guy be Gauchen's soul? In the outside world, at this moment, more and more little fairies rushed over from all directions, rushing towards the bronze men. Along with the bronze men, countless cultivators chased over, and a large number of Guqin masters rushed over. Fairy One felt that her previous good temper was about to be wiped clean. Impossible! Whose Guqin Dao is this? Whose Guqin Dao is so powerful that I almost caught Gauchen's soul, but they were all attracted by him. This Guqin sound, can the buzzing sound attract the little fairies? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm unwilling. Who is it? Who is it? The flying boat carried one, and flew rapidly. Fairy One, saw the yellow little fairy suddenly drilling into Guhai's formation from afar. Although she could see that it was a formation, she was burning with anxiety at this moment and didn't care about it at all. Whoosh! Fairy One drove the flying boat and quickly flew into it. As soon as they entered, they immediately entered a huge area of clouds and mist. Huh! Fairy One's expression changed. Only then did she realize that she was impulsive. She turned her head and looked around, and happened to see Guhai in the distance. At this moment, Guhai was looking at the thing in his right hand with a look of disdain. In Guhai's right hand, he was holding Gauchen's soul that he almost caught. You again! Fairy One glared and shouted angrily. Huh! Guhai turned his head and looked, and happened to see Fairy One, Gauchen's soul? Why is it in your hands? Why is it in your hands? Fairy One was about to go crazy. If it had been any other Guqin master, no matter who it was, he would have been able to tolerate the fact that they had Gauchen's soul. But why was it this swindler? He didn't even have the concept of the Guqin Dao, so how could he possibly grasp it? If I'm so powerful, why haven't I been caught yet? It's not fair. Oh, so it's the Fairy Wana? Guhai said calmly. I'm asking you, why is Gauchen's soul in your hands? How did it end up in your hands? Fairy One shouted with wide eyes. I caught him. Guhai said blankly. Was there a need to be so angry? Impossible. Impossible. How did you manage to catch him? How did you catch it? Fairy One was in despair. You grabbed it with your hands. Guhai was puzzled. Fairy One, my Guqin Dao is so powerful, but I failed to catch it. You, who do not have the Guqin Dao, managed to catch it? Are you kidding me? However, that was the truth. Guhai caught it, really caught it. Depression surged into Fairy Wanner's head. She felt like vomiting blood again. However, this time it was because she was angered by Guhai. Rumble! Another large wave of small spirits rushed to the bottom of the sea. Fairy Wanner forced herself to calm down and take a look. That's not right. That's not right. What in the sea attracted Gauchen's soul? Did you take advantage of it? Fairy Wanner shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and Shangguan Hen charged into the ritual array from below. Your Majesty, it's not good. Quick, those bronze men are rioting. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. Huh. Guhai felt slightly stunned. With a wave of his sleeve, he was able to see the situation at the bottom of the sea through the formation. It was a bronze man with a ferocious expression, charging straight at the formation. Boom! Suddenly, the bronze man barged into the formation and looked in Guhai's direction with a ferocious expression. And at the bottom of the sea, another 10 bronze men were about to rush up. Not good. Guhai's expression changed as he waved his hand. Walala! Immediately, the great formation surged slightly. Another 10 bronze men appeared, but this time they didn't charge in, instead being stopped with a loud bang. Boom, boom, Boom! The 10 bronze men slammed into the array, and all of them revealed anxious expressions as they began to attack the array with all their might. Boom! 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 The 10 bronze men quickly attacked the array, but the bronze men that entered the array instantly pounced at Gu Hai. Huh. Fairy 1 was slightly startled. Qin figurines. I'll do it! Venerable Lu Nian shouted. 9-star pearl alignment. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into stars again as they charged at that bronze man. Roar. The bronze man let out a loud roar. He extended his fist and brazenly struck out. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze man only moved back slightly before knocking away the 9 Buddhist prayer beads. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. What? A peak, nascent soul figurine. Roar. The bronze man charged again. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Suddenly, a cloud beast charged out of the great formation. The Xiangyu cloud beast swung its halberd at the bronze man. Roar. The bronze man roared and punched with its right fist. Boom. Crack. The huge clash created a large number of sparks. A white mark appeared on the bronze man's arm. However, it managed to block the halberd. The 2 forces reached a stalemate. Another one. Gu Hai shouted. Strength to pick up mountains. Unrivaled might. Suddenly, another Xiangyu cloud beast appeared and swung its halberd again. Boom. The bronze man swung its left arm up. Again, the 2 forces reached a stalemate. However, the 2 Xiangyu cloud beasts finally suppressed the bronze man. The bronze man bent over under the pressure, but could not be undone. Roar, roar. That bronze man roared as it stared at Gu Hai. More accurately, it stared at Gao Chen's soul in Gu Hai's hand. This bronze man is so strong that it is impervious to weapons. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Although the bronze man was suppressed, Gu Hai understood that the great formation was draining spirit stones to suppress him. Boom, boom, boom. More bronze men gathered outside. In the blink of an eye, there were already several hundred of them, crazily attacking the great formation. The great formation trembled, causing the expressions of Gu Hai's group to change. At this moment, Sima Chongkong and the others no longer saw this sea region as calm as before. Loud sounds rang out as towering waves surged in the surrounding sea. Rumble! Tsunamis soared into the sky, and the sea waves were huge. Countless cultivators who wanted to rush forward stopped with a change in expression. What's going on? What happened here? Why are there so many spirits rushing here? I saw the demoness, Fairy One. She chased Gao Chen's soul into that great formation. The demoness got Gao Chen's soul. The cultivators were also anxious. In the great formation, Gu Hai's surroundings were also shaking violently. Hundreds of bronze men had turned into tens of thousands of bronze men. The power of the great formation made Gu Hai and the others feel a chill in their hearts. What's going on? These bronze men seem to be targeting you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, Long Wanqing saw Gao Chen's soul in Gu Hai's hand. They are targeting this little thing, right? Gao Chen's soul. Long Wanqing said in surprise. Gu Hai stared at Gao Chen's soul. At this moment, the yellow little fairy's face was also ashen. It's over, it's over. These little things, they are going to eat me. The yellow little fairy said in horror. Slap! Gu Hai swung his right hand and slapped its head with his finger. Who are you? Speak properly, what's going on? Gu Hai said coldly. After understanding the yellow little fairy's character, Gu Hai was no longer polite to it. This thick-skinned little fairy had to be tougher with him. It's all the fault of the Qin figurines here. It's all the fault of these Qin figurines. In the past, I was the biggest among all the elves. That group of idiots didn't have any intelligence. Damn it, wherever I went they would all avoid me, and I would hit whoever I wanted. Now it's all over. They got the body, they are the boss now. Woo, if I also got a body, just now, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. They want to catch you. Gu Hai said with a frown. They want to eat me, because if they eat me, they will have everything and can live for a very long time. In their current state, they can only last for 2 months at most. If they eat me, they can live. It's over, it's over. How many zither figurines are there? The yellow little fairy looked at Gu Hai. 1,000,000, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 1,000,000? But there are 2,000,000 green fairies. It's not enough to share. It's over. 1,000,000 zither figurines are chasing me? Just let me die. Oh my God! Which bastard created so many zither figurines? The yellow little fairy said in despair. That bastard created you too. Gu Hai was speechless. Forget I said it before. The yellow little fairy's face stiffened. Boom! About 400,000 bronze figurines began to attack the formation. The formation shook violently as if it couldn't hold on for much longer. What to do? What to do? The yellow little fairy said in despair. Aren't you a spiritual body? They already have a physical body. They can't catch you, right? Long Wanqing asked in confusion. They can catch us because they are zither figurines. The zither figurines can catch us, the yellow little fairy said anxiously. Long Wanqing, and the others looked at Gu Hai. Boom, boom, boom. As more and more bronze figurines appeared, the formation became more and more difficult to resist. Gu Hai was anxious. In the distance, Sima Chongkong and the rest were shocked as they looked at the 300-meter-tall tsunami around them. There's a bronze figurine's heavy strike formation at the bottom of the sea, someone reported to Sima Chongkong. Formation? What a powerful formation. Even at this level, it was still able to block the attack. A city defense formation is nothing more than this, right? Are you sure Gu Hai only used 1 day to set it up? Sima Chongkong exclaimed. Yes, what a talent! How many more tricks does this Gu Hai have? Sima Chongkong's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Inside the ritual array, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian each took out a flying ship. Gu Hai, are you really going to do this? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. That's right. Heaven sent Gaochun's spirit to me. Why should I not try? I'll pilot your flying ship and escape. You all follow Venerable Lu Nian. Those bronze figurines will not care about you, Gu Hai said. We're fine. It's just, don't worry. When I have no other choice, I know how to make a choice. Gu Hai said with a nod. Make a choice? Don't, my lord. Big brother, you are my biological big brother. Don't give up on me. If you give up on me, I'll be finished. I'll sing for you in the future. Gaochun's spirit looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. In return, Gu Hai showed a look of disdain. Boom! The ritual array shook wildly. It looked like it would break soon. Remember, look for City Lord He again. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better this time. Gu Hai instructed. Right, everyone answered. Venerable Lu Nian led Shangguan Hen and Long Wanqing onto the flying ship and instantly charged out of the ritual array. Not far away, Fairy 1 are charged out of the ritual array with a dissatisfied gaze, leaving only Gu Hai on Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. Roar! Suddenly, the bronze figurines roared in unison. Boom! The ritual array that Gu Hai laid shattered. The huge impact kicked up 600-meter-tall waves in the surrounding sea. Countless cultivators tried to protect themselves in horror. Whoosh! The instant the ritual array exploded, Gu Hai drove his flying ship out of the sea and into the sky. Chapter 214. Boom. When the bronze men attacked, the shock waves caused the entire sea region to surge with towering waves. The cultivators rushing over all revealed horrified expressions as they watched from afar, not daring to get close. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two flying ships charged out of the ritual array in the center of the waves. These were the flying ships of Venerable Lunyen and Fairy Wanner. Whoosh. The two flying ships quickly left the ritual array and headed for the distant crowd. Is that Fairy Wanner? Is it that witch? Wasn't she the one who chased after Gauchen's soul earlier? Is her zither Dao not very impressive anymore? Did she capture Gauchen's soul? Countless cultivators looked at Wanner, anticipating a conversation. The surroundings were too noisy, and the cultivators spoke extremely loudly. Naturally, these voices reached Fairy Wanner's ears, which had excellent hearing. Humph! Fairy Wanner snorted coldly, feeling depressed. Boom! Just at this moment, the ritual array in the distance exploded. The boundless seawater exploded again, shooting into the sky. Whoosh! Another flying boat rushed out in an instant. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai controlled the flying ship with one hand and grabbed the wide-eyed yellow spirit with the other. Look, it's Gu Hai. Great Master Gu. It really is Great Master Gu. Look at Great Master Gu's hand. Is that Gauchen's soul? So, Great Master Gu obtained it. Great Master Gu's zither Dao is indeed incredible. That witch wants to compete with Great Master Gu. She must be dreaming. Indeed, Great Master Gu's zither Dao is not something that witch can compare to. To think that she wants to use underhanded means to stop him. How laughable! Before absolute strength, all schemes are jokes. No matter how much that witch spouts nonsense, it is useless. Great Master Gu is more incredible than her. He is simply incredible. Countless cultivators showed confident expressions as they criticized Gu Hai. The anger that Fairy Wanner just suppressed erupted again. Gu Hai, you liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wan, yelled even more pitifully. However, Gu Hai had already flown far away. He held the yellow little fairy in his hand, flying at high speed. The yellow little fairy stared into the distance. My goodness, fly, fly. My life is very valuable. Hurry up, hurry up. Shut up, Gu Hai said coldly with a dark face. Boom. However, from the bottom of the sea, many bronze figures suddenly flew into the sky and shot toward Gu Hai's flying boat like cannonballs. Swish, swish, swish. 1,000,000 cannonballs to bombard Gu Hai's flying boat. That scene instantly made all the cultivators who were talking just now widen their eyes. What is that? Qin figurines? Bronze zither figurines. So fast? Are you kidding me? Is this the most powerful Guqin figurine in the Yuanying state? This is in the hundreds of thousands, right? No, 1,000,000, right? Countless Guqin masters suddenly cried out in surprise. They were all Guqin cultivators, so naturally they had heard of the Guqin figurines. Such a huge number naturally caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Boom! 1,000,000 of them, covering the sky and covering the earth, chased after Gu Hai. In the past, they were only the size of a thumb. Now, they were all in human form. Each of the Guqin figurines had a ferocious look on their faces. They held bronze swords in their hands and were extremely fast. Swish, swish. Even though Gu Hai was driving the flying boat, his speed was only slightly faster. However, there were more than 1,000,000 bronze figures. If he flew in a straight line, Gu Hai could slowly increase the distance between them. However, the Silver Moon Sea was sealed by the sea-sealing enchantment. Before long, Gu Hai arrived at the edge of the sea-sealing enchantment. Break for me. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly pressed down. Boom. The array shook violently, but it did not break. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was his strongest power now. How could it not break free from the sea-sealing enchantment? Although the sea-sealing enchantment was shaking, it did not break free. Perhaps it could be broken with a few more hits. However, the nearest bronze figure was already in front of him. Go! Gu Hai's expression changed. He put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and controlled the flying boat to turn and leave. Whoosh! After the flying boat left, hundreds of bronze figures arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of bronze figures crashed into the sea-sealing enchantment, causing it to shake slightly. Turning around, the bronze figures chased after Gu Hai again. Silver Moon Sea. Gu Hai flew in the air and looked around. There were bronze figures everywhere. They were invulnerable and extremely fast. They charged at him ferociously. The flying boat shuttled through the gaps between the flying bronze figures. Gao Chen's soul looked at the densely packed bronze figures in front of him and was dumbfounded. Don't go over there. It's all bronze figures, all of them. I'm going to die because of you. Father, mother, save me. Huh? I don't seem to have parents. I learned it from them and got used to shouting. God, why don't I even have parents? Who's going to save me? There's not even a person to shout for. I'm so miserable. Gao Chen's soul shouted in horror. Shut up. Gu Hai roared with a headache. The yellow little elf was still shouting. Gu Hai's face was ferocious. He controlled the flying boat to crash into the large group of bronze figures. He had no choice but to do so. He was surrounded in all directions. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat crashed into 15 bronze figures and flew out through the gaps between the large group of bronze figures. Mother of Asterisk Cur. Good, we escaped. The yellow little elf suddenly shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying boat was once again in the midst of the Silver Moon Sea. Swish! 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 The group of bronze men chased after him relentlessly, continuously following behind him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly as he dodged the bronze figures. Why did this scene feel like a large wave of fighter jets was chasing after him? It was not just a large wave, but 1,000,000 fighter jets chasing after him. How long could he last? When the flying boat arrived at Silver Moon Island, close to 1,000 bronze figures were already guarding Silver Moon Island. When they saw the flying boat, they immediately charged over. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying boat quickly flew over. A large-scale and ferocious chase played out above the Silver Moon Sea. Nearly all the cultivators looked up at the sky. This included the group of musicians. Is that Master Gu? He is too ferocious. If it were me, my legs would have turned to jelly long ago. The bronze figures are very powerful. Earlier, I saw Master Gu fly to the side of a small island. That bronze figure destroyed the island with one punch. The countless cultivators did not know whether they were worried for Gu Hai or envious of Gu Hai capturing Gao Chen's soul. Perhaps they did not know what they were thinking. They only knew that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On Venerable Lu Nian's flying boat, Long Wanqing bit her lip, showing a worried expression. Venerable, is there any way to help Gu Hai? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no way. If Gu Hai wants to save himself, he just needs to release Gao Chen's soul. Long Wanqing still showed extreme worry in her eyes. Hall Master, I feel that what Gu Hai said earlier makes sense. Now that the bronze figures are exposed, City Lord, he might not be able to hide it anymore. Let's quickly go and find City Lord, Venerable Lu Nian called out. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. On an island in the Silver Moon Sea, Shirkong looked at the bronze figures filling the sky and stumbled. Ha 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 ha. Bronze figures? Guhai released them? It looks like I can't hide it anymore. I can't hide it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Shirkong's eyes flashed with bitter despair. The water surged for a while at the ritual array, where the bronze figures exploded. Now, it had calmed down significantly, and the 3 islands were exposed once again. My lord, there is still a small ritual array that Guhai laid here. There are 6,000 soldiers with their cultivations sealed. Someone suddenly shouted. Sima Changkong quickly led a large group of gray-clad men over. Seal off the sea region. Don't let anyone in. If necessary, show your identity medallion. Sima Changkong shouted. Yes. As for the 6,000 soldiers on the island, they were led out. Interrogate them. Sima Changkong looked coldly at the 6,000 soldiers. We said, don't interrogate them. It was the city lord who wanted us to do it. It was Shirkong. City lord, A soldier immediately shouted. Clearly, they still thought that Guhai was Shirkong's subordinate. They thought that Shirkong sent Guhai to silence them. I'll speak. I'll speak. There is a huge dragon at the bottom of the sea, a sinful dragon. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'm innocent. Shirkong tricked me. The group of soldiers fought to be the first to tell Sima Changkong everything they knew. Sima Changkong looked at the crowd blankly. It was extremely difficult to investigate the case previously. Why was it so smooth now? Continue the interrogation. Give me a statement, summarize it, and give me the results. A few of you follow me to the bottom of the sea. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. Yes, on Silver Moon Island, the old village master looked at the bronze figures in the sky and smiled. Good Guqin figurines. Good, Mr. Silvermoon. Your Guqin figurines are very powerful. I'm incompetent. I didn't manage the Silver Moon Villa well. I've embarrassed you. As he spoke, the old village master's body was filled with lethargy. His eyelids drooped as if he was about to die. Yun Mo's expression changed. Are you all ready? Hurry up. Yun Mo shouted to the people around the island. All around, the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were excited and said, Young village master, we are all ready. We await your orders. Yun Mo's expression turned solemn and he became silent. All the disciples looked at Yun Mo. Everyone, today, I will do something that violates the rules of the villa. After today, the Silver Moon Villa may be despised by the world, but I must do it. If I do it today, I may be despised by the world, but I will not regret it. If I don't do it today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you don't want to do it with me, leave immediately. I won't blame you. Yun Mo took a deep breath and said, In order to save the old village master, I am not afraid of any scolding. My life was saved by the old village master. If he can live, what is a little scolding? Young village master, don't hesitate. Hurry, the old village master has reached his limit. We won't leave. The disciples of the villa shouted. Yun Mo looked at the support of the disciples of the villa, and his eyes flashed with determination. Turning his head, Yun Mo looked around the Silver Moon Island and revealed a ferocious expression. Guqin masters, please excuse me. Chapter 215. Silver Moon Sea. 1,000,000 bronze men chased after Guhai's flying boat with all their might. They didn't stop for a moment and surrounded Guhai many times. He only managed to escape from danger a few times. This won't do. If this goes on, the flying boat's energy will be depleted. I will also collapse from exhaustion. The flying boat can't withstand too many violent collisions like this. Guhai frowned as he fled. 1,000,000 fighter jets were chasing after him. If this continued, he would be courting death. Enter the sea? Don't joke. If he entered the sea, his speed wouldn't be as fast as the bronze men. Moreover, Gu-hai realized that this group of bronze men didn't use their eyes to chase after him. They used their senses. They could sense where Gao-chen's soul was. Therefore, it was useless even if he wanted to hide. Set up a defensive array. The array on the island was so strong previously, but it was broken by the bronze men. What kind of defensive array should he use? He couldn't escape. He might be able to break the sea ceiling barrier, but would this group of bronze men give him the time? And sea ceiling barrier? I have an idea. Gu-hai's eyes suddenly lit up. What? What idea? You really have an idea? Gao-chen's soul stared at Gu-hai with a look of surprise. Gu-hai replied with a look of disdain. Don't look down on me. I sing quite well. You have an idea? You really have an idea? What can I do to help? Gao-chen's soul asked agitatedly. If you shut up, you will be helping. Gu-hai said coldly. With an idea, Gu-hai no longer avoided the group of bronze men. Similarly, the scene of the countless cultivators on the surrounding islands looking at Gu-hai's fleeing changed. Why is Gu-hai running to a place with many bronze men? Yeah, there aren't any bronze men there. Why isn't he going there? No, look, there are more bronze men around Gu-hai. Yeah, is he courting death? He seems to be gathering bronze men. The scene before them confused countless cultivators. Previously, Gu-hai was fleeing everywhere. Now, he was in one spot, as though he was waiting for the bronze men to gather. More and more bronze men appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of thousands of them. Go! Gu-hai suddenly controlled the flying boat and rushed in the direction with the most bronze men. That scene caused countless cultivators to widen their eyes. Are you crazy? Heavens! You're crazy! Gao-chen's soul cried out in alarm. Was he courting death? Who would rush in like that? More and more bronze men appeared. How were they going to escape? Rumble! As expected, the number of bronze men crashing this time was unprecedented. Previously, he had only bumped into a dozen of them before escaping. However, this time, they had collided with 800 of them. A large amount of damage had suddenly appeared on the flying boat's grand formation. Boom! They finally made it out, but more than half of the flying ship's array had been destroyed. The flying boat's speed immediately dropped by a large margin. It's over. What should I do? I'm still very young. I'm only 1 year old. I don't want to die. Gao-chen's soul cried. Shut up, Gu-hai said, angrily with a black face. Swoosh! The flying boat fled again. However, after the collision, just now, all the bronze men had been circled behind Gu-hai. Previously, there were bronze men all over the sky. Now, all the bronze men were following behind Gu-hai, covering the sky and earth. They were as dense as an army formation and chased over in an orderly manner. Countless cultivators were confused. They saw the flying boat charging straight for the sea ceiling barrier. I know. Gu-hai wants to use the bronze men to break the barrier. All the bronze men are crashing into the barrier together. 1,000 bronze men crashing into the barrier, but the barrier only trembled slightly. This time, 1,000,000 bronze men are crashing into the barrier in an orderly manner. Countless cultivators looked at the sky in surprise. As expected, Gu-hai's flying boat was not flying fast. The bronze men had caught up. In front of them was the sea ceiling barrier. Down! Gu-hai roared. The flying boat suddenly turned around and shot toward the sea below. However, the strong inertia still caused the flying boat to brush against the sea ceiling barrier. As for the bronze men, they were too close and did not expect the flying boat to fly down. Instead, they crashed into the sea ceiling barrier. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into it rapidly. It was like 1,000,000 meteor showers bombarding one point in an instant. rumble, kaboom. A super loud sound resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon Sea. The surrounding seawater immediately churned up monstrous waves again. At the point of impact, a hole with a diameter of 3,000 feet appeared. It's broken! It's broken! Look, Guhai's flying boat is leaping out. He really broke the sea ceiling barrier, countless cultivators exclaimed. Guhai's flying boat took the lead and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the horizon. Roar! 1,000,000 bronze men were still chasing relentlessly. As they roared, they chased after Guhai's flying boat. F***CK, Big Brother, you're too fierce. I guessed it long ago. You have unlimited wisdom and will definitely think of a good idea. Fortunately, I'm wise. Gauchen's soul said excitedly. Phew. Guhai also let out a long sigh. What do we do now? It seems like your flying boat's speed is not fast enough. They will catch up soon, Gauchen's soul said with a stare. Enter Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City has a defensive array. Hopefully, it can protect this group of bronze men. Also, the driving spirit stones in the flying boat are almost used up. We need to replenish them quickly. Guhai took a deep breath and said, You thought of the same thing as me. I thought so too. You are as smart as me. Gauchen's soul said excitedly. Guhai gave him a look of disdain again. In the Silver Moon Sea, on an island, Fairy Warner looked at the big hole in the sea ceiling barrier with an ugly expression. Humph, what's so great about being a little smart? Big liar. However, just as she finished speaking, Fairy Warner's expression suddenly changed. What? What's going on? Whoosh! An extremely thin thread suddenly appeared around Fairy Warner's body and tied her up. Ka. Suddenly, Warner was tied up by the thin thread and couldn't move. Her body curled up. This is Gauchen's thread. Old Manor Master? She tricked us? Fairy Warner's expression changed. Not only Fairy Warner, but Sima Changkong's expression also changed. A thin thread appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. Sir, what's wrong with you? A subordinate exclaimed. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Not good, is it, Yinmo? At the beginning, he used Gauchen's intent to condense the strings to bind our 600 Guqin masters, saying that it was convenient for us to capture Gauchen's soul. Did he premeditated this? Why would he do this? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, is Yunmo going to do something against fate? Elsewhere on an island, young master and Fong Mingho fled to the island in a panic and hid there. During this period, the tsunami in the distance, followed by the millions of bronze people in the sky, made young master and feel inexplicably frightened. He cursed Guhai in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fong Mingho, wake up! Young master and looked at Fong Mingho. At this moment, Fong Mingho's body had countless blood blisters. After a while, he was already dead. Hiss dead. Young Master An's scalp went numb. Just as young Master An was afraid, suddenly a string appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. What's going on? What's going on? Grandpa, save me! Young Master An suddenly screamed in horror. In an instant, all the Guqin masters invited to the Guqin teaching conference, except for Guhai, who escaped from the sealed sea enchantment, were tied up in an instant. There seemed to be hundreds of transparent strings connecting all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island. Bang! The transparent strings suddenly tightened. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island were pulled by the strings and flew towards Silver Moon Island. It was like a fishing line. All the Guqin masters became big fish, pulled by the fishing line and flew towards Silver Moon Island. Many Guqin masters screamed in horror. Silver Moon Island activated the Great Array. Thick fog filled the air, making it impossible to see inside. One by one, the Guqin masters were pulled back to the square where Gaochen's body was. No, Yinemo, what are you doing? I can't move. Silver Moon Villa, what are you doing? Ah, I fell to my death. The Xiozha that were being pulled back all looked angrily at Yun Emo. At this moment, Yun Emo pressed one hand on Gaochen's body. Gaochen stretched out his hand and played the Guqin. Guqin sounds rang out, and a group of Guqin masters were tied up. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard, what are you doing? The old villa master looked at Yun Emo in shock and anger as he coughed. At this moment, the old villa master was also tied up by a golden string. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples stood around him. They all looked determined. Villa master, I can't watch you die, Yun Emo said with red eyes. In the Guqin book my ancestor made, there's a heaven-level Guqin soul-changing technique. All the best Guqin masters are here. Use their bodies to change your soul. Once you change your body, you can live. Bastard, that's a forbidden technique. Only Master Show would do that. It's an evil thing. Don't do it. Yun Emo, just let me go. Don't make a big mistake. The old villa master cried bitterly. Chapter 2:16. Silver Moon City, East City Tower. Look, what's that over there? A bronze army? A 1,000,000-strong army? Are they here to attack the city? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sounds of panic could be heard in the east of Silver Moon City. Close the city gates. Close the city gates. Activate the city defense array. The soldiers in the east of the city shouted. Boom. The city gates immediately closed. The entire Silver Moon City, be it the city walls or the sky, was suddenly enveloped by the array. Let us in. We haven't entered the city yet. The people outside the city shouted. However, the ferocious army in the distance was charging over, leaving streaks of rainbows in their wake. The soldiers guarding the city were horrified. No matter what the situation was, protecting the city was their top priority. They had to close the city gates first and see what was going on later. That is, Hall Master's white cloud-flying ship, Mu Chunfeng, who was on the city tower, said in surprise. Gu Hai was driving the flying ship at the front, while 1,000,000 bronze men chased after him. It looked like Gu Hai was leading an army to attack the city. Is that Master Gu? Someone suddenly recognized him. Quick, open the door. Gu Hai's roar rang out. Gu Hai shouted, and the flying ship suddenly turned to one side. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately changed their direction and chased after Gu Hai. Not attacking the city? That scared me to death. Are those bronze monsters chasing after Master Gu? How did Master Gu provoke those monsters? The people in the surroundings heaved a sigh of relief. Quick, open the city gates and let Gu Hai in, Mu Chunfeng shouted. That's right. Let Master Gu in. There is an array in the city to stop the bronze monsters. Many people nodded. No. If those bronze monsters enter the city and destroy the city, what should we do? The general guarding the city shouted. Those monsters didn't attack the city just now, but that doesn't mean they won't attack the city later. If I open the city gates, I'll be disregarding the civilians in the city. Another general shook his head. But Gu Hai is very dangerous. Mu Chunfeng glared and shouted. Judging from the speed of that group of monsters, it's obvious that the Yuanying state is powerful. There are millions of them. Once they enter the city, they can raise the entire Silver Moon City to the ground. The surrounding people frowned, but no longer spoke up for Gu Hai. Bastard, that's Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Open the city gates. Mu Chunfeng led a group of Elite Hall disciples and rushed to the city gates. Stop them. Stop me? Have you forgotten who helped you regain your 5 senses in the past? If it wasn't for Division Leader Gu, all of you would be blind and deaf. Mu Chenfeng roared. The soldiers who stepped forward to stop them frowned. If anything happens, Class 1 Hall will shoulder it. Open the gates. Mu Chenfeng rushed through the gates. Stop them! Stop them! The general who shouted. Boom! Mu Chenfeng stretched out her hand and swung it. Suddenly, hundreds of vines rushed out of her sleeve and struck the soldiers guarding the gates. Ah! A large number of soldiers were sent flying. Open the gates! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Yes, the elite hall disciples answered. Rumble! Immediately, the eastern city gates slowly opened. In the distance, Gu Hai was circling the city gates with the bronze men when he suddenly saw the gates open. Enter! Boom! Gu Hai drove the flying ship and rushed into the city gates. Close the gates! Quickly close the gates! Close the gates! The general on the city gate tower shouted in alarm. The bronze men rushed over like a meteor shower. Clang! With a loud sound, the crowd hurriedly closed the gates. Wang! The array enveloped the surroundings once again. Boom! 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 The densely packed bronze men charged over, causing the eastern city gate tower to shake intensely. The meteor shower was extremely dangerous. Division Master Gu, what's going on? Are the hall master and the others fine? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Earlier, he saw Mu Chenfeng arguing with the general on the city gate tower. Furthermore, the ones who opened and closed the gates were elite hall disciples. Naturally, Gu Hai guessed that it was Mu Chenfeng who opened the gates. Division Master Mu, many thanks, Gu Hai said gratefully. Although Gu Hai had some opinions about Mu Chenfeng in the past, he was truly grateful for her earlier actions. After all, the flying ship could not last much longer. Where are the hall master and the others? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. They are fine. Gu Hai said with a smile. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 1,000,000 bronze men had gathered around the eastern city gate tower and were attacking it fiercely. The Yuanying state could not break the city gate. However, this was not just one Yuanying state, but 1,000,000. 1,000,000 peak stage, nascent soul cultivators. Boom! The bronze men worked together and struck the East City Tower and the city walls. There were densely packed bronze men in all directions. Under the repeated attacks, the entire Silver Moon city's array shook intensely. Boom, boom, boom. All of Silver Moon City felt as if there was an earthquake. Nearly 100 million residents walked out of their houses in shock and looked towards the east of the city. A massive explosion sounded out, and the formation in the sky trembled intensely as if it would shatter at any moment. What's going on? What happened? Countless citizens asked in horror. This is bad. There are cracks in the eastern city gate tower's array. The city guarding array is about to break. The cracks are getting bigger. What should we do? What are these monsters? Countless soldiers screamed in horror. Gu Hai did not waste time talking nonsense with Mu Chenfeng. Instead, he took out a large number of spirit stones and gave them to Mu Chenfeng. Quick, help me refill the flying ship with spirit stones. Repair the array. Okay. Mu Chenfeng led the crowd to refill the flying ship's array and engine with high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai brought Gao Chen's soul into a large hall on the flying ship. He forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and infused it into Gao Chen's soul. What are you doing? No, this is a blood contract. I'm doomed. Why did the person who created me plant a blood contract in me? Sir, please don't infuse the blood contract, okay? Gao Chen's soul looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Do you want me to let you go now? Or do you want me to refine you? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't. If you let me go, I'll be doomed. but if you want to refine me, I'll be doomed to. Gao Chen's soul looked at Gu Hai and said pitifully. Gu Hai looked at it coldly. Why don't you infuse the blood with me and follow the contract? Don't erase my thoughts, okay? I like my current self very much. I don't want to become someone else. Gao Chen's soul smiled bitterly. Erase your thoughts and reshape you? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gao Chen's soul almost vomited blood. He glared at Gu Hai and said, You didn't know? He said too much. Slap. He slapped himself in the face. Why am I so unlucky? Gao Chen's soul said in despair. All right. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Huh. What did you say? Gao Chen's soul suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. You are you, Gao Chen. Although you are somewhat detestable, you should keep yourself to yourself. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Ah, really? That's great. Gao Chen's soul said excitedly. This time, Gao Chen's soul didn't reject Gu Hai's blood and allowed it to fuse into his glabella. Boom. Outside, the city guarding array roared. Gu Hai grabbed Gao Chen's soul and quickly walked out of the hall. Gu Hai, the East Gate Tower is about to fall. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. How's the replenishment of the spirit stones? I've replenished them before. It's very easy. It's already done. Mu Chenfeng said. You guys leave quickly. I'll take this group of bronze men and leave this place, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hung. There was a loud sound, and the East Gate Tower exploded. The combat strength of 1,000,000 bronze men was too ferocious. They were indeed war machines. On the battlefield, they were invincible when attacking cities. Rumble. 1,000,000 bronze men chased after Gu Hai's flying ship. However, Gu Hai's flying ship suddenly shot toward the south of the city. As it flew high into the sky, the 1,000,000 bronze men chased closely. Along the way, countless people in the city saw these bronze men, and they were all shocked. Is that Master Gu? Did they chase from the Silver Moon Ocean? What happened at the Silver Moon Ocean? Under countless horrified gazes, the flying ship arrived at the south gate. Open the gate! Gu Hai shouted. Quang! The gate suddenly opened. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying ship instantly shot out. Rumble! 1,000,000 bronze men also quickly flew out. Gu Hai left with this group of scourges. He left behind a pile of ruins on the east side of the city and the mournful faces of the city guards. The city tower was gone. Mu Chenfeng stood in the ruins and revealed a rare smile. On a floating island in the city, when Mo Yike received the news, he had been paying attention to the east side of the city. Gu Hai steered the flying ship and left quickly with the 1,000,000 bronze men. Mo Yike also kept an eye on him. Gu Hai? Mo Yike frowned. Manager Jiang Tianyi stood behind him. Mr. Mo, isn't this the zither figurine that was sealed in ice? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. We thought of many methods, but could not break the ice. Gu Hai actually broke it? This Gu Hai is more mysterious than I thought. I asked you to send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. When will they return? Mo Yike said in a low voice. I've already sent people. They should be back soon. There should be news from Gu Hai soon. However, Mr. Mo, shouldn't you be angry that Gu Hai released 1,000,000 bronze men? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy. 1,000,000 zither figurines. What a powerful Silver Moon army. They were invincible when they attacked the city. How long did it take to break into the city? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Half an incense. Yes, half an incense. If your highness used it on the battlefield, it would be a peerless killing machine. Mo Yike said with a smile. But these bronze men are no longer in our hands. Once exposed, won't we? Jiang Tianyi frowned. As long as it's an Ingzhou, it belongs to your highness, Mo Yike said with a smile. Huh. Chapter 217. Outside Silver Moon Island. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booms rang out. A cloud array enveloped Silver Moon Island. Outside Silver Moon Island, a large number of cultivators were charging at the array. Bastard! Yunemo, you are crazy! Let go of my young master. Disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, listen up. How dare you hurt my master? Just wait and see. Open the array. Open the array. Let go of my martial uncle. The cultivators charging at the array all looked ferocious and anxious. Many of the 600 people who received the invitation to the Zither Conference were not nobodies. They came to the Zither Conference alone, but some of the servants and disciples had been guarding outside Silver Moon Island. Originally, everything was normal. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. However, who would have thought that Silver Moon Mountain Villa would plot against them? Silver Moon Mountain Villa's reputation had been passed down for many years. They had never done such a thing before. Who could defend against it? The cultivators tried their best to break the array, but how could it be so easy to break? Everyone cursed anxiously. Inside Silver Moon Island, on the lawn square, a group of Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples stood outside the square. Determination flashed in their eyes. More than 500 Zither masters were tied up on the lawn by Gauchin's intent realm strings. They stared at Yunemo, who was controlling Gauchin's body. Yunemo, don't do it. Don't do it. I beg you, the old Manor Master said bitterly. Manor Master, you taught me before. As long as one is alive, one can face all kinds of difficulties. If one dies, there is nothing left. Manor Lord, most of the disciples in our manor were picked up by you. Yun Mo was also brought up by you. We can't just watch you die. Even if we have to bear the wrath of the world, we have to work hard for you. Manor Lord, you're already at the end of your life. Please allow Yun Mo to be presumptuous. Yun Mo said firmly. Clink. Gauchin flicked the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a series of trembling sounds, the old Manor Master's body suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. A cluster of white light suddenly appeared around the old Manor Master's body. Within the cluster of white light, one could faintly see 3 light figures. 3 souls? Not far away, Shang Wenhen's expression changed. Stripping the 3 souls, Yun Mo extracted the old Manor Lord's 3 spiritual souls. Is he trying to switch bodies? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Yun Mo looked at everyone on the lawn. Manor Master, there are more than 500 bodies here. One of them will be suitable for you, Yun Mo said with determination. When he saw young Master and immediately shouted in horror, You dare, my grandfather will destroy your Silver Moon Villa. If you dare to touch me, none of you will have a good end. Yun Mo looked coldly at young Master and sneered. In order to let the old village leader live, we can give up the Silver Moon Village. After today, there will be no more Silver Moon Village in the world. He doesn't know where we are. Huh. Young Master An's expression changed. But don't worry, young Master and your Guqin skills are too weak. I won't choose you unless I have no other choice. Yun Mo's eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master and... Looking at Yun Mo's disgusted expression, young Master and didn't know whether to be angry or happy. He looked at the Guqin masters one by one. Suddenly, Yun Mo's eyes fell on Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong raised his eyebrows. Mr. Sima, the village leader told me before that there are 3 strongest Guqin masters here. They are Gu Hai, Mr. Sima, and Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai left the Silver Moon Sea, and Gauchen's realm is limited. So he ran away. Fairy Wanner is a woman, so you have to go first. Yun Mo said, solemnly. How dare you? You know who Master Sima is? Bastard. Yun Mo, how dare you hurt an official of the imperial court? Master is. Suddenly, among the Guqin masters, a group of Sima Chongkong's subordinates shouted, I know who Sima Chongkong is. Yun Mo suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone was stunned. Sima Chongkong, the new leader of the Sima family? He came to Silver Moon City with an imperial edict to investigate a case. I know everything. Yun Mo sneered. And you still want to take over my body? Sima Chongkong looked at Yun Mo coldly. Master Sima, you can think of me as a lunatic, but I'm already crazy. I don't care so much. Excuse me, Yun Mo said coldly. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the Guqin rushed towards Sima Chongkong. Ah, Sima Chongkong suddenly trembled, and his head buzzed. The village leader's 3 souls were suddenly pulled over and rushed into Sima Chongkong's body, as if they wanted to possess Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong twitched violently. The convulsing scene caused all the zither players to reveal looks of horror and despair. "Milord!" the group of subordinate Guqin masters exclaimed. However, at this moment they were all tied up and were unable to move at all. It was all because they were greedy. If they had been tied up at the beginning, they would have been able to struggle free. However, after a few days, the Gauchin intent had already entered their soul marrow. They could not struggle free. Uffed. Sima Chongkong vomited white foam. His eyes rolled back. Whoosh. Sima Chongkong's 3 souls trembled slightly as if they were about to be squeezed out of his body. The village leader's 3 souls had been placed inside several times, but had not succeeded. If this continues, even if Sima Chongkong can endure, Sima Chongkong's 3 souls will suffer some damage, Venerable Lu Nian said with an unsightly expression not far away. However, no one could do anything about it. As such, the Guqin sound battered Sima Chongkong's 3 souls for a long time. By then, Sima Chongkong's 3 souls had already turned muddle-headed. However, there seemed to be a force that prevented the 3 souls from leaving the body. You have a treasure that can protect the souls. Yun Mo's expression changed. Young Manor Master, you can't continue with the possession. Otherwise, the Manor Master's 3 souls will suffer damage as well. A Mountain Manor disciple shouted. Yun Mo nodded. Dang! Whoosh! The village leader's 3 souls immediately flew out. Sima Chongkong's 3 souls quickly returned to their original positions. Thud! Sima Chongkong fell to the ground and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yun Mo. At this moment, he seemed drained, without any energy left. His body twitched as if his mind was damaged. Gasp! The surrounding Guqin masters inhaled sharply. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor is going against the natural order. This is unacceptable. The group of Guqin masters exclaimed in horror. However, Yun Mo did not care. Instead, he suddenly turned his head to look at Fairy Wan. Why are you looking at me? I am a girl. Fairy Wanner exclaimed. Sima Chongkong had a treasure that could protect the souls, but Fairy Wan did not. So be it. When the Manor Master accepts the possession, he can find a new body. Yun Mo said in a low voice. No, don't you know who my teacher is? The village leader lost to my teacher in the Guqin Dao back then. My teacher told me to go up north and find the village leader to practice with. The village leader knows my teacher. How dare you? How dare you? My teacher will not let you go. Fairy Wanner exclaimed. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of the Guqin had already started. A wave of intent rushed toward Fairy One. Boom. It felt like a sledgehammer had hit her head. Teacher, save me, teacher. Fairy One suddenly started crying. Her past pride had long been shattered. At this moment, she was like a little girl crying out pitifully. But now, Silver Moon Island was like hell. Countless cultivators outside tried to break through the array, but could not enter. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa inside were like demons. They were torturing them. Teacher, who can save me? Fairy Wanner cried and shouted. The village leader's 3 souls had been moved in front of Fairy One. It seemed that Fairy One was about to be possessed. Just at this moment, boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound. The array of Silver Moon Island suddenly shattered. Silver Moon Island also shook violently. What? Yunmo's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. The array of Silver Moon Island was not inferior to the sea-ceiling barrier. Even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state could not break it. How did it break? Rumble! In an instant, countless bronze men fell from the sky and hit the island in all directions. All the mountains on the island collapsed in an instant. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into the ground, leaving huge craters. It's Guhai. Long Wanqing suddenly looked happy, but she saw Guhai approach in an instant. He arrived in front of Gaochen, who was in front of Yun. Mo, what? Stop him. Yun Mo suddenly shouted in alarm. Whoosh! Slap! Guhai's right hand slapped on the head of Gaochen's body. Gaochen's soul instantly went into the body's head. Master Gu? Countless Guqin masters exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu. Outside the island, countless cultivators who were trying to break the array were grateful. At that moment, all the cultivators were in despair. This array could not be broken at all. Just as they were in despair, Guhai arrived. Guhai shot over from the horizon. Seeing the array of Silver Moon Island, he paused for a moment and waited for the bronze men behind him. Then, he adjusted his speed again, causing the 1,000,000 bronze men to crash over. Boom! Without a doubt, even Silver Moon City's city tower was destroyed, let alone this small island's array. Under the huge crash, more than half of the flying ship was damaged. It could not fly anymore. However, Guhai did not care about this at all. He just wanted to merge Gaochen's body and soul. He rushed to the center of the square in an instant, erupting with unprecedented power. No one could stop him in time. He finally succeeded. Buzz! Gaochen trembled slightly. He stopped all his movements. What? Bastard! Hurry up! Just a little more. Just a little more. Yun Mo shouted as he controlled Gaochen. However, now that Gaochen's soul had returned, how could he still be controlled by Yun Mo? Keeping everything the same was already the limit. The Guqin music that was attacking Fairy Wan's head suddenly stopped. The old manor lord's 3 souls stopped in front of Fairy Wan. It was so close. Just a little more, and he would have entered my body and taken over my body. Fairy Wan's tear-stained face suddenly stopped crying. She felt a huge impact on her heart. She turned her head and looked over gratefully. However, she saw that it was Guhai who stopped everything. Guhai. Fairy Wan froze. Why is it this big liar? Chapter 218. Just a little bit more? Just a little bit more? Yun Mo looked at the uncontrollable Gaochen with a look of despair. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze men that were smashed into the ground suddenly crawled out of the huge pit and rushed to the grassland square again. However, the bronze man at the front suddenly stopped. He stood in the air, motionless. His ferocious face suddenly turned to one of horror. Huff, Huff! More and more bronze men gathered around, wanting to grab the Gauchen's soul. Similarly, they were flying in midair when they suddenly stopped and looked at the Gauchen, who was not far away in horror. The North Star's body, which was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes. Purple lightning flashed in its eyes. Gauchen suddenly revealed a sinister smile and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just a little bit more. Wait for me to finish before you merge. Wait for me to finish. Yun Emo shouted anxiously. Get lost. Gauchen snorted. Buzz. Boom. Yun Emo was instantly sent flying. Young master. The Silver Moon Villa disciples shouted and rushed forward. Gauchen ignored Yun Emo and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just now you were chasing me. Did you have fun? Gauchen revealed a sinister smile. The bronze men seemed to have guessed something. They turned around in horror and scattered. They fled to the four seas. You want to escape. Now you want to escape. Ha ha ha. You are all spirits created by me. Damn it, you have guts? Is it? You want to eat me? Run. Let's see how you can escape. I created all of you. Your soul threads are in my hands. Let's see how you can escape. Gauchen said coldly. He waved his hand. Boom. A large number of transparent threads seemed to appear in his hand and connected all the bronze men in an instant. The bronze men who were still escaping were suddenly pulled and fixed in the air. I want you to chase me. I want you to chase me. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you're courting death. Gauchen said furiously. With a flick of his finger, the bronze men in the air suddenly collided with each other. Dang! The two bronze men collided head to head. Clang, 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 clang. A series of head-butting sounds filled the air. A loud buzzing sound reverberated throughout the entire Silver Moon. See, like the ringing of a bell. F asterisk CK. I remember now. You won't hurt like this. Come out. Gauchen shouted. He suddenly pulled. Who? The bronze men that filled the sky instantly fell down, above the transparent thin lines. Suddenly, each of them pulled a finger-sized green fairy. OM, OM, OM. All the little elves looked at Gauchen pitifully. F asterisk CKU. Why didn't you have this expression when you wanted to eat me? You want to eat me? Damn it, all of you come into my mouth. Roar. Gauchen roared furiously. With a strong suction, the 1,000,000 little elves immediately flew towards Gauchen's mouth. In just a short while, all the little elves were sucked into Gauchen's mouth. Plop, plop, plop. Without the little elves, the bronze men in the surroundings immediately fell into the sea. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gauchen in shock. He's alive. This is a heaven-ranked zither. Gauchen, is he still alive? The countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. Gauchen! Guhai shouted coldly from behind. Gauchen's back was facing Guhai. Suddenly, his expression froze. Suddenly, Gauchen held his head. Ah, my head hurts. My head hurts. It's over. It's over. My soul and body merged and mutated. I can't remember the past. I can't remember the past. Gauchen held his head and fell to the ground in pain. The bound zither masters in the surroundings looked at Gauchen in confusion. Wasn't he very impressive earlier? Why did he suddenly hold his head? Guhai felt slightly stunned. Then he walked over worriedly. Gauchen, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Guhai helped Gauchen up. Gauchen held his head and slowly woke up. He looked weakly at Guhai. Who are you? I don't remember you. Who are you? Gauchen said in confusion as he looked at Guhai. You don't remember me? Guhai's face sank. Oh, I remember now. You give me a very close feeling. I can feel your blood in my body. Gauchen looked at Guhai and seemed to recall something. That's right. It's good that you can feel it, Gu Hai said sullenly. You are so close, so close. You must be someone who treats me very well, right? Gao Chen suddenly looked at Gu Hai expectantly. I guess so. Gu Hai frowned, feeling that something was wrong. You treat me so well, and I have your blood in my body. Then, you are my father, right? Father! Gao Chen suddenly called out happily, wanting to jump into Gu Hai's embrace. Slap! Gu Hai slapped Gao Chen. Father, why did you hit me? Gao Chen covered his mouth, looking like he was about to cry. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression, Did you really forget? Do you want me to help you restructure your thoughts? Gao Chen's expression changed, turning extremely solemn. Master, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Gao Chen will do it for you. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, Shangguan Hen was speechless. This fellow is Gao Chen? Is he thick-skinned? Earlier, he actually pretended to lose his memory and wanted to claim kinship with Gu Hai? This is too shameless, right? Where is your integrity? Gu Hai's expression also darkened. All right, release the zither Dao state on them. Gu Hai instructed after a moment of silence. Yes, master. The North Star Polaris replied with a serious expression. Then he waved his hand. Rip, rip. The zither Dao state on the group of zither masters instantly loosened, and the bound zither masters regained their freedom. Whoosh! All the zither masters released protective barriers around their bodies and took out their sabers and swords at the same time. Yun Mo, Silver Moon Mountain Manor, this is what you did. My sect and your Silver Moon Mountain Manor are no longer friends. Silver Moon Mountain Villa, my master will seek justice for you. Silver Moon Mountain Manor, my ass. All the zither masters cursed angrily. Fairy Wana also escaped and quickly retreated to the side. She glared at Yun Mo, who was not far away, with a fierce expression. It's over. It's over. Ha ha ha. Yun Mo said bitterly. My lord. A group of zither masters suddenly hugged Sima Chongkong, who seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. Yun Mo, how dare you attack an official of the imperial court? Your Silver Moon Mountain Manor is rebelling. A zither master shouted angrily. Yun Mo was still arguing. Kneel. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was the old manor lord's 3 souls. After the restrictions were lifted, they could suddenly speak. At this moment, the 3 souls were not transparent. Instead, they glowed with green light. Manor lord? Yun Mo looked at the old manor lord in surprise. The 3 souls overlapped, and the old manor lord's soul glared at Yun Mo. Yun Mo's expression stiffened, and he slowly knelt down. All around, the zither masters and cultivators who came from the outside all looked at the old manor lord coldly. In the past, the old manor lord was highly respected. Now, they no longer respected the old manor lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. However, they did not make a fuss. They just stared at the old manor lord. The old manor lord turned his head and looked at everyone. Suddenly, the old manor lord's soul knelt down in front of everyone. Manor lord! The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. However, the old manor lord still knelt down in front of the zither masters. Fellow Taoists, the juniors that I taught were immature. I beg for forgiveness from all of you. The old manor lord kowtowed to the crowd. Manor lord, don't. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. Manor lord, you can't do this. Yun Mo suddenly cried. The old manor lord had been upright all his life. He had never bowed to anyone in his life. Even when Dai Qianxin came forward, the old manor lord did not humiliate himself by kneeling and kowtowing. The old manor lord walked and stood upright. He had never bowed to anyone. When Lu Yang of Gojoseon came, he treated him with respect. In the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, when outsiders saw the old manor lord, they all bowed to him. When had the old manor lord ever bowed to them? Furthermore, the old manor lord was kneeling and kowtowing. The surrounding Zither masters frowned. Their earlier cold gazes immediately turned somewhat uneasy. Old manor lord, there is no need for you to do this. It is not your fault, Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Although the others did not say anything, some people could not bear to see this in their eyes. The person that they looked up to in the past was now kneeling before them, asking them for forgiveness. My Silver Moon Mountain Manor did such a heinous thing. This humble one was incompetent and could not stop it. I have caused trouble for everyone. You can accept this bow. Earlier, everyone nearly died because of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. What is a bow from the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? The old manor lord's soul said bitterly. Manor lord. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples immediately knelt down and cried. Villa Master, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault, all my fault. Stand up. No one can make you bow. No one can. When the great Qian Emperor came to my villa, you didn't even greet him. Yun Emo knows he's wrong. Yun Emo is wrong. No matter what, it's all my fault. It is the fault of the master for not teaching his son. Your mistake is my mistake. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor's mistake is my mistake. The old manor lord shook his head. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. This humble one apologizes to everyone on behalf of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. I did not teach them well and caused trouble for you, the old manor lord said, as he kowtowed again. The group of Zither masters frowned bitterly. Old manor lord, never mind. In the past, this humble one was indebted to old manor lord for your guidance. I will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Old manor lord, please get up. My master once received a zither from you. You don't have to do this. I will treat it as if it never happened. Old manor lord, I will not pursue the Silver Moon Mountain Manor anymore. Just manage them properly in the future. The good karma that the old manor lord had formed in the past played a big role in the end. The Zither masters sighed and forgave them in the end. The old manor lord's status in front of them was very high in the hearts of all the Zither cultivators. Such a person, on his deathbed, kowtowed to you and asked for your forgiveness. No matter how much resentment they had in their hearts, they were relieved. Thank you, the old manor lord said as he kowtowed. Manor lord, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yun Emo cried as he knelt in front of the old manor lord. He did not dare to raise his head. Yun Emo knew the old manor lord's character. The old manor lord had always cherished his own reputation. He had been kind to others all his life. He would rather die than eat the longevity fruit. He had a strong character because he had righteousness as his backbone. Now, his foolish actions had caused the old manor lord's previous efforts to be in vain. He had even kowtowed to some of the people in this group that even he looked down on. There were some people that even he looked down on. With the old manor lord's character, it was even more impossible for him to look up to them. However, the old manor lord kowtowed to them and asked for forgiveness just to atone for his sins. Yunimo cried sadly. Not only did he not help the manor lord, but he also made the manor lord do such an embarrassing thing. The surrounding disciples also cried sadly. They knelt on the ground and did not move. The old manor lord stood up and patted Yunmo's head. He showed a kind smile. It's okay, Yunmo. As long as you can survive today and grow up, my kowtow is worth it. You have to remember Mr. Silvermoon's words. If you want to build a zither, you have to be a man first. You have to learn how to be a man first. Sob, 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 sob. I understand now. I made you kneel to others. Yun Emo cried miserably. Kneel. Ha ha ha, so be it. I kneeled to the portrait of the ancestor, Mr. Silvermoon. I kneeled to Master, but I never kneeled to an outsider. It's not a big deal, right? Don't be sad. Take good care of yourself in the future. Don't ruin the reputation of Silvermoon Villa, the old manor lord said with a kind smile. Yes, Yun Emo swore that he would not do anything immoral in the future. Never. Woo woo woo. Yun Emo cried. The old manor lord nodded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at Sima Chongkong. The zither players looked at the old manor lord with complicated expressions. They did not know if they should forgive him. Sima Chongkong was still suffering from epilepsy. Would an apology be enough? The old manor lord's soul slowly walked closer. Mr. Sima, the Silver Moon Mountain Villa has let you down. This old man is useless and can't do anything now. You have injured 3 of your spiritual souls. I will use my heavenly soul and human soul as supplements to help you heal them. The old manor master sighed slightly. Ah, what? Everyone around him was shocked. Manor Lord, no. Yun Emo suddenly raised his head and shouted in horror. The old manor lord's soul suddenly split into 3. 2 of them were in a daze. There seemed to be whirlpools in their heads. Only the 3rd one was still conscious. Heavenly soul and mortal soul, I have already dispersed my own imprint. It is just the most ordinary soul power. There is still my Guqin Tao essence in it. I hope I can compensate you. The 3rd soul said, The heavenly soul and mortal soul suddenly went into Sima Chongkong's body. The zither players did not stop them. They looked at the old manor lord with complicated expressions. Sima Chongkong, this is a blessing in disguise. How high is the old manor lord's Guqin Tao essence? Even if you absorb 1/10 of it, you will benefit a lot. The old manor lord is someone who can play the little elf. The zither players were envious. Sima Chongkong's body trembled slightly as he regained his calm. The old manor lord's heavenly soul and mortal soul were like a great supplement, instantly healing all the injuries of Sima Chongkong's 3 souls. Furthermore, after a period of nourishment, Sima Chongkong's complexion turned rosy. Sima Chongkong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old manor lord blankly. However, he soon remembered everything. He smiled bitterly and said, Old manor lord, you don't need to do this. Chongkong thanks the old manor lord for the gift. The old manor lord nodded. He looked at Gu Hai weakly with the last bit of his earth soul. Mr. Gu, this old man did not misjudge you. Of all the zither masters, you are the one who won in the end. The old manor lord smiled faintly at Gu Hai. I was just lucky, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. First place is first place. Mr. Good, you are too polite. Thank you for just now. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. The old manor lord said bitterly. Not far away, Fairy One pouted. Gu Hai smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. After looking at everyone, the old manor lord looked at Yun Emo and the disciples again. I have to go. In the future, you have to listen to Yun Emo, the old manor lord said reluctantly. Manor lord, sob. The disciples knelt and cried. Yun Emo, take care. I will look after you from the sky. The sky? I can't go to the sky. I don't have my heavenly soul anymore. However, I still have my earth soul left. I can still reincarnate. Maybe one day I will reincarnate as a Guqin master. At that time, I might find my own Guqin. I really hope that I can see the Silver Moon Villa again. I really hope that I can get the guqin that you made for me. Yunemo, I will leave the villa to you. Can you let me ask for the Silver Moon Villa's guqin in my next life? Yes, definitely. Manor Lord, I will make the best guqin for you. I will make the best guqin for you. I will make a heaven-grade guqin for you. Manor Lord, Yunemo is sorry. Sob. Yunemo knelt on the ground and cried. Silly child. The old manor lord smiled. Slowly, the old manor lord's soul disappeared in front of everyone. Manor Lord. Sob. The Silver Moon Villa disciples knelt on the ground and cried. Chapter 219. Everything that happened in Silver Moon Island quickly spread to Silver Moon City. Master Gu got Gauchin. Millions of guqin figurines were seized by the Deqian celestial dynasty. Yun Mo framed all the guqin masters. The old village master atoned for Silver Moon Villa's sins. Before he died, he kowtowed to all the guqin masters and begged for forgiveness for what Yun Mo had done. Mayor he was investigated and imprisoned in the mayor's mansion. Silver Moon City was temporarily taken over by Sima Chongkong. As the news spread, the people of Silver Moon City were in an uproar. Why would the young village master do such a thing? It's not surprising. The old village master raised Yun Mo single-handedly. The old village master didn't ask for favors and was kind to others. Of course, he wouldn't do such a heinous thing. Yun Mo is also anxious. Sigh, now that the old village master is gone, can the remaining disciples still maintain the Silver Moon Villa? Although the old village master is dead, he's still strong. That kowtow wasn't shameful, but noble. It's just a pity for the Silver Moon Villa. The Silver Moon Villa's reputation is ruined. Countless people sighed for the Silver Moon Villa. As for Gu Hai, the people naturally respected him more. He was indeed a guqin master. He saved the people of the city in the past, and now he got Gauchin. He deserved it. Countless guqin masters came to congratulate the #1 guqin pavilion on the street. Of course, they also wanted to see what the heaven-grade guqin looked like. The business of the #1 guqin pavilion on the street naturally became more and more popular. In a small manor in the city, Mo Yike listened to young master and describe what happened in Silver Moon Ocean. Young master, and didn't you listen to me? Mo Yike looked at young master and coldly. Young master Anne's expression stiffened as he said, Mr. Mo, you can't blame me. It was Gu Hai who bullied me. He framed me. Framed you? Are you that gullible? How did the teachers in the prince's mansion teach you? Can't you see through this little bit of provocation? Mo Yike said in a low voice. Young master Anne's face turned ugly. Jiang Tianyi immediately tried to smooth things over and said, Mr. Mo, young master and should be able to see through it. However, the person involved can't see clearly. Gu Hai is too sinister. He's taking advantage of young master Anne's weakness. It was also Mr. Mo who said earlier that he wanted to pave the way for Gu Hai and take over the position of young master Anne's legitimate grandson. That's why young master Anne lost his mind. That's right, Mr. Mo. I'm too closely involved to see the game clearly. It's all because Gu Hai is too insidious. Young master Anne said at once. Mr. Mo looked at young master and said coldly, Gu Hai is sinister? This is called wisdom. He was able to manipulate you with just a few words, and you actually said that he was sinister? Huh. Young master N's face stiffened. This Gu Hai is indeed not simple. He is able to manipulate his opponent and manipulate people's hearts to such a degree. He was not a simple person. He must have been an extraordinary person in the past, right? He appeared out of nowhere. I don't believe it. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Our people have already gone to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. We will have news soon. Solemnly Jiang Tianyi said. Mo Yike nodded and turned to look at Young Master and I can tolerate you once, but I hope you won't do it a second time. You are not allowed to interfere in the matters of the Thousand Islands Sea. Huh. Young Master N's face stiffened. He nodded and said, yes. Haha, you're still not convinced? Mo Yike suddenly laughed in surprise. From young Master An's expression, it was obvious that he had wanted to cause trouble for Gu Hai's lair. Fortunately, he had reminded him, young Master An, you can't win against Gu Hai. Think about it. When you first met Gu Hai, what did you have? What did he have? In a short time, Gu Hai had already wiped out everything you had. Can't you see? Mo Yike sneered. Ah, young Master An was slightly stunned. A group of Sin Dragons, Fong Mingho, and Gu Hai were all wiped out. The world's #1 Zither Pavilion, Silver Moon's #1 Chess Pavilion, and other properties were all won by Gu Hai. Look after Gu Hai's actions. Did you lose everything? Did you lose everything that you had in Silver Moon City? Gambling? That day, when you gambled outside the #1 Zither Pavilion, did you think you lost your head? Gambling again and again. Can't you change to something else to gamble on? Must you gamble on? Can't you see? In a short time, Gu Hai had you fall into his trap and manipulated you into gambling with him. Mo Yike sneered. Ah, no, that's impossible, right? Back then, I was stronger than he was. Young Master An's expression stiffened. You were stronger? What a joke. Did you think that he Shirkong was the stronger side with the City Lord's Residence's army? Didn't you see that all the people in the periphery were on Gu Hai's side? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, did you really think that you could wipe out Gu Hai? Did you really think that you could wipe out the #1 Zither Pavilion? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died there. Mo Yike said coldly. No, that's impossible. Young Master An said in shock. When Fong Mingho attacked the #1 Zither Pavilion, he encountered the same formation as Gu Hai's formation in Silver Moon Sea. Do you still think that you can do anything to the #1 Zither Pavilion? Secondly, the people are boiling with resentment. Is he Shirkong trying to incite the people to revolt or something? Mo Yike said coldly. Young Master An's expression stiffened. After hearing Mo Yike's words and thinking about it again, he felt that he was really like a clown who was at the mercy of Gu Hai. You can't beat Gu Hai. Stay away from him. He's a tough guy. This time, Gu Hai should have let you go for the sake of the Lord. Next time, I can't guarantee that Gu Hai will let you go, Mo Yike said coldly. But he's only in the Gold Core realm. Young Master An whispered. Gold Core realm? Ha! Young Master An, have you been humorous recently? Are cultivation and strength the same? Who killed the ghost-faced Yuanying state? What was the result of millions of bronze men at the peak of the nascent soul realm chasing, after Gu Hai? Mo Yike said coldly. Ah, do you think that I put in so much effort to treat the wise with respect? Do you think that I value his cultivation? What I value is his brain. That brain of his can defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, 1 million Zither figurines. Mo Yike said seriously. Oh, yes. Also, do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Not long ago, the Lord led the army there and received news that a Gu Hai appeared in the innate puzzle world. His ghost skills are astonishing, suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself. At first, I thought that it was someone else with the same name. Now, I am certain that it is Gu Hai, suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself. Furthermore, he fought the great Myojin alone and remained undefeated. Did you know that? You even played Go with him? Huh, how laughable. Mo Yike sneered. Young Master Anne's expression froze. All right, make your preparations. In a few days, you will represent the Lord at the memorial service for the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord. M.O. Yikes said indifferently. What? Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? They nearly got me killed. Furthermore, they even... Young Master and immediately cried out. They still despise you. M.O. Yikes said coldly. Me, young Master, and smiled bitterly. Remember this. No matter what others say about the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, you are not allowed to show any strange emotions. Do what you did in the past. M.O. Yikes said coldly. Yes. Young Master nodded. Then M.O. Yike turned his head to look at Jiang Tianyi and asked, how is he Shirkong's side? He Shirkong stationed people on the 3 islands in the Silver Moon Sea to guard the zither figurines. The evidence is conclusive. Right now, he is being investigated. Sima Changkong sealed off the city lord's residence. He Shirkong cannot come out. He cannot get any news to us, Jiang Tianyi said solemnly. M.O. Yike nodded with narrowed eyes. City lord's residence. Sima Changkong and he Shirkong sat in a pavilion. City lord he Changkong has been rude. However, this matter is too big and has offended City Lord he. Sima Changkong poured a glass of wine for City Lord he and said with a smile, Lord Sima, you don't have to do this. This time, I was too greedy and did not report to the imperial court. This is the truth. He Shirkong shook his head. Oh, just your greed? What about the dragons? Sima Changkong frowned. Dragons? I discovered it together with them. We agreed to share the zither figurines equally, so we guarded that place together. They are the sinful dragons who escaped from the front line. He Shirkong shook his head and said with a smile, Only discovered it together? Does Luyang of Gojoseon know about this? Sima Changkong asked in a deep voice. Luyang of Gojoseon is at the front line. How would he know about what happened here? You worry too much. He Shirkong shook his head and said with a smile. Luyang of Gojoseon doesn't know? Then why are M.O. Yike and Luan here? Sima Changkong asked in a deep voice. They participated in the zither imparting conference. Although M.O. Yike did not participate in the end, I am not sure about the rest. He Shirkong shook his head. No matter what Sima Changkong asked, he Shirkong would repeat the same words over and over again. It was all his own greed. This caused Sima Changkong's question to be stuck here for a moment. All right, City Lord he, think about it carefully. Remember, Yingzhou is also the world of the Deqian Celestial Empire. The only ruler of the Deqian Celestial Empire is His Holiness. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. He Shirkong smiled and nodded. Sima Changkong slowly left. He Shirkong sat alone in the pavilion. He held a glass of wine and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Long Xiaoya, I don't think I have wronged anyone in my life. The only one I feel guilty about is you. I can't do anything about your wrong death. I will be able to see you soon, right? I hope that when I see you again, you are still so beautiful and dazzling. You are the most extraordinary woman in the world in my heart. The only one who feels wronged for you is Long Wanqing's father. Who is he? That coward. You gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but he doesn't dare to show up. You died, but he didn't come out to avenge you. Coward, he doesn't deserve you. He Shirkong looked at the moon and sighed slightly. Sima Changkong left the place where he Shirkong was under house arrest and went to an office hall. How is it? Sima Changkong looked at a subordinate. My lord, the 1,000,000 bronze men have been transported away. They are directly transported to the imperial capital through the official resting point. Everything is up to His Holiness to decide. The subordinate said respectfully, Official resting point. This is a group of soldiers specially set up by His Holiness. All the checkpoints along the way are open. I hope these bronze men can reach the imperial capital as soon as possible. Sima Chongkong nodded. Report, my lord, bad news, bad news. Another official ran into the hall in a panic. What's wrong? Aren't you accompanying the bronze men to the imperial capital? Sima Chongkong frowned. I'm sorry, my lord. I drank too much and passed out at the resting point. When I woke up, most of the troops had already left. I chased after them in a panic. Because I knew the route, I caught up quickly. However, when I reached a valley, all the escorting officials and soldiers, what happened to all of them? Sima Chongkong stared. All dead, all dead. The 1,000,000 bronze men also disappeared. They were taken away. The official knelt on the ground and said in horror, "The route of the official resting point is different every time. Even I don't know the exact route. You actually," Sima Chongkong said in a low voice, "No one leaked it. No one leaked it. Those who knew the route are all dead. Maybe it was an accident. And they met some bandits." The official knelt on the ground and said in horror, "Accident? Bandits? Humph." Sima Chongkong stared. Naturally, he didn't believe that it was bandits. Bandits were similar to the bandits in the secular world. Robbing a few caravans was already the limit. How dare they challenge the authorities and rob them? Report, my lord, bad news, bad news. He Shirkong, city lord, he committed suicide. Another official ran in panic. He Shirkong committed suicide. Sima Chongkong's face darkened. Yes, yes, the official said nervously. Chapter 220, Silver Moon City, Xiaoya Mountain Manor. Gu Hai looked at the slip of paper that Long Wanqing gave him. This is... Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian. When you fled with 1,000,000 copper men, we went to look for He Shirkong. He Shirkong refused to say anything. However, when Yun Mo used Gauchin State to bind him, he gave me a slip of paper in his panic. Long Wanqing explained. Huangfu Chaoga. Gu Hai looked at the name on the slip of paper. It should be the Mr. Huangfu we are looking for. In the past, he and He Shirkong often attended my mother's zither recitals. After my mother died, they did not come to mourn. Previously, you guessed that Mr. Huangfu and He Shirkong knew something, Long Wanqing said seriously. Huangfu Chaoga, you know each other? Gu Hai looked at the two in confusion. Venerable Lu Nian took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, I did not expect this Mr. Huangfu to be him, to think that he came to Xiaoya's zither recitals. Ha ha, he must have taken a lot of risks by coming to the zither recitals. Oh, do you know who Lu Yang of Gojoseon is fighting at the front lines? Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You mentioned it before. I think it's called the God Foothill Dynasty. Originally, this God Foothill Dynasty was a vassal of the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, it now broke its alliance with the Deqian Celestial Empire, betraying the Deqian Celestial Empire and forming an alliance with a rival dynasty of the Deqian Celestial Empire. The front lines are where the Lu Yang of Gojoseon is attacking the God Foothill Dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing nodded and said, Indeed, Huangfu Chaoga is the master of the God Foothill Dynasty. 20 years ago, even though he allied with the Deqian Dynasty, he was not allowed to enter the Deqian Celestial Empire. Back then, he should have hidden his identity to attend my mother's zither recitals. Huangfu Chaoga, he knows how your mother died. Gu Hai frowned. Are you declaring war with the Deqian? Yes. Long Wanqing nodded. Then what are you worried about? Wasn't that a good thing? With a clue, can't we just go find him? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. "But he is now the enemy of the Deqian. It's not good for us to go." "There's nothing wrong with that. Only the three of us know about this matter." Solemnly, Guhai said. "Guhai." The two nodded. "Guhai, Hallmaster, Grandmaster." Mu Chenfeng rushed in from outside the hall. Everyone looked at Mu Chenfeng. Ever since Mu Chenfeng went all out to help Guhai break open the city gate, Guhai's attitude towards her improved a lot. "He Shirkong is dead. I heard that he committed suicide at the city lord's residence," Mu Chenfeng explained. "Oh, he's dead?" Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Guhai and Venerable Lu Nian exchanged glances, and a sinister look flashed in their eyes. "Also, I heard that bandits robbed the 1,000,000 bronze men that Sima Chongkong sent to escort," Mu Chenfeng said with a frown. "Bandits?" Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. How bold! To be so unbridled and unrestrained? To think that they dared to openly rob the imperial court's escort? Venerable Lu Nian said with an unsightly expression. "Who knows?" Mu Chenfeng frowned. "All right, this is not something that we should worry about. The old manor lord's memorial service is about to start, right?" Guhai asked. "It should be about time." Mu Chenfeng nodded. "Let's go and say our farewells to the old manor lord's corpse. We are indebted to him for taking care of us on this trip to Silver Moon City," Guhai said solemnly. "Right." Everyone nodded. Outside Xiaya Mountain Villa, Fairy Wan sat on an immortal crane. When she passed by Xiaya Mountain Villa, she looked at the fog-shrouded floating island with a complicated expression. Guhai is there. Liar? Scoundrel? Benefactor? At this moment, Fairy Wan Er's heart was in chaos. The insignificant person that she looked down on in the past made her feel helpless again and again, angering her to the point of vomiting blood several times. Furthermore, he made her the target of public condemnation. That feeling was unbearable. This was a person that she should have fought to the death. In the end, he was the one who saved her at the most crucial moment. At that time, no one could save him. Not even his own master could save him. But in that moment of despair, this swindler appeared. How could he not? How could this swindler appear? That was a kind of redemption that appeared in despair. Originally, it was a huge shock to her soul, but it was that liar? Humph, liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wan cursed with a complicated tone. Riding the immortal crane, they quickly flew towards the city gate. Not long after, they arrived at the city gate. Once out of the city gate, Fairy Wan took out a flying boat and sat in the driver's seat. She controlled the flying boat and flew towards the south. Silver Moon Mountain Villa. In the past, it was crowded with people, and everyone wanted to visit the mountain gate, but couldn't. Now, Silver Moon Mountain Villa was exceptionally desolate. Inside and outside the villa, it was cold and cheerless. Most of the disciples of the villa were in the main hall of the villa. The surroundings were covered with white cloth. In the main hall of the villa, Silver Moon Palace, was the morning hall of the old manor lord. The old manor lord's corpse was placed in a coffin in the center of the morning hall. Yun Emo wore mourning clothes and knelt in the center of the morning hall, holding the items left behind by the old manor lord. He took one and reminisced for a while, then put it in a brazier and burned it, hoping to pass it to the old manor lord who had entered the netherworld. Yun Mo's eyes were red. The disciples of the old manor lord knelt around him. In the main hall, there was a sense of sadness, but outside the main hall, there was a lot of noise. It's all Yun Mo's fault. Otherwise, the old manor lord wouldn't have died, without dignity. What's the use of Silver Moon Mountain Villa without the old manor lord? No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Mountain Villa now. I don't want to stay in Silver Moon Mountain Villa anymore. What's the point of staying? Bastard, The old manor lord just left. And you're rebelling? The old manor lord said to listen to the young manor lord in the future. You're the bastard. What future do you have by following him? Now in Silvermoon City, no. In the entire Guqin circle, Yun-Mo is hated by everyone. The disciples of the villa outside the door were divided into two factions, arguing. Yun-Mo burned the remains of the old manor lord and sighed slightly. Stop arguing. The manor lord just passed away. Let him rest in peace. His voice spread outside the main hall. The two factions that were arguing suddenly stopped. Humph! What's the use of pretending to burn the remains of the manor lord? The manor lord's human soul has become Sima Chongkong's tonic. Without the human soul, you can't see the morning hall at all. Do you really think you can burn it to the netherworld? A disciple of the villa said sarcastically. Yun-Mo took a deep breath and said, "The manor lord just passed away. If anyone dares to gossip, don't blame me for being rude." The faces of the disciples of the villa darkened. When the manor lord is buried, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. When you first joined Silvermoon Mountain Villa, you signed a contract. Once you joined, you could never betray the villa. Otherwise, Silvermoon Mountain Villa would hunt you down for thousands of miles. That's because the forging method of Silvermoon Mountain Villa is a secret that can't be leaked. Do you think I don't know why you're arguing? I've tarnished the reputation of the villa. Do you want to take the Silvermoon forging method and start a new business? Ha! Go. I'll return the slave contract to you. Those who want to leave can leave. Those who want to stay can stay. There's only one thing. Before the manor lord is buried, behave yourself. Yun-Mo said in a low voice. Young manor lord, you can't do that. If you do that, the forging method of Silvermoon Mountain Villa. A few disciples of the villa who were loyal to Yun-Mo said anxiously. However, the eyes of some of the disciples who had their own thoughts lit up. The argument from before suddenly stopped. They had the method of Silvermoon Mountain Villa to forge their Guqin. Once they left Silvermoon Mountain Villa, they could start a new business wherever they went. Would Yun-Mo give them the slave contract? The morning hall finally looked like a morning hall. Yun-Mo felt slightly bitter. Young manor lord, elite hall, Master Long, Wanqing, Master Lunyan, and Gu Hai have come to mourn the old manor lord. A disciple of the villa said respectfully, "Oh." Yun-Mo was slightly surprised. He nodded and said, "Invite them in." Yes. Soon, Gu Hai's group entered the hall. Although Long Wanqing was the elite hall master, she purposely let Gu Hai stand in the center. Master Lu Nian watched from the side, but did not say anything. When Gu Hai's group entered the hall, they did not greet the crowd. Instead, they walked to the side and took out some incense sticks. Then, they walked to the old manor lord's coffin and offered him one. Master Lu Nian and Long Wanqing also offered incense sticks to the old manor lord. After offering incense, the three bowed 3 times to the old manor lord. "Many thanks, Mr. Good, Hall Master Long, and Master Lu Nian." Yun-Mo stood up and bowed to the 3. These 3 were the first to come to pay respects to the old manor lord. Yun-Mo had to be grateful for this respect for the old manor lord. "Young manor lord, please restrain your grief." Gu Hai sighed softly. Yun-Mo's eyes were still red as he nodded. "I am indebted to the old manor lord for taking care of me in the past. Gu Hai has nothing to repay you with. Can I speak with young manor lord for a while, outside the room?" Gu Hai asked Gu Hai solemnly. Yun-Mo felt slightly suspicious, but still nodded. The group walked out of the morning hall and sat down in a pavilion outside. "Mr. Good, what can I do for you?" Yun-Mo asked, feeling puzzled. Gu Hai still remembers young Manor Lord's promise to the old Manor Lord on Silver Moon Island. It is still fresh in his mind. Back then, when Gu Hai first entered Silver Moon City, he was interested in the first pavilion's piano. The piano I'm selling is just a perverted technique. If you want to shake the world's #1 piano pavilion, it's not something that can be done overnight. It was the old manor head who helped me. He added a new meaning to my canon. I can't do anything about the old manor lord's resignation. The only thing I can do now is to hope that young Manor Lord will not abandon the first pavilion on this street. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Huh. Yunimo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. The first pavilion on this street will open branches soon. With Silver Moon City as the center, we will spread to all the big cities in the world. Perhaps our expansion speed is slow, but our model makes it easy to set up chain stores. Please believe that the first pavilion on this street will spread to all the big cities in the world one day, Gu Hai said, solemnly. So what? Yunimo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. Most of the zither in the first pavilion on this street are foreign zither. There is no zither that belongs to us. Although foreign zither are good, my principles will never be controlled by others. Therefore, I hope that young Manor Lord can condescend and lead Silver Moon Villa to become the first pavilion on this street, specializing in zither. Gu Hai said, solemnly, specializing in zither. Haha, you want to swallow my Silver Moon Villa? Emo looked at Gu Hai coldly. No, your Silver Moon Villa will always be your Silver Moon Villa. I will not interfere. Don't worry. If there comes a day when you feel that the cooperation with me, Gu Hai, is not good, you can lead Silver Moon Villa away at any time. I will not stop you, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Oh, Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. I only need to provide you with zither during the cooperation period. Your Silver Moon Villa will only provide my zither. Your reputation is not important. I will find a way to slowly build momentum for you to return it. Everything will be fine. I need Silver Moon Villa to help me. I will try my best to fulfill your wish. Gu Hai said, solemnly. My wish. Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, don't you want to make a zither for the old village master? The old village master may reincarnate, but you don't know who will be his reincarnation. But he may enter the first zither building on this street. Maybe he will see the zither from Silver Moon Villa in the special section of the zither building. Maybe he will inadvertently buy a zither made by you, Gu Hai persuaded. Yunmo's eyes suddenly turned red. As they looked at Gu Hai, they no longer showed that much hostility. Do you see the vitality of my zither building? Gu Hai, started out as a businessman. Please believe that I can open the biggest zither building in the world. I can let the chain stores spread to every corner of the world. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Emo suddenly calmed down and said, you only have one zither building, but you have painted a big picture for me. Yes, but we at least have a goal, don't we? Now that you are making zither, you have not reached the peak. You need to grow, and so does my zither building, right? In the future, all the first zither buildings on this street will set up a special section for you. A special section for Silver Moon Villa. What do you think, young master? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Ha, Gu Hai, do you really think you can open such a huge chain store? Emo looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. In the beginning, when no one believed that my zither building would become popular, the old village master believed in me, didn't he? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yunmo's face stiffened. Indeed, in the beginning, very few people thought highly of Gu Hai, but the old village master asked him to personally send a qualification card to Gu Hai as an encouragement. Young master, how about we set a limit of 50 years? Let's make a contract. My zither building will do its best to promote your zither, and you will do your best to make zither for my zither building. The zither building and Silver Moon Villa will take half of the sales. The zither building will take half of the sales. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. After 50 years, if you don't like my zither building, we can terminate the contract at any time. What do you think? Guhai said, solemnly. Yunemo was silent. Previously, the disciples of the villa were arguing because the outside world despised Silver Moon Villa. Many zither merchants didn't even want Silver Moon Villa's zither anymore. Only Guhai valued it so much. Now, Silver Moon Villa was even more unstable internally. It was in a state of disunity. 50 years? Okay, I hope that Mr. Good won't disappoint me. Yun Emo said with certainty. Guhai smiled and nodded. Village Master Yun, don't worry. Guhai, am a man of my word. But what? Yun Emo frowned. But I hope that Village Master Yun will strive for perfection in the future. I hope that every zither you make will be better than the previous one. Guhai said, solemnly. How is that possible? Do you know how to make zither? Who can guarantee this? Yunemo frowned. Village Master Yun, we will do our best to promote your zither. So, the zither you make will be known to the greatest extent to everyone. Every zither you make may be seen by the reincarnation of the old village master. No, even if one zither is seen by the reincarnation of the old village master, it will be enough. Maybe one of your zither will be bought by the old village master. I hope that you will do your best to make a zither for the old village master. Guhai said, solemnly. Yunmo's expression turned serious. He clenched his fists and nodded. I will. From now on, every zither I make will be the result of my heart and soul. Then it's settled. Guhai cupped his fists and bowed. Didn't you say to sign a 50-year contract? Yunemo was slightly stunned. Guhai shook his head and smiled. No need. Village Master Yun has already promised me. Why do I need to sign a paper contract? It's settled. You're not afraid that I will go back on my word? Yunemo frowned. I believe in my judgment. If it was the old village master, would he go back on his word? Guhai smiled. Of course not, but even if the person taught by the old village master is bad, it won't be too bad. I believe in the old village master's reputation. I believe in the Silver Moon Villa's reputation. And I believe in Village Master Yun's reputation. Everything is enough. Guhai said, solemnly. Yun Emo looked at Guhai, stood up, and bowed to Guhai again. Chapter 221. Guhai was the first to go to Silver Moon Villa to mourn for the old village master. Emo Yike brought young master and to burn a stick of incense for the old village master's body. After that, Emo Yike brought young master and to chat with Yun Emo for a while. Soon, the two left Silver Moon Villa. Who does he think he is? Mr. Emo, this time, you and I are representing my grandfather to invite him, but he actually rejected it. No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Villa anymore. I heard that Silver Moon Villa is in a mess, and many disciples are leaving. Young master and complained. Too slow? Exclusive? This Guhai is really good. Mr. Emo smiled. Mr. Emo, why do you care about Silver Moon Villa? Without the old village master, Silver Moon Villa is just an ordinary Guqin, making family. Young master and frowned. Ordinary? Stupid. Mr. Emo shook his head. Oh, when the old village master took over Silver Moon Villa, he was not as good as he is now. But in the end, didn't Silver Moon Villa gain the respect of the world? Even your grandfather and Deiqianqing were very polite when they met the old village master before the old manor lord died. He said more than once that Yun Mo's talent in zither crafting was even higher than his own. More importantly, he's Mr. Silvermoon's descendant. Mr. Emo shook his head. But Yun Emo is still not very impressive now. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe the old village master was flattering him on purpose? Flattering him on purpose? Why do you think your grandfather and Deikianshing respected the old village master so much? Why do you think the old village master kowtowed to you and begged for forgiveness before he died? Mr. Emo sneered. Because of the old village master's integrity. Sai, you wouldn't understand, even if I told you. You've gone astray. Mr. Emo sighed. Young master, and felt uncomfortable. Xiaoya Villa. After Gu Hai returned from the old manor Lord's memorial service, he started making arrangements. Shangguanhan, Mu Chenfeng has already agreed to leave 2,000 Wood Branch disciples under your command to guard the first zither pavilion on this street. You don't have to worry about business. I've already informed the officials that you'll be in charge of Silver Moon City's properties for the time being, Gu Hai said to Shangguanhen. I just swallowed the snake head, so I need some time to fuse with it. Your Majesty, take care. Shangguanhen nodded. I'm guessing that Guqin should have received the first batch of news from 9-5 Island. Here are the 3 imperial decrees that I wrote. When the time comes, pass them to the people who come and bring them back to Guqin, Gu Hai said as he handed over the 3 imperial decrees. Yes, Shangguanhen nodded. Give this imperial edict to the messenger. Gu Hai took out another imperial edict. The messenger? Shangguanhen paused for a moment. That's right. You'll know when the time comes. Some people can't stand loneliness. It's good to give them a warning from time to time, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Shangguanhen nodded in confusion. In that case, we'll be leaving immediately. Time waits for no one, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. You'll know soon enough, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. After some more instructions, Gu Hai, Gao Chen, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and Mu Chenfeng led 1,000 Wood Branch disciples and left Xiaoya Villa in a hurry. The second day after Gu Hai left, someone came to visit again. I am Mr. Mo Yike's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. I am Sima Chongkong's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. The 2 messengers respectfully handed over an invitation card. They came almost at the same time. When they handed over the invitation card, they looked at each other coldly, as if they were competing with each other. Then, they were extremely polite to Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen looked at the 2 of them with a bitter smile and said, I might have made the 2 of you come in vain. Mr. Good left Silver Moon City yesterday. What? The 2 of them were slightly stunned. That's the case. I dare not hide it from you. Thank you for your kindness. Please send a gift to Mr. Mo and Mr. Sima on my behalf. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. On the vast sea, a flying boat was flying at high speed. On the flying boat stood a group of officials in embroidered robes. The one in the lead was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards of the Han Dynasty, Montez. Sir, we will reach Silver Moon City soon, right? It took me a few years to get to Silver Moon City. I didn't expect the flying boat to be so fast. We will be there in less than a month. A subordinate said respectfully, Don't worry about the boat. Don't disturb me. Without my orders. Montez said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinate immediately retreated. With a flip of his hand, Montez took out a letter sealed with wax. Looking at the letter, Montez was silent for a while. Finally, he reached out his hand to warm the wax slightly and opened the letter. Sir, This is from the crown prince to the emperor, right? The subordinate who had retreated earlier asked in surprise. Montez glanced at him coldly. The subordinate immediately shut up. Montez gently opened the letter and read it. Father, these are the memorials that I am unable to approve. I asked Montez to send them to the emperor for approval. Secondly, I recently discovered that Montez has been in contact with the leaders of the outer islands. He may have the intention to leave the Dahan and start a new life. I am afraid that my analysis may be wrong, so I asked Montez to send the letter to you for you to decide. Reading the letter, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu, the emperor is smart, but isn't the crown prince too smart? I am investigating the officials, but the crown prince actually sent someone to spy on me? Montez's expression was gloomy. He carefully put the letter back into the envelope and once again warmed it with wax before putting it away. Sir, Silvermoon City is in front. A subordinate shouted. Montez nodded, but his expression was still gloomy. A few months ago, the emperor brought a group of people here. I don't know what kind of shop they set up. I don't know how long it will take to find them. Montez frowned slightly. Yes, I heard that there are 100 million people in Silvermoon City. If we want to find the emperor, it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. A subordinate said worriedly, We'll take our time to find him. Montez said in a deep voice. The airship stopped outside Silvermoon City. The group of embroidered, uniformed guards widened their eyes at the towering city walls. Among the embroidered uniformed guards, some were innate realm cultivators recruited by the Thousand Islands Sea, while others were just ordinary people. Even the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea rarely saw such a huge city wall. What a magnificent city wall! Is that a city tower? It seems to have collapsed. Those cultivators are rebuilding the city tower? Are those all array masters? Do they have to set up an array for every cornerstone of the city? How much money will it cost? Yes, my royal casino might not be able to repair this city tower after a few months of business, right? The group of embroidered uniform guards was shocked. Beside them, a man named the owner of the crane carriage laughed and said, You are all outsiders, right? The construction of the city walls was personally funded by Master Gu. The citizens of the city did not have to spend a single cent. Master Gu? Is he very rich? A embroidered uniform guard asked curiously. Of course Master Gu is rich. I heard that it costs 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones to rebuild the city. When Master Gu paid for it, he didn't even bat an eyelid. The owner of the crane carriage laughed. 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Montez was shocked. The Royal Casino seemed to have earned that much in a few months. No, it didn't seem to be enough. Master Gu was too rich, wasn't he? Why did Master Gu want to rebuild the city tower? Master Gu destroyed it himself. Naturally, Master Gu repaired it himself. I heard that even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state couldn't break this city tower. Master Gu should be very strong, right? Of course he is. Master Gu's Guqin Dao is unparalleled. Oh, Master Gu who cultivates Guqin Dao. Montez was puzzled. By the way, who are you looking for? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. We are looking for, I don't know how to say it. Montez frowned. Just say it. There should be a name, right? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. It's called Guhai. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about people. You definitely don't know. There are 100 million people in this city. I think there's also a place called Xiaoya Mountain Villa. Have you heard of it? Even if Xiaoya Mountain Villa was famous, there were 100 million people in this city. It shouldn't be obvious. Forget it. If you can't find him, introduce us to an in first. We will look for him slowly. Montez frowned. The owner of the crane carriage looked at the crowd in puzzlement. You are looking for Guhai? The water division leader of the elite hall. Guhai? Ah, the embroidered uniform guards' faces stiffened. How did you know? Yes, Montez said blankly. Are you really looking for Master Gu? How are you related to Master Gu? The owner of the crane carriage raised his eyebrows. Master Gu? The Master Gu that was mentioned earlier? 3 million upper rank spirit stones. Just like that? It can't be. I remember that the Emperor didn't bring so much money to Silver Moon City. Furthermore, even if he did, he wouldn't have so much money. How are you related to Guhai? The owner of the crane carriage asked in a deep voice. The embroidered uniform guards were slightly worried. Why is the owner of the crane carriage so gloomy? Also, the gazes of the people around them turned hostile. We are the servants of Guhai's family. We just came from outside to look for the master, Montez said with a frown. Ah, Master Gu's family? The owner's gloomy face immediately smiled. Ah, Master Gu's family. Come, come, come. Sit on my crane carriage. I will send you there for free. Sit on mine free. Scram. I invited them first. Everyone, please sit. Please get on the carriage. The owners of the crane carriage immediately invited them politely. The embroidered uniform guards were dumbfounded by this scene. Is my master very famous? Montez asked blankly. What a joke. Who in Silver Moon City doesn't know Master Gu? If Master Gu wants to be the city lord, we will all raise both hands in agreement. The owner of the crane carriage said, excitedly. Ah, city lord? Montez said blankly. Yes, if Master Gu wants to be the city lord, everyone in the city can join hands and plead with his holiness. The owner of the crane carriage said excitedly. A group of crane carriages drove the confused, embroidered uniform guards into the city. At the city gate, the guards were about to register and check. However, when they heard that Guhai's family had come to visit, they immediately smiled and sent the embroidered uniform guards into the city. Ah, the last time I came to Silver Moon City, those guards checked for half a day and spent a lot of spirit stones to enter the city, a embroidered uniform guard said with a frown. Are you kidding? You dare to extort Master Gu's family? Send the portrait to me later. I will send it to the city's security system and find that guard. The owner of the crane carriage said angrily. You have such great authority, Montez said in surprise. Great authority, my ass. Master Gu has such great authority. The owner of the crane carriage shook his head. Montez. Along the way, the embroidered uniform guards kept asking the owner of the crane carriage about Guhai. The owner talked about Guhai with great enthusiasm. It was like a legend, causing the embroidered uniform guards to cry out in surprise and excitement. That's the Emperor, our Emperor. Montez's expression became more and more complicated as he listened. He reached out and took out another letter. Montez opened it gently. Chapter 2:22. Montez stayed in Silver Moon City for 3 days. He met with Shangguan Hen and the officials who were busy at the Zither Tower. After a tour of Silver Moon City, he hurriedly returned with 4 imperial edicts. On the sea, my lord, why is the imperial edict that the emperor gave you a warning? An embroidered uniform guard looked at Montez worriedly. Montez looked at the sparkling sea and smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, The emperor has seen through my thoughts. He knows what I'm thinking even without seeing me. This is the last warning he's giving me. Ah, all right, let's not talk nonsense. I've already left a group of embroidered uniform guards in Silver Moon City. We just need to do our jobs well. The emperor has already given us great power. If we don't cherish it, We'll be asking for too much. Montez said in a deep voice. Yes, the airship flew on the sea. After half a month, they finally arrived at the Thousand Islands Sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they passed by an island, 3 figures suddenly flew into the sky and stopped Montez. Mr. Meng, you're finally back. The casino that our 6 islands agreed upon is almost complete. A man in a long robe laughed. Montez looked at him coldly. Don't worry, Mr. Meng. Our casino is bigger and more magnificent than Guhai's. We're just waiting for Mr. Meng to bring the Dahan officials who are going to join us. Another man laughed. Montez smiled coldly and said, Hee hee, everyone, you've bribed the people in charge of the Royal Casino in Dahan. I've locked them up. You want me to bring them along to join you? Ha 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 ha. What? With Mr. Meng's power, it should be easy, right? Don't even think about it. Those people betrayed the country, which is a capital crime. When I return, I'll execute them immediately. Montez said coldly, What? Mr. Meng, what do you mean? Didn't we agree? You still want to follow Guhai? What does Guhai have? It's just the Han dynasty. How can it compare to the alliance of our 6 islands? Ridiculous. Montez sneered and waved his hand. Swish. The flying ship ignored the 3 and continued flying in the direction of 9-5 Island. Montez, you'll regret this. The 3 of them roared as they watched the flying boat leave. Montez stood at the railing of the deck and coldly glanced at the 3 people in the distance. Regret? If I follow you, I will regret it in the future. Humph. Montez snorted and turned his head, ignoring the 3 clowns. From the Han Dynasty to Silver Moon City, Montez finally recognized a fact. The Han Dynasty was rising with Guhai below 1 person above tens of thousands. If they followed Guhai, their status would only rise with the tide. He only had a few tricks up his sleeve. In terms of the overall situation, he was indeed far behind Guhai. Right now, the only thing he could do was not to have any tricks up his sleeve. Instead, he had to do his job well and protect his rights. After we return, expand the recruitment of the embroidered uniform guards. Increase the number of patrols in 9-5 Islands cities. Montez said, Yes, Silver Moon City. Mr. M.O., when are we going to the front lines? How much longer do we have to wait? Young Master frowned as he looked at M.O. Yike, who was playing Go by himself. Mr. M.O., the war at the front lines is ongoing. There is nothing important here. Why do you want to remain in Silver Moon City? Jiang Tianyi asked curiously. However, M.O. Yike remained in Silver Moon City. Even though he had nothing to do every day, he still waited quietly. Finally, another 3 days passed. Report. The scouts of the Thousand Islands Sea have returned. A subordinate rushed into the hall. Oh, M.O. Yike's eyes suddenly lit up as he tossed away the ghost stone in his hand. Let's go. We will return to the front lines and meet up with the prince, M.O. Yike said with a smile. Huh. Yes. Young Master and was at a loss. The group quickly left Silver Moon City. After they left Silver Moon City, they boarded the flying ship. M.O. Yike immediately shouted, Where is the information? Quick, give it to me. Yes. A few dusty subordinates walked forward and handed over a thick stack of information. That's all, M.O. Yike said with a frown. Sir, we have already done our best. Furthermore, this is already a lot. It is more than what we have collected in the past. The subordinates said bitterly. All right, go and receive your reward. Rest for a while and freshen up. After I finish reading the information, come back and explain it to me, M.O. Yike said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinates immediately left. Young Master looked curiously at the thick stack of information in front of Mo Yike. The words, "Gu Hai's resume," were written on the cover of the information. Did Mr. Mo ask someone to investigate Gu Hai's background? Young Master exclaimed in shock. However, Mr. Mo ignored her and started reading on his own. The information was very detailed. Mr. Mo became engrossed as he read. At the same time, at Silver Moon City's City Lord's residence, a stack of Gu Hai's information was placed in front of Sima Changkong. The god of war, Gu Hai? He appeared at the age of 30 and led an army to conquer the world the moment he was born? That group of trash. We asked them to look for talents. This Gu Hai is enough to enter our sights. How could we ignore such a talent? Oh, give up his position and go into business? The richest man in the Six Nations? Becoming the richest man in the Six Nations in such a short time was not something an ordinary person could do. The development was too fast. This was not the richest man in the Six Nations. This was the seventh nation, the hidden seventh nation of the Six Nations. He was born with talent, but could not enter an immortal sect. Are the sect masters of 9-5 Island all idiots? Such a talent, such a wise person. Did they not like him? Cultivated external techniques and reached the perfected postnatal realm? In a barren mortal world without any spirit fruits, he could cultivate to the peak of the postnatal realm. There's a cultivation technique here. This is it. This lousy cultivation technique can be cultivated to the peak of the postnatal realm. What strong willpower. On the flying boat, Mo Yike was also looking at the information in his hands. If it wasn't for Long Wanching's sudden impulse, such a great talent would have been buried in the bitter cold ruins. There's a separate plan to destroy the song. Mo Yike flipped through the plan to destroy the song. As he flipped through the plan to destroy the song, Mo Yike's eyes were no longer filled with admiration. Instead, his eyelids were twitching wildly. Hiss! Mo Yike sucked in a cold breath. Mr. Mo, what information is it? Why are you so surprised? Young Master asked in surprise. Mo Yike looked through it carefully again. Then, he handed the plan to young Master. He closed his eyes and started to deduce the process of the plan to destroy the song in his mind. This plan to destroy the song was not the most comprehensive, but it did not stop Mo Yike from completing it. All kinds of information gathered. Mr. Mo continued to deduce and complete the plan to destroy the song in his mind. Although his eyes were closed, great waves of shock surged in his heart. At the same time, Sima Changkong was doing the same thing in the Silver Moon City Lord's mansion. Although his eyes were closed, one could see that his eyeballs were constantly moving. He frowned deeply, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Sima Changkong opened his eyes. Amazing! Amazing plan to destroy the song. What a terrifying plan to destroy the song. Dozens of plans were set up at the same time. They incited the hearts of the people, manipulated the hearts of the people, killed the hearts of the soldiers, killed the hearts of the people, killed the hearts of the officials, and killed the hearts of the emperor. He destroyed a country so easily. This Gu Hai is a terrifying person. Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with shock. His evaluation of Gu Hai increased again and again. On the flying boat, whoosh! Mo Yike opened his eyes in shock. It's nothing. Isn't it just a mortal country? What's the point of putting in so much effort? It's not that amazing. Young Master looked at the plan to destroy the song in disdain. Mo Yike looked at young Master in a daze. He opened his mouth for a long time, but did not know what to say. Mr. Mo, I'm right? Why do you have such an expression? Young Master asked curiously. You're hopeless, Mr. Mo said, shaking his head. Young Master was slightly taken aback. Mr. Mo snatched the song extermination plan from young Master N's hands and began to carefully read it again. Solemnly, after a while, he carefully put it aside. Young Master N looked at Mr. Mo speechlessly. Was it that important? Mr. Mo ignored young Master N and continued to look at Gu Hai's resume. Everything was shocking. The 9th young master? Mr. Mo raised an eyebrow. The 28 line in earth formation, the 29 line in earth chess game, Old Man Guanxi? Mr. Mo's eyes became more and more serious. Young Master and looked at Mr. Mo from the side. Seeing that Mr. Mo was ignoring him, he was also worried. After thinking about it, he said in a flattering tone, Mr. Mo, although Gu Hai is capable, he's definitely not as good as you. Mr. Mo ignored him. Seeing that Mr. Mo ignored him, young Master and said carefully again, I was accidentally tricked by Gu Hai. So I played chess with Gu Hai in Silver Moon City. Gu Hai is good at chess, but he's definitely not as good as Mr. Mo. You have to know that Mr. Mo played the 29 line in earth chess game with the 9th young master. Although they didn't finish the game, to be able to get the 9th young master's approval, the 29 line in earth chess game is not something that Gu Hai can look up to at that time. If you didn't stop him, you would have played chess with Gu Hai. Slap! Mr. Mo threw a stack of documents at young Master and look at it yourself. Young Master N's face stiffened slightly. He picked up the documents and looked at them. As he looked, his face stiffened. That's impossible, right? Gu Hai solved the 29 line in earth chess game. Young Master N's face darkened. Silver Moon City's mayor's mansion. What about Gu Hai's information before he was 30 years old? What about Gu Hai's family? What kind of education did he come into contact with before he was 30 years old? Why is there only information about Gu Hai after he was 30 years old? Sima Chongkong looked at the people in front of him. On the flying boat, Mo Yike asked the same question. What do you mean there's nothing? Mo Yike glared at the subordinates in front of him who had freshened up. There's nothing, sir. Gu Hai seemed to have popped out of a crack in a rock. This time, we specifically looked for information everywhere, but there was no trace of Gu Hai before he was 30 years old. A subordinate said bitterly, Useless. This is the Gu Hai's resume that you were talking about. Mr. Mo said coldly, Sir, we've tried our best. The subordinate said bitterly, You're dismissed. Mr. Mo suppressed his anger and said, The subordinates left. Young Master and looked at Mr. Mo and said, Sir, you don't have to be so angry. That Gu Hai is just a little smarter. He only knows how to play chess. Grandpa also has many strategists like that. Mr. Mo stared at young Master and with wide eyes. Huh, Mr. Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Young Master and was worried. Does the Lord have many strategists like that? Ha! Mr. Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't have the strength to refute young Master and Chapter 223, On the White Cloud Flying Ship. After traveling for more than half a month, the flying ship arrived at Ying Province's border, the border of the war. Hall Master, we should be arriving at the battlefield soon, right? I heard that Huangfu Chaoga moved the capital to the border for the sake of the war. He is fighting the Luyang of Gojoseon's army at the border, Mu Chenfeng said as she looked into the distance. Over there. I heard it. There is a huge battle over there. It seems very ferocious. Gao Chen immediately called out from the side. Oh, head over there. Long Wanqing instructed the few people driving the flying ship. Not far away, Gu Hai sat before a desk on the deck. A large pile of documents before him. Whoosh. Gu Hai put down the book in his hand. Gu Hai, you are really good. To think that you finished reading all that information. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This is all the information on the God Foothill dynasty that I gathered a few days ago. I had no choice but to read it. I needed to understand it a little, even though 99% of this information is useless." Venerable Lu Nian smiled and said, "Mr. Good Success is not only due to his intelligence, but also his hard work." "Did you notice anything?" Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Gu Hai nodded and said, "Based on this information, the God Foothill dynasty has always been very close to the Deqian celestial empire. Even the citizens of the God Foothill dynasty yearned for the Deqian celestial empire." Oh, Venerable Lu Nian revealed some surprise. The citizens yearned for the Deqian celestial empire? How can that be? Shouldn't the sovereign of a nation advertise to the citizens to repel other nations and maintain their independence? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. This Huangfu Chaoga did not do that. He is indeed very close to the Deqian celestial empire. Furthermore, this Huangfu Chaoga does not seem like a sovereign at all, Gu Hai said with a frown. "Oh, what do you mean?" Long Wanqing was puzzled. This Huangfu Chaoga is a very sentimental person. She can eat and enjoy with the people. She often visits the people in plain clothes and even sings and dances with the people. We have hunted together with the common people, and we have never invaded other countries. We often hold competitions to share the fun with the common people. Gu Hai explained. This isn't something a monarch should do, right? Long Wanqing frowned. "That's right. But it is this kind of monarch that the people love and respect. As long as there are invaders, the people don't need to conscript. They will defend this happy country of the Shunlu dynasty on their own accord. Therefore, although the people yearn for the prosperity of the Deqian celestial empire, no one will ever betray the country because they have a very amiable ruler," Gu Hai explained. Huh. Everyone was slightly puzzled. Secondly, Huangfu Chaoga is still single. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. "Still single? That's impossible. He is a monarch." Mu Chenfeng exclaimed in shock. "That is the truth. He didn't hide it from his people. He said that he loved a woman, so he established the divine Foothill Imperial Court. It wasn't for the sake of conquering the world, but rather to prove himself to the woman he loved, to prove himself worthy of her." "Indeed, he is a sentimental person." Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. "Ha ha, to think that I did not know about this secret. To think that you managed to figure it out from the information?" Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. "Mr. has seen Huangfu Chaoga before." Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, "Perhaps the woman that Huangfu Chaoga wants to pursue is Long Xiaoya." "Ah," Long Wanqing said in shock. "Actually, I am rather curious as well. What kind of peerless beauty was your mother? How many people worried about her? Even Venerable Lu Nian gave up on love for her," Gu Hai said, feeling curious. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and shook his head, not explaining. Mu Chenfeng, who was at the side, shook her head and said, "You don't understand. Although the old hall master was not the most beautiful woman, she had something that attracted us. She always radiated vitality, moving people's hearts. How unfortunate. Huh. Venerable, do you know who my father is?" Long Wanqing suddenly frowned as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned, remaining silent for a while. "Venerable, you were unwilling to say in the past." "Do you know?" Long Wanqing asked in anticipation. "Indeed. Venerable Lu Nian, who is that man? He is really a jerk. The old hall master has been dead for 20 years, but there is no news of him at all. We know that the old hall master has always had someone in her heart. However, Who is that person? The old hall master gave birth to 2 daughters for him. But where is he? Where did he go to hide? It has been 20 years. The old hall master has been dead for 20 years, but he has not shown himself, Mu Chenfeng said with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian remained silent for a while. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, I promised Long Xiaoya not to mention him. Sorry, I can't say. However, I just want to know who he is. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Hall Master, sorry. Perhaps the truth will come out one day. However, I promised Long Xiaoya. I can go back on my word to anyone, but I absolutely will not go back on my word to her. I promised her to take care of you, so I have been following you all these years. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head stubbornly. Long Wanqing felt bitter. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. The flying ship suddenly stopped, and everyone's figures swayed. A huge black dragon suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship. This black dragon had only one eye and a sin tattoo on its forehead. It was a sin dragon. Who is it? Scram back! The one-eyed black dragon suddenly shouted coldly. With this cold shout, a vast aura spread out, suppressing everyone and causing their expressions to change. Feng? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he waved his hand. Buzz! 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly flew out and surrounded the flying ship, blocking this Sin Dragon's vast aura. Oh, it's Venerable Lu Nian, the one-eyed black dragon, said coldly. Feng, the Sin Dragon, Ghostface uncle? Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as she looked at Gu Hai. Ghostface uncle? Gu Hai felt slightly startled. Wasn't Ghostface the greatest Sin Dragon that Xiao Chen killed in the Silver Moon, see not long ago? This was Ghostface uncle. Elite Hall Master? Long Wanqing? Feng looked at everyone coldly. Why are you blocking our way? Long Wanqing asked while glaring. This is a war zone, a strategic location. You are not allowed to barge in. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Roar! Feng said coldly. Feng roared, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, and an intense, murderous aura surged over. Roar! 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 Dragon roars came from all directions in the distant horizon. Clearly, it was not just Feng. A large number of Sin Dragons had sealed off this area. If there were any trespassers, the Sin Dragons would definitely attack. Let's go, Long Wanqing said while glaring. Whoosh! The flying ship circled around Feng and retreated. Feng watched coldly as the flying ship left. Then it slowly descended to a large mountain below and coldly eyed the trespassers. Gaochen, you have sharp ears. Is there a way to spare these Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing looked at Gaochen. Gaochen's eyes suddenly lit up. There is, but what? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Just listen to me sing a song. That's enough. Oh, I can lead the way first. You fly while I sing. When I'm done, just give me a round of applause. Gaochen said excitedly. Okay. Long Wanqing agreed without thinking. Don't! Gu Hai suddenly exclaimed. However, Gu Hai's shout was too late. Long Wanqing had already agreed. What's wrong? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai's expression stiffened, and he looked at Gaochen. Master, it's the hall leader who agreed. Don't stop it. The hall leader is a man of his word. You won't let the hall leader go back on his words, right? Besides, it's just a song, and I can finish it quickly. I sing so well. You don't like it, but it doesn't mean others don't like it. Everyone has a different appreciation level. Gaochen exclaimed. Gu Hai, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked again. Sob, sob, sob. Master won't sing for me, Gauchen immediately said, feeling wronged. Sing then. Sing. Guhai showed a look of disdain. That's great. Gauchen immediately smiled. While everyone still showed confused expressions, Gauchen immediately pointed in a direction for the person driving the flying ship. Everyone, listen up. Next, the god of song, Gauchen, will dedicate a song called Little Radish to all of you. Gauchen said excitedly. Little Radish, Long Wanqing, and the others revealed confused expressions. Ding, ding, ding. Gauchen waved his hand, and the sound of a zither rang out in the air. The zither sound was extremely beautiful. When Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian heard it, they nodded. This was indeed a heaven-ranked zither. This music was definitely pleasing to the eye and refreshing to the heart. Everyone slowly became infatuated with the music. Only Guhai covered his face, not daring to continue watching. Just at this moment, Gauchen's voice rang out. I am a little radish. Oh, 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 everyone wants to kiss me. Oh, 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 oh. The moment Gauchen spoke, the flying ship suddenly shook. Nearly everyone suddenly felt their bodies tremble, as if a sword had pierced their hearts. A déjà vu of heavenly thunder surged into their hearts. With every line Gauchen sang, everyone felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. It was not that Xiao Chun sang well, but that his singing was terrible. Not only were the lyrics shocking, but even the tune Gauchen sang was tone-deaf. Xiao Chen's shout nearly took everyone's lives. The crowd, who had been intoxicated by the zither music earlier, woke up at the same time due to the huge contrast. They looked at the North Star with a look of despair on their faces. I am a little radish. Oh, 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 everyone wants to kiss me. Oh, 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 oh. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. However, Gauchen sang with incomparable infatuation. He squinted his charming eyes as he held his left hand over his heart and waved his right hand affectionately. Clearly, he was so intoxicated that he could not extricate himself. This fellow is a heaven-ranked zither. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Gauchen. This was not a problem of how unpleasant it sounded. Instead, the song provoked a sense of disgust. Everyone used their magic energy to block their ears. However, they could not block this demonic sound at all. The demonic sound filled their minds. Even if they blocked their ears, they could still hear it. It was too unpleasant. However, they had just promised Gauchen that they would listen to it and applaud. Long Wanqing's expression froze as she continuously retreated. Her head felt dizzy. Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together. Cold sweat continuously covered his bald head as he chanted, Amateus Buddha. At the same time, he recited Buddhist scriptures over and over again. Mu Chenfeng circulated all her magic energy to block her ears. However, she could not block the demonic sound at all. Gauchen's voice was like a lingering spirit. No matter how much magic energy she used to block her ears, it still entered her ears. Puffed. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood flowed out of Mu Chenfeng's ears. She had used too much magic energy and hurt her ears. The other Woodhelm disciples had already hidden at the other end of the ship in horror. They all felt incredibly horrified. At this moment, the flying ship swayed. The few people operating the flying ship were on the verge of breaking down. The flying ship looked like it would fall at any moment. I am a little radish. Oh, 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 big and long. Oh, 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 everyone wants to kiss me. Oh, 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 oh. Gauchen narrowed his charming eyes as he held his chest with both hands, singing in an intoxicated manner. Bang! Suddenly, Guhai kicked Gauchen to the ground. Then, the singing finally stopped. The entire world finally fell silent. The intoxicated Gauchen showed a confused expression when he was suddenly kicked to the ground. Good kick. The elite hall disciples in the distance all looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Master, why did you interrupt me again? Gauchen looked at Gu Hai innocently. Look, what did you do to them? Mu Chenfeng is bleeding from her 7 orifices, Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Venerable Lu, Nian pressed his palms together at the side as he muttered, Heart demon! Heart demon! How sinful! Amateus Buddha. Chapter 224. Mu Chenfeng wiped the blood from her eyes and ears. Then she looked at Gauchen in horror. Long Wanqing slowly regained her senses. Venerable Lu, Nian wiped the cold sweat off his bald head. What is this song? Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen in horror. This is a song that I created myself. It is called Little Radish, Gauchen immediately said excitedly. Long Wanqing, what I want to ask is, what is this song that you are singing? I don't want to ask you about the name of the song. This is not right. There has never been a song that can make me lose my composure like this. This is not just a song, right? Venerable Lu Nian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Venerable Lu Nian, are you praising me? I also feel that my song is different from others. Gauchen interjected at the right time. Venerable Lu Nian. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. Perhaps his song has an attribute of being unpleasant to listen to. Master, you don't like it because you don't know how to appreciate it. Gauchen immediately retorted angrily. After Mu Chenfeng wiped the blood from her eyes and ears, she looked at Gauchen in disdain. Gu Hai, in any case, you can control its emotions. Why don't you erase its consciousness and reshape it? Mu Chenfeng, you are a jerk. I sang for you out of goodwill, and you want to harm me? Gauchen glared angrily. However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, there is no need. Although it is unpleasant to listen to, it is still fine. Perhaps I will need this song at some point in time. Master, you understand me the best. I have decided. I will sing a song for you every day in the future. Gauchen immediately said, feeling moved. Gu Hai's expression darkened as he said, if you dare to sing for me again, I will immediately reshape your consciousness. Gauchen, you are not allowed to sing for us in the future. Long Wanqing shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gauchen was speechless. Good songs are common, but it's hard to find a soulmate. That day when you went to mourn the old manor lord, you didn't say that you would bring me along. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Fortunately, I didn't bring you along. What? You don't understand my songs, but the old manor lord definitely understands them. It's a pity that the old manor lord is no longer around. I originally wanted to go to his memorial service to send his body off and sing a song that I specially composed for him. Gauchen said gloomily. Everyone was speechless. Fortunately, I didn't bring you along. Long Wanqing sighed, slightly. During the old manor master's memorial service, Yun Mo and the others had cried so hard that their tears had dried up. The entire hall was filled with grief. What if Gauchen suddenly shouted, Little Radish? That scene was too beautiful, and no one dared to imagine it. Gu Hai, fortunately, you did not bring him along back then. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. Gauchen went astray. Gauchen had a gloomy expression as he walked to the side and cursed everyone. The flying ship flew in a large circle according to the direction that Gauchen had pointed out and finally arrived at the edge of a battlefield in the distance. This was a huge battlefield that spanned from north to south. To the south of the battlefield was a huge city that was slightly larger than Silver Moon City. In the sky above the city, there was surging yellow fate. It was like a golden sea that covered the entire sky above the city. Is that providence so much? Guhai said in shock. Compared to the providence before them, the Han dynasty's providence was pitifully small. The providence above the Han dynasty was like 2 wisps of smoke. However, there was a sea of clouds before them. It surged like the sea. Since the God Foothill dynasty moved its capital, this is the new capital, God Foothill City. This is the God Foothill dynasty's providence. The God Foothill dynasty's citizens are indeed very supportive of the dynasty. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. The providence enveloped God Foothill City. The north city gate opened, and a large number of soldiers rushed out of the city to fight. At this moment, a man wearing a dragon robe stood on the city gate tower. He held the railing and looked coldly at the distant north. Is that Huangfu Chaoga? Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Is this the final battle? Mu Qinfeng said in shock. In the north, there was a huge mountain surrounded by soldiers. A commander's flag with a large Lu character on it soared into the sky. The mountain peak had been flattened, and a group of soldiers could be seen surrounding a middle-aged man. That man had a small beard and a square face. He wore a brocade robe and looked very dignified. All kinds of experts stood around him, and they were all centered around this person. The middle-aged man sat on a chair and stroked a Qilin head on the armrest of the chair with his right hand. He coldly looked at Huangfu Chaoga on the city gate tower in the distance. Luyang of Gojoseon? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. That is the Luyang of Gojoseon? Guhai said in shock. The center of the 2 battlefields was very vast. A large number of soldiers fought on the battlefield. At the same time, the Luyang of Gojoseon sent out 800 dragons. These dragons roared as they charged into the battlefield. Roar! 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 The dragons roared with surging auras. Everywhere they went, dark clouds filled the sky. It seemed like they would crush the God Foothill army in an instant. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground rumbled. It sounded like many mountains were rising from the ground. Roar! Roar! Every mountain let out a roar. Each of the mountains slowly crawled up from the ground. They were all human-shaped mountains. Countless rocks strangely gathered together to form a stone mountain man monster. What are those? Gaochen exclaimed in shock. Stone men. Mu Qinfeng explained. Stone men? What do you mean? Was it this kind of stone man? That's several thousand feet tall. The North Star Polaris exclaimed. Stone men are a group of monsters. They are the national beast of the God Foothill dynasty. They are Earth-type monsters. Mu Qinfeng explained. Roar! Roar! Boom! 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 The huge stone men were like towering giants. They brazenly collided with the dragons. The 2 fierce beasts fought fiercely. Immediately, sand and stones flew everywhere. The sky darkened. The soldiers on the battlefield had no choice but to stop. They all retreated, leaving the battlefield to the dragons and the stone men. Boom! 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 Under the powerful battle, it was like an earthquake was happening everywhere. On the city gate tower in the distance, Huangfu Chaoga watched the battle with worry in her eyes. On another mountain, the Luyang of Gojoseon watched the battle with a gloomy expression. These stone men are very strange. Guhai exclaimed in shock. Boom! They saw Lu Rockman get smashed into pieces by a giant dragon. Walla Lala! Crash! The shattered pieces of the stone man suddenly stood up again. In the blink of an eye, the shattered body reformed, and the stone man came back to life, charging back into the battlefield. Roar! Boom! The stone man shattered a Sin dragon's head amidst its miserable shrieks. However, the Sin dragon did not have the rebirth ability of the stone man. It fell to the ground, splashing blood everywhere. I don't know where these stone men came from. In any case, these demonic beasts are the most troublesome. They are invulnerable, and their bodies are extremely tough. However, even if you shatter them, they can quickly come back to life. The national beast of the God Foothill dynasty is the envy of many other dynasties. Mu Qinfeng said with a bitter smile. In the distance, the Luyang of Gojoseon seemed to grow impatient. He turned his head and looked at a white-clothed man at the side. That man nodded and stepped forward, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The white-clothed man stood in the air, looking coldly at Huangfu Chaoga. He extended his right hand and suddenly chopped in the direction of God Foothill City. Buzz! A huge beam of saber chi suddenly appeared in the air. It slashed over like a heavenly sword. With a loud sound, the saber chi slashed from the white-clothed man all the way to God Foothill City. Rumble! A 30,000-meter-long trench suddenly appeared on the ground. Countless rocks blasted into the sky again. The saber split the ground in half, and the huge saber tip headed straight for God Foothill City. Boom! A blue barrier suddenly appeared in God Foothill City, facing the saber. However, it shook violently as if it would break at any moment. Huangfu Chaoga, are you still hiding in the city? The white-clothed man shouted coldly. Not far away, Gu Hai and the others showed gloomy expressions. Who is this white-clothed man? The saber chi from God Foothill earlier was too ferocious. It split the 30,000-meter-long ground in half. That is Crown Prince Ao Shun. Long Wanqing said with a slight frown. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Guhai said, feeling confused. It should be the former dragon race Crown Prince Ao Shun. Unfortunately, he made a grave mistake and was demoted to a sinful dragon. Now, he is no longer the dragon race's crown prince. Ao Shun is temporarily under the jurisdiction of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked at the white-clothed man in the distance, who showed a ferocious expression. Ao Shun seems to be an extremely strong expert of the heavenly opening palace. Is he challenging Huangfu Chaoga? Huangfu Chaoga. Seems like only the Yuanying state can deal with him. Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Huangfu Chaoga, only the Yuanying state. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Could the Yuanying state deal with the heavenly opening palace's expert? Xiao Chun waved his hand and had someone quietly park the flying ship in a valley, trying not to be discovered. In the distance, Ao Shun challenged Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking. Citizens of the Divine Foothill dynasty, I am incompetent for bringing about such a great calamity. However, I do not regret it. I want to face the incoming attack, but I am not strong enough. I need your strength. If you are willing to help me, please raise your right hand and lend me your full strength. If you feel that I am incompetent, you can ignore me. Please, I beg you. Buzz. Huangfu Chaoga had just finished speaking when the providence clouds in the sky suddenly trembled. It seemed to follow the providence that gathered and spread to every citizen's ears. Your Majesty, I am willing to help you. Your Majesty, please use my strength. Your Majesty, we will always support you. Shouts came from all over the Divine Foothill dynasty. There was a small town not far from Gu Hai's group. Gu Hai saw a citizen suddenly raise his right hand. Then a beam of yellow light seemed to rush out of his right hand. Next, that citizen suddenly lost all his strength and sat down on the ground, exhausted. One after another, almost all the citizens suddenly raised their right hand. waves of people's power all left their hands and flowed toward the providence clouds of the divine foothill dynasty. Rumble! A whirlpool formed above the sea of providence clouds, pouring the power of the people into Huangfu Chaoga like a swarm of bees. Rumble! A violent storm of power appeared around Huangfu Chaoga. Gathering all the people's power, Huangfu Chaoga rushed into the sky. She reached out her right hand and punched toward Ao Shun. Liu Yang of Gojoseon, if you want to destroy my divine foothill dynasty, come personally. What's the point of sending this little bug? Roar. Huangfu Chaoga roared. Roar. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anger as he punched with a roar. Hung. Chapter 225. Hung. Huangfu Chaoga's and Ao Shun's fists collided, creating a shockwave of energy. Wherever the shockwave passed, the dark clouds in the sky immediately scattered. A storm spread in all directions, kicking up sand and stones on the ground below. The battle between the stone people and the dragons suddenly stopped. Huangfu Chaoga stood in place, but Ao Shun was instantly knocked back more than 3 kilometers. His face turned red, and his eyes filled with anger. Far away, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Huangfu Chaoga only has the Yuanying state, while Ao Shun already opened the Celestial Palace. Huangfu Chaoga actually won in their first clash. It's not the same. Huangfu Chaoga used the power of the divine foothill. All the citizens lent their strength to Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga's strength sword. This is the advantage of cultivation. The ruler of a country or sect master can mobilize the strength of all the people under his jurisdiction to fight against external enemies, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Gu Hai stared into the distance, narrowing his eyes. He was also the ruler of a country. Could he also fight like this? In the distance, Huangfu Chaoga's strength was too great. From a distance, it looked like a burning flame. Liu Yang of Gojoseon, don't send this little worm. Didn't you want to destroy my divine foothill? Didn't you want to get rid of me? Come, do it yourself. Huangfu Chaoga glared at Liu Yang of Gojoseon, who was sitting in the distance. Bastard! Ao Shun glared in dissatisfaction, wanting to charge over again. Liu Yang of Gojoseon waved his hand, stopping Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded respectfully. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Huangfu Chaoga and said, Huangfu Chaoga, do you think the divine foothill dynasty is so difficult to destroy? This king only loves you. That's why I've tolerated you until now. There is a limit to my tolerance. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yang of Gojoseon, you want me to submit? Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible? I want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, gnaw on your bones, and sleep with your skin. Huangfu Chaoga said with bloodshot eyes. Humph. Stubborn. Liu Yang of Gojoseon snorted. He extended his hand and grabbed at Huangfu Chaoga. Liu Yang of Gojoseon did not stand up. Of course, the void again. Suddenly, a huge black hand came out of the black fog covering the sky and pressing down on Huangfu Chaoga. Whoosh! The huge black palm pressed down, bringing up tornadoes. Sand and stones flew everywhere, covering the sky and earth. It was as if the entire battlefield was instantly covered. Break! Huangfu Chaoga shouted with a glare and threw a punch at him. Of Chaoga of Gojoseon, the huge tremors caused countless mountains in the surroundings to tremble violently. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Crack! Crack! The valley under Gu Hai's flying ship suddenly tore open, creating a huge trench. Retreat! Venerable Lu Nian called out. The flying ship quickly and carefully retreated to the back. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's throne suddenly exploded. Huh! Liu Yang of Gojoseon stood up with wide eyes. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, and the sand and stones in the center of the battlefield were swept up into the air. There was a huge crater in the center of the battlefield. With the crater as the center, trenches spread out like spiderwebs to the surrounding mountains and the surrounding soldiers. Boom! The bottom of the huge crater looked like the mouth of a volcano as lava surged out. The lava flowed along the trenches, forming rivers of fire. The two armies retreated again and again. On the other side, Huang Fuchaoga had already returned to the city gate tower. She wiped the blood from her lips and glared at the distant Luyang of Gojoseon, while panting. Luyang of Gojoseon, do you want to do it again? Do you believe that as soon as the citizens of my god, Foothill Dynasty, recover their strength, they will immediately lend me their strength? Do you believe me? Huang Fuchaoga looked coldly at the distant Luyang of Gojoseon. Luyang of Gojoseon stood up. Although his throne exploded, he was not injured at all. He looked coldly at Luyang of Gojoseon. You have the momentum of ruling the world. I will destroy your momentum of ruling the world. I will take over every city and destroy your nation's luck. Let's see what you can rely on. Humph! Luyang of Gojoseon snorted coldly. Come, then. Huang Fuchaoga smiled coldly. Beat the gong to retreat and seal the border. Do not allow anyone to cross the border. Guard the surroundings of God Foothill City. Do not enter or leave. Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly. Yes, sir. The troops replied. Build a city on the ground. I will camp here and guard God Foothill City. Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly. Yes. Rumble. The army quickly flattened the surrounding mountains. Palaces were quickly moved out as if they were hidden in storage spaces. The army camped, and the craftsmen built the city quickly. In the distance, Huang Fuchaoga's expression was gloomy. Luyang of Gojoseon built a city here to watch over her. Then he sent an army to take over the god Foothill Dynasty city by city. With one less city, the country's luck would be reduced. It would also be less able to receive the power of its citizens. Luyang of Gojoseon wanted to kill them all. However, there was nothing she could do. If she retreated, God Foothill City would be taken over immediately. In the distance, Guhai's group frowned as they watched the two sides stop fighting. Even if Huang Fuchaoga has the luck of an entire nation based on the situation, she is still no match for Luyang of Gojoseon. Why did Luyang of Gojoseon beat the gong to retreat and stop? Why did he not continue fighting? Furthermore, Luyang of Gojoseon's army is definitely more ferocious than Huang Fuchaoga's. They are also much more numerous. Why did he stop? Mu Qinfeng asked with a frown. Luyang of Gojoseon is stronger. However, war is not a matter of individual bravery. Sometimes, one needs to look at the big picture. Guhai explained. Oh, Mu Qinfeng looked at Guhai in confusion. The art of war says that 10 times is to surround, 5 times is to attack, and multiple times is to divide. Although the Luyang of Gojoseon has a great advantage, it is better to surround him now, Guhai explained. Huh, art of war. What art of war? Everyone looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai felt slightly stunned. This is Sun Tzu's art of war. How am I supposed to explain it? Right, it's the art of war that I created myself. Take the current situation, for example. The Luyang of Gojoseon is indeed much stronger and can succeed in forcefully attacking the city. However, do you know what the result will be? Guhai said with a smile. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian said, the result will be a life and death struggle. All the soldiers in the city will fight to the death. The Luyang of Gojoseon will obtain victory in the end. However, he will suffer heavy losses. Huang Fuchaoga will also lose in the end, but it will be mutual destruction. The Luyang of Gojoseon will also suffer heavy losses. Hence, by surrounding Divine Foothill City, as time passes, the morale of the soldiers and citizens inside will weaken. When the morale is completely depleted, breaking the formation will be easy. Am I right? I remember that your previous plan to destroy the Song dynasty had a similar effect. What you surrounded was not the soldiers, but the hearts of the people, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Indeed, the Luyang of Gojoseon played this beautifully. Not only that, but he even sent troops to attack the other cities of the Divine Foothill dynasty. This feels like a siege to beat reinforcements. Ha ha! The Luyang of Gojoseon is not an ordinary person. Gu Hai nodded after taking a deep breath. In that case, what should we do now? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. Let's retreat first. We can't enter Divine Foothill City, for now. Let's slowly think of a plan. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, right. My mother has a residence here. Let's go there. Long Wanqing's expression changed. There is a residence here? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Long Wanqing's mother had a total of 2 residences in Ing Province. One was in Silver Moon City, and the other was here. It is where my master's tribe is, Mu Chenfeng said with a smile. Oh, Division Master Mu's master? My master is Granny Qing Hua, Mu Chenfeng said with a smile. Gu Hai felt slightly confused. Granny Qing Hua is the same as the Lu Stone person you saw earlier. She is a monster. She is a plant monster, and the love flower is a monster. This is the only place in the world where the love flower grows. Now, there are many small love flower monsters. I became a disciple of my master by chance. Later, the old hall master set up his residence here and met me. I was fortunate enough to join Elite Hall, Mu Chenfeng explained. The flying ship carried the group around the border army blockade and headed for Dongfang. Although Luyang of Gojoseon's throne was destroyed, his subordinates quickly brought a new one. Luyang of Gojoseon sat on the throne and looked coldly at the distant Divine Foothill City. Then he revealed a cold smile. An azure-robed man stood beside him. This man was expressionless, and his eyes were cold as if he had no human emotions. The azure-robed man suddenly frowned and looked in the direction Gu Hai's flying ship left. Your Highness, the azure-robed man said respectfully. Huh, Pujuan, what's wrong? Luyang of Gojoseon asked, feeling confused. I heard Gaochen's voice earlier. When I listened carefully, I realized that Elite Hall Master Long Wanqing has arrived. She seems to be heading to Granny Qing Hua's place, Pujuan said respectfully. Gaochen? Luyang of Gojoseon frowned and looked at Pujuan. Yes, he and I are both heaven-grade zither players. If I paid too much attention, I would have been discovered by him. So I didn't pay too much attention. However, it's definitely him. Pujuan said solemnly. Gaochen, it seems that the Zither teaching conference is over. Mr. M.O. went personally, but he didn't manage to get Gaochen. What happened? Luyang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Pujuan stood at the side and didn't say anything. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at the distant Divine Foothill City and suddenly smiled. Long Wanqing? She came at the right time. Let's go to Granny Qing Hua's place. That will save me a lot of trouble. On the flying ship, Gaochen turned to look in the direction of Luyang of Gojoseon and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. We seem to have been discovered. Gaochen said with a frown. Oh, it seems that there's a person called Pujuan beside Luyang of Gojoseon. He's also a heaven-grade zither player. He discovered us. Gaochen said with a frown. Pujuan? Long Wanqing's expression changed. What did they say? Gu Hai asked with a frown. They said a few words at the beginning. Then, Pajuan used a sound barrier, so I couldn't hear them. Sound barrier? I can do that too. Humph, I'll make sure they can't hear us either. Gauchen said, unhappily. He waved his hand. Buzz. There was a slight buzzing sound around them, which quickly disappeared. Chapter 226. Guhai's flying ship headed east. One day later, they arrived at a rainforest region near the sea. We should be there soon. It should be over there, right? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, soon. I came here once. It's in that direction. You see that? It's over there. Mu Chenfeng smiled as she pointed into the distance. Hey, the Brambles ritual array. Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. She saw a region in the distance connected to the sea. Overwhelming brambles soared into the sky, encasing the surroundings. The brambles were extremely large, about 3 kilometers tall, looking like a massive city wall. They blocked everything from the outside world. When the birds approached, they had no choice but to make a detour. The Brambles ritual array? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the Brambles ritual array. It is the protective ritual array of the Passion Flower tribe. It is even sturdier than the walls of Silver Moon City. Furthermore, these brambles carry poisonous liquid. Very few people dare to attack this ritual array. Mu Chenfeng explained with a frown. What about my mother's residence? Long Wanqing looked at Mu Chenfeng. It's inside. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. What should we do, then? The Brambles ritual array seals it. How are we going to enter? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Wait, go around. There is a small door there. Mu Chenfeng pointed into the distance. That should be the border between the Divine Foothill Dynasty and the Deqian Dynasty, right? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the Passion Flower tribe has too few spirit beasts and cannot afford to be tossed around. They never join any nation and are content with the region. However, Master is rather hospitable and made many friends. Back then, the Old Hall Master had a good chat with Master, which was why he set up a residence here. Mu Chenfeng explained. It seems like they are fighting over there. Gauchen said with a frown. The flying ship quickly circled around. Indeed, a sword light shot out nearby, kicking up dust. Many vines emerged from the ground and clashed with the sword lights. Break! A loud shout rang out. Boom! The tree-like monster was sent flying and crashed into the great array of thorns. The battle came to a halt. The monster that flew out looked like a big tree, but it had the facial features and limbs of a human. Its face was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, and there were many bright flowers growing on the tree. Love flower tree demonis. Guhai was slightly taken aback. The tree demon slowly stood up, but there were many wounds on its body. Some of its branches were already 90% broken. It weakly looked at the other side. Opposite him was a yellow-robed man. He held a golden longsword in his hand and looked at the tree demon with a murderous expression. Is it Chuchen? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Chuchen, Division Master Jean of Class 1 Hall. Guhai was slightly stunned. Indeed, behind the yellow-robed man, Chuchen, stood a large number of elite hall disciples. At that moment, some of them had fallen to the ground. Their faces were black, as if they had been poisoned. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Chu Chen's eyes widened as he slashed his sword at the weak treant. Stop! Mu Chenfeng's eyes widened, and she was immediately sent flying. A wooden staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She extended the wooden staff, and immediately countless roots appeared and rushed towards Chu Chen's sword chi. Chu Chen's expression suddenly changed. His sword light changed, and he rushed towards Mu Chenfeng. Xiao, 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 xiao. In an instant, a large amount of sword chi rushed out from the sword light and instantly cut the roots into pieces. A few sword chi even brushed past Mu Chenfeng's body. Bang! Mu Chenfeng was sent flying, covered in blood. Ah! Clearly, Mu Chenfeng's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Chu Chun. In just one round, she was defeated. Oh, Mu Chenfeng, you want to die? If you want to die, say it. Humph. Chu Chun widened his eyes, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Pa! Gu Hai reached out to catch Mu Chenfeng, and coldly looked at Chu Chun. At this moment, Chu Chun also noticed the flying boat, and he looked at the people on the boat. The moment he saw Long Wanqing, Chu Chun raised his eyebrows. Oh, the hall leader is here? Chu Chun, what is going on? Why are you fighting with the love flower tree demon? Long Wanqing immediately asked with a frown. We are not fighting. We are preparing to kill him. As for why, you can ask him. Humph! Chu Chun snorted coldly. His arrogant attitude made Gu Hai slightly stunned. This is Leader Jin. Why does he feel that he is even more arrogant than the hall leader? Chu Chun, the #1 expert of Class 1 Hall, Mu Chenfeng, smiled bitterly and explained to Gu Hai, the #1 expert of Class 1 Hall. No wonder he was defeated by Mu Chenfeng in one strike. Senior brother, what happened to you? How are your injuries? Mu Chenfeng endured the pain and walked to the love flower tree demon and fed it an elixir. However, Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chu Chun. Chu Chun also looked at Gu Hai. For a moment, Gu Hai felt all the hair on his body stand up, as if he was being targeted by a prey. I am the Water Division Leader of Class 1 Hall, Gu Hai. Greetings, Division Leader Chu. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Putting on a fake smile, you are not a good person. Humph. Chu Chun snorted coldly. Yes, you are a good person. Gu Hai sneered. Since the other party was not polite to him, he did not need to be polite to him. Chu Chun looked at Gu Hai coldly. A wave of killing intent rushed out. Gu Hai looked at Chu Chun coldly, not giving in at all. Senior brother, why are you fighting? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously as she looked at that tree demon. That tree demon smiled bitterly and said, I did not let them in, but they insisted on going in. They ran into the bramble formation and got poisoned, so they blamed it on me. Who told them to barge in? Not far away, Chu Chun said coldly, Barge in? What a joke. I am going to my elite hall's residence. How is this barging in? They blocked my path and even injured my disciple. They deserve to die. You are the one who deserves to die. How many times have I told you not to enter? You refuse to listen. The tree demon shouted while glaring. What's going on? Senior brother, why are they not allowed to enter? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. Grandmother gave the order to activate the bramble formation half a year ago. My love flower race sealed the mountain and entered closed-door cultivation, not interacting with outsiders. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Every month, a guard is sent to patrol the area. I was sent to patrol the area. This group of people ran around randomly and bumped into the Great Bramble Formation and got poisoned. But it's all my fault. The trance said bitterly, detoxify my subordinate and open the passageway. I want to see Grandmother Qing Hua. Chu Chun said coldly. Humph. I already told you. If you are capable, get Grandmother to open the door yourself. The tree demon shouted while glaring. After I kill you, I can enter. Chu Chun spun his sword and pointed it at the tree demon. Amateus, Division Master Chu, Grandmother Qing Hua was close friends with the old hall master. After the old hall master passed away, this is how you treat her? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Indeed. Division Master Chu, don't be rude, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Chu Chen looked at Long Wanqing and said coldly, Hall Master, you are still young and do not understand many things. I am not targeting them. They are targeting us. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. You cannot enter either. Whether I can enter or not, I will think of a way. However, your attitude is not right, Long Wanqing said, feeling depressed. My attitude is not right. Humph. To investigate the old hall master's death, I rushed to Yingzhou without stopping. I have not stopped over the past few days. On the other hand, you went to the Thousand Islands Sea to play and participated in the Zither recital conference. Humph. Whose attitude is wrong. Are you still going to investigate your mother's case? I found out that your mother came to this residence before she died. I rushed here without stopping, not relaxing at all. I want to find some clues. What about you? Chu Chen said coldly. Who says that we have no clues? We will find the murderer soon, Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. Oh, Chu Chen felt slightly stunned as he looked at Long Wanqing. Humph. Long Wanqing turned her head away, refusing to tell Chu Chen. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Senior brother, go and report to Master. Just say that we are here and want to go to Waning Moon Mountain Manor, Mu Chenfeng advised. Silver Moon City had a Waning Moon Mountain Manor, and this place also had a Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Don't even think about it. The Luyang of Gojoseon sent people, but they could not enter. Grandmother already activated the ritual array. She will not open it casually, that tree person said with a bitter smile. The Luyang of Gojoseon sent people? Why did he send people? Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. He wanted us to go to war. How could grandmother agree? In the end, she did not even open the door. The tree person said with a bitter smile. War? Why? He wanted us to deal with the divine Foothill Dynasty's Lu Stone Man. The Lu Stone Man is an earth-type demonic beast. I, the Passion Flower Tree Demon, am a wood-type demonic beast. Wood counters earth. He wanted us to go and destroy the Lu Stone Man. The tree person said bitterly. No wonder Master was unwilling to receive you. The Passion Flower Tree Demon does not participate in wars. Mu Chenfeng nodded. That's right. So don't even think about it. Even the people sent by the Luyang of Gojoseon were not allowed to enter. If we let you in, it would be disrespectful to the Luyang of Gojoseon. If the Luyang of Gojoseon gets angry, it will bring disaster to us, the tree person said with a bitter smile. Mu Chenfeng's expression stiffened. Then there's still a way, right? Mu Chenfeng frowned. It's not impossible to enter. Same old rules. Do you remember how long Xiaoya entered? The tree person spread his hands. Huh. Mu Chenfeng was slightly stunned. My mother also encountered the Great Bramble Formation? Long Wanqing asked in surprise. Yes, that was the first time the old hall leader came. How did my mother enter? The passion flower moves because of love. Anyone who can move the passion flower will become the passion flower tree demon's best friend, no matter who it is. The passion flower tree demon will definitely not stop her friend from entering. Back then, the old hall leader talked about her journey in love and sang a song that she wrote for her lover. In the end, it moved my master. My master was moved and allowed the old hall leader to enter. Furthermore, they became best friends. He allowed the old hall leader to build a temporary residence in the tribe. Mu Chenfeng explained. The passion flower, moved by love, Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm the best at singing. Let me do it. I will definitely move Granny Qing Hua. No, Gu Hai, Mu Chenfeng, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lu Nian cried out at the same time. The tree person and Chu Chun felt slightly stunned. What's going on? Just because you don't know how to appreciate music doesn't mean that Granny Ching Hua doesn't. Let me do it. I'll sing a song. Really? Along the way, Master did not sing for me. I feel very uncomfortable holding it in. I really want to sing a song. Let me sing for my startling creative talent. Gao Chen immediately pleaded with Gu Hai. Chapter 2:27. Chu Chun and the tree person looked at the group before them in confusion. If that fellow wants to sing, just let him sing. What does it matter if he can sing to open the door or not? Just let him try. What the two did not know was that the group did not let Gao Chen sing, not because they did not want him to try, but because they were worried that they would not have another chance to enter after he tried. Master, just let me sing. I can't hold it in. Gao Chen said anxiously, You are not allowed to sing. Gu Hai's expression turned stiff. If we sing for you, we will forever be blacklisted by Granny Ching Hua. Why? Why? Gao Chen demanded anxiously. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and Mu Chenfeng also felt bitter. We already told you that your song is terrible. However, you chose not to believe us. How do we explain that? Because I also have a song that I need you to play, Gu Hai said, helplessly. Huh. Gao Chen immediately stopped panicking. So, Master has a song as well. You should have said so earlier. You are the master. I can't snatch it from you. If your song is not good, you are not allowed to stop me. Gao Chen immediately nodded. Long Wanqing and the others sighed in relief. This scourge finally stopped messing around. Not far away, Chu Chun and the tree person looked at Gu Hai in confusion. What kind of person is this? Competing with his subordinates to sing? Is this Elite Hall's water division master? This song is called Lovers of the Liangzhu. I will use my thoughts to impart it to you. Gu Hai said seriously. Just like how Yun Mo controlled Gao Chen back then. Gu Hai placed one hand on Gao Chen's shoulder and used his thoughts to impart the lovers of the Liangzhu that he heard when he was young to Gao Chen. Gao Chen had a heaven-ranked zither and was extremely sensitive to music. Others might not be able to sense the zither music in Xiao Chen's mind, but Gao Chen could instantly sense it. After an incense's time, the North Star Polaris had also learned everything. Gu Hai slowly let go. How is it? Long Wanqing asked expectantly. SOSO. It's a little worse than my little radish. It's barely passable. Gao Chen shook his head. Long Wanqing? Gu Hai's face darkened. All right, cut the crap. Hurry up. Ha, ignorant. Chu Chen sneered. What do you mean? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chu Chen. Do you think a random song can open this great array of thorns? Humph, then this great array of thorns is too funny, isn't it? Granny Ching Hua's excuse to stop Luyang of Gojoseon will be broken by a song you casually snatched? It was said that a large number of musicians from the residence of Luyang of Gojoseon had come to play, but none of them were able to open the great array of thorns. With just you guys, a master, and a servant, they were still competing to sing? What a joke! Chu Chen sneered. Gao Chen glared at him as if he wanted to refute. All right, cut the crap with him. Play your song. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen and said, Humph. Gao Chen snorted. Branch Leader Chu, do you know who this purple-robed man is? Mu Chenfeng suddenly sneered. In the Guqin lecture not long ago, he was Gao Chen. Mu Chenfeng explained. Gao Chen? You guys can get Gao Chen? Chu Chun had a look of disbelief. Then he suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gao Chen called Gu Hai master. Didn't that mean that Gu Hai had gotten Gao Chen? Gu Hai was a master of the Guqin? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Gao Chen stretched out his hand and waved. The sound of the Guqin, suddenly rang in the air. Gu Hai did not have the artistic conception of the Guqin, but Gao Chen did. Moreover, it was a heaven-level Guqin. The artistic conception was deep and profound. In an instant, Liang Zhu's artistic conception was displayed. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a cheerful girl running in the fields. At the same time, inside the great array of thorns, under a towering tree, there was a hole in the tree. It was pitch black inside. At this time, a few tree demons ran over and shouted into the hole. "Grandma! Grandma!" There's the sound of the Guqin again. This time, there's a strong artistic conception of the Guqin. "Yes, this is a master of the Guqin." An old voice came from the hole in the tree. A group of passion flower tree demons quickly surrounded the hole. Buzz. In front of the tree demons, there was an illusion of artistic conception. An extremely happy girl ran in the fields, laughing and running. The girl liked to recite poems and read, and wanted to go out to study. However, it was not safe for her to go out alone. Therefore, she disguised herself as a man and went to the academy to study. In the academy, she met an extremely hard-working scholar. The girl and the scholar hit it off at first sight. The two became sworn brothers. In the 3 years in the academy, they studied together in the day and slept together at night. The girl gradually fell in love with the scholar. However, the scholar did not know that his sworn brother was a girl. He did not know her intentions. Until one day, when they went out to play, the girl hinted to the scholar many times. However, the scholar was dull and did not notice. Helpless, the girl told the scholar directly. The scholar was enlightened. He accepted the girl's intentions, and the two became lovers. However, another rich man found out. The rich man coveted the girl's beauty and wrote a letter home to ask his parents to propose marriage to the girl's family on his behalf. The letter from her family urged the girl to go home. The girl had no choice but to leave the scholar temporarily. However, after returning, the girl was locked up at home by her parents and was not allowed to go out. The girl could only write a letter to the scholar. The scholar hurried back and went to the girl's family to propose marriage. However, the girl's parents were not willing to accept the scholar and kicked him out of the house. They could only wait for the girl to marry the rich man in the future. The scholar left with a broken heart, and the girl sent him off. She was reluctant to part with him and was heartbroken. When the scholar returned home, he fell ill from lovesickness and was bedridden. He wrote a letter to the girl, but the girl was locked up at home and could not visit. Not long after, the scholar vomited blood and died of depression. When the girl found out, she washed her face with tears every day. Her eyes were empty and her heart was dead. Not long after, the rich man sent someone to pick up the bride. The sedan chair carried the girl like a walking corpse. On this day, the wind and rain were heavy, and the wind was gloomy. When the sedan chair passed by the scholar's grave, the girl suddenly jumped out of the sedan chair. At this time, the scholar's grave suddenly split open, and the girl jumped into the grave without a care for herself. They could not be husband and wife in life, but they must die together. The grave slowly closed up. After the wind and rain, 2 butterflies slowly flew out from the grave of the 2 people. The butterflies were inseparable and fluttered freely above the field. Woo, 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 woo. Grandma, my love flowers have bloomed more than 18 times. I'm so sad. Grandma, my love flowers have also bloomed more than 20 times. It's so touching. Within the great bramble formation, the love flower tree demons were the most sensitive to lingering love stories. Many of the tree demons were moved and went to Grandma's place. Outside the great bramble formation, the tree demon that had been heavily injured by Chu Chen started to recover quickly. More than a dozen passion flowers suddenly sprouted from his head. Gu Hai, what are the names of the girl and the scholar? Long Wanqing asked with red eyes. The girl is called Zhu Yingtai. The scholar is called Liang Shanbua, and the rich man is called Ma Wengkai. This is a story I read before. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Why can't Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai be together? They both died so miserably. Long Wanqing complained to Gu Hai with red eyes. Didn't they turn into butterflies together in the end? No one will be able to stop them, Gu Hai advised gently. Yes, Long Wanqing nodded with red eyes. Not far away, Chu Chen frowned and didn't say anything. Chu Chen wasn't good at the Tao of the Zither, but he could feel the quality of this song. Okay, the door isn't open. It's my turn. I'll sing. Gao Chen shouted excitedly. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he was about to speak. Rumble! A resounding boom rang out, and a crack appeared in the bramble formation as it tremored. It's open, it's open! Mu Chenfeng shouted excitedly. Grandma allowed you to go in? The tree demon looked at the huge crack in surprise. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Gao Chen, on the other hand, looked dejected. I haven't even finished my song yet. Thank you for your performance just now. You want to sing? Okay, sing for me later. The tree demon looked at Gao Chen with a smile. Great, great, the North Star Polaris said excitedly. Gu Hai and the others opened their mouths and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Master, he wants to listen. Don't stop him. Gao Chen looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and said, When you sing, stay away from me. Don't let me hear you. Okay, Gao Chen said excitedly. The tree demon was confused. Gao Chen was obviously a master of the zither. What's with your expressions? Why do you look down on him? Chu Chen frowned and looked at the crack in front of him. After a while, he said, The door is open. Can you detoxify the poison in my subordinates? The treant looked at Chu Chen, and a hint of discomfort flashed across its eyes. For the sake of the song, Lovers of Liang, just now, bring them in. There's antidote grass juice inside. The tree demon frowned. Chu Chen nodded. Long Wanqing and the others put away the flying boat. The tree demon slowly walked into the great array of thorns. Rumble! After everyone entered, the great array of thorns slowly closed. At the same time, Liu Yang of Gozhouzian built a new city to guard Shenlu City. It was called Miela City. In a large hall in Miela City, Pejuan waved his hand, and the entire song of Lovers of Liang was heard by Liu Yang of Gozhouzian and the others. After the song ended, there was a long silence in the hall. Then, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Lovers of Liang, not bad. It's a good song. Liu Yang of Gozhouzian praised. Pejuan nodded and said, Gao Chen also found me and used a sound barrier to isolate the sound. However, when he played the song just now, in order to let Granny Qinghua hear him, he removed the sound barrier. That's why I heard his voice again. Fortunately, I've been paying attention to the Passion Flower Valley. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Liu Yang of Gozhouzian nodded and looked at the others in the hall. You are also zither masters. After so many days, you still haven't come up with a decent song? Look at them. They casually played a song and entered. Humph! Liu Yang of Gozhouzian said coldly, Your Highness, we are incompetent. The zither masters said bitterly. Casually played. The zither masters did not believe it. How could such a gentle and graceful song be casually played? They entered the Passion Flower Valley. Together, Liu Yang of Gozhouzian asked indifferently. Yes, the great array of thorns has a sound barrier. The sound inside cannot be transmitted out. I can't hear it. Pejuan sighed. Enough. It's enough for them to enter. Liu Yang of Gozhouzian sneered. Gao Chen was clearly taken in by that person, called Gu Hai. It should be the water division leader of Elite Hall. Pajuan said solemnly, "News from Silver Moon City hasn't arrived yet. This means that Mr. Emo will be back soon. By then, everything will be clear." "Gu Hai, where did this great Zither master come from? This name sounds familiar." Lu Yang of Gojoseon frowned and tried to recall. Chapter 228, Passion Flower Mountain Valley. Gu Hai's group felt extremely curious as they crossed a thorny path and arrived at the inner part of the mountain valley. The moment they entered, they saw a sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. A fragrance wafted in the surroundings. Not far away, small passion flower tree spirits, each as tall as a person and looking like a child, played around, creating a peaceful paradise. Not far away were some floating islands with some palaces on them. That is Waning Moon Mountain Manor's floating island. Mu Qinfeng smiled as she pointed to a small island not far away. Just at this moment, 10-odd passion flower tree spirits walked over. "Which venerable master played that song earlier? Grandma invites you in." The leading tree spirit immediately said politely, "It's me. My master created that song." Gao Chen immediately called out, "Oh." The passion flower tree spirits looked in the direction Gao Chen pointed at and looked at Gu Hai. "Sorry for disturbing you. We do need to visit Grandma Passion Flower first. Please lead the way," Gu Hai said with a smile. "This way, please," the tree spirits said respectfully. "I won't be going. I'm going to Waning Moon Mountain Manor to look for clues." Chu Chun said sullenly, "That's fine." Long Wanqing nodded. Chu Chun led the Metal Division disciples to Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Mu Qinfeng arranged for 1,000 Wood Division disciples to follow Chu Chun to Waning Moon Mountain Manor. As for the poison in the Metal Division disciples, the tree spirit from earlier led them to detoxify it. Under the guidance of 10-odd passion flower tree spirits, Gu Hai, Mu Qinfeng, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Gao Chen walked to the largest tree in the area. Although the Passion Flower Mountain Valley was called a valley, it was extremely large. The largest tree was over 10,000 feet tall and was verdant and lush. It looked like a huge passion flower tree. Some passion flower tree spirits stood respectfully outside a large hole in the tree below. When they saw Gu Hai's group arrive, they immediately bowed slightly. The passion flower tree demoness was extremely polite. Gu Hai and the others also returned the greeting. Master, I'm back to see you." Mu Qinfeng was the first to run to the tree hole. "Qinfeng is back too. Esteemed guests, please come in." An old voice came from the old tree hole. Gu Hai and the rest hesitated, but Mu Qinfeng was the first to enter. Everyone looked at him for a moment before following suit. "The last time I came, I did not see Granny Qinghua. Unexpectedly, I benefited from Division Master Gu this time," Venerable Lu Nian said with a smile as he walked. Everyone stepped into the tree hole. As soon as he entered the tree hole, he saw a little old lady. She was holding a teapot and pouring tea into several teacups. "Little old lady?" Gu Hai was slightly stunned. This was a little different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't it be Granny Qinghua? Had he completely transformed into a human? "Little old lady." Granny Qinghua carried a tray with a few cups of fragrant tea. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. This place is simple and crude. Please feel free to make yourselves at home." The tree hole was rather bright, looking like a living room with tables and chairs. "Qinfeng, why are you not greeting them?" Granny Qinghua smiled. Oh, you all sit together. My master is very amiable. Just sit. It's fine." Mu Qinfeng immediately called out after receiving the tea tray. Many thanks, Granny Qinghua. Everyone bowed slightly. Oh, a heaven-ranked zither? Gao-chen? Granny Qinghua suddenly felt stunned as she looked at Gao-chen. How did you know? Gao-chen asked in shock. Even though I am old, my eyes are not blurry. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord brought you here. However, at that time, you only had a physical body. Your soul had yet to merge with your body, Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Huh, the old manor lord brought me here. Gao-chen said, feeling confused. How is the old manor lord now? Granny Qinghua asked with a smile. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Master, the old manor lord passed away not long ago. Mu Chenfeng said with a bitter smile. What? Granny Qinghua's expression changed. The teacup in her hand suddenly shook, and she almost dropped it. Mu Chenfeng did not hide anything, and told Granny Qinghua everything. After Granny Qinghua heard this, she did not speak for a long time. After a while, she sighed. Sigh, sigh, sigh. After sighing 3 times in a row, Granny Qinghua's spirits suddenly weakened. The song just now was composed by Mr. Good, right? Granny Qinghua looked at Gu Hai. After all, Mu Chenfeng had already explained everyone's identities. Yes, the song is called Lovers of Liang. I saw the story of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai before. Gu Hai nodded. Since ancient times, excessive love leads to regret. It's good to turn into a butterfly and fly together. Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. At this moment, after hearing that the old manor lord had passed away, Granny Qinghua's spirits dropped. Master, did you set up the great array of thorns to prevent Liu Yang of Gojoseon from recruiting soldiers? Mu Chenfeng asked. Yes, the Love Flower Tree Demon Clan has very few demons. Most of them are old and young. How can we withstand a war? I hope we can avoid this calamity. Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. Calamity? What calamity? Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. Nothing, huh? Granny Qinghua sighed slightly, as if she did not want to say. Granny Qinghua turned her head and looked at Long Wanqing. Long, Xiaoya's servant girl, you look so much like your mother. Granny Qinghua said with a kind smile. Granny Qinghua, this time I came to investigate the news of my mother's death. Sorry for disturbing you. Long Wanqing said respectfully. Your mother called me aunt back then and was the closest to me. It's a pity, sigh. You can also call me Granny. Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. Okay, Granny. Long Wanqing nodded. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't entertain you. You can stay here first. If you want to leave, come and find me. Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. Obviously, the death of the old manor lord had a great impact on Granny Qinghua. Then, sorry for disturbing you. We also want to take a look at the Xiaoya Mountain Villa. Gu Hai nodded. Granny Qinghua nodded and sent the crowd out. After sending them out of the tree hole, Granny Qinghua closed the door. Everyone, come on my shoulders. We will carry you. A few tree men said warmly. Thank you. Gu Hai and the others smiled. The tree men had huge bodies and walked very quickly towards the Xiaoya Mountain Villa. Chief Mu, did Granny Qinghua have a good relationship with the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng and asked in confusion. I don't know. Senior brother, do you know? Mu Chenfeng looked at a tree man and asked, Granny and the manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? How should I put it? At that time, you hadn't come to become a disciple yet. The old manor lord and Granny had a very good relationship. Really, the manor lord was still young, and Granny also looked very young. The old manor lord often came to play the zither for Granny. However, there was one time when they quarreled. After that, he never came again. Oh, I remember now. Every time that Long Xiaoya came, she seemed to bring news of the old manor lord. Moreover, I once heard that Long Xiaoya would always bring news of Granny back to the old manor lord. The tree man that Gu Hai sat on said, "Oh, my mother became the link between the old manor lord and Granny?" Long Wanqing said in surprise. No wonder Granny liked the old manor lord so much. No wonder the old manor lord still wanted to give class 1 hall a qualification card, even though he was dead. Mu Chenfeng was slightly stunned. In an instant, many things seemed to have been understood. Everyone looked towards the direction of the tree hole that had closed the door. Granny waited her whole life, thought her whole life, loved her whole life, and resented her whole life. However, all she got was news of the old manor lord's death. Sigh. Long Wanqing sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while. Not long after, everyone arrived at the Xiaoya Mountain Villa under the enthusiastic passionflower tree demon's help. On the floating island, Chu Chun stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the people running towards him from afar and narrowed his eyes. Back so soon? Turning his head, Chu Chun walked into the palace on the floating island. Gu Hai's group had returned, but they didn't seem to have much to say to Chu Chun. Gu Hai's habit was to look for information about Long Xiaoya's past. It would be best if there were things that she had written or drawn. Perhaps there would be some useful information. This is my mother's study. Long Wanqing pointed at the large number of books in the study. Oh, someone flipped through this place. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mu Chenfeng quickly called over a Wood Division disciple. Division Master Chu flipped through all of this before. He said that he wanted to find clues about the old manor lord's death. That Wood Division disciple said. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Why didn't Gao Chen come with us just now? Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. He went to harm the passion flower tree demon. Gu Hai casually replied and began to organize the books around him. Huh. Mu Chenfeng's expression froze. She silently mourned for her senior brothers. The group stayed at Xiaoya Villa for the time being. Chu Chen didn't find any clues, but he didn't intend to leave either. He stayed at Xiaoya Villa for the time being. Gu Hai flipped through the books every day, or strolled around with Long Wanqing every day. The Passion Flower Valley was extremely beautiful. It was rare to have such a pleasant time. Under the setting sun, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing's face a few times with a slight infatuation. Every time Gu Hai was seriously working and flipping through the books, Long Wanqing would also look at Gu Hai infatuatedly and smile occasionally. At other times, Granny Qing Hua would invite Long Wanqing to chat with her. After a few days, Granny Qing Hua's mood seemed to have improved a lot, but she looked even older. After a few days of chatting, Long Wanqing found that she got along very well with Granny Qing Hua. She also told Granny Qing Hua some things. Huang Fu Chaoga. Granny Qing Hua was slightly stunned. Yes, it's all because of Gu Hai's hard work. Huang Fu Chaoga might know the cause of my mother's death. That's why we came here. Gu Hai said that after he finished reading the books, we will leave and find a way to see Huang Fu Chaoga. Long Wanqing nodded. I know Huang Fu Chaoga. Every time your mother came here, Huang Fu Chaoga wanted to come and pursue your mother. Unfortunately, your mother already has someone in her heart, and I heard that he is extremely outstanding. Granny Qing Hua said with a smile. Really? Who is my father? You know? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I don't know. Your mother won't tell me. Sigh. What a sin. But you don't have to look for Huang Fu Chaoga. I can find him. He is also a poor child. He used to love your mother bitterly, but his heart was filled with happiness. But now he seems to be full of evil. But if he knows that you are here, he will probably come. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Huh, why? Because he likes your mother. Since he likes your mother, he will naturally like everything about your mother, including you. Of course, he definitely doesn't like your father. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Thank you, Granny Qinghua. Long Wan Qing let out a long sigh, and her eyes flashed with excitement. You like that Guhai, right? Granny Qinghua suddenly laughed strangely. Granny, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Long Wanqing immediately cried out with a red face. Ha 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 ha, I've seen it these days. I've been there, so how can I not understand? You like Gu Hai, and Gu Hai, that blockhead, likes you too, but he has never made it clear. That Gu Hai seems to have a knot in his heart. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. His wife was killed decades ago. Long Wanqing said softly. Granny Qinghua's expression turned solemn, and she sighed slightly. Another unfortunate person. Sigh. Chapter 229. Shenlu City. Huangfu Chaoga sat in his study with a group of important officials standing in front of him. Your Majesty, Luyang of Gojoseon has sealed off our Shenlu City. We can't send a message out. And he's also sent troops to attack other cities of our Shenlu dynasty. We can't just sit around and wait for death, right? Those cities aren't prepared at all. An official said worriedly, Don't worry. I've already sent a message to all the major cities. They all know. Huangfu Chaoga said indifferently, Huh, you sent a message out. How did you send a message out? The official was surprised. Huangfu Chaoga glanced at him coldly. Yes, this old official spoke out of turn. The fewer people who know about this, the better. The official immediately shook his head. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. The hypersonic array in the city has been activated? Huangfu Chaoga asked in a low voice. Yes, don't worry, Your Majesty. The hypersonic array has been activated. No matter how good that Pejuan of Luyang of Gojoseon is, he won't be able to hear any of the city's secrets. Another official said, all right, that's all for today. Go back and rest. Huangfu Chaoga ordered. Yes. The officials stood respectfully and slowly left the study. Only a gray-robed man remained in the study. The gray-robed man was wrapped in a gray robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Lu Stone God, I've troubled you this time. Huangfu Chaoga looked at the gray-robed man with a wry smile. Your Majesty is treating me like an outsider. Old Stone, was saved by Your Majesty back then. You even named the dynasty after me. How could I not have troubled you? It's all part of my duty. The gray-robed man shook his head. I declared war against Luyang of Gojoseon this time, but I had to drag the Shenlu dynasty into it. Huangfu Chaoga sighed. Your Majesty, you don't need to blame yourself. You said that even if you didn't, rebel Luyang of Gojoseon wouldn't have let us go. It was just a matter of whether it was earlier or later. Wasn't that better? Your Majesty's sudden falling out with Luyang of Gojoseon has thrown Luyang of Gojoseon's plan into chaos. Now he is wholeheartedly trying to kill you. In this way, he has ruined Luyang of Gojoseon's plan. The gray-clothed man, Lu Shirshan, said with a smile. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Oh, right, Your Majesty. My tribe is made up of Earth-type demonic beasts. Traveling through the earth is our forte. That's why it's convenient for us to send messages out. However, a small loose stone golem brought back a passion flower tree demon today. He said that Granny Qinghua asked him to send a message. Oh, Granny Qinghua? Huangfu Chaoga was slightly startled. Bring him in. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. Yes, Buzz. Suddenly, a large hole appeared on the ground in front of the desk, and a love flower treant emerged. I told you, I won't tell you until I see Huangfu Chaoga. The passion flower tree demon said angrily with her eyes covered. Rip! Another loose stone golem crawled out of the hole and lifted the veil over the passion flower tree demon's eyes. Huangfu Chaoga! The treant flower tree demon's eyes lit up. Everything is very sensitive during a battle between two armies. Please forgive me for not being present, Loose Stone Golem said politely. It's fine, it's fine. As long as I see Huangfu Chaoga, it's fine. Granny asked me to send you a letter. I must give it to you. The treant flower tree demon immediately spat out a letter. Huangfu Chaoga took it. She opened it and read. Long Xiaoya's daughter, Long Wanqing, she came here to find the person who killed her mother. She found out through He Shikong that I know the truth about Long Xiaoya's death, and asked me to go there? Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. Yes, Granny asked me not to hide it from you. She said that you're too evil now that you're dead, and she's worried about you. Long Wanqing is Long Xiaoya's daughter, and Granny took her as her granddaughter because she loved her. That's why she doesn't want Long Wanqing to come here and risk her life. She wants you to go to the Passion Flower Valley. If you still miss Long Xiaoya, you can come with me, the treant flower tree demon said solemnly. Long Xiaoya? Long Wanqing? Huangfu Chaoga nodded with reddened eyes. Your Majesty, you can't. You can't risk your life. Loose Stone God immediately shouted. Risk my life? Ha! I was already in danger when I declared war against Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing, I've met her once in Silver Moon City, but I was still young then. The sisters probably don't remember what I look like, right? Do I look like Xiaoya? Huangfu Chaoga looked at the treant flower tree demon. About 70%, but Long Wanqing isn't as lively as Long Xiaoya. The treant flower tree demon thought for a moment. Lively? Ha! Her mother died when she was 10, and she hasn't seen her father since she was born. She still has to take care of her younger sister so that she won't be bullied. It's almost impossible for her to be lively. Huangfu Chaoga laughed. Then, are you going? The treant flower tree demon was puzzled. Yes, just because she looks like Xiaoya. I have to go. Wait here. I'll arrange some things for tomorrow's court meeting. I'll announce that I'm going into seclusion. I can't let the news leak. Huangfu Chaoga laughed. Okay. The treant flower tree demon nodded. Passion Flower Valley. After reading the information for 10 days, Gu Hai was summoned by Granny Qing Hua alone for a detailed discussion. Thank you, Granny Qing Hua. I heard from the hall leader that you've sent the Passion Flower Tree Demon to inform Huangfu Chaoga. If I can get Huangfu Chaoga here, it'll save me a lot of trouble, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, I've heard Wanqing introduce you these days. Wanqing knows everything about you like the back of her hand, Granny Qing Hua said with a smile. Really? Gu Hai smiled. That day, you should have noticed the change in my mood, right? Granny Qing Hua sighed. I noticed a little, but Gu Hai shook his head. The old villa master of Silver Moon Villa. I was angry back then, but I didn't expect to be separated by heaven and earth. Sigh. Granny Qing Hua said bitterly. Oh, I had a husband in the past, but he died at a young age. Following his death, my heart died as well. Later on, I met the old manor lord. I don't know what I did to attract him, but he kept chasing after me. He pursued me for 20 years, but he never stopped. I was holding him back, and he didn't remarry until his death. Our Passion Flower clan needs emotions to strengthen ourselves. The old manor lord played the zither for me every day. He spent a lot of time and effort just to make me smile. At that time, I was thinking about my dead husband, but I didn't give him any face. The old manor lord pursued me for a long time and exhausted all his energy. My heart that had been sealed for so long gradually loosened. But although it loosened, I kept my perseverance. My heart belonged to my husband, my whole life. Then, one day, the old manor lord proposed to me. He wanted to bring me to Silver Moon City, but I didn't agree. I even mocked him. That time, we quarreled very fiercely. He left and never came back. It was only when he left that I suddenly realized that I seemed to have lost something. My heart was empty. It turned out that during the years he pursued me, I already had him in my heart. He left. Occasionally, Long Xiaoya would come and tell me some news about him. Only then did I know that although he left in a fit of anger, he always had me in his heart. He never married again. We were frozen like that. It was as if we were waiting for each other to give up on the longing in our hearts. But you don't know. Not only did my longing for him not decrease, it increased even more. Until I heard the bad news about him. Granny Qing, Hua's eyes reddened. You only know how to cherish something when you lose it? Gu Hai sighed softly. Yes, these days I have been upset and regretting it. How good would it have been if I hadn't rejected him back then? How good would it have been if I hadn't chased him away? I did something wrong. How good would it have been if I had been willing to lower my head? Then, he wouldn't have failed to get my approval in the end, Granny Qing Hua said with reddened eyes. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Now, I understand. It doesn't matter who is more noble or who is more lowly. Back then, he humbled himself and followed me everywhere to please me. Why? He didn't owe me anything. Why? Why was I so calm back then? What right did I have to be so calm? Sigh. He humbled himself and humbled himself to please me. None of that was true. It was because he loved me. If he didn't love me with his integrity, who could have made him lower his head? Back then, I was ignorant and stupid. Do you know how much I regret it now? Ha ha, Granny Qing, Hua said bitterly. Granny Qing Hua, my condolences. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed softly. Mr. Good, you are a smart person. However, smart people may not be able to sort out their feelings. What I want to say is, since you like the granddaughter I just acknowledged, Long Wanqing, why do you keep hiding from her? Granny Qing, Hua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Was it that obvious? At least, it was obvious to me. Granny Qing Hua said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Granny Qing Hua, you know about my situation, right? I have a wife. I have great hatred. I have great enmity. More importantly, I am in great danger. You don't want Long Wanqing to move into your danger? However, do you know that no matter what you think, she is already involved? Granny Qing Hua said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai frowned slightly and fell silent. You chose to avoid her. Not only will you hurt her, but you will also put her in more danger. I told you just now that although I took the initiative to fall in love with old Zhuang, I still love my husband deeply. For all eternity, it would never change. Don't wait until you regret it, Granny Qing Hua advised. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look in the direction of Xiaoya Villa. Long Wanqing was there. Gu Hai sighed and smiled bitterly. Let's wait a little longer. Let nature take its course. Granny Qing Hua looked at Gu Hai and shook her head, sighing softly. By the way, Granny Qing Hua, over the past few days, when the hall master and I were wandering around your Passion Flower Valley, we discovered that some of the floating islands around your Passion Flower Valley look like a go game. Gu Hai looked at Granny Qing Hua in confusion. Since you noticed it, there is nothing to hide. That's right. Old Man Guanxi helped me lay this bramble flower formation. There might be a go game layout in it. You really have good eyes. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, maybe I am a little sensitive to go. I discovered that there seems to be a flaw on the east side, near the sea. Oh, a flaw? Granny Qinghua felt slightly stunned. Yes, that is the weakest link. I don't know why Old Man Guanxi left it there. Gu Hai revealed some confusion. Old Man Guanxi is a very reserved person. Having a flaw might not be a good thing. Granny Qinghua said with a frown. I'll bring you over to take a look later. You can see if I'm right. However, don't worry. If you don't mind, I can help you fix the flaw there. I just need to fix it with a large formation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, that's good. In that case, I will have to trouble you. Granny Qinghua nodded. Chapter 230. Passionate Flower Valley. Gu Hai busied himself with patching up the gaps in the thorny flower ritual array. Granny Qinghua sent someone to invite Huangfu Chaoga over, saving Gu Hai a lot of trouble. Although Huangfu Chaoga had not arrived yet, the chances of that happening were very high. In return, Gu Hai did not shirk from patching up the Passionate Flower Valley's formations. The thorny flower ritual array faced the sea on the east. To be more precise, it encased a large portion of the sea region. However, Gu Hai discovered that while the thorny flower ritual array was rooted on land, it did not have many roots in the sea, leaving some incomplete. Gu Hai quickly patched up the thorny flower ritual array here. With the help of the passion flower tree spirits, Gu Hai moved much faster. Long Wanqing followed behind Gu Hai, busying herself. Chu Chen stood on the waning moon mountain manor's floating island. However, he watched coldly as Gu Hai patched up the thorny flower ritual array in the distance. He did not help or say anything. Division Master Chu, may I know why you are still here? Venerable Lu Nian suddenly appeared behind Chu Chen. I have not finished reading the information that the previous hall master left. I will go and search for clues after reading it. What's wrong? Venerable Lu Nian, are you chasing me away? Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Venerable Lu Nian coldly. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and sighed softly. Division Master Chu, we are all very sad about the previous hall master's death. However, Long Wanqing is the new hall master, after all. Please be more polite when you speak to her in the future. Are you educating me? Chu Chen, do not need you to teach me how to do things. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly as he flung his sleeves and entered the hall. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Chu Chen and frowned slightly. On the other side, a loud sound came from the seaside when evening arrived. Boom. Boundless fog seemed to appear out of nowhere. It's done. Gu Hai guffawed. It's finally done. This fog is the ritual array. The surrounding tree men looked at the fog-shrouded sea in shock. Before Gu Hai could explain, a tree man suddenly ran over. Mr. Good, Hall Leader Long, Granny asked me to inform you that Huangfu Chaoga is here. The treant whispered. Oh, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing's eyes lit up as they looked at each other. The two of them didn't waste any more words. They followed the treant and quickly headed toward the towering tree where Granny Qinghua lived. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Granny Qinghua's tree hole. Grandma said that since you guys are here, you can go in yourselves. A treant said softly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing nodded and stepped into the tree hole. In the tree hole, Granny Qinghua was drinking tea with a middle-aged man. When Gu Hai and Long Wanqing stepped in, they suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked over. The middle-aged man was Huangfu Chaoga, whom Gu Hai had seen not long ago. Gu Hai greets Mr. Huang Fu. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Huang Fu Chaoga suddenly saw Long Wanqing and stared at Long Wanqing. Her heart surged and her eyes reddened. Long Wanqing greets Mr. Huang Fu. Long Wanqing bowed slightly. Good. You're too polite. I'm Huang Fu Chaoga. Huang Fu Chaoga also bowed slightly to Gu Hai and Long Wanqing. Huang Fu Chaoga is here. If you have any questions, just ask. Granny Qinghua sat on the side and drank tea. Thank you, Granny, Long Wanqing said gratefully. You look like me. You really look like Xiaoya. Huang Fu Chaoga's eyes reddened slightly. Mr. Huang Fu, I'm very sorry for inviting you here. All these years, I've been looking for the cause of my mother's death. Thanks to Gu Hai's help, I finally found you. That's why I'm here, Long Wanqing said. Oh, Huang Fu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. We went to Silver Moon City first. Gu Hai looked through a lot of information and found that my mother's best friends were you and He Shikong. However, after my mother died, you didn't come to pay your respects, so he asked He Shikong. He Shikong said your name before he died. Long Wanqing explained. That coward He Shikong is dead? Huang Fu Chaoga was startled. Yes, he committed suicide. Long Wanqing nodded. We found out that there were 1 million Qin figurines in Silver Moon Sea. They were supposed to be escorted to the capital by the government, but they were intercepted halfway. He Shikong then committed suicide. Gu Hai added, Suicide? Ha. He should have died long ago. Why did he commit suicide now? Humph. Huang Fu Chaoga snorted. Mr. Huang Fu, how much do you know about my mother's death? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Your mother's death? Ha. It was Liu Yang of Gojoseon who killed her, Huang Fu Chaoga said in a low voice. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai, on the other hand, remained very calm. It was as if he had already guessed this. When Long Xiaoya saw me for the last time, she told me that if anything happened to her, it would be Liu Yang of Gojoseon who killed her. That's why I want to take revenge for Xiaoya, Huang Fu Chaoga said with a ferocious expression. Liu Yang of Gojoseon killed my mother? That's impossible, right? Why? For the dragon vein? But Liu Yang of Gojoseon has one too? Long Wanqing said in surprise. What do you mean for the dragon vein? It's Liu Yang of Gojoseon who wants to rebel. Your mother found some clues back then, but she didn't have any evidence, so she didn't know how to report him. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang of Gojoseon still found out. Liu Yang of Gojoseon silenced her, so that no one would report him. Huang Fu Chaoga said, hatefully, Rebel? Why? What evidence do you have? Long Wanqing said in surprise. Evidence? How could there be evidence? If there was evidence, why would I need to break the treaty with the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? I could just send it to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's imperial court. Huang Fu Chaoga said, hatefully. Rebel? You mean that Liu Yang of Gojoseon is accumulating strength and is waiting for the day to explode and rebel against the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Gu Hai said with a frown. That's right. I know he wants to rebel. He slandered me for collaborating with the enemy and wanted to lead an army to suppress me. Ha. Huang Fu Chaoga laughed coldly. But we heard otherwise. They said you broke the treaty with the Deqian Celestial Dynasty and allied with an imperial dynasty to fight against the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Gu Hai said in confusion. Joke. Ha. Why would I ally with an imperial dynasty? There is indeed an imperial dynasty beside my god Foothill Celestial Dynasty. However, if that imperial dynasty knows that Liu Yang of Gojoseon is rebelling, not only will they not help me, they will instead support Liu Yang of Gojoseon to destroy God Foothill. That's because they also want the land. If Liu Yang of Gojoseon rebelled, they can take advantage of the situation and attack the Deqian celestial dynasty. How can I ally with them? Huang Fuchaoga said coldly. My mother was killed by Luyang of Gojoseon? Impossible. Luyang of Gojoseon rebelling? What courage does he have to rebel? You're lying to me. You're lying to me. You have no evidence. Long Wanqing was confused. Huang Fuchaoga shook her head. I have no evidence. That's right. I don't even have evidence of how Xiaoya died. However, I believe Xiaoya. I believe everything she says. I believe everything. Why didn't I go pay respects to Xiaoya? Can I still go? I'd rather avenge Xiaoya on the front lines. He Shirkong, that coward, was even more devoted than me back then. What happened in the end? He still became Luyang of Gojoseon's lackey. Humph, those million bronze men, right? Back then, he Shirkong, Xiaoya, and I discovered it together. Dragons guarding it? Isn't that Luyang of Gojoseon harboring evil intentions? Gu Hai, do you think that Luyang of Gojoseon killed my mother? Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't believe Huang Fuchaoga's one-sided story. However, based on the information that Gu Hai had, Long Xiaoya had the highest probability of dying at the hands of Luyang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai didn't insist. Instead, he fell into deep thought. No, not good. Granny, the Thorns Formation is surrounded by the Luyang of Gojoseon's army. There are so many flying boats, so many troops, and so many giant dragons. A tree man suddenly ran over and exclaimed. What? Granny Qing, Hua's expression changed. The Luyang of Gojoseon's army has surrounded this place. Long Wanqing's expression also changed. Huang Fuchaoga frowned and looked at Granny Qing Hua. Did Granny Qing Hua set her up? No, it wasn't Granny Qing Hua. Huang Fuchaoga quickly stepped out of the tree hole and frowned at the sky. Outside the Thorns Formation, on top of a huge flying boat, there was a huge chess piece with the word Lu on it. There were hundreds of flying boats around the Thorns Formation. A large number of troops stood on the flying boats, looking at the formation with ferocious expressions. Hundreds of giant dragons flew in the sky. Not only that, but there were also thousands of flood dragons flying in the sky. Behind the dragons, thousands of Baxia lay on the beach of the Eastern Sea. Roar. The dragons roared at the sky. For a moment, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Outside the Thorns Formation, a strong, murderous aura surrounded the entire Thorns Formation. On the main flying boat, the Luyang of Gojoseon sat on the throne. He held the armrest and looked coldly at the Thorns Formation. Pejuan, Ao Shun, and experts in all kinds of strange clothes stood beside him. They followed the Luyang of Gojoseon and looked coldly at the Thorns Formation. Inside, the Luyang of Gojoseon said indifferently. Pejuan nodded. Yes, our spy reported that Huang Fuchaoga is indeed inside. It's fine that he hid in Shenlu City, but he came out to seek death, the Luyang of Gojoseon sneered. There's a path to heaven, but he didn't take it. There's no door to hell, but he barged in. Huang Fuchaoga is seeking death. Ao Shun said coldly. It's for Long Wanqing, right? More than 10 days ago, when I heard Pejuan say that Long Wanqing was coming, I knew that Huang Fuchaoga was not far from death. Haha is expected. He's infatuated. Long Xiaoya has been dead for so many years, but he's still so infatuated. A daughter with another man can also draw him out. Haha, Shenlu dynasty? I don't know how he built it. Humph, the Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, this Thorns Formation is troublesome. The sturdiness is secondary, but the poison is troublesome. If we break it by force, the poison will turn into poisonous smoke and harm the army. Pajuan said, "It's not troublesome. Those who block me will die." The Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly, "Pajuan, you're thinking too much. Thorns formation? Ha! It's not troublesome. It has a fatal flaw." Ao Shun sneered. "Oh, the Dongfang of the formation is near the sea. It's the weakest point of the Thorns formation. The formation map that old man Guanchi set up for the Passion Flower Valley was coincidentally obtained by my dragon race. I also have a copy." Ao Shun sneered. Chapter 231. Passion Flower Valley. A large number of tree demons gathered under the largest passion flower tree in the center with anxious expressions. Granny Qing Hua, Huang Fu Chaoga, Gu Hai, and Long Wanqing all walked out of the tree holes and frowned as they looked to the north of the Brambles formation. Shouts of soldiers could be heard from the north. "Granny Qing Hua, Luyang of Gojoseon is here. Open the Brambles formation and hand over the traitor Huangfu Chaoga. Otherwise, we'll flatten the Passion Flower Valley and wipe out your entire tribe." Shouts came from outside the formation, filled with ferocity. "Granny, I just saw 100 flying ships outside the formation. Each ship has over 10,000 soldiers, which means that there are at least 1,000,000 soldiers. There are also hundreds of giant dragons, thousands of flood dragons, and thousands of Baxias. They've surrounded the Passion Flower Valley. Luyang of Gojoseon is leading the army personally. What should we do?" A passion flower tree demon said in horror. "Great calamity? Is this the great calamity?" Granny Qing Hua's expression was ugly. "Luyang of Gojoseon knew that I was here so quickly. Did someone leak my whereabouts?" Huang Fu Chaoga said in a low voice. Then Huang Fu Chaoga frowned and looked at Granny Qing Hua. Granny Qing Hua frowned as she looked at the tree demons and shook her head. "It can't be my tribe. It can't be my people either. Apart from Lu Stone God, no one knows that I'm here," Huang Fu Chaoga said in a low voice. The two of them looked at Gu Hai and Long Wanqing. "We also just found out that Mr. Huang Fu is here," Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Xiaoya Villa and didn't say anything. Although he had a guess, he wasn't sure yet and didn't say anything. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the east of the Brambles formation. "Not good, Granny. The flood dragons and Baxias have broken through the east of the Brambles formation. There are so many flood dragons and Baxias. What should we do?" A tree demon in the distance exclaimed, "Flood dragons? Baxias?" Gu Hai was slightly startled. To the east of the great Bramble formation, 100 dragons were leading thousands of Baxia and flood dragons. The head of the giant dragon was the first Cyclops giant dragon that Gu Hai had encountered when he arrived at the border not long ago, Ghostface Uncle Fong. Fong looked at the great bramble formation in front of him and said coldly, "All drakes, listen up. The Crown Prince said that this is the flaw of the great bramble formation. The great bramble formation is deeply rooted, but there is no root or obstruction in the enclosed sea. One can drill into the ground and break out of the sea. Huang Fu Chaoga doesn't have any fate on her now. The Crown Prince said that whoever catches Huang Fu Chaoga first will be rewarded with a rising dragon elixir and be promoted to the dragon race." The flood dragons and Baxiao immediately roared in excitement. All of their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Clearly, the allure of the rising dragon pill was too great. "Go!" Fong yelled. "Rumble!" The 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Baxia dragons rushed into the ocean, rushing towards the root of the great array of thorns. They wanted to drill through the obstacles at the bottom of the sea and rush into the array. Rumble! A flaw was ultimately a flaw. As the earth rumbled, Countless black mud gushed out from the bottom of the sea, as if it was going to break through the array. At this moment, at the top of the great bramble formation, a large number of treants were scattered in all directions. They could stand on some of the observation towers in the sky and see the outside world. The sky was covered by the great array of clouds, and the outside world couldn't see inside. However, the observation towers inside could see the outside world clearly. On the observation tower at the Dongfang of the Great Array, the treants saw the 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Basha break through the array, and their expressions changed drastically. It's over, it's over. Hurry up and inform Grandma. The array is loosening. The Jiao dragons and Basha are going to break in. Quick, quick, inform Granny. The treants shouted in horror. While the treants were shouting, the first Jiao dragon had already squeezed its head until it was bleeding. It squeezed through the rocks and drilled its head into the sea inside the array. The Jiao dragon roared with a ferocious expression. It quickly squeezed through the rocks and drilled its body in. Rumble! The 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Basha dragons emerged from the bottom of the sea one after another. Ha 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 ha! The Great Bramble Formation is only SOSO. I'm in, roar. Watch me catch Huangfu Chaoga. The rising dragon elixir is mine. I'm going to evolve into a true dragon. The Jiao dragons and the Basha dragons were wild with excitement. Huangfu Chaoga was powerful, but that was when she had luck. Now, without any luck, she was only at the peak of the Yuanying state. The Jiao dragons and the Basha dragons roared. They wanted to break through the sea and rush into the Passion Flower Valley. On the observation tower, the treants' expression changed drastically. Oh no, the Jiao dragons and the Basha dragons have broken in. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. There's a great array of clouds on the sea. It was set up by Mr. Good. Will it work? It doesn't matter if it works or not. Prepare for battle. A large number of treants roared anxiously and were about to rush over. In the distance, under the giant passion flower tree, Granny Qinghua and the rest also heard the commotion in Dongfang. Amidst the roar, it seemed that a group of dragons had broken out of the array. Granny, the Jiao dragons, and the Basha dragons have broken in. Granny! The treants' anxious cries came from afar. The flaw of the great array of thorns. The dragons know about it too. Granny Qing, Hua's expression darkened. The drakes? What a coincidence. Guhai frowned slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening sounds came from the east, followed by the cries of the Jiao dragons and the Basha dragons. No, what's going on? Am I being suppressed? Can I move? No, this is a pressure that specifically targets our dragon nature, only targets the dragons. What is it? The Jiao dragons and the Basha dragons cried out in horror. Is this Mr. Good's ritual array? Granny Qing, Hua's eyes lit up. Yes, to be more precise, this ritual array also came from Old Man Guanxi. Back then, I obtained Old Man Guanxi's dragon fixing hoop, which could suppress all dragons. Although the dragon fixing hoop eventually shattered, I obtained a ritual array in it. I just happened to set it up for you, Gu Hai explained. Oh. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai in slight shock. I'll go and guard Dongfang. With me around. As long as they are not Heavenly Opening Palace's experts, it should be difficult for them to enter, Gu Hai said confidently. All right, the group answered. I'll go with you. Long Wanqing immediately called out. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and took out a flying ship. Then he headed east. When the flying ship arrived at Xiaoya Mountain Manor, Xiao Chun happened to see Chu Qin standing on the floating island with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian and the anxious Mu Qinfeng stood at the side. "Ho, master!" Venerable Lu Nian and Mu Qinfeng quickly boarded the flying ship. Whoosh! The flying ship continued flying towards Dongfang. "What should we do now?" Mu Qinfeng asked with an unsightly expression. "Division, Master Mu, I'll have to trouble you to find Gao Qin for me. Where has he been over the past few days?" Gu Hai asked with a frown. "Oh, I know. Oh, okay, I know where he is. These days, his singing has scared away almost all the tree demons. However, there are some young love flower tree demons who don't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. That's why they listen to him. I know where he is. I'll go find him now." Mu Qinfeng flew out in a hurry. Venerable Lu Nian, guard against Chu Chun. "I suspect that he is a spy," Gu Hai whispered to Venerable Lu Nian. "What?" Venerable Lu Nian's and Long Wanqing's expressions changed. Venerable Lu Nian stepped off the flying ship and flew into the distance. If Chu Qin was a spy, there would be a huge problem. In the Eastern Sea, boom, boom, boom. Waves of power came out of nowhere and pressed down on the flood dragon and Baxia. The flood dragon and Baxia were just about to rush out of the water when they were suddenly pressed down by a strange power. They were instantly pressed to the bottom of the sea, unable to move. The flood dragons and the Baxia goggled in disbelief. This is impossible. It is not some heavy object, but just a fog ball condensed from the sea's fog. Yet, it suppressed the flood dragons to the point where they could not move. There seemed to be a strange ritual array operating in the fog ball. This pressure is directly pressing down on my dragon nature. How can there be a ritual array that specifically targets the dragon race? That's impossible. That's impossible. The dragon-fixing hoop? I remember now. It is the dragon-fixing hoop. It has the same effect as the dragon-fixing hoop. Is it old man Guanxi's ritual array? The flood dragons and the Baxiao exclaimed in horror. The surrounding tree men, who were preparing to face the enemy, opened their mouths, appearing confused. Earlier, these tree men were still terrified of the flood dragons and the Baxia, not knowing how to deal with them. Earlier, they thought that Gu Hai's fog ritual array was useless. The moment the nearly 1,000 flood dragons and the Baxiao appeared, the ritual array suppressed them to the point where they could not move. That's great. This ritual array is too strong. The group of tree men cheered excitedly. Whoosh! Gu Hai's and Long Wanqing's flying ship suddenly appeared. "Mr. Gu, they've been suppressed by your formation. Mr. Good, your ritual array is too incredible," the group of tree men cheered. However, Gu Hai frowned. This was just the beginning. Blocking the outside experts? Was that possible? Xiao Chun had personally witnessed the battle outside Divine Foothill City. If Lu Yang of Gojoseon wanted to break the ritual array, there was no way to stop him. "Gu Hai, what should we do?" Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai worriedly. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate." Gu Hai took a deep breath. Outside the ritual array in Dongfang, Fang looked coldly at the group of wyverns who had barged into the array. However, even if they barged in, wasn't there any other movement? There was a sound barrier in the Thorn's ritual array, so no sound could be heard. That shouldn't be. Even if the first batch of flood dragons pounced on Huangfu Chaoga, shouldn't there be some movement? Fang frowned. Hundreds of giant dragons floated on the surface of the sea, but there was no movement at all. His heart sank. Boom. Suddenly, a Baxia drenched in blood rushed back in horror. Boom, boom, boom. A series of flood dragons and Baxia scrambled to crawl out. They were all terrified and covered in blood. "What's going on?" Fang exclaimed. "Leader, it's over." They've all been suppressed. Everyone in front has been suppressed. No one can move. The blood-covered Baxia shouted in horror. What? Fang's eyes widened. There's a ritual array inside. There's an ambush. We've been ambushed. The blood-covered Baxia shouted in horror. Chapter 232. Fang's face darkened. That's impossible. What formation is that? You can't resist at all? Fang said with a glare. I was suppressed first, but when I was near the exit, 2 flood dragons happened to be suppressed and knocked away the fog ball suppressing me. That formation seems to target our dragon nature. It seems to be the dragon fixing hoop. Yes, the dragon fixing hoop. Baxia shouted in horror. Fang's expression changed. The flood dragons and Baxia scrambled to escape. However, after entering and exiting, only 5,000 of them were left. Another 1,000 were suppressed inside. At the same time, in the north of the thorny thorn formation, Pajuan naturally heard everything clearly. He reported the news from the east to Luyang of Gojoseon. Ao Shun's face darkened. Formation? How could the array of the dragon fixing hoop be possible? It must be newly set up. Who did it? Luyang of Gojoseon was not angry. Instead, he said in surprise, Oh, I didn't expect to gain so much tonight. Your Highness, Ao Shun said with a frown. It's fine. None of them can escape tonight. Originally, we just destroyed the formation and took Huangfu Chaoga. Since there's something new, let's see what it is. Perhaps it'll be useful to me. Luyang of Gojoseon showed a hint of pride. Fang, go in and take a look. Ao Shun said seriously. Yes, Your Highness. Fang replied when he heard the voice in the distance. All of you go in with me. Since it's the dragon fixing hoop, it only targets the alternative dragons. Follow me, Fang said coldly. Roar. The 100 giant dragons roared and rushed into the sea with a loud rumble. Boom. They followed the flood dragon's path, avoiding the thorn's poison at the bottom of the sea, and squeezed into the inner part of the formation. As they drilled, Fang moved back slightly, allowing the 5 dragons at the front to be the first to charge into the inner part of the sea. Their heads came out. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. I have the strength to pick up mountains and the might to conquer the world. Boom. 5 sky piercer halberds slashed toward the 5 dragons. Roar. The dragons glared and roared. They opened their mouths and spat out cold air. He wanted to freeze the attacker. However, this was not a person, but a Xiangyu Cloud beast. The 5 Xiangyu Cloud beasts ignored the cold air, and the halberd pressed down on his head. The 5 dragons' eyes widened. Half of their bodies were still stuck in the ground, and only their heads were exposed, but they couldn't move. Slash! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. He saw a man holding a bone knife and stabbing it into the forehead of a giant dragon. Then, it quickly jumped to another giant dragon and pierced its glabella one by one. Huh! The 5 dragons widened their eyes. He seemed to be struggling. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the life ender saber appeared, surging black energy immediately flowed into his forehead through the wound. Ong, ong, ong. The 5 dragons cried out in pain as their bodies quickly twisted. However, under the pressure of the 5 halberds, his head couldn't move at all. He couldn't escape. He couldn't move. He could only struggle in pain. Ong, ong. The 5 dragons cried out in pain. However, the surging black chi had already condensed into countless skeletons, which were madly gnawing at their bodies. When the dragons behind saw the 5 dragons struggling madly, they suddenly paused. What's going on? Fang's eyes widened. What happened? Leader, they seem to be in pain. Quickly save them. Ah, that black chi. Black chi. Ah, their bodies are gone. Only their bones are left. They were eaten by the black chi. Only their bones are left. The dragons roared, and Fang's expression changed. Retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The group of dragons fled in fear. Crown Prince, the array is not only targeting the semi-dragon. The vanguard 5 dragons were also ambushed and were eaten in an instant. Only 5 dragon skeletons are left. Fang shouted into the distance. On Luyang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Ao Shun's face sank. How dare you? Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes became more and more expectant. He reached out and stopped Ao Shun. The spy reported that it should be that Gu-Hai person who set up the array in the east. Not bad, good array. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Your Highness. Ao Shun still looked angry. If you have the ability, use it for me again. This trip will not be in vain. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with confidence. But what about the 1,000 flood dragons and Baxia? Are we going to let them be killed? Ao Shun asked worriedly. They were a huge force, after all. They could not be wasted here. Indeed. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the thorny array in front of him. The thorny array has a sound barrier. We can hear outside, but not inside. Pajuan, use shattering east wind. Yes. Pajuan nodded and stepped forward. Ding. Pajuan stepped forward. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang in the air. The sound of the zither was cold and carried a murderous intent as it rushed toward the thorny array. There was a gap in the thorny array. The sound of the zither instantly rushed into the array. Hum. When the sound of the zither entered the array, it instantly transformed into an illusory skeleton warrior that was 10 feet tall. The illusory skeleton warrior held a saber in its hand and charged ferociously at a treant. No. The treant's expression changed. It reached out and waved its hand. 10 vines rushed toward the skeleton warrior. Boom. The two collided and produced a metallic sound. The treant was instantly sent flying. The illusory skeleton warrior continued to fly toward the depths of the Passion Flower Valley. Break! A powerful treant swung its arm. Boom! The illusory skeleton warrior suddenly exploded. Shattering east wind. Huangfu Chaoga's expression darkened. Sound technique. Granny Qing, Hua's expression also darkened. A skeleton warrior was nothing, but the song, Shattering the East Wind, had just begun. Ding, 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 ding. In the outside world, Pajuan waved his hand, and the Shattering East Wind officially began. The sound of the zither condensed into a white river that surged toward the thorny array. It entered the thorny array through the gap. The moment it passed through the thorny array, it turned into illusory skeleton warriors. It was like a smoke-like skeleton army. However, it was extremely ferocious. Roar! The skeleton army roared and charged in all directions. They grabbed their swords and knives and slashed at the passion flower tree demons. Granny, save me! Die for me! Bastard! The Passion Flower Valley instantly turned into a mess. The million-strong skeleton army instantly brought hellish torment to the valley. Myriad earth vines. Granny Qing, Hua shouted with widened eyes. Rumble! The largest passion blossom tree behind him shook violently. In an instant, vines emerged from the Passion Blossom Valley and appeared in front of the tree demons, protecting them. However, in the outside world, the sound of the zither did not stop. The skeleton army did not stop. Roar! Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka! Boom! The skeleton army attacked the vines with their swords and chased after the tree demons. Boom! A skeleton soldier was shattered. However, 10 more quickly formed. The sound of the zither army was extremely powerful. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers surged toward the east coast following the sound of the zither. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Shattering east wind, condensing sound into an army? In the midst of this shocking change, Long Wanqing quickly took out her long sword and started fighting with a few skeleton soldiers. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. The skeleton army could not be killed or destroyed. It was as if they would only be satisfied after killing everyone. Hull Master Long, why can't we kill this monster? Ah, a few tree demons shouted in horror as they fought. This is a sound technique, a zither Dao sound technique. I can't break the killing zither sound. Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng led Gaochen over. Ah, bastard, don't kill me. I also have a heaven-grade zither. Gaochen tried to escape. However, the skeleton army chased after them relentlessly. Mu Chenfeng blocked the skeleton army while shouting at Gaochen, "Gaochen, fight back! Fight back!" Ding, ding, ding. Gaochen waved his hand, and tens of thousands of small spirits surged out. Kill! The skeleton soldiers slashed at Xiao Chun. Bang! The tens of thousands of small spirits were instantly killed. Gaochen! Tens of thousands of small spirits were killed with one slash. Hurry, hurry up, Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Gaochen was sweating profusely. It's coming, it's coming. But the music I know is all about peace and beauty. How can it be so fierce? This is Pajuan's sound technique. You and he both have heaven-grade zither, so you can't be that different, right? What do you know? Hurry up and use it. Long Wanqing shouted. Liang Zhu, I know Liang Zhu. Gaochen tried anything in his desperation. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, as the sound of the zither rang out, a swarm of butterflies appeared. Bang! The 10 skeleton soldiers chopped all the butterflies in half with one slash. The butterflies' corpses flew all over the sky. Long Wanqing, I know cannon. Yes, I know cannon. Gaochen shouted in panic. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the phantom of an old man playing the piano appeared. The phantom of a rich girl was listening to the music admiringly. Bang! 50 skeletons chopped down, and the old man and the rich girl were instantly chopped into minced meat. Mu Chenfeng, I also know Pathétique. Yes, I know Pathétique. That's a song for fighters. Gaochen's eyes lit up. Ding, 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 ding. As soon as he played Pathétique, a powerful warrior suddenly appeared. Boom! With a punch, he sent the skeleton soldier in front of him, flying. Haha, I can do it! Gaochen's eyes lit up. Roar! Hundreds of skeleton soldiers swarmed over. Go to hell! The powerful warriors rushed forward and fought against the skeleton army, with 1 against 500. However, the skeleton army increased in number and became more and more fierce. The fighter seemed to be unable to hold on. Why is there only one fighter? Play more, hurry up! Long Wanqing shouted anxiously. Gaochen said with a dark expression, There's only one fighter in Pathétique. Long Wanqing. Mu Chenfeng. The tune of Pathétique became more and more intense. More and more skeleton soldiers charged in. There was panic in all directions. The Ents wailed and fled in all directions. Where's Gu Hai? Where's Gu Hai? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Bam! Not far away, Gu Hai emerged from the sea with a bone saber in his hand. At the bottom of the sea, the 1,000 dragons and Ba Xia had all become a pile of bones. Gu Hai's face was flushed, and he almost vomited blood. He suppressed the energy in his body. As soon as he emerged from the sea, he saw countless skeleton soldiers chasing after the Ents. Master, save me. I can't do it. What should I do? Gaochen was being chased by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Go! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out. Boom! The 100 skeletons were suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. What's going on? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, who had killed 10 skeleton army soldiers, and asked in surprise. It's shattering the east wind, a battle song. We must kill to stop the killing. Gu Hai, you have a song? Long Wanqing asked, anxiously. Battle song? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Gaochen, come here, I'll teach you the song. Ambush on all sides. Gu Hai called out. Chapter 233. Passion Flower Valley, on Xiaoya Mountain Manor's floating island. Rumbling sounds came from Dongfang. It was the sound of flood dragons and Baxia breaking the ritual array. Division Master Chu Chun held his golden sword and gently flicked it with his finger. He smiled faintly, but showed no intention of helping. Venerable Lu Nian stood at the side. At this moment, Venerable Lu Nian returned. However, he stared at Chu Chun with a slightly complicated expression. Chu Chun did not look at Venerable Lu Nian. He just continued flicking the golden sword in his hand. Venerable Lu Nian, did you rush back because you believe Gu Hai's words and think that I am a spy? Chu Chun asked with a frown. Huh, you heard everything? Venerable Lu Nian raised his eyebrows. What does it matter if I heard it or not? Whether you believe it or not is the key. Venerable Lu Nian, I was in Elite Hall longer than you. I was also the person that the old hall master trusted the most. Yet you started to suspect me because of someone who just joined the hall? Chu Chun revealed a cold smile. Suspect? Nothing is certain yet. However, Ding Rue joined Elite Hall long ago. Even so, she still betrayed Long Xiaoya. Venerable Lu Nian said coldly, Humph, don't compare me to Ding Rue. She is not worthy. Venerable Lu Nian, I don't know why you suspect me, but why do you suspect me? Why do you not suspect Huangfu Chaoga's subordinates? Why do you suspect your own people? Chu Chen asked sullenly. You heard everything? Venerable Lu Nian frowned slightly. You can hear it, but I can't hear it as well? For Lu Yang of Gojoseon to arrive so quickly, the spy should not be in Passion Flower Valley, but in Divine Foothills City. Otherwise, Lu Yang of Gojoseon could not have mobilized a 1,000,000-man army so quickly. Chu Chun said sullenly. Venerable Lu Nian frowned, but did not comment. Oh no, Pajun is playing the zither. Chu Chun raised his eyebrows. Ding! Clink, clink, clink. Xiao Chun played Breaking the East Wind, summoning a vast army. Soon, countless skeletons rushed in all directions of the valley. At the same time, a large number of skeletons rushed towards the Waning Moon Villa. Venerable Lu Nian, Waning Moon Villa was painstakingly built by Old Hall Master. Guard it well. Don't let this reinforcements destroy it, Chu Chen said. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Roar! An army of hundreds of skeletons rushed over. Die! Chu Chen's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. He slashed out with his sword, and hundreds of strands of sword chi shot towards the hundreds of skeletons. Boom! The hundreds of skeletons instantly exploded and turned into ashes. However, the sound of the zither didn't stop. The sound army continued, and more skeletons appeared. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of skeletons to surround the Xiaoya Villa. Come out and face the enemy, Chu Chen shouted coldly. Yes, the Class 1 Hall members ran out and quickly went to face the increasing number of reinforcements. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing could be heard from all directions. A group of skeleton soldiers suddenly rushed towards the main hall as if they wanted to destroy the Waning Moon Hall of the Waning Moon Villa. Amateus! Venerable Lu Nyen snorted coldly. Then, the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand suddenly flew out and knocked away the hundreds of skeletons around him. The shattering east wind continued, and the skeleton army increased in number. Battles broke out all around the valley, until suddenly a voice came from the east that clashed with it. Clang, 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 clang. Gauchen's ambush from 10 sides started, under the largest passion flower tree. Granny Qinghua, Huangfu Chaoga, and the gathered tree spirits looked coldly to the north. As Chu Chun played the shattering east wind, an increasing number of skeletons charged over. Granny Qinghua waved her hand, and huge tree roots burst out of the ground to face the skeleton army. Rumble! In an instant, the tree roots swept out in all directions, sending the charging skeleton soldiers flying one by one. The hundreds of tree roots were like huge Tongtian whips, wildly crushing the skeleton soldiers. However, as the shattering east wind continued, an increasing number of skeleton soldiers appeared. These skeleton soldiers were not very strong, at most a golden core realm cultivator. However, there were many of them. Not only were they running on the ground, but they also flew in the air, penetrating every opening as they charged over. The group of tree spirits sent out their roots, chopping at the skeletons that slipped through. Chaos immediately reigned before the huge tree. Huangfu Chaoga's expression sank slightly. Finally, she sighed softly and said, "Granny Qinghua, I am the one who brought disaster to the Passion Flower Valley. Open the bramble flower ritual array, and let me out. Perhaps the Luyang of Gojoseon will not make a move after capturing me." Ha 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 ha. Huangfu Chaoga, are you insulting me? Granny Qinghua suddenly looked at Huangfu Chaoga. I am not. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Every 10,000 years, the demon race will face a great calamity. My Passion Flower clan's great calamity should be this year. However, I did not expect that this great calamity would come from the army of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga, do you think that my Passion Flower clan's great calamity will disappear if I send you out? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. Huangfu Chaoga frowned slightly. Moreover, am I that kind of person? My husband would rather die than submit because of his integrity back then. I love him and respect him. Would I do such a shameful thing? The old villa master of the Silver Moon Villa did not submit to anyone because of his integrity. I respect him. Would I do such a despicable thing? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. However, if this continues, your Passion Flower clan will. Huangfu Chaoga said worriedly. Granny Qinghua shook her head and said, "What will come in the end." Huangfu Chaoga, I'm the one who called you here. I'm the one who got you into trouble. I'll help you escape. But, Huangfu Chaoga said with a frown, "No buts. You will die if you go out." Huangfu Chaoga, don't you want to avenge Long Xiaoya? Granny Qinghua said with a glare. Me? Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. If my Passion Flower clan can escape this calamity and leave behind descendants, I hope that you can take care of us if you still have the ability. Sigh. Granny Qinghua sighed. As she spoke, a root suddenly appeared from the huge Passion Flower tree behind her. A huge root slowly landed in front of Granny Qinghua and Huangfu Chaoga. Crack, crack, crack. The tip of the root slowly cracked open, revealing a hole the size of a person. Drill in. I will use this root to drill into the ground and send you out of this dangerous place. Granny Qinghua said solemnly to Huangfu Chaoga. No, if I escape, your Passion Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. Huangfu Chaoga said anxiously, if it is a blessing, it is not a calamity. If it is a calamity, we cannot avoid it. My Passion Flower clan does not owe anyone anything. Hurry up. Otherwise, when Luyang of Gojoseon gets serious, we will not have a chance. Granny Qing, Hua said anxiously. Roar, 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 roar. The skeleton army around them grew larger and larger. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. At this moment, the sound of a zither that clashed with defeating the east wind suddenly came from Dongfeng. Ding, 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 ding. Passion Flower Valley, east side. The skeleton army grew larger and larger. The group of tree men, Long Wanqing, and Mu Chenfeng were having a hard time fighting. Is it okay? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Gu Hai pressed his hand on Gao Chen's shoulder and transmitted the ambush from 10 sides in his mind to Gao Chen. Master, I have learned it. Is this a military composition? What an austere aura. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Try it. If it doesn't work, I will teach you General's order, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Master, you have created 2 compositions in such a short time? You are almost catching up to me. Gao Chen exclaimed. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Gu Hai kicked the shameless Gao Chens. But it's coming, it's coming. The North Star replied. Listen to my ambush from 10 sides. Ha 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 ha. Gao Chen said excitedly. Clink, 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 clink. With a wave of his hand, the sound of ambush from 10 sides suddenly rang out. Gu Hai did not have the essence of the Tao of the Guqin, so he could not use it effectively. However, Gao Chen did. Once the powerful essence of the Tao of the Guqin was released, it immediately displayed the grandeur of a battlefield. Under the Tao of the Guqin, the void seemed to resound with the sound of war drums. Tock, 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 tock. As soon as the drums sounded, it was as if a wave of military might had gathered, and it shook the skeleton army. The skeleton army trembled as if they were afraid and hesitant. In an instant, the battle between Long Wanqing and the others suddenly became much easier. Woo, 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 woo. Dong, 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 dong. Along with the sound of the zither, war drums and bugles resounded throughout the world. In the distance, Granny Qing Hua's expression turned solemn. She revealed a trace of surprise and said, What a majestic sound of war drums. Is this Gu Hai's song? Are they going to fight on the battlefield? As she spoke, Granny Qing Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as she waved her hand. Boom! Suddenly, the great array of thorns trembled slightly. In the outside world, on Luyang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Pajuan stretched out his hand and strummed the zither. Suddenly, the great bramble formation in the distance trembled. Your Highness, Granny Qing Hua has removed the sound barrier from the interior. We can also hear the sounds from the interior. Pajuan's expression changed. They can't hold on any longer, right? One song to break the east wind, annihilating the vast army. Ao Shun said coldly, That's not right. There's a clash of zither sounds inside. Is it Gao Chen or is it Gu Hai? Gu Hai's song? Pajuan's expression changed. A clash with my breaking the east wind. Luyang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Ding, 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 ding. Gao Chen's zither music rang out. Immediately, the zither Dao's concept coalesced into the sound of war drums and bugles. Luyang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and listened carefully. Are they setting up camp and preparing for war? The zither music contains the sound of war drums and bugles. With the sound of war drums, they are conscripting soldiers to war. What a good song. This is just the beginning, and they are already displaying military might. Luyang of Gojoseon felt slightly stunned. Humph. So what? My skeleton army, the vast army, is already marching toward him. Pajuan's expression turned cold, and the breaking the east wind in his hands grew sharper. Ding, 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 Ding! The ambush from 10 sides zither music gradually sped up. The concept of war drums and bugles slowly faded away, replaced by shouts from the zither music. Lu Yang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and sensed the zither music. He seemed to see the enemy army gathering in the distance, standing orderly on the training ground. The rolling army stretched as far as the eye could see, looking extremely orderly. Commander appointment? Have they entered the phase of commander appointment? Lu Yang of Gojoseon opened his eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Gaochen was playing ambush from 10 sides in the formation. Although the skeleton army around him was rushing in wave after wave, they were suddenly affected by a strong atmosphere. A military might came from behind Gaochen. As the zither music continued, clouds swirled behind Gaochen. Vaguely, it seemed like a vast army stood orderly in a square formation behind him. Although the army did not move, they were not angry, and a tyrannical military aura rushed out. Some of the generals in this orderly formation quickly appointed commanders. Unlike the skeleton army, the Soundao army behind the North Star Emperor was well-trained and organized into all sorts of neat formations. They were orderly and carried with them a surge of killing intent. Damn, this daddy's army is still the most imposing. Just by standing there, it is already more imposing than this skeleton army. Gaochen said excitedly. Guhai looked at the vast army behind Gaochen and heaved a sigh of relief. Ambush from 10 sides is enough. Ding, 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 ding. Gaochen's zither music continued. Ha! Ha! After the generals were appointed, each of the small generals led their own troops and dispersed. They spread out in an orderly manner, forming a large net formation. It seemed as if they were going to charge and break through the enemy's lines. Outside, Lu Yang of Gojoseon raised his brows and said in surprise, "Formation? The Soundao army can actually form formations? That shouldn't be. That's a vast army. Can Gaochen's zither music control every single Soundao soldier? Can it divide so much attention? No, that's not right. It's the appointment just now. The appointment just now pointed out a few generals. All he needed to do was control the generals. What is this song called? How can it divide the army in the Zither Dao's intent realm so clearly? And it can be controlled." Pajuan revealed a look of astonishment. "Go!" Gaochen shouted excitedly in the valley. "Kill!" The army of thousands of men and horses let out a roar that soared into the sky. Finally, his Soundao army began to move. The majestic army charged toward the skeleton army amid rumbling sounds from the zither music. Chapter 234. Boom, 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 boom. The army set off and began to march forward slowly from behind Gaochen. The army marched forward in an orderly formation. Their footsteps were like the sound of war drums soaring into the sky. Loud sounds of kill rushed out, carrying boundless majestic military might as they rushed towards the army of skeletons. Kill! 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 Just these shouts alone shook the skeleton soldiers at the front, as if they were on the verge of dispersing. The army stomped on the ground, causing the entire ground to rumble. The front line began to come into contact with the skeleton army. Roar! Roar! Hundreds of skeleton soldiers roared and slashed at Gaochen's army with their swords. Gaochen's army was clad in cyan armor, so they were not afraid of the white skeleton army. Kill! The cyan army roared. Boom! The soldiers at the front line suddenly rushed out with their spears and stabbed the skeleton army in an orderly fashion. Roar! The skeleton soldiers were instantly hit, but some endured the pierced chest and continued to slash with their swords. Kill! The second row of green soldiers suddenly exerted their strength, and the second row of spears pierced through the gaps of the first row, instantly piercing through the heads of the skeleton soldiers. Bang! The skeleton soldiers instantly exploded. So powerful. Mu Chenfeng widened her eyes in surprise. The massive army, no, the million-strong green-armored army, began to charge in all directions, charging towards the skeleton army. Kill them! Just one squad can kill so many skeletons. How powerful will the next squad be? Ha ha ha, they want to fight me? Little ones, kill them! Gao Chen roared excitedly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing at the side relaxed. Looking at Gao Chen's smug expression, the two were speechless. If others saw that expression, they would think that he was the one who created 10-sided ambush. Boom, boom, boom. After the Cyan soldiers were arranged, they scattered like a sheet of loose sand. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the Cyan soldiers were arranged in a very large formation. The net spread out in all directions and caught the skeleton army one after another. The skeleton army was like a sheet of loose sand and was surrounded by a large number of skeletons. The large net covered a large area. 1/5 of the Passion Flower Valley was covered by the large net. The skeleton army was driven away. Gradually, close to 100,000 skeletons were caught in the net. In the outside world, Pejuan suddenly frowned. Oh no, we've been ambushed! At the side, Liang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Good ambush, good plan, good army. Boom, boom, boom. The green-armored army suddenly turned their spearheads and charged towards the skeleton army in the center. The 100,000 skeleton army were like rats scurrying around, fleeing in all directions. However, from all directions, the green-armored army's spears were constantly thrusting over. The rats scurried around, crashing into each other as they tried to kill. Kill, 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 kill. Ambushed from all sides by the army, there was nowhere to run. Suddenly, all of them bumped into the muzzle of the guns. Roar, kill, roar, kill. Ambushing from all sides, the army was quickly annihilated. Soon, the 100,000 skeleton army was wiped out. In that direction, the entire army was wiped out. What kind of song is that? Pejuan stared. Ha 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 ha, Pejuan, continue. Is that all you've got? This is Laozi's 10-sided ambush. Your 10-sided ambush isn't that great either, is it? Ha 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 ha. Gao Chen's smug voice resounded in the formation. Gao Chen and Pejuan both had amazing hearing. Naturally, they could hear each other. Ambush from all sides. Humph. Pejuan snorted coldly. 10-sided ambush. Lu Yang of Gojoseon, who was at the side, had a look of appreciation. There were countless Sither songs, but there were not many songs about killing on the battlefield. 10-sided ambush was one of his proudest works. Unexpectedly, there was 10-sided ambush, which was not inferior to 10-sided ambush. Jealous? Lu Yang of Gojoseon naturally would not be jealous. Those who achieved great things did not care about trifles. Moreover, if the composer could be used by him, wouldn't that be a great addition to his strength? Gu Hai. Lu Yang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, Lu Yang of Gojoseon paid attention to Gu Hai with the lovers of Liang. However, after Gu Hai set up a formation to suppress the dragons, Lu Yang of Gojoseon started to look forward to Gu Hai's talent. 10-sided ambush made Lu Yang of Gojoseon look forward to Gu Hai even more. It is easy to get 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to find a general. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with pride in his eyes. Pejuan looked coldly in the direction of Gao Chen's army. Humph! This is just the beginning. The skeleton army in 10-sided ambush is indeed in a state of disunity. However, that is because there is no skeleton king. Continue listening. Let's see if you can still ambush the skeleton king. Pejuan snorted coldly. Ding, 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 boom. The zither music instantly rushed into the ritual array. Roar! Amid the zither music, a roar rang out. A huge skeleton that was 10 times the size of the other skeleton soldiers appeared. It was the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King wore a huge red cape. When it roared, the wind and clouds changed color. Roar! With the Skeleton King's roar, the countless skeleton soldiers suddenly froze. Then, their might more than doubled. Slowly, they seemed to have found an organization. With the Skeleton King as the center, they attacked the surrounding Treants and the azure-armored army. Dang! 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 The two armies clashed again. Amid the explosions, the sound of metal striking stone rang out. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Outside the ritual array, Pajuan sneered. With the appearance of the Skeleton King, not only did the morale and strength of the skeleton army increase, but the might of the skeleton army also soared. When they clashed with the azure-armored army, they were no longer at a disadvantage. Inside the ritual array, Gauchen's face sank. A trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. "Master, did the other party become stronger?" Gauchen asked somewhat worriedly. Guhai's face sank. "What are you worried about? Continue playing. This melody is divided into many parts. After the encampment, blow, appointment of generals, formation, walk in formation, and ambush. Right now, it's just the small battle of Chicken Crow Mountain. Later, it will be the great battle of Ninely Mountain. That will be the time for the final kill. Continue." "Yes," Gauchen answered. The ambush from all sides continued. Indeed, as the soldiers clashed and were evenly matched, the azure-armored army took this opportunity to slowly spread their formation, forming an even larger formation. This time, the formation did not just cover 1/5 of the Passionflower Valley, but the entire valley. Outside, Pajuan's expression changed. "Not good. This is a huge formation ambush. Ambush from all sides. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Once the formation was formed, the azure-armored army immediately roared and entered the final battle, the great battle of Ninely Mountain. Rumble! The huge formation charged in layer by layer. It was like a tiger coming down the mountain, charging forward with irresistible force. Even if the skeleton army was led by the Skeleton King, it was still useless. For a moment, the entire Passionflower Valley resounded with countless sounds of fighting, neighing of horses, clashing of swords and spears, and shouting, rising and falling one after another. It was extremely shocking. When the 1,000,000 Luyang of Gojosian's army outside heard the shouts, they revealed horrified expressions. Kill! 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 Like a meat grinder, the skeleton soldiers were quickly eliminated, heading for the Skeleton King in the center. "That's impossible. There is an ambush from all sides. There is an ambush everywhere. The Skeleton King led the army to break out, but there is no way out. There is an ambush in the sky, and on the ground," Pajuan said with an unsightly expression. "Ambush from all sides. What a great ambush from all sides." The Luyang of Gojosian stood up when he heard the surging zither music. Prince Luyang was also an expert in the Tao of zither. Naturally, he could tell that there was a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses charging at each other. This was an exciting scene, but it was a pity that the other party was the one who was exciting. However, because the Luyang of Gojosian appreciated this song, he jumped out of his subjective opinion and naturally felt the power of this song. The 1,000,000 azure-armored army quickly killed the skeleton army. The skeleton army was defeated like a landslide. Under the ambush from all sides, the skeleton army had nowhere to run and was quickly killed. The great ambush from all sides shrunk toward the center, toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King led the army to break out. but he failed several times. He lost the morale of the army and lost everything. Master, Master, what a powerful formation. Where are we now? Gao-chun said excitedly. This part is called the defeat of the Xiangwang. Gu Hai said after a moment of silence. The ambush from all sides was an ancient song from Earth. It described how the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xian, led the army to set up an ambush from all sides. He defeated Xiang Yu and forced Xiang Yu to his death at the Wu River. At this moment, it was already at the stage of the defeat of the Xiangwang. Next was the final part, suicide at the Wu River. The zither music continued. The azure-armored army nearly wiped out the skeleton army. They slowly forced the skeleton king into the center. There was no way out. At this moment, the zither music was even more intense. It slowly surrounded Pujuan's zither music. When Pujuan played his zither music, it felt like there were dozens or hundreds of Gao-chun's zither music wrapping around it. Pujuan's zither music was in a desperate situation. The skeleton king was also in a desperate situation. Gao-chun's zither music became faster and faster. At this moment, Gao-chun's zither music was everywhere. It completely drowned out Pujuan's zither music and forced the skeleton king to the brink of collapse. Gao-chun revealed a ferocious expression. However, the skeleton king slowly picked up the saber and placed it on its neck. No, that's impossible. You can't force my skeleton king to commit suicide. Defeating armies shouted angrily, with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Liu Yang of Gojoseon was also attracted by the dense zither music. Previously, how could the Liu Yang of Gojoseon have imagined that the ambush from all sides would be so violent at this moment, forcing the enemy commander to commit suicide? Even though Pujuan played with all his might, the skeleton king gradually lost control. The saber in its hand suddenly chopped down. Bang! Under the tragic melody, the skeleton king committed suicide. The zither music entered the final part, suicide at the Wu River. Buzz. At the most intense moment, the sound of ambush from 10 sides came to an abrupt stop. Everything was over. The skeleton army was completely annihilated. Bang! Pujuan's void zither music suddenly broke apart, causing Pujuan to reveal a look of horror. Ambush from all sides. A good piece. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes widened as his emotions surged. At this moment, the million-strong army outside was immersed in the zither duel earlier. The urgency of the zither music made all the soldiers unable to calm down for a long time. Rumble! A series of rumbling sounds came from the array. At the largest passion flower tree, a huge root wrapped around Huang Fuchaoga and drilled into the ground, sending her away. Unfortunately, Pujuan was still immersed in the zither duel earlier and did not notice the changes there. Suddenly, a loud roar came. Using metal to subdue wood, Gangjin-chi, slash, boom. Suddenly, a beam of golden sword chi rushed into the ground and instantly cut the roots in half. Chu-chun, Granny Qing, Hua roared angrily. Your Highness, hurry, Huang Fuchaoga is escaping. Chu-chun shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's immersed heart was broken. Chapter 235, Passionate Flower Valley, at Xiaoya Mountain Manor. As the ambush from 10 sides gradually came to an end, the Xiaoya Mountain Villa slowly became quiet as the skeleton army was killed with all their might. Venerable Liu Nian sighed. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Granny Qing, Hua's direction. Huh! Venerable Liu Nian turned his head to look. Lay the ritual array. Chu-chun glared. Ha! The 2,000-odd gold division disciples shouted. The 2,000-odd swords immediately flew out, looking like a huge flower of swords pressing down on Venerable Liu Nian. Boom! The Gold Division disciples drove the swords with magic energy from a distance and laid a sword ritual array to suppress Venerable Lu Nian. Bastards! Venerable Lu Nian glared. However, the 2,000-odd Gold Division disciples already worked together to suppress the sword ritual array. Venerable Lu Nian did not care about 1, 2, 10, or even 100 Gold Division disciples. However, when the 2,000-odd Gold Division disciples worked together, they immediately formed a strong ritual array and suppressed Venerable Lu Nian. "What are you doing? Chuchen, are you really a spy?" Venerable Lu Nian shouted while glaring. "Ha!" The Gold Division disciples shouted as they pressed down on the ritual array. Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out to block the ritual array's suppression. Chuchen ignored Venerable Lu Nian. Instead, he stepped forward and flew towards Granny Qinghua. "What are you looking at? Why are you still not attacking?" Venerable Lu Nian shouted at the hundreds of Wood Division disciples around him while glaring. Oh! The group of Wood Division disciples charged over in shock. The Gold Division disciples who did not lay the ritual array immediately raised their swords and charged forward. Dang! 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 Oh no! Oh no! Break for me! Venerable Lu Nian showed a ferocious expression as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand enlarged. A strong force burst out, and the sword ritual array shook as if it would break at any moment. Just at this moment, Chu Chen's shout rang out from the distance. "Using metal to counter wood. Golden Gum Chi, chop." Boom! Chu Chen. Granny Qinghua roared. "Your Highness, quick! Huang Fuchaoga is about to escape." Chu Chen shouted. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, "Break for me!" Boom! Under the powerful force, the sword array exploded, and more than 2,000 swords exploded into pieces. Ah! Venerable Lu Nian immediately sent the group of Gold Division disciples in charge of setting up the array flying. Venerable Lu Nian felt incredibly furious. However, he only glanced at the Gold Division disciple before ignoring him and charging towards the distant Chu Chen. Outside the great array of thorns, Chu Chen's shout suddenly interrupted the outside world's recollection of 10-sided ambush. Lu Yang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the great array of thorns in front of him. "Huang Fuchaoga wants to run. Humph, unborn man, break this great array of thorns for me." Lu Yang of Gojoseon slowly sat down with a cold expression. On the flying boat, beside the throne of the Lu Yang of Gojoseon, stood a group of people in strange clothes. One of them was a figure in a half-black and half-white robe. After the Lu Yang of Gojoseon spoke, the half-black and half-white figure slowly walked out. This was the unborn man, who rushed over from the Thousand Islands Sea. "Your Highness, this is the second time I am making a move. I hope you remember this," the unborn man said indifferently. "Hurry up," the Lu Yang of Gojoseon answered. The unborn man slowly stepped forward, and the nearby Pajuan moved to the side. The unborn man walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the great array of thorns, which was even stronger than the city walls. Then he gently extended his right hand. His right hand was shriveled up, looking like a bag of bones with age spots on it. The unborn man took a deep breath as he extended his withered right hand. "The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you are not blessed enough to enjoy it. You should return," the unborn man said softly. At this moment, the unborn man no longer had two voices. Instead, an aged voice rang out. There was a rhythm in the voice. As soon as the voice rang out, a chilly wind blew in the surroundings. The atmosphere became incomparably gloomy. It was already night. At this moment, it became even more gloomy. The unborn man stretched out his hand and made a swiping motion. Suddenly, the void seemed to be torn apart. Billowing black gas surged out of the tear and rushed toward the great array of thorns. This swiping motion was like opening a door to the netherworld. Billowing black gas gushed out and instantly reached the great array of thorns. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. As soon as the great array of thorns came into contact with the black gas, it instantly withered. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. It was as if the unborn man's incantation was reverberating between heaven and earth over and over again. In the distance, the great array of thorns was quickly withering. It withered and shriveled. Stealing someone's lifespan, isn't this directly stripping away the lifespan of the great array of thorns? Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. Seizing life on behalf of the heavens is going against the harmony of the heavens. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Another person in strange clothing said with a frown. Walla-la-la. The great array of thistles and thorns, which had been extremely powerful before, was now rapidly drying up and collapsing. Like dominoes, the wall formed by the Great Bramble Formation began to collapse rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, only rolling dust and smoke were left. Help! No. On the observation towers of the Great Bramble Formation, some of the treants who were watching immediately let out painful cries. Following the collapse of the Great Bramble Formation, those treants also seemed to have been affected. They withered one after another, turning into a pile of rotten wood in the blink of an eye and falling to the ground. Bang! All the treants withered and died. When they fell to the ground, they fell apart into pieces. Hiss! There were sounds of cold air being sucked in from all directions. Whether it was the million-strong army outside or the treants inside, when they saw this scene, they were sincerely horrified. Grandma, it's over, it's over. The Great Bramble Formation is gone. The million-strong army is here. The million-strong army is here. Grandma, what should we do? In the Passion Flower Valley, there were bursts of exclamations. The unborn man suddenly withdrew his right hand. Whoosh! Countless strands of black gas were immediately sucked back into the tear in the void. The unborn man gently stroked, and immediately the void returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Only the Great Bramble Formation, whose lifespan had been taken away, proved what had happened. Your Highness, the formation has been broken. Your second request has been fulfilled. The unborn man said lightly. After saying that, the unborn man walked to the side and ignored them. The Luyang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man with a complicated expression. Enter the valley, the Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Yes. Shouts came from all directions. A group of flying ships quickly flew into the valley. Roar! Roar! The dragons roared and also quickly flew into the valley. Without the Great Bramble Formation, it was like entering flat ground. The powerful army attacked with a rumble. Guhai, Long Wanqing, Gaochen, Mu Chenfeng, and the treants were also shocked. Impossible. How could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? That is even stronger than the walls of Silvermoon City. This was set up by the old man Guanxi. How could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? It's over, it's over. The Luyang of Gojoseon's army is coming. My Love Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. A group of treants cried out in fear. Master, shall I play Ambush from 10 Sides again? Gaochen said anxiously. No, Ambush from 10 Sides can't deal with them. Gaochen, set up a sound barrier. Guhai shouted. Oh, The North Star Polaris replied and waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, everyone set up a sound barrier to prevent Pajuan from hearing anything. Guhai, what should we do now? Grandmother is in danger. Long Wanqing looked anxious. Guhai's expression turned solemn. He looked at Long Wanqing and said, "Hall Master, I've already confirmed something." "What?" Long Wanqing was slightly taken aback. What did he have to confirm at this time? That Huang Fuchaoga was lying to us earlier. He wants to use us to deal with the Luyang of Gojoseon and make us kill each other. Guhai said solemnly. Lied to us. He lied to us. My mother wasn't killed by the Luyang of Gojoseon? Long Wanqing frowned and said in surprise, "Yes, I'm sure." Guhai looked determined. "All right, I was wrong about him. But what should we do now?" Long Wanqing was worried. Seeing that Long Wanqing believed him, Guhai sighed inwardly. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, a large number of giant dragons, flood dragons, and Baxia surrounded Guhai's group under the lead of the giant dragon Fong. Plop, plop. A few giant dragons suddenly dove into the sea. However, the 1,000 Baxia and flood dragons that had barged in earlier had all turned into a pile of bones. The 5 giant dragons from before were also a pile of bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. "Leader, they're all dead. They've all turned into bones." A few giant dragons roared and flew out of the sea. The giant dragons brought out a pile of bones and placed them on the ground. Looking at the eerie white bones, the dragons were horrified. Fortunately, they had run quickly earlier. That was 1,000 flood dragons and Baxia. They were gone just like that. Gone just like that. Fong was furious. He glared at Guhai's group. "Mr. Good, what should we do now?" The tree man asked in horror. "The thorny formation is gone, but the formation I set up is still there. We can hide as long as we can. Let's escape to that formation together." Roar, you still want to escape? You killed my subordinates? You still want to escape? Don't even think about escaping. I want you all dead. Fong glared and roared. There were nearly 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia behind Fong. At this moment, their auras were extremely powerful and ferocious. The dragons attacked and immediately surrounded Guhai's group, not allowing them to escape. Guhai and the others' expressions were gloomy. At this moment, Ao Shun's voice suddenly came from afar. "His Highness has ordered that Mr. Good and the others are not to be harmed." Ao Shun's voice came from afar. "Huh. Your Highness, my 1,000 subordinates were all killed by them." Fong looked into the distance anxiously. "You dare to disobey my orders? Fong, do you want to die? If Mr. Good is harmed at all, I'll break your dragon horns." Ao Shun's voice came again. Fong's expression stiffened, and a look of depression flashed across his eyes. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Guhai's group. At this moment, Guhai let out a long sigh and looked at Fong with a faint smile. "Don't be so smug. If His Highness and the Crown Prince didn't want to protect you, I would tear you apart right now." Fong glared and roared. Guhai ignored him. Even though there were a large number of giant dragons surrounding them, Guhai was not afraid at all. "Let's go to Granny Qing, Hua's place." Guhai led everyone toward the Passion Flower Valley. Chapter 236. Guhai, Long Wanqing, Mu Qinfeng, and Gao Chen led a group of 500 treants into the depths of the Passion Flower Valley. Fong and the other dragons glared at them. They had close to 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia. Did they think they were invisible? If not for Crown Prince Ao Shun's voice transmission, Fong would have slapped Guhai and the others to death. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. The ground shook violently, and the ground under Guhai's feet sank. The passion flower divine tree? Granny extracted all the roots of the passion flower divine tree. What happened over there? And passion flower tree demon said in fear, "How dare a mere passion flower tree demon act so presumptuously in front of the Lord? The Lord gave you face, but you don't know how to cherish it. Humph, break." Ao Shun's voice came from afar. Roar. All of a sudden, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the distance. Boom. Ah. Granny Ching Hua's scream came from afar. Humph, capture them all. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Ao Shun said coldly. Yes. Rumble. Thick smoke rose in the distance, and the ground rumbled. Countless rocks and giant trees flew into the sky. Hundreds of flying ships stopped in the air, and the million-strong army moved out. Escape? None of them could escape. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's army was everywhere. The ground rumbled, and dust flew everywhere. Gone. Did Huangfu Chaoger escape? Chu Chen's angry voice came from afar. Find her, even if you have to turn the Passion Flower Valley upside down. You must find her. Ao Shun's angry voice came from afar. Rumble. Rumbles continued in the distance, and chaos ensued. Guhai and the others ran to the Waning Moon Mountain Villa. At this moment, the villa was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Apart from the Metal Division disciples, all the Wood Division disciples were tied up. Division Leader, Hall Leader, Division Leader Gu, save us! The Wood Division disciples shouted. What? Mu Chunfeng's eyes widened, and she immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? Halt! A soldier glared and shouted. Get out of my way. Mu Chunfeng glared at them and immediately struck out with her palm. Immediately, the group of soldiers in front of her was knocked away. How dare you? The soldiers glared at him. All right, we're watching. Don't waste your energy. You guys go and find the other treants. Fong said indifferently. The soldiers looked at Fong and finally nodded. With 100 colossal dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia guarding them, there was indeed no need for him to worry. Division Leader, it was Division Leader Jean, who betrayed us. A group of Wood Division disciples anxiously recounted what had happened. Chu Chun, Long Wanqing's face fell. Gu Hai coldly looked at the Gold Division disciples. Some of them lowered their heads, while others had arrogant expressions on their faces. Ha! A disciple of the Golden Branch, taking Class 1 Hall's salary and doing things that went against Class 1 Hall's wishes? Good, good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with coldness. Let's go, Gu Hai said solemnly. He led the Wood Division disciples and rushed to the largest passion flower tree in the center. Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. At this moment, the largest passion flower tree suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The treants were extremely anxious. Everyone quickly rushed into the smoke and dust. A group of flying boats stopped in the air, and a large number of treants were imprisoned. Any treant that resisted were all cut in half. As they got closer to the center, more and more treants fell to the ground. In the distance, Gu Hai saw Ao Shun walking in the air above the center of the smoke and dust, looking around coldly. Whoosh! Ao Shun swung his sleeves. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up all the smoke and dust in the surroundings. There were huge holes in the ground. Some cultivators who were skilled in digging holes had already drilled into the ground. When the largest passion flower tree fell, its countless roots broke. Nearly 2,000 treant corpses littered the ground. There were still 500-odd treant corpses under the control of a group of soldiers. As long as there was any commotion, they would immediately be torn apart. Large numbers of treants were transported over in the surroundings. Grandma! Grandma! Sob! 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 Why? Why did you kill my grandfather? Sob! 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 Sobbing sounds rang out in the surroundings. Grandma! Long Wanqing suddenly cried out. Xiao Chen saw Granny Qing Hua lying in the tree hole in her residence. Her body looked like it had been pierced by hundreds of swords. She vomited blood weakly and clutched her chest as she fell to the ground. Chu Chun stepped on Granny Qing Hua's chest and pointed his golden sword at her. Cough, 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 cough. Ha 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 ha. Granny Qing Hua weakly laughed bitterly and miserably. Not far away, Venerable Lu Nian also vomited blood. He clutched his chest as he fell to the ground. A large number of soldiers stood guard at the side. Pejuan, Lu Yang of Gojoseon, the unborn man, and the others stood on the flying ship looking at the scene below. Grandma! Venerable Lu Nian! Long Wanqing cried out, wanting to charge over. Stop right there. You are not allowed to get any closer. Fang glared and blocked Xiao Chen. Clack! Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing. Gu Hai, don't stop me, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing back, showing a bitter expression as he shook his head. Hall Master, don't come over. Listen to Division Master Gu. Cough, cough. Venerable Lu Nian vomited blood in the distance. It's over. It's over. The Passion Flower Valley is over. Mu Chenfeng turned her head to look around. At this moment, thick smoke rose from the surroundings of the Passion Flower Valley. Flames flashed everywhere. While capturing the Passion Flower tree spirits, the soldiers used fire to attack. The Passion Flower Valley, which used to be as peaceful and beautiful as paradise, now turned into hell on earth. Boom! Suddenly, 3 soldiers drilled out from the ground. Your Highness, Huangfu Chaoga ran away. There are no traces. Lu Stone God should have helped her, and ran away, the 3 soldiers said bitterly. She ran? Lu Yang of Gojoseon's face sank. Your Highness, Divine Foothill City. An aide reminded from the side. Ao Shun, Lu Yang of Gojoseon called out. Present, Ao Shun answered from the air. Take my orders and return to the city immediately. Attack Divine Foothill City with all your might. Huangfu Chaoga is a field mouse and will not be as fast as you. Capture Divine Foothill City before she returns. Lu Yang of Gojoseon ordered. Yes, Ao Shun answered. Dragons, transform and board the flying ship. Come back with me. Ao Shun ordered. Yes, the dragons answered. The dragons, including the Baxia and the flood dragons, immediately transformed and boarded a flying ship. Then they shot into the distance. Whoosh! The dragons vanished in the blink of an eye. The area where Gu Hai's group was now emptied. The tree men behind Gu Hai immediately charged at Granny Qing Hua. Don't come over. Granny Qing Hua exclaimed as she vomited blood. Ha! A large number of soldiers immediately surrounded the tree men. The tree men charging forward were chopped in half in the blink of an eye. The weaker ones immediately got suppressed, unable to move. Don't go over, Long Wanqing said anxiously. However, half of the 500 tree men had died in an instant, and the other half were restrained. The huge commotion attracted the attention of Lu Yang of Gojoseon's group. Mr. Good and Long Wanqing, you're here too? Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the 2 of them and squeezed out a faint smile on his solemn face. Lu Yang of Gojoseon instantly saw Gao Chen and recognized Gu Hai. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was looking forward to seeing Gu Hai's abilities. Long Wanqing, Master of the First Class Hall, greets Your Highness. Your Highness, please let go of Granny Qing Hua and these tree men. I beg you, Long Wanqing immediately pleaded. Lu Yang of Gojosian stared at Long Wanqing and observed her expression. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, Granny Qing Hua colluded with Long Wanqing and is an enemy of the Deqian Celestial Empire. Long Wanqing, don't get too close to this thief. No, I asked Granny Qing Hua to help me find Huang Fu Chaoga. I want to investigate the cause of my mother's death. So I asked Granny Qing Hua for help. Long Wanqing immediately cried out, Oh, the cause of Long Xiaoya's death. What did Huang Fu Chaoga say? Lu Yang of Gojosian slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Wanqing. Huang Fu Chaoga lied to me and said that you killed my mother. How is that possible? Of course, I don't believe it. But Granny Qing Hua is innocent. Please forgive her. Your Highness. Long Wanqing looked at Lu Yang of Gojosian expectantly. Lu Yang of Gojosian stared at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be analyzing the authenticity of Long Wanqing's expression. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. Long Wanqing, don't plead for these thieves anymore. They colluded with the enemy and committed treason, which is a capital crime. Don't make a mistake. But it really has nothing to do with Granny Qing Hua. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing slightly and shook his head. Was there any use in reasoning at this moment? Reasoning was for the victor. At this moment, Lu Yang of Gojosian was like the sun in the sky. His words were evidence. Your Highness, even if Granny Qing Hua is guilty, Venerable Lu Nian is innocent. Please be magnanimous and let Venerable Lu Nian off. Granny Qing Hua tricked these ignorant tree people. Gu Hai said with a slight bow to Lu Yang of Gojosian. We will live and die with Granny. The group of passion flower tree spirits immediately glared at Gu Hai. Shut up. Granny Qing Hua called out weakly. Mr. Good is right. I tricked you all. Stop making noise. Granny Qing Hua called out weakly. Granny, shut up. I am not your granny. Granny Qing Hua called out. Sob, 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 sob. The group of passion flower tree spirits sobbed softly. Lu Yang of Gojosian looked at Gu Hai and smiled faintly. Mr. Good, this king likes the ambush from 10 sides and the ritual array. If Mr. Good does not mind, why don't you join my residence? This king will definitely treat Mr. Good as an honored guest. Although Lu Yang of Gojosian spoke politely, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Many thanks for your Highness's kindness. After this matter is over, I will visit your residence again. Gu Hai nodded. Ha 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 ha. Good. This king's residence needs talents like Mr. Good. Release Lu Nian. These tree spirits are accomplices. They can be spared the death penalty, but they will be punished. Break their dantians, seal their cultivations, and send them to Mr. Good as slaves. Lu Yang of Gojosian said with a satisfied smile. Yes, cries of agreement rang out in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. Countless tree spirits in the surroundings cried out in pain. Large holes appeared in their dantians. With their dantians broken, they lost nearly all of their cultivation. The tree spirits screamed miserably. Long Wanqing showed a pained expression. Mu Chunfeng clenched her fists, and her eyes reddened. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Granny Qing Hua suddenly started laughing. Long Wanqing and Mu Chunfeng quickly went over and helped the severely injured Venerable Lu Nian. Many thanks, Your Highness, Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Wait. Suddenly, a voice came from beside Lu Yang of Gojosian. It was the unborn man who walked forward. Your Highness, you gave these tree spirits to Gu Hai. However, Lu Nian, I would like to ask you a question. The unborn man said sullenly. Oh, Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man in confusion. Lu Nian, let me ask you, who is Long Wanqing's father? 30-odd years ago, which man won the lass's heart, who made the lass willingly give birth to a pair of daughters for him? To think that he did not even dare to show his face after all these years, the unborn man said coldly. Long Wanqing's father, Lu Yang of Gojoseon, also showed some confusion as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Chapter 237. Who is Long Wanqing's father? Although the unborn man's hat covered his face, he could sense a sharp aura directed at the weakened, Venerable Lu Nian. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng supported Venerable Lu Nian. However, the two also revealed curious expressions. Long Wanqing had always wanted to know who her father was. Mu Chenfeng had also pursued Long Xiaoya before. Naturally, she also wanted to know who won the heart of her dreams. Even Lu Yang of Gojoseon revealed a curious expression. Everyone focused their gazes on the weakened, venerable Lu Nian. Now, only he knew who Long Wanqing's father was. Venerable Lu Nian stared at the unborn man for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, Unborn man, we have known each other for many years. You should know my character. You have asked me this question 3 times already. You were the one who broke the bramble flower ritual array earlier, right? The unborn man stared at Venerable Lu Nian. Do you know what Passion Flower Valley means to Long Xiaoya? If Long Xiaoya knew that you were the one who destroyed Xiaoya Mountain Manor. That's right. You do not care about what she thinks. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Let me ask you, who is Long Wanqing's father? The unborn man asked coldly. I'm not like you, unborn man. I've always kept my promise to Long Xiaoya. Long Wanqing's father? You are not worthy to know. You are really not worthy. I will not tell you either. Venerable Lu Nian laughed coldly. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand, and a golden light shot out of his fingertip. Bang! The golden light immediately knocked Venerable Lu Nian back, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. Lu Nian, do you think that I do not dare to kill you? The unborn man asked coldly. Pooh! Venerable Lu Nian fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, he laughed loudly. The murderous aura around the unborn man intensified. Don't kill Venerable Lu Nian. Long Wanqing immediately stood in front of Venerable Lu Nian. Hall Master, don't come over. He has lost his mind. Don't worry about me, Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Bang! The unborn man waved his hand. A gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, Long Wanqing was sent flying. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Under the Yin wind, she couldn't use her mana at all. Bang! Gu Hai immediately leaped up and caught Long Wanqing, but the cold wind rushed into Gu Hai's body. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows trembled and immediately forced the Yin wind out of his body. Gu Hai landed with Long Wanqing in his arms. Then he looked coldly at the unborn man and said, Unborn man, are you concerned about Long Xiaoya? After Long Xiaoya died, you hid in the innate puzzle world. If not for Long Wanqing telling me to look for you, would you have known? Now that you are out, you are very strong. You can humiliate and beat up Long Xiaoya's daughter at will. How capable! You really care about Long Xiaoya. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. My father. Sob. Sob. My mother talked about my father before. When I was young, I asked my mother about it. I always remember. Long Wanqing cried as she hid in Long Wanqing's arms. My mother said that my father is an unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. Due to some matters, he went to a very distant place. However, my father will return one day. My father will take revenge for whoever bullies us three. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances, Long Wanqing said as she cried. Unparalleled hero, no one in the world can stop him. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. However, my father never returned. He did not protect my mother. Why did he not return even after my mother died? When my younger sister and I were bullied, he did not return either. I don't want to look for my father anymore. I don't want him anymore. Long Wanqing sobbed in Guhai's arms, feeling wronged. Not far away, Venerable Lu Nian's eyes reddened as he felt bitter. He wanted to console Long Wanqing several times, looking like he had something to say. However, he endured each time. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. At this moment, Long Wanqing's anger seemed to have subsided significantly. He stopped asking and slowly walked to the side, ignoring Venerable Lu Nian. Mu Chenfeng supported the severely injured Venerable Lu Nian and walked to the side. Luyang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, Unparalleled hero, no one in the world can stop him. What arrogance! What a laughable lie! Girl, stop crying. Your father will definitely return. Your mother never lies. Granny Qinghua, who was not far away, tried to console Long Wanqing weakly. Luyang of Gojoseon turned his head to look at Granny Qinghua. Earlier, Ao Shun had crippled Granny Qinghua's cultivation, severely injuring her and leaving her on the brink of death. Now, with Chu Chen stepping on her, she could not move at all. Granny, Wanqing is incompetent. I cannot save you. Long Wanqing released Guhai and looked at Granny Qinghua with reddened eyes. That's enough. How many people can survive the 10,000-year great calamity? It is already enough that our race was not exterminated. Even if these people's cultivation was crippled, it is enough that they are alive. I am already very satisfied. Granny Qinghua said weakly. Chu Chen stepped on Granny Qinghua. Boom. Granny Qinghua vomited another mouthful of blood under Chu Chen's foot. She could no longer speak to Long Wanqing. Chu Chen, to think that you dare. Long Wanqing rebuked, glaring. Chu Chen looked coldly at Long Wanqing. Then he turned his head to look at Luyang of Gojoseon and said, Your Highness, this Granny Qinghua is about to die. Earlier, she tried to use her divine energy, but Crown Prince Ao Shun exposed her. However, she still has some divine energy in her. I beg your Highness to bestow it to me. I will dig out her divine energy. Chu Chen, how dare you? Long Wanqing roared, glaring. Long Wanqing, don't you know whether I dare or not? Chu Chen sneered. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Cough, cough. Division Leader Gu, it's all my fault. You already reminded me that Chu Chen is a spy, but because of our old friendship, I let him off. I didn't expect that he would betray Class 1 Hall and betray us so thoroughly. Cough, cough. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly, Oh, Mr. Good discovered that Chu Chen was my man long ago. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at Guhai. Guhai nodded and said, Chu Chen? He has a golden sword. Over the past few days, I saw him tapping the sword lightly with his finger. I did not think much of it when he did it once or twice. However, he did it every day. You can guess my identity. Chu-Chun looked at Gu-Hai in shock. Then, he took out the golden sword and tapped it lightly with his finger. Buzz! The golden longsword trembled, and at this moment, from afar, another golden beam of light suddenly shot over, instantly arriving in front of Chu-Chun. Clap! Chu-Chun reached out and caught it. It was a golden longsword that was one size smaller. Mother-child swords? Mother-child swords? The bramble flower ritual array has a sound barrier. Information cannot spread. That day, before you entered the bramble flower ritual array, you left the child swords outside the ritual array. Over the past few days, when you tapped the mother sword, the child sword would tremble as well. The different tremors would send different messages. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Pejuan. Pejuan smiled coldly, seeming to confirm Venerable Lu Nian's guess. It turns out that aside from Pejuan and Gaochen, Division Master Chu also has startling hearing. However, no one would have thought that you heard every single word that Granny Qing Hua said when she invited Huangfu Chaoga here. Gu-Hai's eyes darkened slightly. Humph! Chu-Chun snorted coldly. Cough, 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 cough. It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ah, little girl, you must be careful. That Chu-Chun is not a good person. Ha 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 ha. Granny Qing Hua laughed bitterly. Humph! Chu-Chun snorted coldly and thrust his sword. I know where Huangfu Chaoga is. Granny Qing Hua suddenly said. Buzz! Chu-Chen's sword stopped right before Granny Qing Hua's forehead. You know? Chu-Chen asked coldly. That's right. I know. I know where he is now. Ha ha ha. I know it very well. Granny Qing Hua said with a sinister smile. Speak quickly, Chu-Chen demanded coldly. Let go of me. Let go of me first. Granny Qing Hua said coldly. Chu-Chen stared at Granny Qing Hua for a while. However, Granny Qing Hua was already extremely weak. How could she resist? Humph! Chu-Chen loosened his foot and let go of Granny Qing Hua. Granny Qing Hua slowly crawled to her feet, trembling. At this moment, Granny Qing Hua was extremely weak. It looked like she would collapse at any moment. Granny Qing Hua gently brushed the dust off her body. Then she looked at Gu-Hai. Suddenly, Granny Qing Hua bowed to Gu-Hai. Mr. Good, many thanks. Many thanks for saving my group of underlings. There were more than 2,000 passion flower tree demons in the surroundings. All of them had red eyes and were crying. It's a pity that all of their cultivations have been destroyed. Gu-Hai sighed softly. Granny Qing Hua took 2 steps forward and shook her head. It's all right. As long as they are alive, it's fine. Many races were annihilated during the 10,000-year calamity of the monster race. It's enough that they are still alive. Ha, it's enough. Granny Qing Hua took 2 more steps forward. At the same time, she looked at the passion flower tree demons and said, all of you, listen up. From today onwards, all of you passion flowers must listen to Gu-Hai. Anyone who doesn't listen will become the enemy of my entire race. The enemy of my entire race. Granny! The passion flower tree demons cried as they looked at Granny Qing Hua. Only Gu-Hai can save all of you. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Granny Qing Hua shouted at the top of her lungs. Yes, woo-woo-woo. The passion flower tree demons cried out. Granny Qing Hua had already walked up to Gu-Hai. Suddenly, she revealed a faint smile and said, Mr. Good, I see that your cultivation is at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core realm, right? Yes. I have opened the kidney orifice. Gu Hai nodded. The kidney orifice is good. The kidney orifice is good. In the future, I will leave these passion flowers to you. I will leave them to you. Granny Qinghua said with a faint smile. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Since you have opened the kidney orifice, you have yet to open the liver orifice. The liver is of the wood attribute. I have a 10,000-year spirit and experienced a great calamity. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use it and can't protect it. Why don't I open the liver orifice for you? Granny Qinghua smiled as she extended her hand and patted Gu Hai's abdomen. No, bastard. Chu Chun, who was nearby, suddenly reacted and glared. Wong. Suddenly, a beam of emerald light shot out from Granny Qinghua's palm and into Gu Hai's body. The emerald light shone brightly and illuminated the entire world. Would God? Long Wan Qing was slightly stunned. That's mine. Bastard. Chu Chun was shocked and furious. He stabbed his sword toward Granny Qinghua. Don't even think about it. Mu Chunfeng glared and waved her hand. A large number of roots rushed toward Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen's sword light was too bright. It instantly cut the roots into pieces. Mu Chunfeng was also covered in blood. She was sent flying. She was not a match for Chu Chen at all. At this moment, Granny Qinghua turned her head and looked at Chu Chun. She revealed a faint smile and said, Too late. Ha 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 ha. It's all too late. Chu Chen's expression changed. He saw the emerald light around Gu Hai. Granny Qinghua had already poured the passion flower with God into Gu Hai's body. Bastard, that's mine. No one can take it away from me. Chu Chen raised his sword and was about to slash at Gu Hai. How dare you? Lu Yang of Gojoseon snorted coldly. Chapter 238. How presumptuous. The Lu Yang of Gojoseon snorted coldly. The Lu Yang of Gojoseon's cold snort was like a bell ringing in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen's mind immediately swayed, and he stopped stabbing his sword at Gu Hai. Cold sweat covered his face. Your Highness, this subordinate was rash. Chu Chen said, sweating profusely. The Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked coldly at Chu Chun. Then, he finally calmed down. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chun? His plan was for naught. For naught. Ha 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 ha. Granny Qinghua guffawed. As Granny Qinghua laughed, her entire body aged quickly. Her hair turned white, and her skin became dry and wrinkled. Her entire body shriveled up. Granny! Sob! 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 The countless treemen immediately knelt down. As they watched Granny Qinghua change continuously, they cried, Cough! 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 If the god lives, the tree lives. If the god dies, the tree dies. The primes of the entire race handed their lives to the god. If the god dies, she dies as well. Cough! Cough! As Granny Qinghua laughed, she slowly shriveled up and slowly turned into a withered, dead passion flower tree. The passion flower tree withered and eventually shrank into a pile of rotten wood. Humph! Chu Chen snorted coldly and swung his sword. Boom! Granny Qinghua's rotten would immediately split in half. Granny! The group of treemen cried as they stepped forward, hugging Granny Qinghua's corpse, which had already turned into a pile of rotten wood. They cried bitterly. After Chu Chen chopped Granny Qinghua's corpse in half, he looked at Gu Hai with dissatisfaction. Gu Hai's body gave off a jade green light. After the passion flower tree god entered her body, Granny Qinghua finally gave up on life. The passion flower tree god seemed to know her end. It was very willing to sacrifice itself, doing its best to help Gu Hai open the liver aperture. Boom! Suddenly, A loud sound rang out as the liver aperture opened. The jade green wood god instantly transformed the liver and the liver aperture. In the blink of an eye, the liver aperture gave off a jade green light, forming a wood god palace. It corresponded with the blue light of the water god palace in the kidney aperture. Fourth tier of the golden core stage. Gu Hai felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Rumble. Previously, the bone saber had absorbed the energy of the 1,000 flood dragons, Bashya, and the 5 giant dragons. Now, it no longer needed to squeeze them, and it was flowing toward the kidney aperture. Buzz. As soon as it entered the kidney aperture, it was transformed into a wave of wood-type true essence that slowly rotated in the center of the kidney aperture. Activating the true dragon golden core art, Gu Hai separated a strand of his consciousness and immediately formed a green dragon of the wood element, coordinating the spherical wood element Shun Yuan. Ong, ong, ong. Within his body, the purple dragon in his dantian, the blue dragon in his kidney aperture, and the green dragon in his liver aperture slowly rotated within Gu Hai's veins. The 3 true essences did not interfere with each other, even when they interacted with each other. However, at this moment, when the blue dragon's water element true essence circulated to the liver aperture, it actually transformed into some wood element true essence and entered the liver aperture. Water, wood, Gu Hai's consciousness watched the transformation of quintessential essence with astonishment. Could it be that the 5 elements' true essence could be transformed into each other? Gu Hai was excited, but he did not dare to be careless at this moment. When the 3 true essences circulated in his body and returned to their respective dantians and quasi-dantians, it was over. Then, the 3 true essences could rotate on their own. Boom! A strand of energy surged out around Gu Hai as he opened his eyes. 5th tier of the golden core, realm. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with joy. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn again as he looked up at the flying ship in the sky. During this period of time, Lu Yang of Gojoseon had been waiting for him. 5th tier of the golden core, realm. Congratulations, Mr. Good. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Hai nodded. At the side, Chu Chen's face was gloomy as he stared at Gu Hai. "Mr. Good, since you have recovered your cultivation, why don't you leave now and follow me back to my residence?" Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He wanted to refuse, but at this moment he could not open his mouth. At this moment, Pajuan suddenly raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of joy. He waved his hand. Buzz! A sound barrier was formed, and no one could hear what was going on inside. "Your Highness, the things have arrived at your residence." "They have arrived at your residence first," Pajuan said with a look of joy. "Oh." Lu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, you have given me the things. I can form an invincible army." Pajuan revealed a look of excitement. "Mr. Mo is back too?" Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Pajuan. "No, I heard voices in the residence, but I didn't see Mr. Mo. Wait," the escort described it. Mr. Mo only arrived after 2 days. He stayed in Silver Moon City earlier, and it seemed like he was looking for someone's whereabouts." Pajuan said with a frown, "Looking for someone's whereabouts. Do you need Mr. Mo to stay here personally?" Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked in a low voice. The housekeeper also asked the escort. That person said that Mr. Mo said that this person is very important. He is a great talent. If your Highness can get this person, it will be no less than getting another batch of goods to escort. Pajuan said, slightly stunned. "Oh." Lu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. "But that's not very possible, right? This batch of goods is, who can compare to them? Pajuan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Mo is looking for talents for me. Ha ha ha, great talent? Pajuan, don't underestimate a great talent. Take Mr. Mo, for example. This batch of goods can never compare to Mr. Mo's. Luyang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Yes. Pajuan nodded. Okay, let's get ready to go back to the residence. I want to see how different this batch of goods is from what I imagined. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with anticipation. The sound barrier was soundproof, so the conversation inside couldn't be heard. However, Gu Hai could tell from their expressions that they were in a good mood. Moreover, from their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to leave immediately. Buzz. The sound barrier suddenly disappeared. Before Luyang of Gojoseon could speak, Gu Hai immediately spoke first. Your Highness, Gu Hai also wants to go to the residence immediately. However, Granny Qing Hua helped me after all. She even gave me the wood deity and opened the wood deity palace. Gu Hai has no other request. I only hope that your Highness will allow me to handle Granny Qing Hua's funeral and fulfill one of my wishes. Gu Hai said. Luyang of Gojoseon frowned. Although Granny Qing Hua betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire, I am still indebted to her. Please allow me to bury her body, Gu Hai said solemnly. Bury her? Humph. Is this withered piece of wood worthy of her burial? Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Venerable Lu Nian, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, This is the difference between humans and beasts. Ha ha. Division Master Gu's trust is unparalleled. He will sincerely repay anyone who shows him kindness, unlike some people who betray Elite Hall despite Elite Hall treating them with sincerity. Without trust, one cannot survive. Who would dare to use a person who betrays them? Today, you can betray Elite Hall. In the future, will you betray Luyang of Gojoseon as well? Old thing, you are seeking death. Chu Chen shouted while glaring. Luyang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes at Chu Chen. Isn't that so? Everyone has different personalities. You can be two-faced and betray your former master, but Gu Hai will not. He will finish what he started. Once he makes a promise, he will not turn back, Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Indeed, Venerable Lu Nian was right. Gu Hai's character was better than Chu Chen's. Although Xiao Chen's character displeased the current Xiao Chen, if he subdued this person in the future, this person would be as loyal to him. At this thought, the anger in Luyang of Gojoseon's heart faded. He frowned as he looked at Chu Chen. Indeed, this person had some tricks up his sleeve. However, he could only use them as a lackey. As Venerable Lu Nian scolded Chu Chen, he observed Luyang of Gojoseon's expression. Venerable Lu Nian sighed in relief when he saw Luyang of Gojoseon's anger toward Gu Hai calm down. Instead, he admired Gu Hai even more. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai, a golden core realm cultivator. Venerable Lu Nian and Mu Chenfeng were both severely injured and weak. As for Long Wanqing's strength, just now, the Yuanying state's strength should have been weaker than Mu Chenfeng's. The group of tree men had been crippled long ago. The close to 1,000 Wood Division disciples. They were too weak to stand up to the wind. Gaochen? Gu Hai's only reliance was Gaochen? All right, Mr. Good, this prince respects you for your loyalty. Stay behind to handle Granny Qing Hua's funeral. I'll give you 1 day. Once you are done, return to the prince's residence. Luyang of Gojoseon said seriously, Your Highness, rest assured. Gu Hai nodded. Chu Chen, Pajuan, stay behind and wait for Gu Hai. Show him the way. Luyang of Gojoseon instructed. Yes. Pajuan nodded somewhat reluctantly. After all, Pajuan was eager to see the things that Mr. Mo had sent back. Now that he was left behind, he felt depressed. However, Pajuan also understood that the prince had left him behind to monitor Gauchen. After all, they were all heaven-grade zither and understood each other. He would not feel at ease leaving others behind. As for Chu Chun and the group of Gold Division disciples, they were naturally used to monitor Gu Hai's group. With Chu Chen's strength, watching over Gu Hai's group was a piece of cake. Mr. Good, I'll see you at the prince's residence the day after tomorrow. This prince also wants to hear what other new works Mr. Good has. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile, Your Highness, don't worry. I still have some songs. When the time comes, I'll invite you to enjoy them. Gu Hai said with a smile, All right, let's return to the residence. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile, Yes. The 1,000,000 soldiers in the surroundings shouted and boarded the flying ships. Rumble. 100 flying ships slowly flew into the distance. Liu Yang of Gojoseon left with his large group of subordinates. Flames burned in the Passion Flower Valley, leaving behind a pile of rubble. It looked like hell on earth. Thousands of passion flower tree spirit corpses and Granny Qing, Hua's corpses littered the ground. They were all very miserable. Sob, 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 sob. The group of tree men cried out as they hugged the corpses. Cough, cough, cough. Venerable Lu Nian coughed out blood weakly. His injuries were not light. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened. Hall Master, my condolences. We are going to collect Granny Qing, Hua's corpse. Gu Hai sighed softly. Master, Mu Chenfeng was covered in blood. At this moment, she cried bitterly as well. Gauchen did not say anything from the start to the end. He bit his lip, showing an extremely unsightly expression. Earlier, he felt a great threat from Liu Yang of Gojoseon. What are you looking at, loser? Humph. Gauchen said coldly as he looked at Pajuan. Loser? Huh. You just won a song, and you dare to be proud of it? I know thousands of songs. You just gained intelligence. How many songs have you heard? Ambush from 10 sides? Now, I know one as well. Do you want to give it a try? Pajuan smiled coldly. Chapter 239. Loser? Ha! What's there to be proud of after winning a song? I know hundreds of thousands of songs. How many songs have you heard since you just gained sentience? Ambush from 10 sides? Now, I know one too. Do you want to try? Pajuan sneered. Gauchen glared at him. So what if you gain sentience early? Hundreds of thousands? I don't. Humph, I don't need to know. I can create my own songs at any time, and I've created a lot of them. If my master hadn't stopped me just now, I would have used my own song. No, my song. A heaven-grade Guqin has no creativity. Songs come from the outside world and the master. You know how to create songs? Pajuan didn't believe him. Are you scared now? Gauchen said proudly. Come on then. Let me hear your song. Your song? Pajuan stared at Gauchen. Pajuan's expression was gloomy. It wasn't that he couldn't be provoked, but he wanted to test Gauchen's ability. Come on then. I'm not scared of you. Listen carefully. I'm going to sing. Gauchen was instantly enraged. Shut up, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Master? Gauchen looked at Gu Hai blankly. Don't be rude. Gu Hai shouted. Granny Qing Hua had just passed away, and Gu Hai didn't want Gauchen's song to disturb everyone's mood. However, Pajuan thought that Gu Hai was trying to hide something. Mr. Good, don't stop him. This is a competition between Gauchen and me. If he wants to sing, let him sing. I also want to see how capable Gauchen is after being trained by Mr. Good. Pajuan shook his head and looked at Gu Hai. Although his words were polite, there was an unquestionable tone in defeating Army's tone. That's right, master. This Pajuan is too cocky. I'll sing a song to show him how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. A loser dares to be cocky. I don't know what he's so cocky about. Gauchen immediately shouted. Gu-hai furrowed his brows. Mr. Good, please don't stop me. Pajuan said firmly. Then, you guys find a place where there's no one. Don't let the sound reach us. Gu-hai said with a frown. Pajuan was slightly startled. He thought that Gauchen's sound technique would be too strong and would hurt the trance. Immediately, his opinion of Gauchen increased. Don't worry. I have the hypersonic cage here. Gauchen and I will be sparring behind closed doors. We won't disturb you. Pajuan waved his hand, and a huge house flew out of his sleeve. The four walls of the house were engraved with a large number of runes and formations. They emitted a faint fluorescent light. Hypersonic cage. Gu-hai was slightly startled. That's right. The hypersonic cage isolates sound from the inside and outside. As long as Gauchen and I enter, the door will be closed for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the door will open automatically. More importantly, the sound path inside will not cause any substantial harm. Only the wills will clash. I'm just competing with Gauchen in terms of wills, Pajuan said in a low voice. Oh, no substantial harm? Just like the Guqin army from before. Won't it appear? Just tune against tune, singing against singing? Gu-hai was slightly startled. That's right. At Gauchen's level, wills are enough to determine who's stronger and who's weaker, Pajuan said in a low voice. Master, just let me go. Watch me beat this loser with my singing. Gauchen rubbed his hands together. Singing? Gu-hai's face twitched slightly. All right, but don't lose. You'll have to break this hypersonic cage. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Good, don't worry. This hypersonic cage can't be broken from the inside. Gauchen can't break it, and neither can I. We'll have to wait for 4 hours. Don't worry, I won't bully Gauchen too much. We'll compete with our songs slowly. Pajuan's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Gu-hai looked at Pajuan. That's not what I meant. Master, Gauchen said anxiously. Gu-hai's face twitched. He looked at Pajuan and said, Mr. Pajuan, if Gauchen can't sing well, please forgive him. Don't lower yourself to his level. You think Gauchen's song is too fierce and will hurt me? You want to plead on his behalf, so that I won't pursue the matter? Ha ha, Mr. Good, you're too confident, aren't you? Pajuan's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. Huh, Gu-hai was stunned again. He really didn't mean it that way. Master, let me destroy this despicable person's arrogance. Gauchen glared at him. Mr. Good, don't stop me. I've already taken out my hypersonic cage. It can't be taken back, Pajuan said in a deep voice. After a moment of silence, Gu-hai nodded and said, All right, Gauchen, be careful. Don't go overboard. No, Mr. Good, I want Gauchen to do his best. Otherwise, it won't be honorable even if I win, Pajuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gu-hai was speechless. I really didn't mean it that way. Go. Gu-hai couldn't be bothered to explain any more. Gauchen, please. Pajuan waved his hand. Let's go. Gauchen replied. The two stepped into the hypersonic cage. Boom. The door slammed shut. Immediately, an hourglass appeared above the door. The sand slowly flowed in. After 4 hours, the door would open. Besides Gu-hai, Venerable Lu Nian's eyelids also twitched. Is this Pajuan courting death? Is Gauchen going to sing his divine song? At the side, the heartbroken Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng watched the two heaven-grade zither compete. Their faces, which were red from crying, suddenly froze, as if they had foreseen something. Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Do you really think that Gao Chen can win against Pujuan? Is this a joke? Everyone looked at Chu Chun in disgust. Gu Hai looked at Chu Chun and revealed a cold smile. What does winning or not have to do with you? After I enter the sovereign residence, you will be nothing. Huh? What did you say? Chu Chun glared coldly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai ignored Chu Chun. Instead, he looked at the group of tree demons and said, "Tidy up the corpses of all the tree demons and carefully protect Granny Qing Hua's corpse. Prepare to bury her." Yes, the group of passion flower tree demons immediately answered. Although the passion flower tree demons had their dantians broken, they still quickly rushed to the surroundings to tidy up their companions' corpses. A sorrowful atmosphere spread throughout the entire passion flower valley. Gu Hai took out some medicinal pills and fed them to Venerable Lunyan and Mu Qinfeng. However, the two were too severely injured and would not recover quickly. The group of Wood Division disciples also went to help tidy up the mess. The Wood Division disciples slowly extinguished the flames in the surroundings. They searched the ruins for the passion flower tree demons' corpses. Gu Hai brought Long Wanqing around the valley. Chu Chen kept staring at the two. Nearly 3,000 Metal Division disciples were guarding the tree demons and Wood Division disciples. However, the tree demons had their cultivations crippled, so there was not much to worry about. Bury these tree demons by the sea, then they will look at the vast sea and not have to worry about the hardships of the mortal world anymore. Gu Hai sighed softly. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far from Gu Hai's ritual array, he summoned a large number of Wood Division disciples and quickly started digging. The passion flower tree demon corpses were tidied up. The group of tree demons wept as they tidied up. When they saw their friends and family turn into piles of rotten wood, grief welled up in their hearts. Chu Chun stood on a mountain peak not far away and watched coldly. Chu Chun helped Venerable Lunyan and Mu Qinfeng over. When Gu Hai saw Venerable Lunyan, he gave Chu Chun a look with his back to him. Venerable Lunyan's expression changed as he looked at the ritual array that Gu Hai laid in the past. That cloudy ritual array previously suppressed the dragons and contained the 28 line pair world ritual arrays items. Venerable Lu Nian immediately understood. He returned the look, pretending to be in great pain. Hall Master, go and take care of Venerable Lu Nian. The Venerable's injuries are too severe. Use your veritable essence energy to clean up his meridians and help him recover quickly, Gu Hai advised Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing nodded. Then Chu Chen walked over to Venerable Lu Nian. The pieces of rotten wood were tidied up and piled together like a small mountain. 2,000-odd crying tree demons stood at the side. A large pit was dug. Now, all the tree demons were waiting for Gu Hai's orders to be buried in it. Not far away, Chu Chun and the others did not notice anything strange. Gu Hai calculated the time. About 4 hours had passed. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and turned to the crying tree demons. Stop crying. I will take revenge for Granny Qing Hua. I will remember who chopped her in half. Right now, I do not have the ability to do so. However, when I reach the royal residence, I can take revenge for Granny Qing Hua. Many thanks, Master. The passion flower tree demons immediately said gratefully. In the distance, Chu Chen's eyelids twitched. He smiled coldly and said, I was the one who chopped Granny Qing Hua in half. Why? You can take revenge when you reach the royal residence. You want to take revenge on me? Gu Hai looked at Chu Chun and smiled coldly. What do you think, Division Master Chu? Humph! With just you? Chu Chun sneered. Indeed, my cultivation is not as good as yours, far from it. However, I have my advantages. I can compose music and lay formations. I can lead the Zither Dao army for the Lord. I can lead the Zither Dao army to conquer the world for the Lord. I can lay formations to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. What can Division Master Chu do? Guhai smiled. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. Division Master Chu is powerful. I think the Lord should have a large number of powerful subordinates. You are not the first, right? What can you do? Spy. Yes, you can be a spy. Ha 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 ha. Guhai smiled. Chu Chen stared coldly at Guhai. Do you see? When Lu Yang of Gojoseon saw me for the first time, he gave me the wood god instead of you who was loyal to him. Oh, right. Do you remember the word presumptuous that the Lord said earlier? You are presumptuous, right? You dare to point your sword at me? You are presumptuous. Do you know why? Guhai smiled and said, Chu Chen's anger grew. Because in the Lord's eyes, I will become his right-hand man. I am a person. I am irreplaceable. You, on the other hand, are just a slightly stronger spy. You are just a lackey, and a lackey that can be replaced at any time. You dare to point your sword at me? That is an offense. Ha ha. Division Master Chu, let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion. Guhai smiled. Chu Chen's expression changed. Guhai's tone was filled with an unforgettable hatred. Let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion? This hatred will not end until one of them dies. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Chen tightened his grip. Guhai saw that Chu Chen was angered by him, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 240. Division Master Chu, why are you holding your sword? Are you trying to dig out my liver and snatch the wood spirit inside? Guhai sneered. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly, suppressing the rage in his heart. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Chu Chen could endure until now, he did not want to provoke him further. Doing so would backfire. Then he turned his head and looked at the Gold Division disciples. What are you looking at? Stay away from my servants. Humph. They are poisoned by the bramble flower ritual array. It was the Treant who helped you get rid of the poison. Now you are harming them. I will remember you, Guhai said coldly. The expressions of the Gold Division disciples changed, showing anxious expressions. Many of them looked at Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He tightly gripped his sword, wanting to stab Xiao Chun. However, he resisted. Not far away, Venerable Lu Nian coughed. Cough, 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 cough. Division Master Gu, don't get angry with him now. If he kills you now, he will only get punished by the Luyang of Gojoseon at most. When you arrive at the residence, he will no longer have a chance. That's true. Guhai's face sank as he stepped far away from Chu Chen. However, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. If I kill Guhai, the prince will only punish me at most. However, if I become the prince's trusted aide, I will never have a day of peace. Division Master, the Gold Division disciples called out anxiously. Xing. Chu Chen suddenly swung his sword at Guhai. Guhai flipped his hand, and a crimson saber soared into the air. When the crimson saber appeared in his hand, surging energy filled Guhai, instantly increasing his strength significantly. Xing. Scarlet light filled the air as the saber light and sword light clashed. Boom. Guhai immediately swung his saber into the distance. Sword chi tore apart most of his clothes as they brushed past him. In the end, Guhai's strength was far from Chu Chen's. Chu Chen, you dare to kill me? Guhai glared at him. That's right. Venerable Lu Nian is right. If I kill you, His Highness will just punish me. If I don't kill you, will you let me go? Chuchen said coldly. Everyone, listen up. Surround them and kill them all. Chuchen shouted. Ha! A group of Gold Branch disciples raised their swords and shouted. Withdraw. Venerable Lu Nian called out to Long Wanqing. Buzz. With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing stored the corpses of Granny Qinghua and the other treants into her storage space. The treants furiously looked at the Metal Division's disciples, and the Wood Division's disciples, who were holding their swords, looked anxious. Bloodsaber, could he increase his power to the level of the Yuanying state? Your strength just now was at the peak of the second nascent soul realm, right? That's all there is to it. Chuchen sneered and swung his sword again. Quang. Just at this moment, 4 hours finally passed. The doors of the hypersonic cage suddenly opened in the distance. Bastard, come out, come out. Pajuan shouted hoarsely as he was the first to charge out of the hypersonic cage. At this moment, Pajuan's hair was disheveled, and his face was swollen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hoarse appearance was chilling. Gauchen also stepped out of the hypersonic cage. Gauchen was in a similar state. The two's hair was disheveled, and their faces were swollen. Their clothes were tattered, as if they had just experienced an inhumane scuffle. Pajuan, who is afraid of you? Didn't we agree on a zither duel? You attacked me with your zither, and I endured it. However, you did not follow the rules. When it was my turn, why did you not sing for me? I only sang a few lines, and you could not take it anymore. Just admit it, loser. Why throw a tantrum? Tui, Gauchen shouted as he held his swollen face. I was competing with you on the state of the zither. What was that thing that you sang? What was that? It was out of tune, and I don't know which country it went to. If I continue to listen to it, my zither heart will be broken by your disgust. Pajuan shouted. The songs that Pajuan admired in the past were all elegant and artistic. Who would have thought that Gauchen could sing like that? As soon as Gauchen started to sing, Pajuan could not take it anymore. He wanted to stop Gauchen, but Gauchen did not stop at all. Thus, he could not take it anymore and attacked. The two of them started to fight inside the hypersonic cage. As soon as they were out of the hypersonic cage, the two of them started to fight. Suddenly, they heard Gu Hai's shouts from afar. Chu Chun, you want to kill me? His Royal Highness will not let you go. Gu Hai's angry roar came from afar. With Gauchen and Pajuan's hearing, they heard it immediately. What? Chu Chun wants to kill my master? Gauchen's expression changed. The voice sounded again from afar. The one I want to kill is you. Humph, the wood divinity was crippled by you. But that's that. It still has some effect. If I don't kill you today, you'll definitely make things difficult for me in the future. Chu Chen's roar came from afar. Gold Division disciples, kill them all. Yes, the group of Gold Division disciples roared. Bastard! The North Star instantly shot into the distance. How dare you, Chu Chen? What are you doing? Defeating armies suddenly roared. Whoosh! The North Star Alliance and the Army Destroyer Legion immediately shot towards the distance. On the beach. Go to the array. Go to my array. Gu Hai shouted. Stop them. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Chu Chen shouted. You dare to come here. Long Wanqing roared. Immediately, Long Wanqing took out her long sword and blocked the path of the Metal Division disciples with the Wood Division disciples. There were too many Gold Division disciples. Although Long Wanqing was from the Yuanying state, blocking several hundred was her limit. The Wood Division disciples struggled bitterly. The one-sided suppression immediately injured many of the Wood Division disciples. However, this place was right beside the array that Gu Hai laid. Under Venerable Lu Nian's command, the tree men quickly rushed in. On the other side, Gu Hai held his crimson saber as he faced Chu Chun again and again. Boom! Chu Chun thrust his sword, and a huge manifested sword energy knocked back Gu Hai by more than 30 meters. The crimson saber barely blocked the manifested sword energy. However, the sword energy ferociously stabbed at Gu Hai's body, as if it wanted to pierce through Gu Hai's body. Ding! 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 Bones protruded from Gu Hai's skin, blocking the sword energy. How can your body block my sword energy? Are those bones? That's not right. Chu Chun looked at Gu Hai in shock. Ha ha! Elite Hall's strongest expert. You are only SOO. Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Only SOSO. Wait until I kill you. You can say that then. There is something under your skin. Let's see if there is anything at your vitals. Let's see if your eyes are protected. Chu Chun swung his sword again. How bold! Chu Chun, how presumptuous! Pajuan suddenly shouted from the distance. Buzz! Suddenly, zither music rang out, and a large saber rain appeared in the air, charging at Chu Chun. Xiao Chun used the zither to form a saber and charged at Chu Chun. Huh! Chu Chun's expression changed as he immediately defended. He swung his sword and clashed with the sword energy. Boom! The saber rain and sword energy canceled each other out. Pajuan? Chu Chun raised his eyebrows. Ha 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 ha! Chu Chun, you can't kill me, right? Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai laughed and retreated. Humph! Gu Hai, you must die today. Chu Chun glared at him and attacked again. How dare you? Chu Chun, what are you doing? Saber Rain Lien Chung. Defeating armies glared and roared. Cling, 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 cling. Along with the sound of the guqin, a rain of swords fell from the sky and drowned Chu Chun. Go! Gu Hai jumped in front of Long Wanqing. Immediately, he pushed the surrounding trance and jumped into the formation with the injured Woodhelm disciples. Chase them! Don't let them get away! Chu Chun blocked Pajuan and shouted at the Gold Branch disciples. Yes, the group of Gold Division disciples immediately jumped into Gu Hai's formation. Ah, ah, ah! Suddenly, the screams of the Gold Division disciples came from the formation. The Gold Division disciples who wanted to follow behind froze and didn't dare to go forward. Gao Chen also came close. Looking at the formation in the distance, he jumped in without hesitation. Whoosh! Gu Hai and the others all entered the formation. Pajuan and Chu Chen's battle came to a sudden stop. Chu Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to silence me? You want to die? Pajuan said coldly. Pajuan, you don't know Gu Hai just now. Chu Chen glared at him. You dare to kill someone that the prince wants to silence? Humph! Let's see how you explain it to the prince when we get back. Pajuan said coldly. Pajuan turned his head and looked at the cloud formation. Mr. Good, come out. With me here, Chu Chen won't dare to do anything. Pajuan shouted. Gu Hai's voice came from the formation. Mr. Pajuan, I don't dare to enter the prince's residence. I almost died in Chu Chen's hands before I even entered. If I enter the prince's residence, I don't know how many times I will be dismembered. Mr. Pajuan, please tell the prince that it's not that I, Gu Hai, don't want to enter the prince's residence, but that I don't dare. Pajuan's face stiffened. At this time, Chu Chen calmed down and suddenly understood everything. Gu Hai, you set me up? You're the one who wants to kill me. You were so aggressive just now, but now you're pretending to be weak? Chu Chen, you really know how to play tricks. Aren't you very capable? Why don't you come in and catch me? Gu Hai sneered. Pajuan frowned slightly. Chu Chen took a step forward and was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. He remembered that the dragons had been killed in this formation. Leader, they can't escape. A gold division, disciples shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a behemoth rushed out of the formation. It was Long Wanching's white cloud flying ship. The flying ship carried everyone into the sky. Mr. Pajuan, I'm very sorry. A voice shouted from the flying ship. Bastard, stop. Chu Chen's face changed. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, Chu Chen also took out a flying ship. The gold division disciples jumped onto the flying ship almost at the same time. Chu Chen drove the flying ship into the sky. With a flip of his hand, defeating armies also took out a flying boat and chased after them. Mr. Good, this is all a misunderstanding. Pajuan shouted anxiously. Chu Chen's flying ship followed closely behind. All the gold division disciples looked at the white cloud flying ship coldly. At the stern of the white cloud flying ship, Gu Hai held a head in his hand. It was the head of a snake. It was the mutated head of Li Qinghe from the Thousand Islands Sea. The two flying ships were not far from each other and looked at each other from afar. Huh. The gold division disciples were slightly stunned. That was a human head. Gold division disciples, look at my hand. Who is this snakehead? Gu Hai smiled and said, Buzz. Suddenly, the eyes of the snake had emitted a red light and shone at the people on Chu Chen's flying ship in the distance. Huh. The gold division disciples were confused. Oh no. Chu Chen's eyes widened. Buzz. Everyone instantly fell for the trick. The gold division disciples were quickly petrified. Because of Chu Chen's strength, his body stiffened slightly. His strong willpower immediately resisted the petrification curse. Buzz. The flying ship slowed down. Gradually, it stopped. After a while, Chu Chen broke free from the curse. Huh! With a loud shout, the curse was completely removed. Chu Chen was sweating profusely. When he turned to look at Gu Hai's flying ship, it had already flown far away. All the gold division disciples were petrified. Only 3 of them didn't see the red light and were extremely frightened. Gu Hai, I won't let you go. Chu Chen stared into the distance and roared. Pajuan's flying ship flew for a while, but couldn't catch up. He also stopped. He looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. He turned his head and glared at Chu Chen. Chapter 241. In a quiet valley, Gu Hai and the rest stood quietly in front of a huge tomb. There was no tombstone on the huge tomb. If not for the solemn bow to the huge tomb, it would be hard to imagine that this small hill was a tomb. Long Wanqing, Mu Chenfeng, and the 2,000 tree men were no longer crying, but sadness was still written all over their faces. All right, this valley is considered quiet. The Passion Flower Valley is destroyed. Granny Qing Hua can rest here, right? Gu Hai turned to the tree men and persuaded them. Thank you, Master. The 2,000 tree men knelt down in front of Gu Hai. At this moment, they recognized him as their master not only because of Granny Qing Hua's request, but also because of gratitude. A kind of sincere gratitude. If not for Gu Hai, their entire clan would have been wiped out. If not for Gu Hai, Granny would not be able to rest in peace. Get up. Unfortunately, your Dantian is... Gu Hai sighed slightly. Master, you don't have to do this. My Dantian is destroyed, but we have descendants in the future. The Dantian of our descendants will be fine. A tree man shook his head. That's true. Living is the most important. Gu Hai nodded. Actually, their Dantian may be able to recover. Mu Chenfeng frowned. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng in confusion. I saw it in the valley before. Senior brother, do you still remember? At that time, there was a tree man whose Dantian was destroyed, but it was repaired later. However, he courted death and went out to cause trouble. He died under the weapons. Mu Chenfeng looked at a tree man Huangfu Chaoga? The tree man's eyes lit up. Yes, back then, Huangfu Chaoga used some unknown method to repair that tree man's dantian. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Huangfu Chaoga, will he help us? The tree men frowned. Yes, Granny almost had her entire clan exterminated in order to save him. Mu Chenfeng clenched her fists. But Gu Hai, you said that Huangfu Chaoga is evil? Why did you lie to me earlier? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sighed slightly and shook his head. Perhaps Huangfu Chaoga didn't lie to us. I told you that because I was worried that you would expose yourself in front of Lu Yang of Gojoseon. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Are you saying that Lu Yang of Gojoseon killed my mother? Is he really the murderer? Long Wanqing showed a look of grief and indignation. There's a 90% chance. Gu Hai nodded. How could this be? Long Wanqing clutched her head in confusion. All right, let's go find Huangfu Chaoga. It would be best if we could help the tree men heal their dantian. Mu Chenfeng, Granny Qing, Hua has just passed away. Please take care of these tree men in the future. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng nodded solemnly. Division Leader Gu, if you didn't say it, I was going to beg you. Granny saved my life, raised me, and took me in as her disciple. Now that the Love Flower clan is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Miela City, the newly built Luyang of Gojoseon residence. In the study, a group of strategists stood in 2 rows. In the middle stood Pejuan and Chu Chun. Luyang of Gojoseon sat behind the desk and looked at the 2 coldly. Say it again. Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Chun wanted to silence Gu Hai. He dug out his liver and gave the order to kill everyone. Pejuan said respectfully, Your Highness, it was Gu Hai who angered me. That's why I was fooled. My subordinates, there are only 3 left. The others have all turned into stone statues. Gu Hai had planned this all along. Chu Chun knelt on the ground with one knee and said remorsefully. Lu Yang of Gojoseon tapped his fingers on the desk, as if in deep thought. He looked at the 2 coldly. After a while, Lu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, Gu Hai must have angered you on purpose to find an excuse for his escape. Lu Yang of Gojoseon confirmed the matter. Pejuan did not say anything else. Yes, your Highness is wise. Chu Chun said excitedly. Humph! Lu Yang of Gojoseon snorted. Chu Chun felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. He shivered. Why did Gu Hai want to anger you? Because although Gu Hai did not want to come to the prince's mansion, he had no excuse to leave. You gave him an excuse. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chun coldly. Chu Chen's face darkened. If you didn't do anything, would Gu Hai dare not to come to the prince's mansion? You gave him an excuse to leave. You made me lose a great musician and a great general. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chun coldly. I know I was wrong. Chu Chun did not dare to raise his head. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at him coldly. One of the strategists said, Your Highness, although Chu Chun was wrong, it was understandable. Gu Hai's threat was too scary. Chu Chun was just trying to protect himself. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Hai's heart is not in the prince's mansion. Even if he came, he would leave. Your Highness, there are thousands of generals. Without Gu Hai, we can't do anything. Although Chu Chun made a mistake this time, he has done a good job. Let's make up for it. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Lu Yang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Indeed, Gu Hai's 2 songs were good, but that was it. Secondly, the formation, he had many strong people who could set up formations. Chu Chun had sided with him. He could not punish him and disappoint other people who wanted to side with him. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was about to let Chu Chun make up for his mistake. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the study. "Your Highness, Mr. Mo, and young master are back." A servant's voice came. "Mr. Mo is back. Summon him." "No, I will go and welcome him personally." Lu Yang of Gojoseon's anger disappeared in an instant. He stood up. Phew! Chu Chun exhaled. The prince's anger was finally gone. Mr. Mo came back just in time. "Your Highness, you don't have to make a fuss. I'm back." Laughter came from outside the study. It was Mo Yike leading young master and into the study. At this moment, no one stopped Mo Yike from coming back. "Greetings, Mr. Mo." The strategists immediately bowed to Mo Yike respectfully. Mo Yike entered the study and bowed to Lu Yang of Gojoseon respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Grandpa Wang." Young master and also bowed to Lu Yang of Gojoseon respectfully. However, Lu Yang of Gojoseon didn't care about his grandson. He walked out of the study table and helped Mo Yike up. "Mr. Mo, you are too polite. I said that you can be rude to me. You can't ignore the etiquette." Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. Young master N, who was at the side, shrunk his head. His grandfather personally came out from behind the study table to help Mr. Mo. It was obvious that he valued him. "Sir, I saw the item." "Sir, it was really easy to get it." "Sir, was your trip to Silver Moon City smooth?" Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked with concern. "It was smooth. However, Silver Moon City met an amazing talent. If your Highness can get this person's help, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have to recommend this person. Your Highness should do your best to get this talent." Mr. Mo said with a hint of excitement. "Oh, amazing talent? For Sir to give such an evaluation, he must be extraordinary, right? Who is he?" Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked curiously. "His name is Gu Hai, the water division leader of Elite Hall. Recently, he has been with Long Wanqing. I don't know where he is. I wanted to invite him, but I was too late. What a pity, what a pity. Your Highness, I am sure that he is still in Yingzhou. We must find him." Mo Yike said anxiously. "Gu Hai." Lu Yang of Gojoseon was slightly stunned. In the study, the expressions of the strategists also changed. The strategists who had pleaded for Chu Chun immediately shrunk their heads and retreated to the side. Only Chu Chun's mouth was wide open. "What? Did Your Highness see him?" Mo Yike asked in surprise. Lu Yang of Gojoseon glared at Chu Chun, then took a deep breath and looked at Mo Yike. "Sir, you said that Gu Hai is an amazing talent. How amazing is he? How is he compared to Sir?" 10 times better than me," Mo Yike said with absolute certainty. Chu Chen's face darkened. However, King Lu Yang frowned and said, "Impossible. No one can defeat Mr. Mister, aren't you exaggerating? 10 times better than me, or even dozens of times better." Mo Yike said with certainty again. Lu Yang of Gojoseon knew that Mo Yike was exaggerating. However, for Mr. Mo, a person who was so proud of himself, to praise an outsider so highly, this outsider must be very powerful. Gu Hai? Was he really so capable? "Your Highness, have you seen Gu Hai? That's great. Your Highness, no matter what, you must get Gu Hai. With him, you will have nothing to worry about in the future. As long as you can get Gu Hai's heart, I am willing to offer my position to him." "Where is he now?" Mr. Mo said with joy. Chu Chen's face darkened. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chun with hatred again and shook his head. "I missed it. Alas! What happened? Mo Yike was surprised. A tactician stepped forward and respectfully described everything that had happened. Is that the 28 heavens and earth formation, ambush on all sides. Mr. Good, Gu Hai is really brilliant, Mo Yike said with a trace of surprise. When he looked at Chu Chen, Mo Yike's eyes flashed with anger. However, he did not say anything in the end. After all, Chu Chen's existence still required him to appease the other powerhouses who came to join him. Sir, could you have gone overboard? Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully again. Here is the information I collected on Gu Hai. I have organized it. Your Highness, please take a look. Mo Yike took out a stack of documents. The simplified Gu Hai's resume was handed to Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at it carefully. After looking at it, he passed it around for the counselors to see. As they looked at it, everyone frowned deeply. Hiss! The sound of a group of strategists inhaling cold breaths could be heard in the study. Hiss! The Song extermination plan. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly shrank. After Gu Hai's resume was passed around, the counselors were also shocked. Gu Hai almost became a member of the Prince Mansion. How could such a talent be forced away by Chu Chen? The counselor who spoke for Chu Chen immediately said, "It's all Chu Chen's fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so irreparable." Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Your Highness, Gu Hai is very smart and has seen Huangfu Chaoga. He must have guessed a lot about your Highness's plan. That's why he refused to join the Prince Mansion. He wanted to use Chu Chen's help to apologize to you. He didn't want you to vent your anger on him and his family. How could a rejection be so polite? Sigh. This time, we let Gu Hai go. It's too late now. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Your Highness, I didn't expect this. Chu Chen shouted in horror. Bang! Lu Yang of Gojoseon kicked Chu Chen to the ground. A ferocious look appeared on his face. As long as Gu Hai entered the king's residence, he would be on board. There would be no chance for him to disembark. However, at this moment, Chu Chen chased him away. How could King Lu Yang not feel angry? The study fell into a dead silence. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chen with hatred. What did he mean by offsetting his faults? This time, even 100 merit points would not be enough. Chu Chen curled up on the ground and did not dare to resist. As a counselor, Mo Yike could only help to analyze. The final decision still needed the Lu Yang of Gojoseon. After a while, the Lu Yang of Gojoseon suppressed his anger towards Chu Chen. But he still looked at Chu Chen with hostility. Gu Hai, the plan to destroy the Song dynasty, more than a dozen plans were executed at the same time. How could he destroy a country? If he can't be used by me, he can't be used by others. Lu Yang of Gojoseon finally said with a cold look in his eyes. Your Highness, what do you want to do? Mo Yike's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Mo, I know what to do. Don't worry about it. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said calmly. Your Highness, don't do this. Talents are hard to come by. Maybe there's still a chance. Mo Yike said anxiously. I said, Mr. Mo, don't worry about it. Lu Yang of Gojoseon shook his head. Me? Sigh. Okay. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Okay, you can go back. Ao Shun has broken into Shenlu City. There are still many things to do. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered and slowly retreated. Lu Yang of Gojoseon, Mr. Mo, and young master and were all left behind. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was the only one in the study. After a while, Lu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, Tell the unborn man to come see me. Yes. Not long after, The unborn man came to the study. Your Highness, you're looking for me? The unborn man looked at Liu Yang of Gojoseon. I need you to kill someone for me, Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Oh, this is your third request. The unborn man looked at Liu Yang of Gojoseon. That's right. 3 requests. Are you going to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a low voice. Chapter 242. Oh, this is your Highness' third request. The unborn man looked at the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. That's right. 3 requests. Does your Highness intend to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a deep voice. The study fell into silence. The unborn man looked at the Liu Yang of Gojoseon quietly. The Liu Yang of Gojoseon also looked at the unborn man coldly. The 3 souls of Long Xiaoya? That's right. I did promise you. In the past, when Long Xiaoya died, one of my subordinates happened to pass by and collected the 3 souls of her before her soul dispersed. The Liu Yang of Gojoseon said calmly, I don't care how I got it now. As long as it's the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, Your Highness, please give me the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. With my ability, no matter who it is, I can help you kill them. The unborn man said solemnly. The Liu Yang of Gojoseon got up and walked slowly to the inner room of the study. The unborn man waited quietly. At this moment, his hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He seemed to be a little excited. Soon, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon came out with a jade box in his hand. There were a lot of runes and restrictions on the jade box. He slowly put the jade box on the desk and signaled the unborn man to do it himself. The unborn man took a deep breath and carefully opened the jade box. When the jade box was opened, there was nothing inside. However, with the unborn man's eyesight, he was able to see a faint blue clump of light in the empty box. Human soul? This is a human soul. Where are the heaven soul and earth soul? The unborn man looked at the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Heaven soul? Earth soul? Haha, you haven't even fulfilled the 3rd request. And you want it already? Liu Yang of Gojoseon sneered. The unborn man fell silent. It's this human soul. I can give it to you first. After you help me kill that person, you can come to my residence. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Sure, but did you do something to this human spirit? You have other longevity masters in your residence. This human soul had all of its memories and attributes erased. The unborn man said coldly. Maybe my subordinate was careless when he brought it back. However, even if she lost her memories and attributes, wasn't she still Long Xiaoya? Aren't you infatuated? Without her memories, you don't want her anymore? Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man clenched his fists and shook his head. No matter what this girl becomes, I will never dislike her. However, now that all of her characteristics, attributes, and memories are gone, how do I know that she is Long Xiaoya? How do I know that she is Long Xiaoya's human soul? What if you are lying to me? Lying to you? Don't you longevity masters deal with souls every day? How do you tell? Don't you have a way? You can prove it yourself, but I can't. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man fell silent for a while. Then he carefully closed the box and held it in his hand solemnly. The unborn man would verify it. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The unborn man said directly. You have seen him before. Gu Hai. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Gu Hai? The unborn man said in a deep voice. What? Is there a problem? Liu Yang of Gojoseon said calmly. Okay. The unborn man said firmly. There was no hesitation at all. You know where he is? Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully. I will find him, the unborn man said in a deep voice. You can find him? Wait. Lu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly frowned and stopped the unborn man. If he could find Gu Hai, could he also capture Gu Hai and use him? Lu Yang of Gojoseon fell into deep thought. Kill or subdue. After a long silence, Lu Yang of Gojoseon sighed, slightly. This kind of intelligent person, once he has made up his mind, there is no way to change it. If he stays in my mansion, we may be able to subdue him. However, if he harbors evil intentions and betrays the mansion, it is impossible to guard against him. Since he cannot enter the mansion, why force him? Forget it, kill him. The unborn man looked at Lu Yang of Gojoseon and finally nodded. He carried the box and slowly left the study. The unborn man received the order to kill Gu Hai. Lu Yang of Gojoseon sat in front of his desk and tapped his fingers lightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the unborn man had left. 3 requests? Haha, do you really think 3 requests will be enough? Once you enter my mansion, don't even think about leaving. Half a month later, outside Lushan City. Lushan City was the capital of the Lu dynasty before it moved. Because of the war, it moved to the front line of Lushan City. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the distance outside Lushan City, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, the weak venerable Lu Nian, and Mu Qinfeng stood on the mountain peak, looking at the distant Lushan City. Luck surged in the sky above the city, 1/3 less than at the front lines of Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga moved the capital back to Lushan City. Venerable Lu Nian asked with a frown. Gu Hai nodded and said, Indeed, based on the information we obtained earlier, without Huangfu Chaoga, Lushan City could not withstand the attack of Lu Yang of Gojoseon's army. Soon it fell. The Lushan people fled in panic with some officials and soldiers. They only managed to escape after suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, Huangfu Chaoga had the imperial seal with her, so she moved the capital back. Unfortunately, she moved the capital in a hurry and lost 1/3 of her luck. Right now, the Lu dynasty is heavily fortified. If not for Gaochen's sharp hearing, we would have been discovered several times, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Lushan City is in front. It is even more heavily fortified. Huangfu Chaoga is here. Should we report it? Mu Qinfeng asked with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head and said, No, that would be too sensitive. It's fine if Huangfu Chaoga is willing to help the Treants. But what if... That shouldn't be the case, right? Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian said, That shouldn't be the case. However, there is always a what if. Right now, the Treants cannot retaliate. What if something happens? We need to test them first. Hall Master, stay behind and protect everyone. The Venerable and Mu Qinfeng have not recovered from their injuries yet. Keep an eye on them. Gaochen, stay behind. I'll go in and take a look myself, Gu Hai said solemnly. No, you should bring along Gaochen. If there is any danger, you can be on guard. Long Wanqing immediately rejected. That's right. Division Master Gu, we are in this valley. It is very well hidden. There definitely won't be any danger. Mu Qinfeng also shook her head. Division Master Gu, if you are worried, you can lay down a ritual array around our valley. If something happens, Gaochen should be able to hear it. It won't be too late for you to come back. Just bring Gaochen with you, Venerable Lu Nian answered. After looking at the 3, Gu Hai nodded and said, That's fine. That night, with the help of the Wood Division disciples, Gu Hai laid a large fog ritual array, enveloping the entire hidden valley. Bringing along Gaochen, Gu Hai bade farewell to the group. Then, he stepped out of the valley and headed for the distant Lushan city. Master, I remember Huangfu Chaoga's voice. Let me hear it. What is he doing now? Hey, there's a sound barrier. Is Huangfu Chaoga on guard against me? No, he's on guard against Pejuan, that tasteless person. Master, do you know? That Pejuan doesn't have any ability. He competed with me on the zither. He played a song, and I persevered. When I sang a song, he couldn't take it anymore. It's not worth mentioning. Gauchen kept talking nonsense along the way. That day, I heard Pejuan say that the heaven-grade zither has no creativity. Gu Hai looked at Gauchen in confusion, who said that there is no creativity. I have it. He is the one who doesn't have the ability. Look at me. I have created so many songs. This journey is boring. Why don't I sing a song for Master to relax? Gauchen looked at Gu Hai expectantly. You're not allowed to sing, Gu Hai said with a straight face. Gu Hai left with Gauchen. In the array, Long Wanqing stood on a small hill and watched Gu Hai's back from afar. A gentle light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, in the sky outside the array, there was a figure standing among the clouds. It was the unborn man who had rushed over from Miela City. In just half a month, he had found Gu Hai and his group and had even caught up with them. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's back and did not chase after him. Instead, he looked down at the array below. The array was covered by clouds, but the unborn man could clearly see where Long Wanqing was. With a flip of his hand, the unborn man took out a jade box. It was the soul box that he had obtained from Luyang of Gojoseon half a month ago. There was a human soul in it. Human soul? The soul of a descendant. Little girl, if this is your human soul, then it is definitely connected to your daughter. I just need to check the soul. Little girl, I did many things that you did not like in the past few days. However, I did it all for the sake of reviving you. As long as you can be revived, I am willing to do anything. I hope that you will not blame me in the future. The unborn man sighed softly. The sky gradually darkened. Long Wanqing stood on the hill and watched until the sky turned dark. Only when she could no longer see Gu Hai's back did she look away with some reluctance. In the valley, Venerable Lu Nian and Mu Chenfeng knew what Long Wanqing was doing. They could also tell that Long Wanqing had feelings for Gu Hai. The two did not say anything, focusing on treating her injuries. Long Wanqing shook her head and slowly descended the mountain. However, halfway down the mountain, Long Wanqing frowned slightly. She seemed to sense something and quickly turned her head. She saw a black and white robed figure standing behind her. It was the unborn man. Unborn man, you, how did you enter the ritual array? Long Wanqing exclaimed. However, there seemed to be a sound barrier in the surroundings. Although Long Wanqing's voice was very loud, the outside world could not hear it. Come out with me. I have Long Xiaoya's human soul here. Help me test it and see if this is Long Xiaoya. The unborn man said indifferently. What? My mother? My mother's human soul? That's impossible. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Don't let anyone else know. I'll wait for you in the valley behind. The unborn man pointed to a valley in the distance. Whoosh! The unborn man's figure flashed, and he vanished. The sound barrier around Long Wanqing also vanished. Long Wanqing stood where she was, her expression uncertain. Why can't others know? Long Wanqing frowned heavily. What does the unborn man want to do? Does he want to harm us? That's not right. Given the unborn man's strength, if he wants to make a move, none of us are a match for him. What was that earlier? My mother's human soul? Is that true? Long Wanqing hesitated in her heart. However, after a moment of silence, Determination flashed in her eyes. If the unborn man wants to harm me, I cannot stop him. Go. Even if there is only a trace of hope, I have to go. Chapter 243. Naturally, the ritual array that Gu Hai laid had already told Long Wanqing about the key points. Long Wanqing quietly stepped out of the ritual array and headed to the valley that the unborn man pointed to. At this moment, that valley was also enveloped by a hidden ritual array. White fog lingered on the outside, but black chi filled the inside, and sinister winds blew. "Come in, then," the unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and stepped in. There was a strange ritual array in the center of the valley. The ritual array floated above a black hole, and sinister winds came from that black hole. It seemed to connect to the netherworld. "This is," Long Wanqing said with a frown. The unborn man turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. "There is also a sound barrier in my ritual array. If you want to ask away." "My mother's human soul? How did you obtain it?" Long Wanqing glared at the unborn man. "Lu Yang of Gojoseon gave it to me. However, I am not sure yet. I need you to help me verify it. You are the girl's daughter, so you must have inherited the human soul. If it is correct, then it is the girl's human soul. If it is confirmed, then I will have to look for the heavenly soul and earthly soul. Perhaps I can really revive the girl." "Huh." The unborn man sighed softly. "Why is it not in my valley?" Long Wanqing stared at the unborn man, with some disbelief in her eyes. "Your valley? That fellow, Lu Nian? Back then, when the girl was still alive, he went against me at every turn. I do not want him to know about this," the unborn man said coldly. "The Venerable is infatuated with my mother. You are just jealous of the Venerable. Furthermore, the Venerable said that you are not worthy of knowing who my father is. This shows that you are petty," Long Wanqing said, hatefully. Clearly, Venerable Lu Nian had raised her up and treated her like a teacher. She could not allow the unborn man to slander him. "Humph, your father is a coward. Abandoning his wife and daughter is not a good thing. I want to know who he is. I must teach him a lesson," the unborn man said coldly. "Humph, my mother said that my father is a peerless hero who is unstoppable under the heavens. He just doesn't know that my mother is dead. That's all. When my father comes back, I'll teach you all a lesson." Long Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, although she was so sad that she didn't want to acknowledge her father that day, she still had some expectations for her father. He was also Long Wanqing's spiritual pillar all these years. "All right, cut the crap. Put your hand on this soul fusion identification array. Let me see if it's the girl's human soul," the unborn man said in a deep voice. As the unborn man spoke, he took out the soul box and carefully opened it. Then, he placed the soul box on one end of the ritual array. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. She did not have a good impression of the unborn man. However, the person before her might be her mother's human soul. Long Wanqing did not dare to be careless. She followed the unborn man's instructions and carefully placed her hand on the other end of the ritual array. "Don't move. It will hurt a little later. Bear with it," the unborn man said coldly. As he spoke, he drove the ritual array. Buzz. Boundlessing energy instantly rushed out of the large hole under the ritual array and enveloped Long Wanqing. The bone-chilling cold penetrated deep into her soul. "Ah!" Long Wanqing screamed in pain. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint blue outline appeared on Long Wanqing's body. It was Long Wanqing's human soul. Above the ritual array, a trace of golden aura suddenly appeared. It grabbed the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul and gently pulled it to the center of the ritual array. In the soul box on the other end, There was also a thin golden line pulling on a faint blue light. It touched the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light bloomed from the soul box. What a warm feeling. Mother, Mother, this is Mother's aura. Mother, is it really you? Mother, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. You said that you would come back to bring gifts for me and my younger sister. Why didn't you come back? Mother, my younger sister, and I miss you so much. Mother. Long Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, her entire body seemed to be trembling. Buzz. The ritual array suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing's human soul returned to its original position. In the soul box, Long Xiaoya's human soul also returned. It's the girl. It's really the girl. The unborn man's voice trembled slightly. The yin energy on Long Wanqing's body disappeared. However, at this moment, tears suddenly fell like rain. Mother, is that you? Can you hear me? Mother, woo, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. Long Wanqing immediately cried and wanted to go forward. Bang! The unborn man closed the soul box and very carefully put it away. He did not let Long Wanqing come close. That's my mother. That's my mother. You gave it to me. Give it back to me. Woo. Long Wanqing's emotions were extremely agitated. More than 20 years of grievances, and longing instantly erupted. Calm down, Long Wanqing. This is only your mother's human soul. Moreover, she has lost all her memories and attributes. The unborn man immediately shouted. The shout directly rushed into Long Wanqing's mind. Immediately, Long Wanqing calmed down a lot. Wiping her tears, Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. Senior, this is my mother. You have a way to revive her, right? Right. You can definitely do it. At this moment, in order to save her mother, Long Wanqing's attitude towards the unborn man instantly changed. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. He let out a long breath and nodded. Long Wanqing, thank you for helping me confirm the girl's human soul this time. I do have a way to save her. You just need to find the 3 souls. However, even if you save her, she will have lost all her memories. She will be blank. She will not recognize you, nor will she recognize me. As long as my mother can be saved, I will slowly tell her everything in the future. She is my mother. Please save her. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt down. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing and said in a deep voice, Then you must first get back the girl's heaven soul and earth soul. My mother's heaven soul and earth soul? Where are they? Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man and asked anxiously. They are in the hands of Lu Yang of Gojoseon. He promised me that as long as I help him do one more thing, he will give me the girl's heaven soul and earth soul. The unborn man said in a deep voice, What is it? Is it difficult? You need my help? What can I do? As long as you can save my mother, I will do anything. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. Kill Guhai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What? Long Wanqing looked like she was struck by lightning. She stared at the unborn man with her eyes wide open. If you want your mother to live, Guhai must die. The unborn man said in a deep voice. My mother, Guhai? Only one can live. Long Wanqing suddenly sat on the ground, paralyzed. No, Guhai must die. The unborn man said coldly. No. You can't kill Guhai. You can't. Long Wanqing's whole body was trembling. If Guhai doesn't die, the girl can't live. Don't you want Long Xiaoya to be revived? That's right. Why should I ask for your opinion? The unborn man said indifferently. To save her mother, Guhai had to die. If Guhai lived, He would not save her mother? Long Wanqing sat on the ground paralyzed. She was on the verge of breaking down. Why did it become like this? Why did it become like this? Long Wanqing showed a look of despair. On one side was the person she loved. On the other side was her mother, whom she missed so much. Choose one of the two. What should I do? All right, Long Wanqing, you can go back. I will save the girl. I have to go too. The unborn man said indifferently, Go. Where are you going? Long Wanqing suddenly quivered. Of course I'm going to find Gu Hai. Before this, I wasn't sure if it was a human soul. Now that I am sure, I just need to deal with Gu Hai. The unborn man said indifferently, No, you can't kill Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly screamed, Don't you want your mother to be revived? The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. Yes. Long Wanqing showed a sad expression. That's enough. All right, let's talk about it again, after we save the girl. The unborn man said indifferently, Wait. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted, What's wrong? The unborn man was puzzled. How did you find Gu Hai? We have been extremely careful over the past few days. However, you still managed to find us. How did you find us? Long Wanqing asked as she looked at the unborn man expectantly. It is difficult for others to find a person, but it is not difficult for us. Master Show. Hair is the metabolic product of the three souls. It is the dregs discarded by the three souls, but it was also a part of the three souls. We, Master Show, are most sensitive to souls. Hair has breath. I paid attention to your breath. Following the breath, I can find you. The unborn man said indifferently, Hair, did you find us because of our hair? You can accurately find Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man in despair. In this way, Gu Hai could no longer escape. That's right. The unborn man said indifferently, Senior, for the sake of my mother, I beg you to wait and kill Gu Hai, okay? I beg you. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt in front of the unborn man. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. When Gu Hai comes back, let me say goodbye to him. I beg you, woo. Long Wanqing kept kowtowing to the unborn man. Dong, dong, dong. Kowtowing again and again, Long Wanqing's forehead was bleeding, but she did not stop for a moment. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing, and his heart was still as iron. However, when he turned to look at the soul box, he suddenly calmed down. Fine, don't kowtow anymore. Although I don't like you and your father, you are still that girl's daughter. If she knew that I forced her daughter like this, she would be very sad. Forget it, no matter how powerful Gu Hai's tricks are. He can't escape from my hands. I'll give you 1 day. After Gu Hai comes back, I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will break Gu Hai's formation and kill Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice, Thank you, Senior. Woo-woo. Long Wanqing said with red eyes, Long Wanqing, I don't care what you are thinking. Gu Hai will not be able to escape. Make the best use of your time and say your final goodbye. Don't make a mistake. Furthermore, you have to understand one thing clearly. Your mother, Long Xiaoya, can only live if Gu Hai is killed. Don't you want to see your mother? Don't you want to see that girl? The unborn man said in a deep voice. Yes, I do. I miss my mother. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being torn to pieces. Okay, go back. The unborn man said indifferently. Long Wanqing's eyes were red as she wiped the corners of her eyes. When she saw the soul box in the unborn man's hand, she revealed a desolate smile. To revive her mother, she had to kill her lover? As if she had lost her soul, Long Wanqing walked out of the unborn man's formation and went back. Long Wanqing was in a daze. Her eyes were empty. She didn't even know how she came back. Chapter 244. Lushan City. In the study of the palace. Only Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga were in the study. Mr. Good, I've heard about what happened in the Passion Flower Valley. Thank you. It's all because of me. Otherwise, Granny Qing Hua wouldn't have. Huangfu Chaoga sighed. Granny Qing Hua didn't blame you, so why would I? It's a pity that Lushan City at the front line. Gu Hai sighed. Lushan City? Even without what happened that day, it would have been difficult to defend the city. My men told me that it was Master Shou called the Unborn Man. Master Shou's methods are strange and unpredictable. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break into Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. But you were lucky then. Even if the Unborn Man broke into the city, you could have caused great losses to the Luoyang of Gojoseon's army. Gu Hai shook his head. That's mutual destruction. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Mr. Good, thank you for secretly sending me a message. Otherwise, your identity would have been exposed. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Your officials have so many spies from the Luoyang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai frowned. It's okay. I also have spies in the Luoyang of Gojoseon's residence. Otherwise, the news from the Passion Flower Valley wouldn't have reached me. But the spy we just caught is my relative. I entrusted him with an important task. I didn't expect him to join the Luoyang of Gojoseon. And he's very stubborn. No matter how we interrogate him, he won't speak. Huangfu Chaoga sighed. Don't worry. Gaochen will help you interrogate him. It should be fine. Gu Hai frowned. That's the sky-class Guqin Gaochen? Oh, right. My relative isn't afraid, even if he dies. How can your Gaochen interrogate my relative? Huangfu Chaoga was puzzled. At this time, a voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, that relative of yours has confessed. Right now, an official is taking a statement for him. Confessed? No matter how much you tortured him earlier, he wouldn't confess. Why did he confess after Gaochen went for a while? How did Gaochen do that? Huangfu Chaoga looked at the door in surprise. A man wrapped in a gray robe walked in from the door. His face could not be seen clearly. That Gaochen chased away the other Qing officials and sang a song for your relative when he was alone with him. The gray-robed man explained. And then, Huangfu Chaoga was confused. There's no more after that. After that, your clan relative confessed. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Huangfu Chaoga was slightly dazed and didn't know how to react. Sang a song? Hypnosis? Did he hypnotize him? Huangfu Chaoga was puzzled. No, it's just that your singing is too bad. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Too unpleasant? How unpleasant? Huangfu Chaoga didn't know how to react. The gray-robed man trembled. Clearly, he had been eavesdropping earlier. After listening to Gaochen's heartfelt song, he still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gaochen's singing is indeed extraordinary. However, it's fine as long as the result is good. There's no need to care about the details. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. She thought that Gu Hai wanted to keep it a secret and refused to tell her the reason. She nodded and stopped asking. The tree man's dantian is damaged? I need to see for myself how damaged it is. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. All right, I'll secretly transport them to Lushan City. No, I'll go with you. Huangfu Chaoga shook her head. The gray-robed man said anxiously, Your Majesty, you said that repairing the dantian is very taxing on you. Huangfu Chaoga shook her head. Granny Qing Hua risked her life to save my life. She used the extermination of the Love Flower clan in exchange for my life. Now, A group of love flowers that luckily survived need my help. How can I ignore them? But the gray-robed man said worriedly, "All right, that's enough. Lu Stone God, dig a tunnel later and let me and Mr. Good out. Don't let anyone know about this." Huang Fu Chaoga said in a low voice. Yes. On the fourth day after Gu Hai left, he returned to the valley again. This time, there was one more person. It was Huang Fu Chaoga. The three of them returned and stood at the entrance of the array. An array that can suppress a group of dragons. It's indeed ingenious. Mr. Good, now that I'm fighting against the Luyang of Gojoseon, I need people. Mr. Good has fallen out with the Luyang of Gojoseon. Why don't you come and help me? Huang Fu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shook his head. The Luyang of Gojoseon is too muddy. I don't want to get involved for now. Sorry. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I spoke too much. Huang Fu Chaoga laughed and shook her head. The three of them slowly stepped into the array. As they stepped into the array, the unborn man looked coldly at the three of them from another array in the valley not far away. Gu Hai is back. Long Wanqing, I'll only give you 1 day. Tomorrow at this time, I'll act, the unborn man said coldly. Master, they're back. Venerable Lu Nian, they're all back. Division Master, they're back. The voices of the tree men and the wood division disciples came from the valley. In a large hall in the valley, Long Wanqing sat alone in the main hall, dressed in a bright red robe. Red silk was hung all around her. There was a dressing table at the side. Long Wanqing looked at the dressing table and carefully dressed herself. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened as she looked at herself in the mirror. She held back her tears and quietly combed her hair, drew her eyebrows, and put on lipstick, looking at her incomparably beautiful face in the mirror. Long Wanqing revealed a trace of a bitter smile. She sorted out her emotions, and the bitter smile slowly disappeared. She held back a smile. She tried several times before she saw a more natural smile on her face in the mirror. She sat quietly in the hall and did not go out to welcome them. Venerable Lu Nian, whose injuries were slightly better, and Mu Chenfeng went out to welcome them. Mr. Huangfu, are you willing to help the tree man recover his dantian? Mu Chenfeng asked with joy on his face. Let me take a look first. Huangfu Chaoga smiled. Good, 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 Mu Chenfeng said happily. Huh, where's the hall master? When Gu Hai entered the valley, he found that Long Wanqing did not come to welcome him. He felt strangely disappointed. Venerable Lu Nian smiled faintly and said, Division Master Gu, this humble monk is thick-skinned enough to invite Division Master Gu over. I have something to say. Huh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. At the side, Mu Chenfeng's eyes also revealed a kind smile. Gu Hai did not understand, but he still followed Venerable Lu Nian to a large hall. A curtain in the center of the hall split the hall in half. Everything appeared normal on one side of the curtain. Long Wanqing sat on the other side. Huang Fu Chaoga and Gao Chen followed out of curiosity. Mu Chenfeng also stepped into the main hall and closed the door behind him. The people outside could not hear the voices inside. However, Long Wanqing, who was on the other side of the curtain, could hear them clearly. Venerable, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Division Master Gu Hai, I have been wanting to ask this for a long time. Gu Hai, what do you think of the hall master? Venerable Lu Nian asked with a smile. Huang Fu Chaoga felt slightly stunned. Then, she seemed to understand Venerable Lu Nian's intentions. She smiled faintly and walked to the side to sit down. Everyone smiled as they looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He seemed to understand Venerable Lu Nian's intentions. Then he smiled bitterly and asked, "Venerable, why did you think of asking me this?" "You just have to answer?" Venerable Lu, Nian asked solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, "The Hall Master is kind-hearted and beautiful. She was willing to take revenge for her mother for decades. She is a woman of love and loyalty." Venerable Lu, Nian nodded and said, "That's right. Long Wanqing is 31 years old this year. She is very gentle. I watched her grow up, so I know her character very well. If she were to become someone's wife, she would definitely be devoted to her husband. With her character, she would not be able to divert her attention to anything else. Once she gave her heart to someone, she would be completely devoted. I don't know what the Hall Master and you went through during our time on 9-5 Island. However, Mu Chunfeng and I can tell that the Hall Master's heart is already on you." Gu Hai remained silent for a while. "I can tell as well. Your thoughts are also on Long Wanqing. Today, this humble monk will be the matchmaker, wanting to bring the two of you together. What do you think?" Venerable Lu, Nian said with a smile. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he recalled everything about Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. "What's wrong?" Venerable Lu, Nian frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. "Venerable, don't you know about me? I have a wife." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "I know about Qinxian. However, how many years has it been since your wife died? Even if Qinxian is still alive and knows about your current situation, I believe she will support you, right?" Venerable Lu, Nian said with a frown. "As for the Hall Master, Venerable, I do not want to harm her." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "What?" Venerable Lu, Nian frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. "That's right. Gu Hai, the Hall Master is deeply in love with you." "What do you mean by this?" Mu Chunfeng asked with a frown. "I want to take revenge for Qinxian. The grudge of killing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable. I might die at any moment. I do not want the Hall Master to take the risk with me." Gu Hai said, shaking his head. "That means to say that you like Long Wanqing as well. However, you have a grudge and do not want to implicate her? What kind of grudge makes you so worried and unconfident?" Venerable Lu Nian frowned. "That person is very strong, very strong, very strong." Gu Hai shook his head, refusing to say more. Mu Chunfeng showed an anxious expression. "Gu Hai, are you still a man? You have a grudge. Why do you want Long Wanqing to bear the pain for you?" Long Wanqing also knows about this, but she does not care. She even asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker for you. A girl has already done so much. If you reject her, do you know how sad she will be? Oh, Long Wanqing asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker. Huangfu Chaoga felt slightly stunned. "That's right. Master, I can tell that you like the Hall Master. Since you like each other, why can't you be together? I heard some of the Wood Division's disciples whispering earlier. Venerable Lu Nian already prepared the wedding hall for you. The Hall Master should be dressing up now, just waiting for you to agree," Gao Chen said, feeling confused. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. "Wedding hall?" Gu Hai looked at the curtain in the middle of the hall. "Gu Hai, you should face any difficulties together with Long Wanqing in the future. She does not care about your danger. What are you worried about? While love is easy to say, it is not easy to obtain. I hope you cherish it well," Huangfu Chaoga advised from the side. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then he showed a pained expression and said, "I'm sorry. I still insist on my way of thinking." "Your way of thinking? Gu Hai, why are you so pedantic?" Venerable Lu Nian glared, appearing very angry. Just at this moment, Long Wanqing's slightly hoarse voice came from behind the curtain. Venerable, don't try to persuade me. I am not good enough for him. Whoosh! The curtain immediately fell to the ground, revealing the wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 245. The curtains immediately fell to the ground, revealing a wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. The hall descended into a deathly silence. Gaochen stood at the side, appearing confused. Huangfu Chaoga, Venerable Lu Nian, and Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai angrily. Gu Hai, am I, Long Wanqing, so unworthy of you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with tears streaming down her cheeks. When Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing's heartbroken appearance, he felt very upset as well. Over the past year or so of knowing Long Wanqing, Gu Hai had gradually changed. Slowly, Xiao Chun discovered that Long Wanqing hid a fragile heart under her strong appearance. Unknowingly, Xiao Chun had gotten used to having Long Wanqing by his side. Venerable Lu Nian said that once Long Wanqing acknowledged him, she would love him wholeheartedly. Gu Hai believed that. However, this was also why Gu Hai did not dare to accept this love easily. Gu Hai also knew that he liked Long Wanqing more and more. However, that was only his instinct. Logically, Gu Hai did not want to offend Long Wanqing. Now, Long Wanqing asked Venerable Lu Nian to be the matchmaker. For a girl to do this, it was only because her love was too deep that she would do this. She is so shameless as to ask someone to be the matchmaker. When Xiao Chen saw Long Wanqing's 2 streams of tears, his heart softened. Gu Hai's heart softened, and he almost stepped forward to embrace her. However, the past flashed before his eyes. Gu Hai did not want Long Wanqing to follow in Chen Xian's footsteps, so he endured it. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, Hall Master, perhaps I only feel gratitude towards you." Gu Hai spoke very slowly, pausing here and there. He did not even know how he managed to say it. Grateful? Ha 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 ha, only gratitude. I understand now, I understand now. I was thinking too much. You can only be grateful. Ha! Grateful that I brought you into the world of cultivation. You can only be grateful. Long Wanqing said sadly. Sigh. Mu Chenfeng turned her head, opened the door, and walked out of the main hall. She felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. She couldn't bear to watch this anymore. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Long Wanqing and said gently, "Hall Master, never mind. Don't be so stubborn. Division Master Gu is not of his own volition. Gu Hai, why are you so conflicted? Do you think you can protect Long Wanqing like this? One day, you'll realize how wrong you were." Huangfu Chaoga glared at Gu Hai. Gaochen didn't say anything. Gu Hai felt sad for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Yes, it's gratitude. Hall Master, many thanks for your love. Gu Hai is not worthy of you." Ha, 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 ha. Long Wanqing laughed bitterly. After looking at Gu Hai for a while, she seemed to want to remember Gu Hai deeply in her heart. Gu Hai pretended to be calm. However, he did not dare to look at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly for a while. Then she bit her lip and hatred flashed in her eyes. "Gu Hai, I want to ask you again. Aside from me, if you meet a woman you like in the future, will you be as heartless as this?" Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly. "Yes, that is the case." "Then, Aren't you the same as Venerable Lu Nian? Did you cut off your relationship? Since you cut off your relationship, why you still want this thread of worry? Why don't you be like Venerable Lu Nian and cut off your relationship? Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Huang Fu Chaoga, who was at the side, looked at Venerable Lu Nian. For Long Xiaoya, Venerable Lu Nian cut off his relationship with worry and shaved his head to become a monk. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, feeling sad. Never mind, never mind. You are just grateful to me. Ha ha, I understand now. I understand now. Gu Hai, I thought too highly of myself today. I am the one who is shameless. I won't force you anymore. Since you cut off your relationship, just do as you please. I won't force you either. I only have one last request. I hope that you can agree to it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing with heartache. I want your hair as a tribute to my blindness as well as my insensibility. I want your hair as a tribute. All of it. All of it. Long Wanqing said hatefully as she stared at Gu Hai. Master? Gao Chen showed a complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. Venerable Lu Nian and Huang Fu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai before looking at Long Wanqing. Ha! Ha! The two sighed softly and walked out of the wedding hall. This scene was too hurtful. Give it to me. Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing. Then he closed his eyes slightly and remained silent for a while. Finally, he showed some bitterness. Then he reached out and touched his head. Slowly, his veritable essence energy flowed to his scalp and shaved off his beautiful hair. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with reddened eyes. Then she carefully put away Gu Hai's beautiful hair. Very carefully, she carefully put all of it into a box. From the start to the end, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing did not say a word. Soon, Gu Hai's head turned bright. Long Wanqing collected all of his hair. After shaving his head, Gu Hai turned around and walked out of the hall. When he walked out of the hall, Gu Hai's eyes turned red as well. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Master, Master, Gao Chen chased after Xiao Chun. However, Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he quickly walked to a palace on the other side of the valley. Creak! Gu Hai locked himself in the room and leaned his back against the door. His mind filled with Long Wanqing's tears of despair. Gu Hai immediately felt very sorrowful. The North Star Polaris knocked on the door and stopped. Huh! Gao Chen sighed softly and left. In the main hall of the wedding hall, Long Wanqing closed the door and carefully took out Gu Hai's hair. Then she took out a huge bamboo hat and carefully stuck Gu Hai's hair on the bamboo hat. Looking at the hair on the bamboo hat, Long Wanqing's face revealed a smile of relief. Her tears still flowed uncontrollably. Then, very carefully, Long Wanqing shaved off her beautiful hair and shaved it clean. She slowly placed it in the empty jade box. She placed her beautiful hair on the table of the wedding hall. Long Wanqing looked at her hair and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. A sad smile appeared on her face. Long Wanqing quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Gu Hai changed out of his red clothes and into a set of black clothes. The style of the black clothes was identical to Gu Hai's. Then she wore the bamboo hat with Gu Hai's hair stuck inside. The bamboo hat covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Gao Chen, come here for a moment. Long Wanqing suddenly said. Outside, Gao Chen, who was depressed, was slightly startled when he heard Long Wanqing's voice. He returned to the entrance of the wedding hall in doubt. Long Wanqing opened the door. Hall master, what's wrong? Gao Chen looked at Long Wanqing blankly. Give this letter to Gu Hai after half an incense's time. Please. Long Wanqing said solemnly to Gao Chen. Ah, Give it to my master? Well, Hall Master, don't worry. Master has gone too far this time. I will help you. Gao nodded. Long Wanqing handed over the letter and closed the door of the wedding hall. I'll go out to relax immediately. If they ask, just say that I'm going out to relax, and we'll be back in 2 days. Long Wanqing instructed again. Whoosh! With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing took out a flying ship. Long Wanqing immediately boarded the flying ship. Boom! The flying ship soared into the sky, breaking through the ritual array and shooting into the distance. The huge commotion immediately attracted Venerable Lu Nian and the others. Hall Master said that she is going out to relax. Gao Chen said. Venerable Lu Nian, Mu Chenfeng, and Huang Fu Chaoga exchanged glances and sighed. After all, girls were thin-skinned. Indeed, they could not accept the earlier rejection. Relax, 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 relax. Boom! Long Wanqing steered the flying ship and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, in a nearby valley, the unborn man was checking Long Xiaoya's soul box in the ritual array, when the unborn man suddenly looked up. Huh, Guhai, you want to flee? Humph. The unborn man suddenly stepped forward. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, the unborn man took out a flying ship as well. Then he boarded the flying ship and quickly chased after Long Wanqing's flying ship. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 flying ships flew into the distance, one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. In the valley, Gao Chen had just persuaded Venerable Lu Nian and the others to leave. He held Long Wanqing's letter and calculated the time. 15 minutes. 15 minutes should be up soon, right? Huh. Gao Chen's expression suddenly changed. That sound. Why is there another explosion not far away? It sounds like a flying ship. As Gao Chen frowned, he walked to the hall where Gu Hai was. As he held the letter, he frowned and calculated the time. In the distance, Venerable Lu Nian and Huang Fu Chaoga had just left when their expressions suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Creak. The doors to the hall, where Gu Hai was suddenly opened. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Gu Hai frowned as he stepped out of the hall. Then his expression changed. At this moment, Gao Chen suddenly saw Gu Hai and felt slightly stunned. Then he hesitated for a while before saying, Master, the hall master just left. Before she left, she told me to hand this letter to you in 15 minutes. A letter? That's not right. Gu Hai snatched the letter. That. 15 minutes is not up yet. Gao Chen said, feeling troubled. Gu Hai ignored Gao Chen as he opened the letter with a flustered expression. When Gu Hai opened the letter and saw the first line, his expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai, run quickly. The unborn man received orders from Lu Yang of Gojoseon to chase after you. He can find you by your hair. Run quickly. Run quickly. Run quickly. There was no time to read the rest. Venerable, Venerable, give me your flying ship. Quick, quick. Wanqing is in danger. Gu Hai exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian, Huang Fu Chaoga, and Mu Chenfeng rushed over. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian took out a flying ship without hesitation. Everyone quickly jumped onto the flying ship. What's going on? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. Gao Chen, listen to the sound. Find it. Find it. Find it. Find it. Where did Wanqing go? Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai felt like he was going crazy from anxiety. Over there. She went that way. Gao Chen pointed in a direction. Gu Hai quickly ran to the flying ship's controls and started operating it. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew into the air, giving chase. Wanqing is in danger? What danger? Gu Hai, what's going on? Venerable Lu Nian shouted angrily. Chapter 246. Whoosh, whoosh. The two flying ships chased each other, one in front and one behind. The conical bamboo hat, wearing long Wanqing, was in front, and the unborn man was behind. The unborn man steered the flying ship, lowering his head as he radiated a surging, murderous aura. "Guhai, you can't run. On account of you finding me in the innate puzzle world, I'll leave you with an intact corpse," the unborn man said coldly. The flying ship was some distance away. However, the unborn man's voice strangely reached the ears of the person in front. Long Wanqing wore a conical bamboo hat. However, Guhai's hair stuck to the conical bamboo hat. Hence, the unborn man mistook her for Guhai. Long Wanqing had already made up her mind. Naturally, she would not reply. She steered the flying ship with all her might. "Guhai should be able to see that letter by now. Let's go, let's escape. I'll help you buy some more time. Just a little more time." Long Wanqing clenched her fists and bit her lip as she drove the flying boat with all her might. Long Wanqing clenched her fist and bit her lip. Whoosh! The flying ship picked up speed again. "Flee? You won't be able to escape. No one can escape from the people I want to kill," the unborn man said coldly. As the unborn man spoke, surging black energy suddenly came out from behind him. The black energy connected to his back and soared into the sky, stretching towards the flying ship in front. "Ga! Ga! 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 Ga!" Sinister ghostly cries came from the black energy. The black energy coalesced into a 300-meter-tall ghost head in the air. The ghost head showed a ferocious expression as it extended black energy tentacles towards the flying ship in front. The two flying ships were very far from each other. However, the black energy tentacles seemed to connect the two flying ships. Whoosh! A black energy tentacle suddenly grabbed Long Wanqing's flying ship. Long Wanqing turned her head to look and immediately saw the terrifying and eerie ghost head. The ghost head seemed to have a soul-stirring power. Long Wanqing felt goosebumps all over her body. "Quick, quick, quick!" Long Wanqing trembled in fear. However, his powerful will supported him, and he quickly fled in fear. He wanted to buy some time for Guhai. Phew! Who? Two more black tentacles wrapped around the flying boat. The two flying boats were getting closer and closer. "Guhai, stop right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you until your soul disperses and your corpse disappears." The unborn man's sinister voice rang out again. Long Wanqing's soul was shaken by the ghost head. At this moment, she was trembling in fear, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Father, Mother said that you would come and protect us. Why haven't you come yet? Father, where are you?" In the midst of Long Wanqing's panic, the mental pillar in her heart once again cried out. But now he had a feeling that he couldn't call out to the heavens and the earth. "Mother, why do my cousins have a father, but I don't? Where's my father?" Today, my sister and I were laughed at by my cousins again. They said that we were fatherless children. They said that Mother had stolen a wild man. My sister and I said no, and then they beat us together. Sob, sob. "Mother, am I a fatherless child?" "Little Wanqing, don't cry. You have a father. Your father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him, because he has something to do. He has gone to a faraway place. But one day, he will come back. If anyone bullies us three, he will avenge us. No matter who he is, he will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest grievance. My father is a peerless hero. No one can stop him." Memories of the past flashed in her heart. Long Wanqing was lonely and helpless at this moment. After the regret, she trembled. Her mother's words kept echoing in her mind. "Father, where are you? Mother is dead. My sister and I are often bullied. Where are you? Mother said that you will protect us. Don't let us suffer any grievances. But, Father, where are you? I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Long Wanqing cried in horror. "Stop. This is the last time. If you don't stop, you will be reduced to ashes." The unborn man's cold voice sounded from behind. As he spoke, above the black ghost head, a huge black tentacle stretched out again. That tentacle was like a Tongtian black whip, and suddenly swung towards Long Wanqing. It was a tentacle of death. Wherever it went, the void seemed to tremble. The unborn man made a move to kill. Long Wanqing was about to be hit. The threat of death rushed into her heart. Long Wanqing suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Death and despair filled her body in an instant. Long Wanqing shuddered in fear. Boom! The tentacle of death smashed onto Long Wanqing's back. Long Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of sadness the moment she was hit on the back. "My father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. However, there will be a day when my father will return. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest bit of grievance." Bang! Long Wanqing was smashed out. The tentacle of death went straight to her soul. In an instant, Long Wanqing was surrounded by black gas and fell to the ground. The bamboo hat burst open, revealing Long Wanqing's bald head. Buzz! The airship suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing fell on the deck of the airship. Waves of light green gas suddenly emerged from her body. Buzz! Against the background of the black gas, there seemed to be 3 souls. The 3 souls were swaying like 3 transparent Long Wanqing. One of the souls suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments. They drifted in all directions. The other soul disappeared slightly. Only one soul was still connected to the body. However, at this moment, his body also seemed to be changing between illusion and reality. "It's you? You're not Gu Hai?" The unborn man shouted coldly. "My father is a hero of the world. No one can stop him in the world." The last soul seemed to be slightly dazed and kept muttering, "Humph, stubborn. In order to save Gu Hai, you don't even care about your mother's resurrection?" The unborn man said coldly. "No." Gu Hai's desperate roar suddenly came from afar. Whoosh! A flying boat was flying over from afar. "Oh, you dare to come here?" The unborn man was slightly stunned. Wanqing, Wanqing, no, no!" Gu Hai shouted in horror. The unborn man flipped his hand and threw a palm strike at the flying ship. A huge black palm aura condensed in the void. Boom! The flying ship of Gu Hai's group suddenly exploded, and the North Star instantly fell. However, Gu Hai didn't care at all. A pair of bone wings suddenly appeared on his back and flew toward Long Wanqing. "Wanqing, Wanqing, don't die!" Gu Hai's eyes were red in horror. "Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Long Wanqing's death is her own fault. Long Wanqing is already dead. No one can save the people I kill," the unborn man said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Gu Hai. "Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing." Venerable Lu Nian suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Venerable Lu Nian stretched out his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out. Huang Fu Chaoga and Mu Chunfeng also stretched out their hands to attack the unborn man. "You are seeking death," the unborn man snorted coldly. Gu Hai's hand that was grabbing, Gu Hai suddenly turned and faced the other three. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and space trembled. The unborn man's palm strike neutralized the might of the three Yuanying state beads. The remaining force severely injured the three. Uffed! The three vomited blood and went flying back. Since you are the girl's friends, I will not kill you. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you will end up like Long Wanqing next time. Not even your corpses will be left behind, and your souls will scatter, the unborn man said with a sinister, murderous tone. She is the old hall master's daughter. Mu Chenfeng said in despair as she vomited blood. She is Xiaoya's daughter. Xiaoya's daughter. You beat her until her soul scattered and her corpses disappeared. Huangfu Chaoga roared in grief and indignation as she clutched her chest. I only recognize the girl. I don't recognize anyone else. The unborn man roared. Gu Hai gave off a sinister, murderous aura. Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing. Why did Xiaoya fancy you back then? Why did she fancy you? Long Wanqing is your daughter. She is your daughter. She is your daughter. You beat her until her corpses are gone, and her soul scattered. You are not fit to be her father. Indeed, you are not fit. No wonder Xiaoya did not let you know. She is your daughter. Venerable Lu Nian roared in despair. Buzz. The unborn man suddenly shuddered. What did you say? Lu Nian, what did you say? That's impossible. Our master show is envied by heaven. He is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. He cannot have any children in his lifetime. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is only 31 years old. I have not seen the girl for several hundred years. The unborn man said coldly, She is your daughter. Aren't you the master show? Can't you see for yourself? When Gu Hai came to find you, Xiaoya kept that hairpin for several hundred years because you gave it to her. You are not human. You are not a thing. Long Wanqing is your daughter. Venerable Lu Nian cried out in despair. Buzz. The unborn man suddenly shivered. That's impossible. That's impossible. The unborn man muttered repeatedly. However, he still extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered soul in the void was completely pulled over. This is Long Wanqing's mortal soul. It is shattered. It cannot be my daughter's. The unborn man trembled slightly, and a strange ritual array appeared in his palm. Buzz. A strand of Long Wanqing's shattered soul floated above the ritual array. The unborn man touched it with his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ritual array lit up. Long Wanqing's shattered soul also lit up. My daughter? How can it be my daughter? My daughter? The unborn man froze in the air in a daze. Wanqing, Wanqing, don't die. We are not husband and wife yet. Wanqing. Gu Hai cried out in despair as he hugged Long Wanqing, who was shrouded in black energy. Go away! Go away! The unborn man suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai and waved his hand. Boom! Gu Hai was sent flying. Long Wanqing? Long Wanqing? You are my daughter? My daughter? No, how can this be? The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand in despair. Long Wanqing's soul was scattered. However, there was still a soul connected to her body. In a daze, she looked at the unborn man in a daze. Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter. The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and shouted in horror. Phew! In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. She made a weak sound. You are not my father. My father is a peerless hero. There is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place. But one day, my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances.